Like and subscribe for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Brain Storage. Enjoy generous interest after storage. Wealth Collection Point. Come and collect your fortune. A place for handsome men and beautiful women to check in. The protagonist travels through time. Street, crossroads. A figure stood at the intersection with a dazed look on his face, looking at the surrounding scene with a look of deep confusion. Where did this get me? There were unfamiliar skyscrapers, unfamiliar billboards, and even the cars speeding along the road had logos that I had never seen before. Is this still my original world? Luo Chen asked himself. Just then. Attention all Blue Star humans. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of consciousness suddenly rang in the ears of countless Blue Star humans, like a thunder exploding in their minds. In an instant, people subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The current universe has been selected for the endless killing game. All humans on Blue Star will be teleported to the killing ground in 5 seconds. 5. 4. 3. What kind of endless killing game? Is this a prank? Did you hear that voice? It said it was going to teleport us to a place called the Killing Grounds in 5 seconds. What the hell? Is this advertisement for some game? Ha ha ha. I knew I was the destined one of this world. My golden finger has arrived. Here comes the sword. Mom, look. That uncle over there is crazy. Is this true? Where are the cameras? Is this some internet celebrity show? At this moment, people all over the world are talking about it. Some people thought it was all a prank. There are also some middle school students who think they are destined to succeed and are about to start their legendary life. Some even shouted that the world was coming to an end, crying and laughing at the same time. But more. I am completely indifferent to this and don't believe in any talk of endless killing games. I just think it's some bored people playing it on their mobile phones as performance art. Street, crossroads. Luo Chen, who had just traveled through time, listened to the countdown sound in his ears with a look of astonishment. 5 seconds is not long. It will be over quickly. Whether you believe it or not. Once the 5 seconds are up, tens of billions of humans on the entire blue planet disappeared collectively in an instant. Also missing was Luo Chen, who had just traveled through time and didn't even know the name of this planet. After experiencing time travel once, you will develop a certain immunity to it. Luo Chen feels that this is how he is. So when a white light flashed before his eyes and he was immediately transported from the unfamiliar intersection to a place resembling a square, he was not at all as panicked as the other people around him. Where is this? Who are you all? No. It wasn't a prank, was it? But I'm still in the shower. Why don't you let me put on some clothes? Is it true? Is this the killing ground? It looks pretty ordinary. Hey! Does anyone know where this place is? I have to go collect some money. My brother will definitely be mad if I don't get paid. Woo. Husband. Husband, where are you? Mom. Mom, where are you? The baby is scared. Suddenly, 1,000 people appeared in a neat row on the nearly 3,000 square meter square. At this time, these newcomers were nervously observing the people and things around them. Some broke down and cried on the spot, while others clamored for the person behind the scenes to come forward and give them an explanation. But no matter whether they were timid or brainless and furious, they received no response. At this time, in the center of the square, a large part of the ground suddenly collapsed with a loud roar. The people nearby screamed in fear and retreated. Rumble. Amidst a loud bang, an obelisk that seemed to be stained with blood slowly rose from the ground. A few minutes later, accompanied by a loud bang, the obelisk rising from the ground finally stopped moving. What is that? Is it a stone tablet? It's so high. Any of you guys go take a look. All the grown men should get moving. Zhao. Why do we men have to go up and see? Don't you women have legs? You are a grown man, and you have the nerve to let us women walk in front. Stop arguing. Everyone, be quiet. The most important thing for us right now is to figure out the current situation, not to engage in meaningless quarrels. At this time, someone finally stood up. A middle-aged man wearing a suit and with his hair combed neatly, looking like a boss, walked to the front and shouted to the crowd. Everyone! Everyone, listen to me! The people around him gradually quieted down and looked at him. I believe everyone heard the same voice before coming here, telling us that our universe has been chosen by something called the endless killing game. The middle-aged man looked around seriously and said, I don't know where this place is, but at least we seem to be safe now. I don't know if you've noticed? We're probably in a small town or something like that. There are a lot of identical houses around here. Maybe we should go check if anyone lives in them first. Maybe we can get some information from the locals. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, but gradually some people began to retreat with horror on their faces, as if something terrible appeared behind him. Subconscious. The middle-aged man also turned around and looked behind him. What? Glowing. The huge obelisk, which was over 100 meters high, suddenly emitted a faint blood-red light. The next moment. Call out! Whoosh! Call out! Rays of blood-red light flew out from the glowing blood-red obelisk and landed accurately in the hands of everyone in the square. What's this? It seems to be a business card. No. There's writing on it. It's a string of numbers. Mine is 077. What's yours? I'm number 155. What does that mean? Could it be the order of death? Don't scare me. I think this might be a number like the one you get when you're waiting in line. Queue up to get a number? Why do we have to queue up? What do we need to get? The number on mine is 999. Does anyone have a higher number than mine? I'm 001. Number 1. In the crowd. Luo Chen looked down at the red card in his hand. This side of the card features a picture of an obelisk outlined in black. Turning to the other side, there is a black number. 0. Just now he heard the people around him shouting, and the numbers they said were all 3-digit numbers. Even a number like 001 has 2 zeros in front of it. But why is there only 1 zero on my picture? According to the rules, shouldn't it be 000? Also, what does this number represent? Chapter 2. In the square. Everyone was looking at the blood-colored card in their hands with curiosity. Some people also looked at the others around them curiously. After Luo Chen took a look at the card, he put it in his pocket. In any case, in the current environment, being special means being isolated. Luo Chen didn't want to make things more difficult for himself right from the start. I don't know what will happen next. Attention, residents of Killing Town number 10,087. Just when everyone was at a loss and didn't know what to do next, the voice that had brought them to this place before appeared again. The card in your hand is your security key in the killing ground, and also your proof of identity. Carry the card and follow the instructions to go to your respective safe houses. Activating the basic functions of the safe houses is the first thing you need to do. Please remember, the safe house is your only place where you can rest assured, but it is not completely impenetrable. Once the safe house is breached, you will lose your only shelter and become a wanderer in the killing land. In the endless killing game, the only rule is that there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. The premise is that you have strong enough strength. Strength and wisdom are the only things that can bring you a sense of security here, so please work hard to become stronger. At last. Happy gaming! As the voice in my mind disappeared, names also appeared on the blood-red obelisk in front of us. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Er, Li Si. Many of them are Hyuxia names, but some are also names written in other scripts. But no matter what kind of text it is, as long as you see it, you can naturally understand what it means. Even if you have never learned this kind of language. And at the top of the obelisk, which is also the largest base, the words Killing Town number 10,087 also appeared. After a moment's silence, the 1,000 people in the square began to talk. Luo Chen glanced at the people around him, then turned and walked to the other side. Many people like him have already started to leave the square. Just after the voice disappeared, they all felt some kind of guidance, as if telling them the location of their respective safe houses. Why did those people leave? They should be looking for a safe house. Can you feel it? I think I can clearly know where my safe house is. I feel it too. Why don't we go too? Let's go. Let's go see what the safe house looks like. You said, are we going to die? God knows. Anyway, I'm still alive. Why should I think so much? That's right, you are still open-minded. Oh. Anyway, I snatched my life from the hands of the god of death, and I will return it in the end. Soon after, Luo Chen stopped outside a two-story villa. The villa is a two-story wooden villa with a warm style and small gardens in the front and back. It is not big, but warm enough. Suitable for family living. Passing the front yard, Luo Chen arrived at the door of the villa. A single wooden red door with a house number hanging on it. It just doesn't have a house number on it. It is the pattern of an obelisk. Luo Chen took out the bloody card from his pocket at this time. Almost the moment the card was taken out, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the door in front of him. The next moment, Luo Chen felt as if a green light appeared in his mind. And what the light spot represents? It's the safe house in front of you. A piece of information naturally emerged. Told him the basic situation about this safe house. It's quite convenient. Luo Chen muttered something. Then he reached out and grasped the door handle of the safe house. The next second, the blood-colored wooden door instantly turned white. Snap! The door opened. Open the door and walk into the safe room. The first thing that catches your eye is a living room. There was nothing in the living room. Sofa, coffee table, TV. None of these. To the right is an open kitchen. There is something in the kitchen. But not much. Just an island and a sink. At least there is water. Further in was the dining room, with a worn wooden table and no chairs. There is a restroom on the right side of the restaurant. The door opens. The good news is there is a toilet, or a toilet. The bad news is, there's no water in the tank. Is it possible? Luo Chen hurried out of the bathroom, returned to the kitchen, and turned on the faucet of the sink. Really? There was no water coming out of the faucet either. So you're just a simple sink, right? Luo Chen shook his head speechlessly. Through the information obtained when activating this safe house previously, he already knew that the safe house could be upgraded. But upgrading the safe zone requires money. It was not the currency on Earth before Luo Chen crossed over, nor was it the local currency of the blue planet after he crossed over. But it is the currency unique to the Killing Land, the Killing Coin. And what about Luo Chen now? Penniless. So don't talk about upgrading. He couldn't rise at all. This is basically the situation on the first floor. There was a room at the end that might have been a utility room or laundry room, but it was empty and had nothing in it. After opening the door, you can see the backyard of the safe house. It is a small courtyard of about 20 square meters. A little smaller than the front yard. But these are upgradable. The prerequisite is that you have to have money. Back in the safe house, Luo Chen did not go upstairs. Because the safe house has not been upgraded, the second floor area is not open. Want to sleep? Isn't there a table here? You can sleep on the table. If you don't mind, you can sleep on the floor. Back to the restaurant. Luo Chen's gaze then fell on the only table in the entire safe house. There is a red box on the table at this moment. Luo Chen knew that it was a welcome gift that everyone who entered the killing ground would receive. He walked over, reached out, and opened the box. There were a few things in the not-so-big box. Each is a dagger, used as a novice weapon in the early stages. A piece of something that looks like crystal, I don't know what it is used for. There is also a small model of the bloody obelisk. Luo Chen first picked up the blood-red obelisk model, but as soon as he touched it, the model instantly turned into a ray of light and sank into his right hand. Hiss! There was a sudden tingling sensation in my wrist. But as quickly as it comes, it goes away. Luo Chen quickly pulled up his sleeves, and then saw a tattoo on the inside of his wrist that looked like an obelisk, outlined in black lines. Swish! A light appeared before my eyes, forming a virtual interface. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 50/50ths. Mana, 50/50ths. Status, healthy. Fatigue value, 0%. Hunger value, 0%. Strength, 5. Constitution, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Physical defense, 5. Elemental resistance, 5. Talent ability, to be activated. Skills, none. Note, strength affects the physical damage that can be caused, constitution affects physical defense and health, agility affects attack speed, reaction ability and movement speed, etc., and spirit affects spell damage, mana, and elemental resistance. Chapter 3. This is an information panel of Luo Chen himself. The above information is Luo Chen's current status. At the same time, in the talent ability column, the words waiting for activation are displayed. The text glowed red. It seemed to be reminding him to activate it quickly. Talent? It looks like it's very important. Luo Chen thought. Then he took a deep breath and made preparations before choosing to activate his talent. There was a flash of blood. The next second, a new talent appeared in Luo Chen's talent ability column. Innate ability, Endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by 1 every day. What's this? Is this definitely a talent? What do the 3 question marks mean? Is it a level? Luo Chen looked at the talent he had activated in astonishment. No wonder no matter how he called out to his golden finger in his heart, there was no response. I originally thought I was a forgotten time traveler. CO authored. Are you waiting for me here? The talent of Endless is obviously a bit abnormally strong. Luo Chen didn't know what talents other people had activated, but it was impossible for them to be as perverted as his, right? When activating the talent, Luo Chen already knew that normal talents were graded from F to SSS. I've never heard of a level with 3 question marks. So it's impossible to detect what the level is, right? After activating the character panel, Luo Chen also simultaneously activated the chat channel of the killing ground. The voice before said that the entire universe where the blue planet is located was chosen to be in the endless killing game. So please ask. How many civilizations are there in the universe? Anyway, there must be more than one blue star. Therefore, the killing ground is so huge that it is no exaggeration to say that it is infinite. Since the place is so big, it will be very troublesome for everyone to communicate. Obviously, the endless killing game has also taken this into consideration. So the chat channel came into being. However, the only chat channel currently open is the regional chat channel. The coverage area of this channel is within a radius of 5 kilometers with you as the center. As long as there are people in this area, the number of people online will be displayed in the chat channel. For example, now. Regional chat channel. Online users, 1000. Exactly 1000 people, which is the current population in their killing town number 10,087. At this time, many people have already sent messages in the chat channel. Holy crap! This really feels like a game. There's even a chat channel. What talents have you all activated? Why is my talent E-level endurance of hunger? Is it because I used to starve myself to lose weight? Haha. Brother upstairs, are you here to make people laugh? I used to be a fitness trainer. My talent is D-level strength as an ox, which increases my strength by 200%. I wonder if this talent is related to our lifestyle habits. D-level talent? I'm so jealous. My talent is the crappy F-level, which reduces incoming damage by 1%. What the hell do I need that 1% for? Die with dignity. Brothers. I've activated the C-rank talent, Fire Control. Not only can I manipulate fire, but I can also increase the damage of fire skills by 300%. Holy crap! Boss. Are you still missing some accessories for your legs? I used to work in sales, and my activated talent is E-level Eloquence, which gives me a better chance of getting a better deal when bargaining. Haha. Is this talent just for fun? No. This brother's talent actually provides us with an important piece of information, which is that this killing ground has certain fixed trading locations, similar to the NPC shops in the game. Holy crap! That's right, I hadn't even thought of that. Luo Chen looked at the messages scrolling in the chat channel for a while and found that there was an avatar in front of each message. He also tried to send a message himself. Turns out he had it too. And it's his own portrait. This is good, at least we can know whether the person sending the message is a man or a woman, and there is no situation where a big guy who picks his toes pretends to be a young and beautiful girl to deceive people. But after watching for a while, Luo Chen discovered that the talents activated by others seemed to be only C-level at best. I didn't see anyone above level B. Certainly. It may also be that people who have activated talents above level B are more low-key. I don't want anyone to know my true situation. But it can also be seen from the side that talents above level B should still be relatively rare. Most people are D-level, and C-level ones are rare. At least that's the case in their small town. After closing the chat channel, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the other two items in the box again. At this time, after activating the character panel, Luo Chen could also see the basic information of these two items. Dagger. Quality, white. Strength +1. Unremarkable whiteboard equipment. But it's a welcome gift for newbies. It's good to have it. Why expect so much? Putting the dagger away casually, Luo Chen looked at the crystal-like object again. Skill Crystal. Quality, white. After use, you can obtain a random white grade skill. Same white quality. But this time Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Skills? Isn't this exactly what he needs? Even the most useless white grade skill can still destroy the world as long as the level is high enough. Use. Luo Chen picked up the skill crystal and immediately chose to use it. The next second. With a bang, the skill crystal in his hand shattered, turning into countless white light spots that gathered into Luo Chen's body. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Sprint. On the character panel, the originally empty skill column finally showed the first skill. Speed level 1. Grade, white. Consume 10 mana points to enter the sprint state for 10 seconds, increase movement speed by 20%, cooldown time 60 seconds. It's worthy of being a white grade skill. It's really ordinary. But it's okay, Luo Chen still has one skill upgrade left to use today. It is just right for this sprint skill. Increase the speed skill by 1 level. The next second, the speed skill on the character panel burst out with a brilliant white light. After the white light faded, the levels and effects of skills have changed. Speed level 2. Grade, white. Consume 15 mana points to enter the sprint state for 15 seconds, increase movement speed by 25%, cooldown time 55 seconds. Chapter 4. After the upgrade, the duration of status maintenance, the improvement of movement speed, and even the cooling time of skills have all been improved to a certain extent. Although the improvement is not significant, it is only a white grade skill after all. Such an improvement is already quite good. The only downside is that it consumes more mana. With Luo Chen's current mana of 50 points, he can only use the sprint skill 3 times. After 3 times, he will not have enough mana to use this skill again. Mana recovery is very slow without corresponding equipment or skills. It takes 1 minute to regenerate 1 mana point. Take the level 2 sprint skill as an example. It takes 15 minutes to recover 15 points of mana. Therefore, once the mana is exhausted, Luo Chen would have to wait 15 minutes before he could use this skill again. There should be a potion to restore mana or something like that, right? Luo Chen looked at his pitifully low mana and thought to himself. But he is just a newcomer at the moment. I was completely in the dark about the situation in the killing ground. It's not clear what the situation is here. In the killing town, it is relatively safe in the early stages, and no monsters will approach the town. But it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Therefore, upgrading the safe house can be said to be an urgent priority. Only when the level of the safe house is high can it truly give you enough sense of security. Otherwise, the security level of the initial safe house was simply not enough to make Luo Chen feel at ease. Safe house. Level 1. Defense value, 10. Durability, 100/100. Additional features, none. Upgrading requires 1000 kill coins. Open the safe house information. Luo Chen looked at the few lines of text, which totaled less than 50 words. It was really simple. But this is what the initial safe house looks like. Very simple, but not safe enough. A defense value of 10 points means that attacks with a strength attribute below 10 points cannot destroy the durability of the safe house. But is 10 points of strength high? Not high at all. Even Luo Chen has 5 strength points. Some people who draw talents like strong as an ox can get a 200% strength bonus. Assume that the other party also has a 5-point basis. Then after increasing it by 200%, it is equivalent to having a strength value of 15 points. With one strike, it was easy to break through the level 1 safe house. And those 100 points of durability can only support 100 attacks. Is it a lot? Not much at all. It can't last long at all. Not to mention, a safe house without extra features means you can't escape even if you want to. You can only be trapped and die inside. Therefore, we must collect those 1000 killing coins as soon as possible. Give your safe house a good upgrade. Even if it's just 1 level up, that's good. Come out of the safe house. Luo Chen turned around to close the door and glanced at the obelisk pattern that had lit up on the door plate. This means that the safe house is occupied. For safe houses that have not been activated or whose owners have died, the obelisk pattern on the door plate will not glow. Return to the square in the center of the town. There are still a few people here. I wonder if he never left from the beginning to the end? Or did you just arrive like Luo Chen? Luo Chen ignored everyone else and walked straight to the huge obelisk. Lift your head and look upward. On the blood-red obelisk, names are engraved one after another. Luo Chen soon found his name among them. Luo Chen. Survival time, 0 days. Every killing town has such a bloody obelisk, and each bloody obelisk is engraved with the name of every resident living in this killing town and the number of days they have survived. If a town resident dies, then his name will be erased from the bloody obelisk. So it's easy to see if a person is still alive. Just check to see if his name is still on the crimson obelisk. The name is still there. It means he is still alive. Once the name is gone, That means this person is dead. The number of days of survival is exactly what it means. However, its existence is not just to show how long this person has survived in the killing ground, but also a reward for those who participate in the killing game. For example, when they survive for 10 days, they will get their first reward. I don't know what the reward is. But free things, no matter how rubbish they are better than nothing. The second reward after 10 days will have to wait until the 30th day. After that, you will receive a survival reward for every additional 30 days of survival time. And when the survival time reaches 1 year, you'll also receive an additional reward. This additional reward will be more generous than the basic reward every month. It's a surprise for everyone who has managed to survive. Dude, wanna team up? Luo Chen turned to look at the person who was talking to him. He shook his head. No. The other party was not angry. He smiled at him and turned to find another person. Dude, wanna team up? The man looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. Then the other person smiled and pointed at 3 people standing together not far away, asking the other person to go over there and get acquainted with the others, while he continued to invite the next person. Situations like this are not uncommon in the square. Although these people do not know each other, they are now thrown into the same killing town, so this is fate to some extent. And now no one knows what the situation is like outside the town. Therefore, at this time, it is obviously safer to act in a group than alone. Luo Chen understands this principle. But compared to the dangers outside the town, he was even less trustworthy towards the people around him. To put it bluntly, as a time traveler, he was completely unfamiliar with these humans from Blue Star. Although everyone looks similar, their way of speaking, and even their language seemed to be no different. But he still felt that he was out of tune with these people. So, after considering it for a while, Luo Chen gave up on the idea of working together. Let's go for a walk alone first. If it doesn't work, I'll find another team then. Chapter 5. Number 10087, West Gate of Killing Town. Luo Chen walked west along the road connecting to the central square and soon arrived at the edge of the town. The overall layout of Killing Town is square. There are 4 doors, divided into 4 parts: east, south, west and north. Luo Chen went through the west gate, and in front of him was a wall made of sharpened logs lined up side by side. It is about 4 or 5 meters tall and looks quite sturdy. In any case, ordinary people definitely cannot climb over such a wall directly. Facing the road below is a double-opening solid wooden door. The door frame is about 6 meters high, much higher than the surrounding walls, and there is a small door on the right edge. Normally the main gate is closed, so you only need to go through the small door to enter and exit. After all, the door is heavy and inconvenient to open and close. This gate, including the wall around it, is mainly used as a defense to prevent any monsters that accidentally pass by here from entering the town. Certainly, its effect is only against those monsters with weaker strength. For the powerful, in fact, it doesn't provide any protection. However, there are generally no particularly powerful monsters wandering around the killing town. Most of them are weak early-stage novice monsters, and are basically used to help these newcomers adapt to the ecology of the killing land. When Luo Chen arrived at the west gate, the small door on the side had already been opened. Apparently someone had been here before him. Walking through the open door, Luo Chen looked out and saw only a desolate scene. There was a light mist in the distance. The field of view will not exceed 1 kilometer. If it is farther away, you can only see some hazy black shadows. So desolate. Although Luo Chen had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart when he saw the desolate scene. This time he had 3 things to do before leaving the town. The first thing is to explore the environment around the town. The second thing is to search for necessary supplies. There is not even any water in the level 1 safe house, let alone food. So if you don't want to starve to death, it's best to go out and find something edible to bring back. The third thing. In fact, it can overlap with the second thing. It's about finding kill coins to upgrade the safe house. Luo Chen didn't know where to find the killing coin, so he could only take it one step at a time. Open the mini-map. At this time, the small map is basically pitch black. The only lit area was the killing town number 10,087 behind him, with 2 flashing green lights in it. The big one represents Luo Chen's safe house. The smaller one represents himself. There's no information at all, so I can only walk around in a random direction. Luo Chen immediately chose a direction at random, holding the white dagger given as a newbie's welcome gift in one hand, and walked quickly towards that direction. 10 minutes later. Luo Chen still didn't see anything valuable. Looking around, you can only see some sparsely grown short trees with few leaves, and occasionally some strange things scattered across this wasteland. There are washing machines that have been scrapped to the point where only an empty shell remains. There are car frames that are only half finished. You can even see half of the roof buried in the ground, with only a part exposed to the air. Usually when Luo Chen encounters these things, he will go up and take a look. I'm trying to find out if there's anything valuable. Pity. Without exception. All without any results. Why does this killing ground look like a garbage dump? Luo Chen couldn't help but complain. At this moment, Luo Chen saw from a distance an old-fashioned single-door refrigerator lying on the ground. This refrigerator seems to be quite complete. So Luo Chen quickly quickened his pace and walked over to see if he could gain anything. But at this moment, bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise from the other side of the refrigerator. The noise was caused by something knocking the refrigerator door open from the inside and hitting the ground heavily. Luo Chen, who was walking quickly forward, quickly stopped and looked over there cautiously. Rustle. There was a sound of light footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow walked out from behind the refrigerator. A dog? Luo Chen looked at the big black dog in front of him. A skinny body, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and sticky saliva. A pair of eyes exuded a creepy blood color. Woof woof. After a few roars, the big black dog immediately pounced on Luo Chen. Fortunately, Luo Chen raised his vigilance early after noticing that the big black dog was a little abnormal, so he directly activated the sprint skill before the big black dog pounced on him. Moment. Luo Chen's movement speed is directly increased by 25%. The second before the big black dog pounced on him, he dodged the attack. Phew. While dodging, Luo Chen did not forget to use the dagger in his hand to stab the big black dog in the abdomen. The sharp dagger instantly tore open the skin and flesh of the big black dog, revealing the white bones inside, and blood spurted out on the spot. Awoo! The big black dog also let out a painful howl after landing. But even so, it still turned around and pounced towards Luo Chen with no less ferocity. Bang! This time, Luo Chen kicked the big black dog away with one kick, and at the same time rushed forward and stabbed a dagger into the neck of the big black dog. Hit the target once and then retreat. Luo Chen didn't give the other party any chance to hurt him. Relying on its faster speed, the hungry big black dog did not have time to scratch Luo Chen with its sharp claws, and was stabbed deep in the neck by the dagger in Luo Chen's hand. Blood gushed out like water, splashing everywhere. Luo Chen took the initiative to step back at this time, increasing the distance between himself and the big black dog, not giving it a chance to counterattack before dying. About a minute passed like this. The big black dog on the ground was completely motionless. Finally dead. Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until then that he remembered that he seemed to be able to check the basic information of the big black dog. He was a little too nervous just now and forgot about it. Cannibalistic wild dogs. Introduction: a beast of low rank that has eaten human flesh, possessing an extremely strong desire to attack. Note: after killing it, you can try to find attribute crystals from its body, but don't hold your hopes too high. After all, it's just a beast of low rank. The basic information of this big black dog appeared before my eyes. Luo Chen then realized that this was a man-eating wild dog, and it was rare that it would pounce on people as soon as it saw them. It's like I've eaten too much human flesh and fallen in love with the taste. At this time, Luo Chen also noticed the notes after the introduction. He looked at the corpse of the man-eating wild dog on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then walked forward and cut open the flesh on its abdomen with the dagger in his hand. Crash! All of a sudden, all the internal organs in my stomach came out. A foul smell instantly spread around. Luo Chen suppressed the nausea in his heart and reached in to feel around inside. Chapter 6. A moment later, Luo Chen felt his fingers touch a round, hard object. He immediately took out his hand and looked at the bead in his hand. The beads were translucent and their surface was covered in blood. Luo Chen shook it off and rubbed it on the fur of the man-eating wild dog. It was finally much cleaner. Is this the attribute crystal? Luo Chen looked at this small gadget, about the size of a marble, with curiosity. Attribute crystal, strength. Quality, white. After use, it can increase the strength attribute by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10 points. Increases strength by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10 points. In other words, I can only use a maximum of 10 crystals of this attribute. However, I didn't expect that attribute crystals also have quality. So, can higher quality attribute crystals increase attribute values more? I think so. Luo Chen held the white attribute crystal in his hand, then rubbed it hard on his clothes. After wiping it completely clean, he threw it directly into his mouth. Yes, you read that right. The way to use attribute crystals is to eat them directly. You don't have to worry about choking. Because once this thing is put into your mouth, it turns into liquid and flows directly into your throat. Strength +1. Luo Chen opened the character panel and took a look. The original strength attribute of 5 points was indeed increased by 1 point to 6 points. A good start, not bad. Beasts that are not at the highest level only have a chance of producing attribute crystals in their bodies, but this probability is obviously not high. Luo Chen was able to find attribute crystals in the body of the first beast he killed, which was a good start. This is a good thing. This means that Luo Chen's harvest today will still be good. Go on and see if there are any more man-eating wild dogs around. Looking at the corpse of the man-eating wild dog on the ground, Luo Chen thought for a moment and decided to grab one of the legs of the corpse and throw it out with force. Man-eating wild dogs cannot be eaten, at least not raw. God knows if the meat of these man-eating wild dogs carries some virus or something. Even if it was roasted, Luo Chen couldn't guarantee that nothing would happen if he ate it. So instead of taking this risk, it is better to throw it farther away and see if it can attract other man-eating wild dogs or other wild beasts nearby. After throwing away the body of the man-eating wild dog, Luo Chen walked around to the front of the refrigerator that was lying on the ground. There was some smelly, rotten food in the open refrigerator door. When you get closer, you can smell a terrible stench. Really? Luo Chen shook his head. Although he had guessed it a long time ago, he still felt sorry when he saw the spoiled food. I wish it wasn't broken. A few minutes later, Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a big rock, heard a rustling sound of footsteps. He stuck his head out and looked ahead. Sure enough, I saw a skinny man-eating wild dog running towards me from a distance. The target of this man-eating wild dog was very clear, which was the corpse of its own kind lying on the ground not far away. For man-eating wild dogs, let alone the corpses of their own kind, they are so hungry that they will even eat the flesh that falls from their own bodies. Eating yourself, isn't that cruel? Only one, great! When Luo Chen saw the man-eating wild dog running towards him, his eyes lit up. If too many man-eating wild dogs were attracted, Luo Chen really wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, he is still very weak now. Although his talent has unlimited potential, potential is only potential after all. It cannot bring him enough sense of security before it is transformed into actual strength. It would be great if it only attracted one man-eating wild dog. It was just within the range that Luo Chen could kill without any injury. The man-eating wild dog, attracted by the smell of blood, had already pounced on the corpse of its own kind and started to bite it. Luo Chen also took the opportunity to activate his sprint skill, took a step forward, and kicked the man-eating wild dog that didn't notice him hard. The power of 6 o'clock is much greater than before. With one kick, he sent the skinny man-eating wild dog flying 2 or 3 meters away. Phew! The sharp dagger then stabbed into the neck of the man-eating wild dog. Hit the target once and then retreat. Luo Chen quickly retreated 10 meters away. Then he watched the man-eating wild dog over there struggle to get up several times but failed. Not only that, it tore the wound on its neck a second time, causing more blood to spurt out of its neck. A moment later, a large pool of blood had accumulated under the body of this man-eating wild dog. It doesn't seem to be moving, so it must be dead. However, the cautious Luo Chen still threw a few stones over first. After making sure it didn't react at all, he quickly stepped forward. Hiss! A dagger cut open the belly of the man-eating wild dog. Luo Chen didn't mind the dirtiness and reached in to take it out. After a while, Luo Chen withdrew his hand with a look of disappointment. There isn't one. He shook his head, knowing that he was a little greedy. The probability of attribute crystals being born in the body of a wild beast is already low. It is already lucky to find the first one, and you still want to find the second one in a row? That's a bit too far-fetched. After wiping the blood off his hands, Luo Chen repeated his old trick and threw the corpse of the man-eating wild dog aside. He even deliberately threw this body a little further away from the first one. In this way, even if more than 2 man-eating wild dogs come, the positions of the 2 corpses can be used to increase the distance between them, so that Luo Chen can defeat them one by one. After doing all this, Luo Chen hid behind the big rock again. Keep waiting for the prey to take the bait. A few more minutes passed. This time there were 3 man-eating wild dogs. Luo Chen hid behind a big rock and observed. When he saw 2 of the man-eating wild dogs eyeing the relatively intact corpse, he knew his chance had come. So he immediately activated his sprint skill and rushed forward as fast as he could to kill the lone man-eating wild dog. After he killed the man-eating wild dog, the other 2 man-eating wild dogs just turned around and looked at him. Fighting 1 against 2, Luo Chen went up and kicked one of the man-eating wild dogs away. Then he dodged another man-eating wild dog that pounced on him and tried to bite him, and with a backhanded knife he cut a deep wound on one of its hind legs, so deep that the bone was visible. The man-eating wild dog roared and tried to pounce on the victim after it landed on the ground. However, the injured hind leg has greatly affected its ability to move. Take this opportunity. Luo Chen first took care of the other man-eating wild dog. Finally, they killed the disabled man-eating wild dog. Hey! After successfully killing 3 man-eating wild dogs, Luo Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't had time to think too much during the battle just now. But now the battle is over. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little scared. Chapter 7. To be honest, if he had made even the slightest mistake during the battle just now, he would have at least suffered a minor injury. But what does it mean to be injured in a place like the killing ground? Just look at these man-eating wild dogs attracted by the smell of blood. Although this damn place is said to be a game, and they do have character panels like game characters, even their health points are quantified. But that's all. Once they are injured, their lost health points will not recover on their own. Even if the wound is not treated, blood loss will continue. Just like in the original world. Death from excessive bleeding is perfectly normal. Wound infection may even occur. So, getting injured in the early stages is really a troublesome thing. My life is almost over. This is also the reason why Luo Chen pursues killing the enemy without taking any damage. One is that getting hurt hurts. Another thing is that if the wound is not treated properly, it will be terrible once it gets infected. After all, he didn't have the corresponding medicine on hand. There wasn't even a bandage. Fortunately, things didn't go in that bad direction. Looking at the three bodies lying in a pool of blood around him, Luo Chen no longer cared about sighing. He quickly used a dagger to cut open their abdomens to see if there were any attribute crystals. Soon, Luo Chen once again found an attribute crystal from the body of a man-eating wild dog. Attribute crystal, agility. Quality, white. After use, it can increase the agility attribute by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10 points. This time, what was found was an attribute crystal with agility attribute. After wiping it clean, Luo Chen threw it directly into his mouth. The attribute crystal instantly turned into liquid and flowed into his throat. Agility +1. Luo Chen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. After all, the early foundation is poor, and any 1 point increase in attribute value will feel very obvious. But wait until the foundation is improved. By then, if I increase the attribute value by 1 or 2 points, it probably won't feel anything. In the open wilderness, 7 corpses of man-eating wild dogs were lying in a mess and were being fought over and eaten by a group of more than a dozen man-eating wild dogs. Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a big rock, also retreated quietly at this time. After he had created enough distance, he turned around and ran. Just now, he killed 2 more man-eating wild dogs. Unfortunately, no attribute crystals were found this time, so Luo Chen continued to use the same trick. But this time his luck seemed to have run out. It attracted more than a dozen man-eating wild dogs at once. He couldn't deal with so many man-eating wild dogs, so Luo Chen turned around and ran away without hesitation. After leaving the wasteland, Luo Chen continued to search for possible supplies in this vast wilderness. After walking and stopping along the way, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chen was now tired, hungry, and thirsty. When he opened the mini-map, he could see that he had walked a straight-line distance of 5.3 kilometers from the original killing town number 10,087. Luo Chen did not always walk in the direction away from the killing town. After walking for a distance, he would look around to see if there was anything worth looting. 4 or 5 hours have passed since we set out. In addition to killing a lot of man-eating wild dogs and finding some attribute crystals, Luo Chen also did the same. I haven't seen any other food. No, I need to rest for a while. Luo Chen felt his legs were tired and sore and he really couldn't walk anymore. So he found a medium-sized rock nearby and sat down to rest, recovering his strength before continuing on his way. After sitting down, Luo Chen also called out his character panel and looked at it. Name, Luo Chen. Health, 50/50ths. Mana, 50/50ths. Status, mildly hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value, 56%. Hunger value, 39%. Strength, 8. Constitution, 5. Agility, 7. Spirit, 5. Physical defense, 5. Elemental resistance, 5. Innate ability, endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by 1 every day. Skill, Speed LV.2. It can be clearly seen from the character panel that Luo Chen is not in good condition at the moment. His original state was healthy, but now it has become slightly hungry and moderately tired. The fatigue value has also reached 56%, which has exceeded the midline of 50%. The originally green value has now turned into an unhealthy yellow. In contrast, the hunger value should be better. Only 39%, still a light green. Whether it is fatigue value or hunger value, they are extremely important status displays. If the fatigue value exceeds 60%, Luo Chen's overall condition will decline slightly. It's like reducing all attributes by 10%. If it exceeds 70%, this decline will continue to intensify. And once the fatigue value reaches 100%, then Luo Chen will faint on the spot and will not wake up until his fatigue value drops below 50%. And during this process he had no ability to resist. Once discovered by wild beasts or monsters in the wild, that would be a dead end. Therefore, the fatigue value must not exceed 90%, and it is best not to exceed 60%. After all, a 10% drop in all attributes is a very troublesome thing. The same goes for hunger value. The status will decline after exceeding 60%. Once it reaches 90%, health will even continue to be lost. As for reaching 100%, you will starve to death. Then the game ends. It is also the end of life. But Luo Chen's efforts over the past few hours were not without any results. At least the improvement in strength and agility is his biggest gain in these few hours. The strength attribute increased by 3 points, and the agility attribute increased by 2 points. It seems that the attribute crystals that can be born in the body of the man-eating wild dog are all inclined towards the two attributes of strength and agility, among which strength accounts for a larger proportion, followed by agility. Certainly. These are all Luo Chen's speculations. It is possible that the man-eating wild dogs will also give birth to crystals of other attributes. It's just that he didn't meet him. During the break, Luo Chen also opened the regional chat channel to see if there were any other people around him. Regional chat channel. Online users, 83. There are quite a few more. Luo Chen glanced at the number of people online, then glanced at the few messages that occasionally popped up in the channel. Chapter 8. I'm so hungry. I'm so tired. Has anyone found anything to eat? Can you share some with me? I feel like I'm starving. Who isn't? I didn't find anything either, and I almost got bit by a man-eating wild dog. I found a few houses here and found some supplies inside, but I ate them all. Zhao. Shit luck. Why didn't I find anything? Does this killing field seem strange to you? The garbage on the roadside and some of the buildings seem to have appeared out of thin air, or perhaps fallen from the sky. You're right. I didn't find any modern roads, but I saw some dilapidated buildings. This is obviously not normal. Who cares? I just want to find something to eat. My hunger level is almost 70%. Hey, didn't you have breakfast? Why are you hungry so quickly? I skipped breakfast to lose weight, and now I regret it so much. Luo Chen touched his stomach and he actually felt a little hungry. But he did have breakfast. To be precise. Actually it was lunch, because when he traveled to this world, it was just afternoon. He had just finished lunch and was walking towards the company. As a result, when he was crossing the zebra crossing, he was hit by a damn car that ran a red light. Speaking of which, he was wearing, but after he crossed over, all the injuries on his body from being hit by a car disappeared. Also missing were the cell phone and electric scooter keys in his pocket. But, none of this matters now. Luo Chen shook his head and returned to reality. I looked at my own status. After resting for a while, the fatigue value has dropped back to 41%. But the hunger value increased to 42%. No wonder I feel even hungrier. Go on, go deeper, maybe you'll find something. There's no reason why other people can find some buildings that I can't. Luo Chen got down from the stone, opened the small map and identified the direction before continuing to walk away from Killing Town number 10,087. Half an hour later, Luo Chen looked at an abandoned gas station in the distance with surprise. Like others in the chat said, these buildings that appeared in the killing ground didn't look like they had always been there. It's more like it was cut from somewhere and placed here. As for the claim that it fell from the sky, Luo Chen doesn't think so. For example, this abandoned gas station in front of us looks quite intact. If it fell from the sky, it would not be possible to be preserved so well. Quickening his pace, Luo Chen walked quickly towards the abandoned gas station. However, when he got really close, Luo Chen actually slowed down his pace. At the same time, he carefully observed any movement around him. No way. He encountered too many man-eating wild dogs hiding in dark corners along the way. This kind of wild dog that likes to eat people always seems to like to hide in corners and ambush people secretly. It seems to know the true meaning of Lao Lu very well. If Luo Chen hadn't been cautious enough, he now has several wounds all over his body. Left, safe. On the right, equally safe. Looking around the corner, there wasn't any stray dog hiding there. After carefully observing the outside and making sure there was no danger, Luo Chen walked through the door of the gas station store, which had only a door frame left and the glass shattered to the ground, and walked in. It's a mess in here too. There were collapsed shelves everywhere. Bloodstains that had dried up for who knows how long and had turned black could be seen everywhere on the ground. Luo Chen searched carefully. Soon, he found an unopened bottle of mineral water in a collapsed shelf. Great, it's water. Luo Chen picked up the bottle of mineral water with a look of surprise. A certain brand of mineral water. 500 ml capacity, please drink as much as you want. Mineral water has no quality because it is the most common survival material. The good news is, this bottle of mineral water is indeed drinkable. For Luo Chen, this is enough. So he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the liquid into his mouth in big gulps. After drinking half the bottle in one breath, Luo Chen then put down the bottle with a satisfied look on his face. The throat that felt like it was about to smoke was instantly moistened by the sweet rain, and finally it no longer had to suffer. After screwing on the bottle cap, Luo Chen held the mineral water bottle in one hand and the dagger firmly in the other, and continued searching in the store. Soon, Luo Chen found a pile of food scattered on the ground behind the cash register. There are potato chips, bread, biscuits and so on. Luo Chen took a look and found that except for 2 packs of bread that had a short shelf life and had gone bad, the rest were edible. So he opened a bag of bread first, then sat on the ground and started eating it with mineral water. I've never thought this kind of hand-torn bread was so delicious before. Maybe I'm really hungry. Therefore, Luo Chen thinks even the most ordinary bread is delicious. After finishing one bag, Luo Chen opened another pack of biscuits. Only after I finished the whole pack of biscuits did I feel less hungry. I opened the character panel and looked at my status. The state of moderate hunger that had already reached it disappeared. Only a moderate state of fatigue remained. The hunger value also dropped back to 11%. Although it was still edible, Luo Chen gathered the remaining food together, then stood up and looked around, intending to find a bag or something to put it in. At this time, Luo Chen saw a black backpack hanging on the wall not far away. He walked over quickly and took the backpack off the hook on the wall. Space backpack. Quality, green. There are 3 compartments of 1 cubic meter in size inside, which can be used to store items. It turned out to be a space backpack with grades. Luo Chen looked surprised. Originally he thought it was just an ordinary backpack. But I didn't expect that this was actually a high-grade equipment. It's still green grade. This is the first green grade equipment Luo Chen has found. 3 1 cubic meter spaces. That can hold a lot of stuff. Luo Chen returned to the cashier counter with a look of surprise on his face, and stuffed all the food and drinks on the ground into the first compartment of this space backpack. Although 1 cubic meter may not seem very large, it can actually hold a lot of things. Not to mention, this space backpack still has 3 such spaces. It's enough for Luo Chen to put a lot of supplies in it. The key is, this thing doesn't carry any weight. No matter how heavy the things inside are, its weight is always the weight of an empty bag. That's amazing. Chapter 9. With the space backpack, Luo Chen's subsequent search process became much easier. Luo Chen found a lot of good things in the store in this abandoned gas station. There is no need to say much about food and drinks. The supplies he put in his space backpack were enough for him to eat and drink for 2 or 3 days. If you use it sparingly, it won't be a big problem to last 4 or 5 days. Besides, Luo Chen also found a new piece of gear in the store's employee lounge. Metal baseball bat. Quality, white. Strength +1. Although the metal baseball bat is the same as the dagger in Luo Chen's hand, both are white quality equipment. But the advantage is that it is long. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Although the dagger was a sharp blade, it was too short, and Luo Chen needed to get very close to hit the target. There were several times before when Luo Chen was almost bitten by man-eating wild dogs because his weapon was too short. If the weapon in his hand at that time was this metal baseball bat, then nothing like that would happen. Certainly. A metal baseball bat has its advantages, and a dagger has its advantages. But Luo Chen doesn't have to choose between the two. He can have both. In addition to the metal baseball bat, Luo Chen also found several sets of unopened work clothes in the employee lounge. Considering that his clothes needed to be changed, Luo Chen also stuffed these work clothes into the space backpack as a backup. Before leaving, Luo Chen also took with him a piece of wooden door that had fallen off the cabinet. This thing is not big and has a handle to hold. It can be used as a shield. Come out of the store. Luo Chen stepped on the broken glass and glanced at the outside of the abandoned gas station. I wonder if there's any gasoline. Luo Chen looked at the gas tanks and walked over. Pick up the fuel gun and press it. There was no gasoline gushing out of it as expected. Luo Chen shook the thing, but there was no reaction at all. Sure enough, there's no gasoline. He shook his head and threw away the gas pump in his hand. The gasoline at gas stations is stored underground and delivered to gas tanks on the ground through pipelines. The abandoned gas station in front of us doesn't look like it was brought here as a whole, including the underground oil storage tank. Therefore, it's normal that there is no gasoline in the tank. Coming out of the abandoned gas station, Luo Chen was carrying a black space backpack on his back, holding a metal baseball bat in one hand and a solid wooden cabinet door as a shield in the other. At this time, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chen must return before 4 p.m. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to get back to town before dark. Although I still don't know what the killing ground will be like after dark, I can imagine that this kind of place is already such a horrible sight during the day, so who knows how terrifying it will be after dark. Therefore, it's best not to stay outside of town after dark. At least the killing town has a circle of walls for protection. And safe houses can also provide some protection. In contrast, the wild is too dangerous. After walking a little further, we saw some grass covered with weeds gradually appearing on the surrounding ground. The weeds were more than 1 meter high and grew extremely densely. It forms a sharp contrast with the vast wasteland behind it. Luo Chen carefully avoided these overgrown areas. Who knows if there are poisonous snakes or something in there? Just then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a large black shadow suddenly shot out from the weeds. Luo Chen instinctively raised the solid wood cabinet door in his hand as a shield to block in front of him. I heard a few thuds like nails being hammered, and my arms felt slightly numb. Luo Chen flipped over the solid wood cabinet door and took a look. The back of the cabinet door was now full of black, steel needle-like objects nailed to it. Hiss! Luo Chen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. If he didn't have this cabinet door in his hand, wouldn't all these steel needle-like things be nailed to his body? Rustling. There was a noise coming from the weeds over here. A moment later, a monster that looked like a mouse but had black spikes all over its back ran out from the grass. This black-haired monster rat is fat and strong, with every hair on its body shining black. Not counting the tail, its body length is about 1 meter. It looks ferocious and scary. Luo Chen learned his lesson this time and immediately checked the information of the black-haired monster rat. Haired mouse. Level, first level beginner. Introduction, a weak, first level creature. Cowardly by nature, they tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Be careful of the black, stiff hairs on their backs, you definitely don't want to get pricked by them. It turned out to be a first level hard-haired mouse. The name is quite descriptive. It looks like a mouse and has hard black hair on its back. It is a very straightforward name. But what the hell is bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Luo Chen felt like he was being looked down upon by a mouse. Very unhappy. At this time, the hard-haired mouse in front of him was also squeaking and baring its fangs and claws at Luo Chen. But the strange thing is... But it didn't rush up. Luo Chen took a look and instantly understood something. So the next second he immediately activated his sprint skill and rushed towards the hard-haired mouse. Die, little mouse! Luo Chen swung a metal baseball bat and hit the hard-haired rat. As expected of a mouse, its reaction ability was far superior to those hungry man-eating wild dogs, and it dodged Luo Chen's first attack in one go. In fact, these two are not creatures of the same level. No matter what, the hard-haired rat is still a first-level creature, and it is already a monster that has entered the level. And the man-eating wild dogs? It's just a mad beast. Certainly. The main reason why the hairy rat can become a monster of the upper level is the black hairs on its back that can be shot out. However, each time the hairy mouse fires its hair, it needs a short adjustment process, just like the cooldown time of a skill, and cannot fire continuously. This is also why, after it came out of the bushes, it just bared its fangs and claws at Luo Chen to scare him, but had no intention of rushing forward. To put it bluntly, this guy is the typical example of someone who can do anything with just one trick. Except for the stiff hair on the back, everything else is pretty normal. Luo Chen naturally did not give up after missing the first attack, but continued to chase the hard-haired mouse. When running fast, his speed was no slower than that of the hard-haired mouse. Bang! After several unsuccessful attacks, Luo Chen finally hit the big black rat. The metal baseball bat hit the hard head of the hard-haired mouse, making it squeak in pain. Luo Chen didn't give it a chance to breathe. He kept hitting the rat with the metal baseball bat in his hand. Finally, after 6 or 7 hits, the hard-haired rat stopped moving. Chapter 10. Finally dead. Luo Chen used the metal baseball bat in his hand to turn over the dead, stiff-haired rat on the ground, revealing its relatively soft belly. Then, he took out his dagger and cut open its belly. A hand wearing a plastic glove reached into the belly of the hard-haired mouse. After a while of searching, Luo Chen found his goal. A white attribute crystal. Attribute crystal, agility. The white attribute crystal is exactly the same as the one found in the man-eating wild dog before. The difference though is, man-eating wild dogs only have a small probability of giving birth to attribute crystals. But as a first-level creature, the hard-haired mouse is bound to produce attribute crystals in its body. Taking out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, Luo Chen poured some out and poured it on the attribute crystal to wash it clean. He didn't have the conditions before, but now he has them. Of course, Luo Chen won't compromise himself. After simply cleaning it, Luo Chen threw it directly into his mouth. Properties: crystallization melts in the mouth. At the same time, agility +1. Luo Chen's agility attribute also caught up with the highest strength attribute. Compared to the beginning, it has increased by more than half. Walking and jumping, Luo Chen smiled as he felt the changes in his body, his heart leaping with joy, and then he became full of motivation. After entering this area about 7 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087, Luo Chen found that the number of monsters he encountered along the way was gradually increasing. Within 7 kilometers, it seems that the only wild beasts you can see are man-eating wild dogs. Luo Chen wondered if it was the same in other directions. But that's indeed the case on his side. After stepping into the land 7 kilometers away, they gradually began to encounter advanced creatures such as hard-haired mice. Relying on the cabinet door with the Cos shield in his hand, Luo Chen also killed several hard-haired mice along the way. Got a total of 6 attribute crystals. Except for one with strength attribute, the other 5 are all with agility attribute. This also caused a huge change in Luo Chen's attribute values. Strength, 9. Constitution, 5. Agility, 13. Spirit, 5. Physical defense, 5. Elemental resistance, 5. The current highest agility attribute has reached 13 points. It's almost approaching the limit of what the white attribute crystal can improve. At this time, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Chen looked at the gloomy weather and prepared to start his return journey. The return journey was uneventful. Luo Chen also met a team of 6 people halfway. The other party also discovered him. Some were surprised that Luo Chen dared to take the risk alone, but neither side had any intention of communicating. They just tacitly kept a distance and headed towards the killing town together. About an hour or so, Luo Chen finally returned to killing town number 10,087. To be honest, if it weren't for the minimap, it would be quite troublesome to come back. After all, the scenery around is similar. If you don't have a strong enough ability to find your way, it is normal to get lost. Coming in from the west gate of the town, Luo Chen saw a group of people gathered here as soon as he walked in. What happened? Luo Chen looked at these people curiously. After listening carefully, he found out that some people who had returned before him were stopped by others. Those who stopped them were people who didn't dare to leave the town and take risks. It's not that these people are incapable. In fact, even if you get F-level talent randomly, as long as you are brave enough, it is not a problem to kill a few man-eating wild dogs. The reason why these people dare not leave the town is simply because they are cowardly and afraid of death. And now, they stopped these people who were returning from outside the town in order to get some food from them. You have so much food and you can't finish it all. Why can't you share it with us? That's right, why are you so selfish? Young man, it's hard for everyone right now. I think it's better for me to take charge. How about we split it equally? These people who didn't even dare to step out of the town were very tough at this time. They even felt justified in begging. An old man even stood up with a sanctimonious look and said that he would be the one to divide the money equally. Who the hell are you? Is it your turn to make the decision here? Those who were stopped were almost laughing out of anger. If you have a bad temper, just roll up your sleeves and take action. There is no rule in Killing Town that prohibits the use of force. In fact, there are no rules here. Get out of here. Don't make me do it. After all, the group of people had fought bloody battles outside the town. How could they be afraid of a group of people who didn't even dare to leave the town? Although the other side has more people, does having more people necessarily mean they are stronger? Luo Chen saw a young man in the crowd rubbed a fireball with his hands. A fireball as big as a human head magically floated in the palm of his hand, emitting bursts of high temperature, even distorting the surrounding air. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The young man threatened coldly. Seeing that the other side was about to attack, the group of people on the opposite side also showed fear, shrank their necks and made way. Humph! The young man who was making the fireball snorted coldly, and without releasing the fireball in his hand, he held the fireball in one hand and walked over with his teammates behind him. Luo Chen also followed the crowd and passed through smoothly. However, not long after they came over, the group of people behind them stopped a few people who had just returned. This time there were fewer people on the opposite side, so they seemed much tougher. As a result, they actually got some food and water, and the faces of those who handed over the food and water were extremely ugly. What a bunch of termites! A hint of disgust flashed in Luo Chen's eyes, and he left quickly without looking back. Returned to the safe house. Luo Chen closed the door and finally relaxed. Just as he had feared at first. It's not safe in Killing Town. Those people are not trustworthy. Improve your strength as soon as possible, strength is the only foundation. Luo Chen thought to himself as he put down his backpack and began to count the gains from today's trip. Enough food and water for 4 or 5 days. There are also some medicines, mainly iodine tincture for disinfection. Once you are injured, you can treat the wound to avoid infection. Besides. And this thing. Luo Chen held a white, square stone in his hand that looked like a dice. All 6 sides of the stone were engraved with runes that he didn't recognize. Flashing white light. Very pretty. Skill upgrade stone. Quality, white. Used to increase the skill level of white grade. A simple introduction, but great functionality. Things that can improve skill levels are very useful in both the early and late stages. Although this is only a white quality skill upgrade stone, it can only be used to upgrade white grade skills. But just in time. Luo Chen also has no skills higher than white grade. Just works. Chapter 11. Use. Luo Chen held the skill upgrade stone and muttered to himself. The next second. The skill upgrade stone in his hand disappeared instantly, turning into a white light and sinking into Luo Chen's body. Opening the character panel, Luo Chen saw that his only skill, Sprint, had been upgraded to level 3. The skills in the endless killing game have a clear level cap. And this upper limit will change with the skill level. The lower the skill grade, the lower the level cap. And the white grade skills. The upper limit is level 3. That is to say. For other people, a white grade skill has reached its limit when it is upgraded to level 3, and it has reached the maximum level. But for Luo Chen, who possesses the talent of endless, there is no level cap for his skills. Speed level 3. Grade, white. Consume 20 mana points to enter the sprint state for 20 seconds, increase movement speed by 35%, cooldown time 50 seconds. After the sprint skill is upgraded to level 3, the mana consumption increases by another 5 points. But at the same time, the duration is also increased by 5 seconds, and can last for 20 seconds. And the cooldown time is reduced to 50 seconds. This means that after the sprint state ends, you only need to wait 30 seconds before you can use the skill again. What really surprised Luo Chen was the effect of the sprint skill has been increased from the original 25% to 35%. An increase of 10%. He thought it would continue to increase by only 5%. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. I wonder what changes will happen when I reach level 4. Luo Chen is looking forward to it. But it's not possible now, I can only wait until tomorrow. In the living room of the safe house, Luo Chen spread out a sleeping bag. This was also one of the gains from his trip today. Found it in an outdoor gear store. The store looked like it had been completely looted at the time, but Luo Chen still found this dusty sleeping bag in a corner of the warehouse. Although the sleeping bag was a little dirty at first, Luo Chen didn't mind. After patting and cleaning off the dust on the surface, it looks quite new. Finally, a place to sleep. Luo Chen looked at the sleeping bag and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Then, he turned around and sat down at the dining table, took out food and water, and started eating. At this time, it was completely dark outside. In the killing town, only the blood-red obelisk in the central square was still emitting a faint blood-red light. The light doesn't look strong, but it can illuminate the entire square blood-red. Outside the town. At this moment, there were also bursts of creepy beast roars, one after another, which made the listeners' scalps numb. Luo Chen had nothing to do after dinner. In the killing ground, at least for now, they have no form of entertainment. Although there were men and women in the town, they did not know each other and were wary of each other. At this time, no one would easily let others enter their safe house. With nothing to do, Luo Chen opened the chat channel, intending to see what everyone was talking about. And by the way, to see what monsters the people who left through the other doors today had encountered. Regional chat channel. Online users, 996. Not full? Luo Chen was surprised to see that the number of online users had decreased by 4. Is there anyone who hasn't come back yet? Or already dead? To be honest, Luo Chen's search for supplies outside today went quite smoothly, and he basically didn't encounter any life or death crises. This gave him the illusion that the killing ground was just like this. But now, looking at the number of online people in front of him, which was 4 less, Luo Chen suddenly felt like he was about to break out in a cold sweat. The killing ground has never been a good place to live and work in peace. Death, fighting, and bloody killing are the main themes here. The reason why Luo Chen did not encounter any life or death crisis today was partly because of good luck, and partly because there were no decent monsters around Killing Town number 10,087. Just a bunch of wild beasts and newly advanced monsters like the bristly rat. How dangerous can it be? Unless he is the kind of person who thinks he is extraordinary but has very average abilities. Otherwise, anyone can survive the first day. After all, even if it was an F-level talent, as long as it wasn't too weird, it could at least increase a certain attribute value of these people by about 50%. In addition to the skill crystal given initially, they can also obtain a white grade skill. Greatly increases the probability of surviving in the killing ground in the early stage. But even so, people will still die. Especially at night, the entire killing ground seemed to come alive. At night, monsters in the wild will be strengthened by the darkness. All aspects of the attributes can be doubled. And some monsters that hide during the day will come out to look for food. The entire killing ground will become extremely dangerous. In the land of slaughter, the night is the battlefield for the truly strong. This sentence is passed on by word of mouth among many veterans in the killing land. Basically everyone tacitly believes that those who can go out and hunt monsters at night are the real strong ones. Most people only dare to go out hunting and collecting supplies during the day. Certainly. Going to the fish pond to fry fish doesn't count. Did you hear that? Those screams outside sound scary. Can anyone give me something to eat? My hunger level is almost at 80%. I'm so hungry. My throat is so dry, does anyone have some water? Can you give me some? I'm a 25-year-old girl, so please help me out, brothers. Don't you guys know you're out searching for supplies? You're safe in this little town, right? Now you're hungry and thirsty? What were you doing before? Young man, don't be so harsh. Not everyone has the ability to go out and take risks like you do. Are you taking advantage of your age? Do you think this is still Blue Star? Looking at your profile picture, you don't look too old to walk. You don't even have many gray hairs. Are you planning to lie down now? What do we owe you? To be honest, if someone is truly unable to go out due to physical reasons, we wouldn't mind providing some help if we can, but ask yourself, are you one of them? Brothers. Stop scolding these idiots. Someone come and help us. We're surrounded by monsters outside the town. No, buddy. You guys haven't returned to town yet. Amazing. You're still brave enough to stay outside after dark. I admire you. Don't be ridiculous. We just accidentally came back a little late. Who knew this place would be so dangerous after dark? We're surrounded by at least 100 monsters now. We can't handle it. Hundreds of monsters? What kind of monsters are they? It's a monster called the Shadow Scythe Worm, and it's incredibly fast. Zhao. Old Li was dragged away. Shadow Scythe Worm? I've encountered this during the day. It moves extremely fast in shadowy environments. We have someone in our team with an E-level agility talent. His initial agility attribute is 7 points, and the E-level talent increases agility by 100%. Even with 14 points of agility, he's still nowhere near as fast as this monster. Shadow scythes only gain speed boosts in shadowy environments. They're actually quite easy to deal with in non-shadowy environments, but it's already dark outside. All shadows? 6. Brother, listen to me, before I die, kill as many people as you can, and even if I die, I'll take someone with me. Zhao. I'm going to fight them. Chapter 12. There are still so many people who haven't come back from outside. Luo Chen looked at the various distress messages in the chat channel, and was surprised at the audacity of these people. At the same time, he also collected some information about other monsters. For example, the shadow sickleworm mentioned earlier. If you don't know the information about this monster, you might suffer a great loss. But once you know their weaknesses, it becomes much easier. Just like the shadow sickleworms, as long as you don't run to the shadow area, their speed is actually quite average. Anyone with an agility attribute of around 10 points can run faster than them. But what if it's in a shaded environment? Even those with 20 points of agility may not be faster than them. This is just like the hard-haired rat that Luo Chen encountered before. Those who don't know the intelligence are likely to be seriously injured by the first wave of burr shooting, or even die on the spot. But once you know the information, just use something to block the first wave of attacks, and then you can rush up and kill the opponent directly. After all, apart from that one trick, the spiky-haired mouse has no other powerful abilities. In addition to the shadow sickleworm, Luo Chen also collected information on several other advanced creatures. There is a monster called Hardskin Zombie, which is characterized by its hard skin and strong defense. But the speed is slow and the flexibility is poor because the body is stiff. It's not difficult to kill it as long as you fight it in circles, hitting it over and over with a blunt weapon. But you just have to be careful enough. Because the nails of the crusty zombies are poisonous. Even the slightest scratch will cause poisoning. There is also a monster called Fire Pig, which has a pair of flaming fangs. It is not big in size, but fast, good at straight-line impact, and has average flexibility. Compared to the previous hard-skinned zombies, shadow scytheworms and hairy rats, fire pigs are more difficult to kill. If you get bumped into accidentally, you're basically done for. The kind that can be cremated on the spot. But Luo Chen saw someone say that the meat of the fire pig was edible. And it tastes great. It turns out that monster meat is really edible. Luo Chen nodded slightly. But even if you know it is edible, it is the meat of a hard-haired rat. Luo Chen has no interest at all. But the fire pig is different. It looks like a little wild boar. Who hasn't eaten pork? Luo Chen looked at the chat channel for a long time. Until he felt a little sleepy and started yawning. Only then did he close the chat channel, put on a new set of work clothes he had found in a store at an abandoned gas station, crawled into his sleeping bag, and fell asleep in a short while. Sleep till dawn. The next day, around 7 a.m. Luo Chen woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw a strange ceiling. He was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was no longer at home on Earth. This is a place of killing, and today is his second day in this damn place. I got up and rinsed my mouth with mineral water. There is no such condition for brushing teeth. Simply rub it with your fingers, wait until a crackling sound is heard, then rinse your mouth with some mineral water, and you are done washing. Breakfast in the morning was just a piece of bread with half a bottle of mineral water left over. After eating and drinking, Luo Chen put on a black space backpack, held a metal baseball bat in one hand, and went out with a dagger on his waist. When Luo Chen opened the door and came out of the safe house, he happened to meet the person living in the safe house next door who was also coming out. The two sides looked at each other, nodded briefly and greeted each other, then headed straight for the central square. On the way, I met many other people one after another. Everyone headed for the central square. Soon, Luo Chen came to the square. A lot of people have gathered in the nearly 3,000 square meter square. Everyone walked to the blood-red obelisk, raised their heads, and stretched their necks to look at the names on it. Luo Chen also walked over. After stopping in front of the blood-red obelisk, he looked at the names written on it. Originally, there were exactly 1,000 people sent to Killing Town number 10,087. The names of these 1,000 people were branded on this blood-red obelisk, with 10 names in a row, a total of 100 rows. But now, some of the 100 lines of names are missing, leaving large blank spaces. Luo Chen didn't count the names, but looked directly at the blank spaces. From the size of the blank space, you can tell that there are several names missing in this row. A moment later, Luo Chen got the answer he wanted. 108. A total of 108 people died yesterday. Luo Chen didn't know how many of them died last night. But after dinner yesterday, there were still 996 people online in this area, even though those 4 died during the day. So the number of people who died last night reached a staggering 104. Oh my god! How could so many people die? More than 100 people just disappeared like that. God! Have you abandoned your believers? FK! How can I get out of this damn place? I don't want to die. Wow! That's so scary. I knew it wasn't safe to go out. The people around were talking about it. Some of them were so scared that their faces turned pale and they burst into tears on the spot. There were also those who cursed loudly and denounced their own beliefs. Luo Chen did not express his emotions as excitedly as they did. He just glanced at the people around him silently, then turned around and continued to head towards the west gate of the town. Whether it is sadness or rage, it's all meaningless. Luo Chen didn't want to waste his precious early time on these meaningless things. With this time, he might as well search a few new areas to see if he can find more supplies. And that kill coin. He still doesn't know how to get that thing. On the road, Luo Chen opened his character panel and took a look at his sprint skill, which had been upgraded to level 4. Speed level 4. Grade, White. Consume 25 mana points to enter the sprint state for 25 seconds, increase movement speed by 50%, cooldown time 45 seconds. After reaching level 4, this skill no longer seems like the worst white grade skill. Whether it's the 50% increase in movement speed, the 25-second status duration, or the cooling time reduced to only 45 seconds. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a white grade skill. In fact, this is indeed no longer a normal white grade skill. Because it has broken through the upper limit of white skills. Reached a whole new level. And originally, when the sprint skill was upgraded from level 2 to level 3, the movement speed was increased by 10%, because level 3 was the upper limit of this skill. Therefore, according to the rules, it is upgraded from level 1 to level 2, increasing the effect by 5%. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3, plus an additional 5% increase on top of the original 5%, means the skill effect is increased by 10%. And if the skills are upgraded infinitely, then according to this rule, when it is upgraded from level 3 to level 4, the skill effect will increase by 15%. Upgrading from level 4 to level 5 adds 20%. And so on. But under normal circumstances, there is an upper limit to the skill level. It is impossible to continue to stack infinitely like this. But Luo Chen's endless talent eliminated this upper limit. So, infinite superposition becomes a possibility. Chapter 13. The only problem now. It's probably because Luo Chen himself has too little mana. Only 50 points. Level 4 sprint requires 25 mana points to use once. Luo Chen's mana was so limited that it was exhausted after just 2 uses. However, the problem of low mana is not difficult to solve. Just improve your mental attributes. I just don't know how to get the attribute crystal of spiritual attributes. Luo Chen had seen the attribute crystals of strength and agility, but he had never encountered any of the 2 attribute crystals of physique and spirit. After leaving the killing town, Luo Chen walked all the way west. With the experience of going out yesterday, Luo Chen did not waste time on the journey ahead today. He followed the small map as quickly as possible to the area he had explored yesterday. This place is about 8 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087. Dense grass can be seen everywhere around it. No one knows what is hiding in the grass. Possibly a venomous beast. It could also be a bristly rat with hair on its back that can shoot out. When Luo Chen arrived here, he took out the shield placed in his backpack. The back of the solid wood cabinet door was already riddled with holes. "Dude, you gotta hold on." Luo Chen patted the cabinet door, then carefully explored the left side. Sudden! Boom boom boom! Dozens of pitch-black needles flew over and pierced the solid wooden cabinet door like steel needles. The next second, Luo Chen took a quick step forward and struck hard at one side with the metal baseball bat in his hand. There was a loud bang. A black mass was immediately knocked away by him and rolled on the ground. It turned out to be a rat with jet black, hard-haired hair. Luo Chen strode forward and smashed down with the metal baseball bat again and again. The hard-haired mouse squeaked when it was hit. Moment. The bristly mouse stopped moving. Luo Chen also changed into a dagger, kicked the hard-haired rat over, and then skillfully cut open the skin on its abdomen with the dagger. Put on rubber gloves and reach in to feel around. A moment later, Luo Chen took out a crystal with strength attribute. Rinse with clean water. Then throw it directly into your mouth. Strength +1. Finally, the strength attribute also exceeded 10. Not bad, a good start. Luo Chen smiled slightly and continued on his way. For the next few hours, Luo Chen explored the area. During this time, many hard-haired mice ran out from the weeds, but they were all killed by him in the same way. After killing 3 hard-haired rats, Luo Chen's agility attribute reached 15 points. White attribute crystal. Agility has reached the upper limit. Even if there are more later, they will not be available. However, Luo Chen still put away these attribute crystals. Even though they were no longer useful to him, their value still existed. Maybe I can exchange with others when I return to Killing Town. Certainly. The premise is that you can ensure your own safety. Soon afterwards, Luo Chen gradually obtained some attribute crystals. He collected all the agility attributes and placed them in a compartment of his space backpack. If you encounter something with strength attributes, rinse it clean and take it directly. Soon, Luo Chen's strength attribute also reached 15 points. The white power attribute crystal is no longer useful. If he obtains it later, he can only put it into the space backpack like the agility attribute crystal and keep it for his use. Noon. Luo Chen, whose fatigue and hunger levels were both alarming, stopped to rest and eat something to relieve his hunger. Wait until you finish eating and drinking. Fatigue value is also reduced to below 50%. Luo Chen looked at the time. It's already past 12 noon. So he stood up and got down from the rock, patted his butt, opened the small map and took a look, then continued on in an unexplored direction. An hour later, Luo Chen saw a dilapidated building in the distance. He had come across some buildings along the way today, but had gained little from them, except for some stiff-haired rats hiding in the corners and trying to ambush him. Not even a bottle of water or a piece of bread. The only reward. That is, the cabinet door in his hand was replaced with a new one. Luo Chen also kept a few spare ones and put them in his backpack. This thing is really useful. At least it is really useful when dealing with hard-haired mice. There are so many houses. I wonder if there's anything to eat. Luo Chen raised his hands to set up a tent, and when he looked into the distance, he vaguely saw some figures swaying around the building. So he approached cautiously, waiting to get closer, only to find out that they were a group of zombies with stiff movements. Hard-skin zombie. Level, first level beginner. Introduction: corpses with hardened skin have somehow gained the ability to move. Be careful with their nails and teeth, they are poisonous. It was indeed a hard-skin zombie. Luo Chen had seen other people discussing this monster in the chat channel before. Although the first-level primary hard-skin zombies have considerable defense and poisonous attacks, the problem is that they move slowly and have very poor flexibility. It's easier to deal with than a stiff-haired rat. Certainly. The premise is that you don't get surrounded by a large group of tough-skinned zombies. In that case, unless you can fly, you will be in trouble. There are currently about a dozen hard-skinned zombies around this building, but they are scattered rather loosely and not gathered together. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen picked up a few stones on the ground and threw them at the closest tough-skinned zombie. Bang! The stone hit the tough-skinned zombie and immediately attracted its attention. Oh! The tough-skinned zombie opened its mouth and let out a hoarse growl, then swayed towards this side. Sure enough, they're slow. Luo Chen looked at its speed and felt relieved. With such slow movement speed, let alone a one-on-one fight. Even if facing 2 or 3 at the same time, Luo Chen is still confident that he can win without any injuries. Carefully observing the other hard-skinned zombies, and seeing that they were not keeping up, Luo Chen then led the hard-skinned zombie he had attracted away from here. A moment later. The distance is almost enough. Luo Chen turned around and actively walked towards the tough-skinned zombie behind him. Seeing the prey coming, the hard-skinned zombies, which had no intelligence, roared and pounced on it. The speed at which this guy pounced on me was actually quite fast, but his endurance was too poor. He only flew 2 or 3 meters before falling directly to the ground with a thud. Luo Chen. Good job. Are you trying to scam me? Chapter 14. Luo Chen didn't expect this crusty zombie to be so funny. He actually fell down by himself. But although it is funny, Luo Chen will not miss this opportunity. He strode forward, went around behind the fallen tough-skinned zombie, and hit it on the back of the head with a stick. Bang! The stick hit the back of the tough-skinned zombie's head hard. But the damage done to it is minimal. As expected of a tough-skinned zombie, its defense is truly amazing. Luo Chen felt as if he had hit a piece of iron just now. He even used too much force and his wrist was numb. Hiss! So hard! Luo Chen backed away to avoid the grabbing hand of the tough-skinned zombie, and then hit it with a stick. 1, 2, 3. Luo Chen felt that this was really a very laborious task. Although he didn't count them specifically. But it was estimated that it took about 20 or 30 hits to kill this tough-skinned zombie. Good boy. You're finally dead. Seeing the crusty zombie lying on the ground and no longer moving, Luo Chen rubbed his sore arm. I looked at the fatigue value. It was originally around 49%. As a result, I killed a tough zombie and reduced my fatigue value to 61%. No wonder I feel so tired. Luo Chen simply sat down on the ground and took a rest. After a while, only when his fatigue value dropped below 60% did he pat his butt and stand up, then walk towards the corpse of the tough-skinned zombie with a dagger. Does this count? It should be considered as such. After all, a dead body should still be called a corpse, right? Although the idea that the body is dead sounds a bit strange. You're already a corpse, how can you die again? Holding the dagger, Luo Chen looked at the corpse and searched around, feeling like he had no idea where to start. By the way, where is the attribute crystal of the hard-skinned zombie? Luo Chen recalled what he saw in the chat channel last night, then remembered something, and kicked the body over with one kick, facing up. Hiss! A dagger was stabbed into the chest of the corpse, but it slipped away, leaving only a shallow mark on the skin of the corpse's chest. Luo Chen. Good man, although my dagger is a bit rubbish, your defense is a bit excessive, right? It's just a first-level monster. Are you sure this defense doesn't exceed the standard? But think about how fast this tough-skinned zombie moves, and then think about the magical way it knocks itself down. Luo Chen suddenly felt relieved. That's right, if it doesn't have some outstanding features, it would be a shame to have so many fatal weaknesses. And even so, a single hard-skinned zombie is still just a sitting duck. After a lot of effort and reducing his fatigue value to 61%, Luo Chen finally tore open the skin and flesh on the chest of the tough zombie, then stretched the wound open, put on rubber gloves and took out an attribute crystal from its chest cavity. The attribute crystal inside the hard-skinned corpse is located in its heart, accompanying the heart. Very good in. But it still took Luo Chen a lot of effort. Attribute crystal, constitution. Quality, white. After use, it can increase the physical attribute by 1 point, up to a maximum of 10 points. This is a crystal of physical attributes. Luo Chen rinsed it with clean water and threw it into his mouth. Melts in your mouth. The next second, Luo Chen's physical attribute increased by 1 point. Use the same old tricks again. Luo Chen lured out the dozen or so tough-skinned zombies around the building one by one, and then spent a lot of effort to kill them all. It took Luo Chen almost 2 hours in total. By the time the battle was over, it was almost 3 p.m. The good news is, Luo Chen's physical attribute reached 15 points, the third after strength and agility. The bad news is, Luo Chen didn't find any useful supplies in the building. I did find 2 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, they are all white quality. One of them is a knife, about 1.2 meters long, a straight knife. The other is a pair of shoes. Looks like sneakers. Ordinary shoes. Quality, white. Agility +1. Luo Chen put the knife away and placed it in his backpack. Just put on the shoes directly. Increased agility by 1 point. The 16-point agility attribute allows Luo Chen to run very fast. Phew! Cut off the head of a hairy rat with 1 stroke. Luo Chen gently exerted force with his feet, turned the body of the hard-haired rat over, and then skillfully cut open the abdomen of the corpse with a knife. He inserted the tip of the knife into it, stirred it gently, and then picked it out. Swish! A round object flew out. Luo Chen caught it as it fell. It is a property crystal. Attribute crystal, spirit. Quality, white. After use, it can increase the spiritual attribute by 1 point, up to 10 points. Luo Chen wanted to throw it into his backpack, but he was stunned the next second. Spiritual attributes? He looked at the blood-stained attribute crystal in his hand in surprise. It turns out that spiritual crystals can also be born in the body of the hard-haired mouse. This is the first time Luo Chen has encountered this. But the probability is really low. Luo Chen has killed at least 40 or so hard-haired rats, if not 50, right? As a result, among the attribute crystals dug out from the bodies of these hard-haired mice, only this one had spiritual attributes. But it's good to have it. It's better than nothing. Luo Chen immediately washed it with some clean water. Then he reached out and put it into his mouth. Spirit +1. Finally, mental attributes also began to improve. Although it was only an increase of 1 point, Luo Chen felt that it was a good start. As expected. Soon, Luo Chen found a metal box half buried in the soil on the side of the road. After digging the iron box out of the soil, Luo Chen not only found a piece of equipment in the iron box, but also found a skill upgrade stone. A sharp long knife. Quality, green. Strength +5. Another piece of equipment found in the metal box was a knife. The 1.7-meter long sword was only a dozen centimeters away from Luo Chen when it was held upright. The blade is long and straight, and the handle is also extremely long. Resembles a saber. This knife needs to be held with both hands. It weighs about 30 pounds. If held with one hand, ordinary people cannot wield it normally. Certainly. The strength attribute has reached 15 points, plus the 5 points of strength attribute of this knife. Luo Chen has a total of 20 points of strength, and he can swing it normally even with one hand. But this knife is designed to be wielded with two hands, and it will never work if wielded with one hand. Luo Chen took the knife in his hand and tried to wave it a few times. The whistling sound of the wind echoed in my ears, and the cold light flashed intoxicatingly in the air. Nice knife. Luo Chen couldn't let it go, looking at it left and right, even happy. Chapter 15. Put away the knife. Luo Chen picked up the skill upgrade stone. This is another white quality skill upgrade stone. Can increase the skill level of white grade. It's no use. Luo Chen shook his head. Right now, his only skill has exceeded the level cap of white skills, so this thing should be useless. However, subconsciously, Luo Chen gave it a try anyway. But the next second something surprising happened to him. This skill upgrade stone. It actually worked. Isn't that reasonable? Luo Chen was shocked. An ordinary white skill upgrade stone can actually increase the level of a skill that has already exceeded the level cap? Is this a bug? Luo Chen inexplicably felt guilty. Will this bug be fixed? Thinking about this, Luo Chen curiously opened the character panel and looked at the upgraded sprint skill. Speed level 5. Grade, white. Consume 30 mana points to enter the sprint state for 30 seconds, increase movement speed by 70%, cooldown time 40 seconds. Really? This skill has really been upgraded to level 5. And ever since it broke through the level cap, the effect of this skill has become more and more exaggerated as time goes by. Now, at level 5, it can already increase movement speed by 70%. And the cooldown time is only 40 seconds. After deducting the 30-second duration, the actual cooling time is only 10 seconds. If Luo Chen's mana wasn't so low, he can even turn this skill into a normal buff for himself. You should know that an E-level agility talent only increases the agility attribute by 100%. And a white grade skill is now almost as good as an E-grade talent. This is only level 5. When you reach level 6 or 7, you will be aiming for D or even C level talent effects. If it's really a bug, I hope it won't be fixed. Luo Chen thought with a smile. Certainly. This is most likely not a bug. After all, under normal circumstances, a skill cannot exceed its level cap. The upper limit of white grade skills is level 3. Once you reach level 3, no matter how many skill upgrade stones you use, it will be useless. It still won't have any effect. But because Luo Chen had the talent of endless, he was able to break through this limit. This allows skill upgrade stones that were originally useless to be used again. White quality skill upgrade stones should be relatively easy to find. After all, they are of low quality. Normally, 2 skill upgrade stones are enough for 1 white skill. They are the lowest grade of skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen touched his chin and thought, from yesterday to today, he has found 2 white quality skill upgrade stones. It is hard to say what others have found. If other people are similar to him, then starting tomorrow they should have extra white skill upgrade stones. So can I collect a batch myself? Okay, what do you want to exchange with them? Luo Chen couldn't help but frowned. He came to someone's house to exchange things for no reason. Whether they would do so or not was one thing, but people would definitely doubt his purpose in doing so. By then, you might get yourself into unnecessary trouble. But if you don't change it, you will feel like you are losing out. Maybe we can think of a way. Luo Chen was thinking in his heart. Phew. Cut off the head of a hairy mouse with one knife. Luo Chen skillfully picked out an attribute crystal from the other person's body and put it away. The number of attribute crystals accumulated in his backpack has exceeded 50. Although he didn't know what remaining value these white quality attribute crystals had, Luo Chen still habitually collected them first. At this time, Luo Chen saw from afar a ball of green light slowly descending in the sky 1 kilometer ahead. What is that? Luo Chen had never seen anything like this before. He first opened the small map and took a look. At this time, he was about 11 kilometers away from the killing town number 10,087 behind him. However, at his current speed, he could cross the distance and return to killing town number 10,087 in less than half an hour. The time now is 3:53 in the afternoon. It's almost 4 p.m. There's still time, why not go over and take a look? Luo Chen thought. Then he ran quickly in that direction. A few minutes later, Luo Chen approached the area ahead cautiously. A rare lake appeared before my eyes. The lake was shimmering, and occasionally some aquatic monsters jumped out of the water. They were some huge fish with mouths full of sharp teeth, and their body length was more than 3 meters. The most important thing is, there is also a group of crocodiles lying on the shore of the lake. There are at least 20 or 30 of them. Each one is nearly 5 meters long, with grey-white scales and a bloody mouth full of staggered fangs. Luo Chen was hiding behind a rock at this time, carefully observing the situation over there. When he saw this group of crocodiles, he subconsciously checked their information. Bloodthirsty crocodile. Level, First Level Intermediate. Introduction: crocodiles prefer to live near water sources and feed on fish. They are also quite mobile on land. They will go crazy when they smell blood, making them very difficult to deal with. It turns out that this group of crocodiles is called bloodthirsty crocodiles. Luo Chen noticed that their level had reached the intermediate level of the first order. This was also the first time he had seen a monster above the first level. A first level intermediate should be much stronger than a first level beginner, right? Luo Chen thought. He had never encountered this before and had no experience. Lift your head and look toward the sky. The green ball of light was already very close to the ground, only about 100 meters away. Judging from where it landed, it should be near the lake shore. It was just very close to the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles. This is trouble. Luo Chen thought. Although I don't know what this green light is, but instinctively, he felt that the thing must be a good thing. But in the current situation, a group of first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodiles are right nearby. Unless Luo Chen can lure them all away, there is no way to get the things. How about I use my speed to rush over, grab it, and run? Luo Chen was considering the feasibility of doing so. The key is, he also didn't know how fast these bloodthirsty crocodiles moved on land. When comparison is not possible, Luo Chen really didn't want to take the risk. The treasure is great, but you only have one life. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps and voices coming towards him. Luo Chen quickly hid. After a while, then I saw a group of more than 10 people running towards me from a distance. Found it, right here. A short-haired girl pointed in this direction and shouted. Quiet! Keep your voice down! The girl's loud shouting startled the others, and someone immediately stood up and scolded her. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. The girl curled her lips, looking disapproving. Chapter 16. Xiao Wang, is the thing over there? At this time, a young man who looked noble came with a group of people. Young Master Lu. The girl who had a proud look on her face just now immediately took the initiative to approach him with a coquettish look, threw herself into the arms of Mr. Lu, and started to tell him tales. Young Master Lu, Wang Qinan scolded me again. Lu Xiao put one arm around the girl's slender waist and looked at Wang Qinan with a faint smile. Xiao Wang, don't be so harsh on Xiao next time. She is a girl after all. Okay, Mr. Lu. Wang Qinan nodded, glanced at the girl leaning in Lu Xiao's arms, and felt very unhappy. Isn't it just because of her beauty and good figure? A piece of trash with E-level talent is actually worthy of being treated harshly? After all, Wang Qinan has a D-level talent. Isn't she much better than this woman? Pity. Young Master Lu likes this type, and he is a big shot with C-level talent. With a lot of subordinates under him, even if Wang Qinan was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything on the surface. Lu Yuan, the landing point of the ball of light in the sky just now should be in front of us. Let's go over and take a look. At this time, a burly man in the team walked to the front and said, Brother Zhang, you take the lead, and I'll follow behind you. Lu Yuan smiled and said. In their team, only he and Zhang Lang have C-level talents, and the others are either D-level or E-level. However, there are only 2 with E-level talents. The others are all D-level. After all, they don't want it if the talent level is too low. The Han Xiao in Lu Yuan's arms is the only one with E-level talent in the team. The other one was a young boy with delicate skin and tender flesh named Zhang Yu, who was also Zhang Lang's younger brother. Coincidentally, the 2 brothers were thrown into the same killing town. I have to say, this is really a coincidence. Except for Han Xiao and Zhang Yu, 2 close friends, the other 10 people in the team all have D-level talents. Lu Yuan and Zhang Lang, 2 C-level talent possessors, are the leaders of this team. Lu Yuan is a typical rich boy who likes beautiful women. When he was on Blue Star, he was a playboy who was lazy and loved to eat. Now I have come to the killing ground. Luckily, I got a C-level talent randomly, which gives me the capital to continue winning without any effort. Zhang Lang used to be a small boss who ran a gym and had a net worth of several thousand W. He is also quite pragmatic, so he is basically in charge of the team. And Lu Yuan? He is mainly responsible for providing assistance during battles, and he basically doesn't care about other things. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Lang glanced at Han Xiao in Lu Yuan's arms and said nothing. The reason why he lured Lu Yuan, a rich young man, to join the team was because of his C-level talent. As for liking beauty, as long as it doesn't affect him, Zhang Lang can turn a blind eye. Soon, the group arrived not far from the lake shore. Stop! At this time, Zhang Lang raised his hand and stopped everyone. He looked at the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles on the lake shore with a serious expression. It's a first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodile. Zhang Lang frowned and looked up at the sky. The green ball of light had descended to a height of only about 50 meters from the ground. Want to fight? Wang Qinan on the side asked nervously. Those were intermediate first-level bloodthirsty crocodiles, not the primary first-level monsters they had encountered before, and there were so many of them. Of course you have to fight, but you can't force it. Zhang Lang said in a deep voice. Having come all the way here, it's obviously impossible to just give up. Not only was he unwilling to accept this, but so were the others in the team. I don't know what that thing in the sky is. But you can tell it must be a treasure. They have come to a hellhole like the killing ground. If they don't fight for the treasure when they encounter it, they might as well just lie down and wait for death like those people who stayed in the town and dared not come out. So, let's lure these bloodthirsty crocodiles here in batches. It will just take a little longer at most. Zhang Lang suggested after thinking about it. This proposal was agreed by everyone. Then, they began to try to lure 1 or 2 bloodthirsty crocodiles over to see how strong the first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodiles were. At this time, Han Xiao also left Lu Yuan's arms, holding a stone picked up from the ground in her hand, and volunteered to take on the task of attracting monsters. Which one should I choose? She glanced at the bloodthirsty crocodiles. Soon, a bloodthirsty crocodile that was nearly 6 meters long and looked very majestic and domineering caught her attention. This crocodile looks so majestic. Let's choose it. Han Xiao didn't think about it at all. She just swung her arm and threw the stone in her hand out. The next second. Bang! The stone accurately hit the bloodthirsty crocodile, which was nearly 6 meters long and looked very majestic. Bloodthirsty crocodile. The bloodthirsty crocodile that was hit on the head stood up with a confused look on its face and looked around. Then I saw a biped gesturing towards me not far away. That look seems like a provocation to it. So, the bloodthirsty crocodile with a simple IQ immediately became angry. Roar! It roared and stretched out its 4 short legs, running towards that direction at an unexpectedly fast speed. When the other bloodthirsty crocodiles saw this, they also stood up and followed. Han Xiao, who was standing at the edge of a patch of grass and making provocative gestures towards the bloodthirsty crocodile, was just about to tell others with a smile that she had succeeded, but the next second she saw a large group of 20 or 30 bloodthirsty crocodiles attracted to her. Oh no! Something happened. No matter how stupid Han Xiao was at this time, she knew that she was in trouble. Young Master Lu, help! She turned and ran, shouting as she ran. Holy crap! How did this woman attract all those bloodthirsty crocodiles here? When the others saw Han Xiao leading a group of bloodthirsty crocodiles running towards them, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even Lu Yuan looked at Han Xiao with vicious eyes at this time, as if he saw the murderer of his father. I knew this idiot woman was up to no good. Wang Qinan, who was already very unhappy with Han Xiao, a relative of his, cursed her even more harshly. This time, no one stood up for Han Xiao. Even Lu Yuan felt that Wang Qinan was right in his scolding. If I had known this woman was so troublesome, I would never have kept her around no matter how beautiful she was. Pity. It's too late to regret. There's no other choice, let's fight. Zhang Lang said with a gloomy expression. It was too late to run at this time. There was no one with agility talent among them. Even if there was, could they take everyone with them to run? This is obviously unrealistic. So, let's fight. Maybe we can win? Chapter 17. Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a rock, had never expected that things would develop in such an outrageous direction. Who told good people to attract monsters in large numbers at a time? Looking at the dozens of bloodthirsty crocodiles running over, Luo Chen was once again glad that he did not choose to team up with anyone. If you meet teammates like this, you will definitely die. I silently observed 3 seconds of silence for those people. Then, Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on the green ball of light that was still descending. It's almost landing. He muttered to himself. At this point, there was no danger on the lakeshore. The group of bloodthirsty crocodiles have been led away by a group of kind-hearted people. As soon as this thing lands on the ground, Luo Chen will rush over and take it away immediately. As for the group of people who led away the bloodthirsty crocodile, I would rather die than let my friend die. Luo Chen didn't know them, so what did their death have to do with him? Faster! Faster! Luo Chen stared at the green light in the sky, clenching his fists and shouting silently. Heavy cut! 2-stage slash! Water ball technique! Elemental bullet! In an open space a few hundred meters away from the lake shore, a large group of bloodthirsty crocodiles were besieging a group of more than a dozen people. At this time, this group of people also used every possible means. Various skills were displayed as if they were free. The most conspicuous people in the crowd were Lu Yuan and Zhang Lang, 2 people with sea-level talents. Zhang Lang's talent is the physique and strength type dragon elephant strength talent. Both strength and physique have received a 200% bonus. Zhang Lang's initial 4-dimensional attributes are higher than those of ordinary people. After all, he runs a gym and is a fitness enthusiast himself, so his physique and strength are 7 points at the beginning, 2 points higher than ordinary people. Agility and spirit are normal. Even because of muscle bloat, agility dropped by 1 point, to only 4 points. Later, he took attribute crystals of strength and physique. His own strength and physique have reached 17 points. Plus the 200% increase in talent. Both strength and physique reached an astonishing height of 51 points. 51 points of constitution means 510 points of health. Powerful defense, amazing strength, and a thick health bar make him a human tank. At this time, Zhang Lang held a heavy hammer as his weapon. The hammer weighing more than 300 pounds seemed as light as a feather in his hand, and he swung it with great vigor. Even if it is a first-level intermediate bloodthirsty crocodile, it will only be beaten if it rushes forward. Zhang Lang alone stopped 5 bloodthirsty crocodiles. Even firmly holds the upper hand. In fact, after a day of exploration yesterday, some smart people have concluded that a first-level primary monster is roughly equivalent to the strength of humans. Basically, if they are of the same category. For example, if the monster is good at speed, and the blue star humans encountered are also good at speed, then as long as their agility attribute reaches 20 points, they can be killed easily. Certainly. Your own operational errors do not count. Being ambushed doesn't count. This refers to face-to-face combat under normal operation conditions. Zhang Lang's physique and strength both exceeded 50 points. Even though the bloodthirsty crocodile on the opposite side is of the intermediate first level, its strength and physique are only equivalent to 30 or 40 points at most. Still a long way behind Zhang Lang. In addition, Zhang Lang also has a white skill that has been upgraded to level 3. It was also a passive defense boosting skill that didn't consume any mana, which was the icing on the cake, allowing him to rush towards the group of bloodthirsty crocodiles like a god of war. And on the other side, Lu Yuan, who also possesses sea-level talent, is no worse. Lu Yuan's talent is sea-level earth control. He is born with the ability to control the earth elements within a certain range. As long as he stands on the ground, he can also heal his injuries and increase his defense. It's a relatively diverse talent. Although there is no direct numerical improvement, the effect is in no way inferior to Zhang Lang's Longxiang Dali. In fact, in terms of visual effects, it is much more gorgeous than Zhang Lang's talent that only improves numerical values. Lu Yuan waved his hand and the surrounding ground deformed, opening a crack that swallowed up several bloodthirsty crocodiles that rushed up. However, he had never learned any professional skills, and his sea-level talent was not enough for him to create a large crack. Therefore, the crack that swallowed several bloodthirsty crocodiles was only 3 or 4 meters deep, and it was filled up after a few bloodthirsty crocodiles fell in. But Lu Yuan doesn't just have this trick. He raised his hands with force, and the ground around him immediately roared and sprouted spikes of earth, which pierced the ground and lifted several bloodthirsty crocodiles high into the air. At this time, Lu Yuan was muttering something, and the next moment a large amount of earth elements gathered around him to form earth spears. The white-grade earth spear skill can only summon one more earth spear when it is upgraded to level 3. But at this time Lu Yuan summoned out 6 earth spears. It's 3 times the normal amount. Go! Lu Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, the 6 earth spears shot towards the bloodthirsty crocodiles that were knocked flying and fell to the ground. The earth spear is made of hard material and has elemental damage. The bloodthirsty crocodiles that were beaten also howled. But Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan fought very well, but the performance of others was far inferior to theirs. D-level talents themselves are not as powerful as C-level talents. In addition, the attribute crystals they had obtained before were given priority to Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan for use. This also resulted in the attributes of other people not being as high as those of the two. Among them, the one with the highest physical fitness has not exceeded 10 points. Some people's physical attributes remain the same as before. It was no big deal to face those first-level primary monsters before. After all, there were many of them. If a group of people rushed forward, even if there were more than a dozen first-level primary monsters, they would die on the spot. But now facing the bloodthirsty crocodiles that are more numerous than them and stronger than the first-level primary monsters, their weaknesses began to be exposed. Save me! Don't want! Ah! It hurts! It bit my leg! Some people were attacked by bloodthirsty crocodiles. They had never suffered any serious injuries before, so they were suddenly thrown into confusion. Some turned and tried to run. As a result, one of his legs was bitten by a bloodthirsty crocodile. The next second, it swung wildly, and with a snap, half of its leg disappeared. This is good now. I can't run away even if I want to. True tragedy. Luo Chen, who was hiding behind a rock, happened to glance over there, and said silently after seeing this scene. So, bad teammates are really bad. Chapter 18. Lake Shore. The green light finally fell. At this moment, the light was already very bright and it was difficult to see what was inside. Luo Chen's intuition told him that he needed to wait. He turned his head and looked to the other side. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. I thought the situation was so bad that this group of people were definitely doomed. But I didn't expect. These guys are surprisingly good. He actually killed the 20 or 30 bloodthirsty crocodiles on the opposite side. Certainly. They also paid an extremely heavy price. Out of more than a dozen people, only 5 were left. And they were all injured. Even people as powerful as Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan were still injured when facing the large number of bloodthirsty crocodiles that had no idea what fear was. But Lu Yuan didn't care. His talent allows him to prevent his injuries from getting worse as long as he keeps his feet on the ground, and they may even recover slowly. Although the speed is very slow. But it's better than having to worry about wound infection after getting injured, right? After simply bandaging the wound with clothes, Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan looked viciously at the culprit of everything, Han Xiaoa. Yes. This woman actually survived. Certainly. This is not because of how strong she is. It was entirely because she shamelessly hid at the back, and even at the critical moment she helped her companion next to her, making the other person her scapegoat. Even so, she lost an arm. It was bitten off by a bloodthirsty crocodile. The large amount of blood loss had made Han Xiaoa a little dizzy, but she tied the upper end of the wound with a belt in time to prevent more blood from flowing out. Even so, she also felt that she couldn't even stand up. It feels like a kaleidoscope of events is about to begin. At this time, Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan came over aggressively. Han Xiaoa didn't even see the two of them clearly. Damn idiot! Lu Yuan held a knife in his hand and chopped off Han Xiaoa's head with one stroke. The beautiful head fell from the shoulders and rolled down. Zhang Lang looked at him with some surprise. But this was what he wanted to do. Now that Lu Yuan had done it in advance, Zhang Lang naturally would not say anything to blame Lu Yuan. At this time, Lu Yuan, who killed Han Xiaoa, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He hid it very well. It was not noticed by Zhang Lang who was beside him. There's actually such a thing. Lu Yuan was shocked, and then he suddenly realized something as if he understood something. Let's go and see what that thing is. At this time, Zhang Lang on the side also said. Lu Yuan nodded, and then the two of them strode towards the lake shore. As for the remaining 2 people, they were too badly injured and were no longer eligible to participate in the distribution of treasures. Lake shore. The ball of green light was now floating about half a meter above the ground, flashing a beautiful green light. Zhang Lang and Lu Yuan came here. The two tried to touch the light, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. Not yet. There's a barrier preventing us from getting any closer. Lu Yuan shook his head and said. Then wait a little longer. Zhang Lang said this and simply sat down. He then looked at the wound on his abdomen with a grimace, obviously in great pain. Lu Yuan glanced at him with a flickering look in his eyes. Do you want me to bandage you? He said. Then I'll trouble you. Zhang Lang nodded, as if not giving it much thought. So Lu Yuan took out the gauze and a bottle of iodine that he had found and saved earlier from his brown space backpack, and walked over with these things. Take off your clothes. Lu Yuan said to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang nodded and reached out to unbutton his shirt. At this time, Lu Yuan lowered his head as if he was packing up his things, but in fact, he had quietly taken out a dagger with his other hand. Zhang Lang, don't blame me. This is the only way I can survive in this hellish place. Lu Yuan said silently in his heart. The next second. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Then there was a clang, and a dagger fell to the ground. Zhang Lang stood in front of the fallen Lu Yuan, whose head was bleeding and his entire head was sunken, and his vision was so blurred that he could not see clearly. He looked down at the shallow cut on his arm from an accidental knife cut, grinning grimly. Lu Yuan, do you think you're the only one who wants to kill me? Actually, I've been eyeing you for a long time. Lu Yuan, who was already dying on the ground, wanted to say something. But Zhang Lang didn't give him a chance. Bang! Another heavy hammer came down. Lu Yuan's head was smashed to pieces on the spot. Pooh! Zhang Lang sneered and spat to the side, then bent down and reached out to touch Lu Yuan's space backpack. Just then. Phew! A flash of blood suddenly burst out from Zhang Lang's back. A sharp long knife stabbed him in the back. Pity! Zhang Lang's defense is too strong. Failed to pierce through with one knife. Even so. This blow also caused Zhang Lang to lose a lot of health points instantly. Certainly. Compared to his maximum health of 510 points, this loss of health is nothing. But he was already injured. The health value had already dropped to 427 points. Plus this sudden attack. His health has dropped below 400 points. What terrified Zhang Lang even more was. He was actually poisoned. Status, mildly hungry, moderately fatigued, poisoned, HP minus 2 points per second. Fatigue value, 51%. Hunger value, 33%. When did I get poisoned? Zhang Lang subconsciously looked at the guy who attacked him. You despicable BD! You actually put poison on the knife. Zhang Lang said angrily. Luo Chen, who retreated after hitting the target with one strike, was also confused after hearing Zhang Lang's roar. Poisoning? But I don't have any poison at all. Luo Chen did not poison anyone. The person who poisoned was actually Lu Yuan. The person who knows you best is either your enemy or your companion. Lu Yuan knew Zhang Lang quite well. Therefore, he was very clear that if they fought with real weapons, he might not be Zhang Lang's opponent. Even if he relied on a sneak attack, with Zhang Lang's thick health bar and strong defense, he couldn't cause much damage to him. In some ways, endless killing feels like a game, but in other ways it's completely different from a real game. But in terms of damage calculation, it is more in between the two. In a normal game, damage is naturally attack minus defense. If the attack is insufficient, 1 point of health will be forcibly deducted. But endless killing game is different. Its damage calculation method is very complex and closer to the real situation. First of all, it is correct to deduct defense from attack. This is indeed part of the basis for its damage calculation, but not all. Secondly, it depends on what weapon you are using. For a sharp blade, it depends on whether it is sharp enough. For blunt weapons, it depends on the weight, striking surface, etc. The second is the key point. Yes, everyone has vital parts, such as a certain vital part of a man. In this respect, the endless killing game is no different from reality. Attacks on vital points will cause extremely high damage. It's not just 1 or 2 times. As long as the damage caused is significant, more than 10 times is normal. But the prerequisite is, you can break the defense. It's not difficult to know whether you can break through the defense. Just look at your strength attribute and the opponent's physical defense attribute. As long as the physical defense attribute is 5 times the opponent's strength attribute, the defense will not be broken at all. If the defense cannot be broken, all of the above will not be true. That is to say, first you have to break the defense, and secondly you have to find the vital points to attack. Certainly. For someone like Luo Yuan, poisoning is also acceptable. Chapter 19. But the higher the physical fitness, the higher the poison resistance. Some poisons, even if they are effective at first, will soon become immune to the body. The effect won't last long. Zhang Lang's physical defense attribute is very high. With a physique of 51, his physical defense base reaches 51 points. Plus the effects of passive skills. Physical defense directly reached 66 points. But whether it is Luo Yuan or Luo Chen, their strength attributes all exceed 13 points. So, can break defense. Luo Chen's previous blow was a secondary attack on the vital points. Unfortunately, it did not pierce Zhang Lang's heart. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to chop off at least 200 of his health points with one blow. It will also cause continuous blood loss. If he doesn't receive treatment as soon as possible, Zhang Lang will die in the end. Luo Chen's original plan was to stab this guy in the heart and then run away immediately. Wait until he loses all his blood, then come back. After all, it's not like Luo Chen hadn't seen how fierce this guy was before. That strength and physique are absolutely ridiculously high. Therefore, Luo Chen never intended to confront the other party head-on from the beginning. However, he didn't expect that his knife didn't penetrate the object. It only went in a little bit before he ran out of strength. But, poisoned? So this guy is now poisoned? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Then he rushed up again. You still dare to come? Zhang Lang was already in a state of poisoning, and now seeing that the guy who dared to attack him dared to come up, he immediately became furious. Die! Zhang Lang roared and swung the heavy hammer in his hand. But Luo Chen is not stupid. Of course, he would not go head-to-head with Zhang Lang, whose strength attribute far exceeded his own. Luo Chen relied on his speed, which far exceeded Zhang Lang's, to fly like a kite with Zhang Lang. Although this guy has extremely high strength and physical attributes. But the other properties are very general. It can even be described as terrible. When Luo Chen activated the sprint mode, his agility reached 27.2, and he ran much faster than even a cheetah. Zhang Lang, the short-legged guy, could only watch helplessly as Luo Chen rushed up and stabbed him from time to time. Apart from that, he could do nothing. Ah! This made Zhang Lang very angry. This was the first time he encountered such a disgusting way of playing. The key is, he was poisoned. You lose 2 health points per second. Even if he has a lot of health points, he can't withstand such a loss. 2 points per second means 120 points per minute. Not to mention. And Luo Chen would come up and stab him from time to time. Although the blood loss each time is not much. But including the loss from poisoning, Zhang Lang lost more than 200 health points in 1 minute. Seeing that his health points were only a little over 100 points left. At this time, Zhang Lang was really panicked. The shadow of death began to hang over him. Zhang Lang wanted to run away. But he had short legs and couldn't run away at all. He wanted to find an opportunity to hit Luo Chen once. As long as he hit him once, he believed that with his strength attribute, he could definitely beat the opponent half-crippled, or even kill him instantly. Pity. Luo Chen didn't give him this opportunity. But Luo Chen was no longer able to maintain his sprinting state at this time. 60 mana points have been used up. 2 skills exhausted his mana. But even so, his agility of 16 points is still much faster than Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang still couldn't hit him. Ah! Damn BD! If you have the guts, just stop and fight me face to face. The helpless and furious Zhang Lang could only talk nonsense. Pity. Luo Chen didn't buy it at all. He is not a fool. At this moment, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly caught sight of a dagger on the ground over there. Yes. This guy was poisoned. Although he thought it was Luo Chen who poisoned him, Luo Chen knew it wasn't him. So it's obvious who poisoned her, right? It's the guy who just died. And this dagger fell out of that guy's hand. This is a poisoned dagger. The moment Luo Chen thought of this, he rushed forward and picked up the dagger. Poisoned dagger. Quality, white. Strength +1. Toxin damage +20. It's an ordinary dagger, but who put poison on it? The dagger was just an ordinary white dagger, but someone smeared poison on it, so it became a poisoned dagger. Luo Chen was not sure what the effect of 20 poison damage was. But looking at the furious look on the face of this big guy in front of me, I know that the effect must be good. So the next second, the moment Luo Chen rushed forward, he immediately changed to the poisoned dagger and stabbed Zhang Lang in the back. The life value taken away by this knife itself is extremely limited, far less effective than Luo Chen's original green long knife. But the toxin damage mentioned above is surprisingly effective. Zhang Lang glanced at his own condition at this time. He almost suffocated and vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. Status: mildly hungry, moderately fatigued, poisoned, HP -4 points per second. Fatigue value: 55%. Hunger value: 33%. No, why did it double? Luo Chen couldn't see the effects of Zhang Lang's poisoning, but he could see the changes in Zhang Lang's expression. From his expression as if he had eaten shit, it was not difficult to tell that the knife he just used was indeed very effective. Then, having gained the upper hand, Luo Chen continued to use the same tricks. The powerless and furious Zhang Lang had no other way to deal with Luo Chen except to let his fatigue value continue to rise. Soon, the poisoning effect on Zhang Lang has reached the point where he loses 10 health points per second. The good news is, it's not going up anymore. The bad news is, Zhang Lang's health is almost gone. The last 22 health points. Zhang Lang has given up struggling. He dropped the sledgehammer in his hand and sat on the ground with a dejected look on his face. Then he just watched quietly as his last 22 health points plummeted at a rate of 10 points per second. Is this giving up? Luo Chen looked at Zhang Lang, who suddenly dropped his weapon and sat down on the ground, and couldn't help but think. 2 seconds later, Zhang Lang only had 2 points of health left. He suddenly looked at Luo Chen in front of him and roared, "I will wait for you in hell." Luo Chen dug his ears, looking at him expressionlessly. A second later, bang! Zhang Lang fell down heavily with his eyes open. The health value is cleared. Luo Chen hadn't breathed a sigh of relief yet when several reminders rang in his ears. Ding! Kill the target and get 10% of the target's attribute value as a reward. You have gained Strength +5, Constitution +5, Agility +0, Spirit +0. Meow meow meow. What? There are rewards for killing people? No. You didn't say there was such a good thing. Luo Chen looked surprised. But, there's no need to mention the attribute of Jialing 0, right? Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at his strength and constitution attributes. Excluding the speed added by equipment, both attributes have reached 20 points. The health value also increased to 200 points. What a surprise! Chapter 20. So, this guy's physical fitness is 51 points. So doesn't that mean my health is 510 points? Luo Chen suddenly reacted and looked at the corpse in front of him in surprise. Good job! You bloody cow! But no matter how bloody the cow was, it had now turned into a motionless corpse lying on the ground. This also illustrates a point. People should not be too biased. When evaluating your ability, people never look at what you are best at, but what you are worst at. After all, in a real battle, no one would rush into a head-on fight with you. People will look for ways to exploit your weaknesses and attack you. You'd better have a way to deal with it at this time. Otherwise, the corpse on the ground is a bloody example. Brother Zhang. Young Master Lu? How's the situation over there? At this time, Luo Chen also heard the movement coming from behind him. I almost forgot there are 2 more injuries. A fierce look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. A moment later, accompanied by 2 screams. Finally, Luo Chen was the only one left alive at the scene. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, Luo Chen didn't have time to deal with the corpses of the bloodthirsty crocodiles. After gathering the materials found on the dead people into a pile, he quickly returned to the lakeshore. At this time, the green light ball that triggered the entire incident. It finally revealed its true face. A box. Luo Chen looked in surprise at what was revealed after the light faded. It turned out to be a wooden box that was big enough to fit an adult. The box is made of wood with metal edges only. There is an emerald sparkling with green light at the front opening of the box. It looks dazzling and very eye-catching. Is this considered an airdrop treasure chest? Luo Chen thought to himself. While reaching out and groping, looking for a way to open the box. A moment later. Snap! As soon as Luo Chen touched the green gem on the front of the treasure chest with one hand, he heard the sound of a mechanism opening, and then the lid of the treasure chest in front of him slowly opened automatically. As the box opened, a brilliant green light bloomed inside the box. Moment. The box lid is fully open. The light in the box gradually dissipated. Some things were revealed inside the box. There are a lot of good things. Luo Chen looked inside, then took out the things in the box one by one and put them in order. First up is a pair of shoes. It looks like a pair of sneakers from an unknown brand, pure white, and looks pretty good. It's just not very resistant to dirt. Exquisite sneakers. Quality, green. Agility +5. It just so happened that Luo Chen changed the pair of white shoes on his feet. I changed directly into this pair of green quality sneakers. The agility attribute directly increased to 20 points. Then there's a box. The box was opened and inside was a stack of banknotes. Kill coin. Value, 10. So this is the killing coin? Luo Chen counted with surprise. There are 10 in total, but all of them are worth 10 yuan. 100 yuan? After putting away the hard-earned 100 killing coins, Luo Chen looked at the third item. This is a pair of pants that look like black sweatpants. It was packed in a clear plastic bag. After unpacking it and taking it out, it turned out to be a pair of sweatpants without a trademark. Durable sweatpants. Quality, green. Constitution +3. Agility +2. Yes, good stuff. Since there was no one else around, Luo Chen simply took off his original pants and put on these. The fourth item is 4 boxes of mineral water. 24 bottles per case. All are in 500 ml bottles. It just so happened that the drinking water Luo Chen had collected before was running out. Now that we have these 4 big boxes of mineral water, we don't have to worry about drinking water problems for some time to come. And there is a lake next to it. For other daily water needs, you can use the lake water here. Even if there is no drinking water, you can boil the lake water and drink it. Certainly. It must be boiled first. God knows if there are some unknown parasites in it. The fifth and final item. That's a green skill crystal. New skills? Luo Chen picked up the skill crystal and immediately chose to use it. The next second. With a bang, the skill crystal in his hand shattered, turning into countless green light spots that gathered into Luo Chen's body. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Physical Fitness. On the character panel, the skill column that originally only had the skill of sprinting finally had a second skill. Name, Luo Chen. HP, 280/280. Mana, 60/60ths. Status, mildly hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value, 56%. Hunger value, 39%. Strength, 20+5. Constitution, 20+8. Agility, 15+7. Spirit, 6. Physical defense, 20+8. Elemental resistance, 6. Innate ability, endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by 1 every day. Active skill, Speed LV.5. Passive skill, Physical Fitness LV.1. Physical Fitness Level 1. Grade, Green. Passively increases physical attributes by 5 points. Green grade skills have a normal level cap of 5. Level 1 Physical Fitness is equivalent to a green quality equipment, which directly increases Luo Chen's physical attributes by 5 points. Passive skill. Not bad at all. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. He still likes the passive skill very much, at least it doesn't have to continue to increase the burden on his pitiful mana. The level 5 sprint skill itself already makes Luo Chen's mana far from enough. If there is another green quality skill that consumes more mana, then Luo Chen will probably be in an awkward situation where he has skills but cannot use them. In the final analysis, his mana is still too low. Improving spiritual attributes is already an urgent matter. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We don't have time today. Luo Chen glanced at the time on the small map. It's already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, almost 4:30. It would take him about half an hour to get back to Killing Town number 10,087. Night comes early in the killing ground. Basically it starts to get dark around 5 p.m. By 5:30, it was completely dark. At that point, it would be dangerous to continue staying in the wild. The 108 people who died last night are the best example. Chapter 21. Lake Shore. It was already 4:37 in the afternoon. Luo Chen is counting his final harvest. Before my eyes was a pile of things left behind by those who had died. This includes 3 space backpacks. They are all green quality space backpacks that are exactly the same as the one Luo Chen is wearing, with 3 compartments of 1 cubic meter of space inside. There were also a lot of things in these 3 backpacks, mostly food and drinks, or medical supplies. Equipment. Apart from the green quality sledgehammer used by the Blood Bowl, there is only a green quality longsword. The owner of the sword is the unlucky guy who failed to launch a successful sneak attack and instead had his head smashed. Apart from that, the rest are all white quality equipment. Mostly weapons. Luo Chen can't use it either. But among them is a white quality shield. Although the attribute only adds 1 point of constitution, it is at least a proper shield, much better than the cabinet door that Luo Chen has been using. Needless to say, just put it on. The rest are useless. Not even 1 or 2 skill upgrade stones were left for Luo Chen. Probably used it up himself. What a waste. The last word is the attribute crystallization left behind after the death of the bloodthirsty crocodiles. A total of 29. 22 power crystals. 5 physical crystals. Unexpectedly, the remaining 2 were of spiritual attributes. Needless to say, Luo Chen, who was short of mana, consumed it directly. Spirit +2. Those physical and strength attributes are useless. Luo Chen put them all into one of the compartments in his space backpack, together with those equally useless blank equipment. Maybe it will come in handy later. It was getting late, and after counting the harvest, Luo Chen began to return towards Killing Town number 10,087. There was little delay along the way. Even if he encountered a monster, Luo Chen would take a detour to avoid wasting time and not being able to return to the town before dark. Around 5 p.m. The sky in the killing ground was gradually getting dark. Luo Chen also returned to the west gate of the town before dark. Enter the town through the west gate. As soon as Luo Chen came in, he found that the atmosphere here was a little strange. On the wide road ahead, two groups of people were confronting each other. One group of people looked exhausted, and it was obvious that they were just like Luo Chen, who had just rushed back from outside. The clothes of the other group of people appeared to be cleaner and tidier, with not even a speck of dirt on their shoes. It was obvious that they had rarely left this town. At this time, the two groups had obviously fought each other, and both sides suffered injuries, but overall it was the people on the opposite side who were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes who suffered the loss. There were more than a dozen people injured, and some even fell to the ground and looked like they were about to die. Murder! Someone is killing someone here. A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s across the street was shouting at the top of her lungs. Judging from her clothes, she was obviously from a wealthy family before she came to the killing ground. She was covered in jewelry and exuded nobility. But at this time, the old lady sat down on the ground, rolling around like a shrew and shouting murder, which soon attracted a lot of people to watch. Shut up! A young woman in her 20s opposite scolded fiercely. But the aunt didn't show any sign of stopping. She continued to shout at the top of her lungs and cried with tears and snot. The other people on the aunt's side also accused the young woman and made all kinds of personal attacks. The angry woman wanted to take action several times, but was held back by her companions. Dude, what happened? A few people who had just returned to the town also looked curious when they saw this scene. One of them even asked Luo Chen, who was standing nearby, what was going on. I just got here too, so I don't know much. Luo Chen shook his head and said. At this moment, a buddy who was also watching the excitement in front turned around and said to them, remember those people who blocked people at the 4 entrances and exits yesterday evening? Several people nodded. How could they not remember? Yesterday, they were extorted of a lot of supplies by those bastards. It's the same group this time, but there are more of them than yesterday. The guy smiled and said, those guys in front came back before you. This group asked them to hand over half of their supplies, saying it's to show care for the elderly and children in the town. Bah! Hearing this, the guy who had just pulled Luo Chen to ask questions spat on the ground and said with disdain, bullshit, caring for the elderly and children, how can they be like elderly people and children at all? The guy who helped explain also smiled and agreed with what was said. The so-called care for the elderly and children is nothing more than some polite words and slogans shouted out to others. Who, except a fool, would really believe that the supplies they extorted were to help the elderly and children? Didn't it all end up in their own stomachs? Did they just take action? Luo Chen pointed at the injured people and asked the guy. Yes, we did fight one, the buddy nodded and said, you saw it too. There were more people on the other side, but they never left the town, and their stats are still the same as at the beginning. So even though there are more people, we don't actually have an advantage. I'm confused. The same guy from before said, looking puzzled. These idiots dare to fight others, so why don't they dare leave town? As long as they don't go too far, I don't think the danger level outside is high. Really? Maybe it's a benefit for newbies. Anyway, the environment around Killing Town is not particularly bad now. The monsters that appear are basically all ones they can deal with. Even if you can't do it alone, you can form a team and get a group of people to act together. That's what many people do. Everyone is living well, only a few unlucky guys, or those who are too greedy, lose their lives. Who knows what they're thinking? Maybe it's what they call outsiders fighting outside, but experts fighting inside. The guy in front of me sneered and said. Obviously, he was very disdainful of this group of people. At this time, more and more people are gathering at the west gate. As it got darker, many people hurried back to the town. As a result, I encountered this situation as soon as I arrived. All of a sudden, those with bad tempers couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao! Are you guys really going to die? You want to eat, right? Come on, eat! A guy simply opened a bag of thumb bread and poured it on the ground. He even stepped on it with his muddy shoes and let the guys across from him eat it. Young man, is this what your parents taught you? A middle-aged man wearing glasses scolded seriously. Do you understand what it means to respect the elderly and cherish the young? Everyone is facing difficulties now, why don't you young people know how to suffer first? If you only care about enjoying yourself, then what future does this world have? Think about it, when you are old, and the young people of your generation don't care about your life or death, what are you going to do then? Wow, this guy has so much to say. Pity. Young people nowadays don't buy into this at all. Chapter 22. I'm going to FG die. Someone with a bad temper went up and gave the guy a big slap. I was stunned for a moment. Suffering? Why the hell don't you go and suffer? Are you expecting us young ones to suffer for you? Why do all the good things always happen to you? I'm also blanched. Get out of the way. After kicking the other person to the ground, the hot-tempered young man rushed forward with a 2-meter-long sword. When the others saw this, they also followed with weapons in hand. Their ferocious looks scared the pampered guys on the opposite side, and they all got out of the way immediately. They dared to take action before, but that was because the group of people did not take out weapons and were quite restrained in their actions. But the group of people in front of me looked like evil spirits. He looks like he wants to kill you. How dare they stop me? A farce ended. Luo Chen and the others also returned to their respective safe houses. And the group of people from before never dared to come out and cause trouble again. At first they thought they had more people and could bully those with fewer people. But it turned out that they obviously overestimated their own strength. A group of people with an average attribute of 4 or 5 points want to blackmail a group of people with an attribute value of more than 10 points. And they don't even dare to step out of the small town, and their awakened talents are very poor. It's either E level or F level. Not even a D class one in sight. How to play? Seeing that things were hopeless, these people dispersed unwillingly. Luo Chen didn't care whether these parasites would go hungry tonight, nor did he care how many of them dared to leave the town to plunder supplies tomorrow. A bunch of trash who don't even have 10 attribute points. Not worthy of being taken seriously by him. After all, if the attribute value is less than 10 points, you won't get any benefit even if you kill it. Night is falling. The second day of arriving at the killing ground passed. Inside the safe house, Luo Chen took out some food and drinks and sat in the empty restaurant to eat. At the same time, he opened the regional chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. Is there any useful information to collect? I found a few buckets of instant noodles in an abandoned convenience store today. They taste so good when I'm hungry. I envy those who have instant noodles to eat, unlike me, who can only gnaw on a few pieces of cold bread. Does anyone have extra water? I can trade it for instant noodles. I'll trade with you. I found a half-opened carton of mineral water today, but there's only water and no food. I'm starving. By the way, have you spotted any new monsters today? Our team discovered a group of elite hard-skin zombies about 12 kilometers to the east. They're tougher than regular hard-skin zombies. They're also much stronger. They're also intermediate level, first-tier monsters. Our team did see a herd of hard-skinned rhinos about 11 kilometers to the north. They were a high-level, first-order beast. Our captain had one lured over, but we were completely defeated. You can't beat a high-level tier 1? Your team isn't that strong. You know what? Our captain has a C-level talent, and most of the team has D-level talents, but that hard-skinned rhino is damn tough. Our captain's attacks can only barely break its defense. Are all hard-skinned monsters particularly difficult to kill? That's right. They're all incredibly powerful, and their defense is incredibly high. Did you see any glowing objects in the sky today? Our team saw a green light appear in the sky west of town, and it was descending. You saw it too? I thought we were the only ones there. But all we saw was a blue light, it was just too far away. One of the top students in our team calculated it and said it was at least 30 kilometers away from where we were. So far? What on earth is that? Could it be some treasure? That's very possible, but it could also be a trap deliberately created by some monster to lure us in and then kill us. No, man, don't scare me. We were really trying to get there today, but unfortunately we ran out of time and gave up. We'll see how things go tomorrow. By the way, does anyone have any extra skill upgrade stones? I'd buy them for a good price. No, we don't even have enough people on our team. Although white grade skills can be fully upgraded with just 2 skill upgrade stones, there are too many of us. Now, most people use up the skills they find themselves. Who would keep them to trade with others? Forget it, I'll look for it tomorrow. It seems like no one has any extra skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen didn't speak in the chat channel, but he read almost all the messages without missing a single one. From this perspective, skill upgrade stones are indeed a relatively scarce resource at this stage. Luo Chen had only been thinking about his own situation, but had overlooked the fact that most of the others were acting as a group. If one person uses 2 skill upgrade stones, then 10 people will need 20. Is it possible to find 20 skill upgrade stones in one day? It's not impossible. But the possibility is extremely low. After all, this isn't something that's easy to find either. It is still a relatively scarce resource. After looking at the content in the chat channel for a while, Luo Chen also collected a lot of useful information. For example, more than one team of people saw the airdrop treasure chest in the sky today. Some people even saw blue airdrop treasure chests. It's just that the distance is too far. According to the other party, the blue airdrop treasure chest is at least 40 kilometers away from their killing town number 10,087. It's so far away that it's simply beyond their reach at this stage. And judging from the information shared by everyone, the farther away from the killing town, the greater the probability of encountering higher level monsters. There are basically only wild animals within 5 kilometers around the town. Like a man-eating wild dog. Beyond 5 kilometers, you will encounter first-level low-level monsters such as hard-haired rats and hard-skinned zombies. Beyond a range of 10 kilometers, the monsters encountered gradually became intermediate level or even advanced level monsters. If you are at the intermediate level of the first level, you can still fight. However, once they encounter a first level advanced monster, most of the current humans on Blue Star cannot defeat it. I wonder if the overall strength of their killing town is weak? Or are all the other killing towns similar? In short, Luo Chen has never seen anyone in the town awaken a B-level talent. Certainly. It is also possible that the other party has been hiding his or her shortcomings and has never mentioned them to anyone. Isn't Luo Chen himself like this? He never told anyone about his talent. The next day, Luo Chen woke up early in the morning. He crawled out of his sleeping bag, washed up with clean water and ate something, then he picked up his backpack and went out. A little after 6 o'clock in the morning. It was already daybreak, and quite a few people had gathered in the central square. They all stopped in front of the blood-red obelisk, counting the names on it. Dozens more people died. I counted and there are 51 fewer names than yesterday. Doesn't that mean there are still 841 people alive in our town? It's only the third day, at 841 survivors? Luo Chen looked at the blood-red obelisk silently. Then he turned around and continued towards the west gate of the town. Chapter 23. Physical Fitness Level 2. Grade, Green. Passively increases physical attributes by 10 points. Luo Chen chose to use the green grade physical fitness skill for a skill upgrade today. One reason is that this skill is of a higher level. If you use a skill upgrade stone to upgrade it, you will need a skill upgrade stone of the same green quality. But Luo Chen had never seen that thing before. Another reason is that Luo Chen has too little mana. A level 5 dash requires 30 mana to cast once. If it is upgraded to level 6, it will consume 35 mana points per use. Although the skill effects will get better and better. But Luo Chen really doesn't have that much mana to spend. At this time, the advantages of passive skills are reflected. It doesn't cost any mana. Coming out of the west gate of the killing town, Luo Chen walked all the way west, following the area he had explored 2 days ago on the small map, and arrived at the large lake 10 kilometers away from killing town number 10,087 at the fastest speed. Lake shore. The pile of bodies that was here yesterday has disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of a corpse to be seen. If Luo Chen hadn't been sure that the location was correct, and if there were not a lot of bloodstains on the ground around him, he would really think that he had come to the wrong place. Arriving at the lake shore, Luo Chen first took out a few empty mineral water bottles from his backpack, filled them with lake water, and then placed them together in the same backpack space to avoid mixing them with other drinkable mineral water. He was going to use this water for cleaning later. For example, washing your hands, washing off the dirt on your shoes, and cleaning the attribute crystals dug out from monsters. There was no other water before, Luo Chen always used mineral water. But this is a bit wasteful. Now that we have lake water, there is naturally no need to waste it like this. Opening the regional chat channel, Luo Chen looked at the number of people online in the surrounding area. 6 people. Okay, not a lot. Luo Chen left early today, and he hadn't wasted much time on the way, so it was only a little after 7 in the morning. It's still early, and Luo Chen has plenty of time to explore further areas today. He wanted to go to an area 20 kilometers away to see if he could find an airdrop treasure chest like the one he found yesterday, or perhaps a higher level attribute crystal. The lake is sparkling. From time to time, some giant creatures underwater jumped out of the water, causing large splashes of water. Luo Chen walked around the lake for half a circle and roughly estimated the size of the lake. The diameter should be around 2 kilometers. The area will not exceed 200 meters. This lake is quite large, but unfortunately Luo Chen didn't dare to go into the water. God knows what level of creatures there are, not to mention that Luo Chen can only swim. You can't expect him to fight a bunch of aquatic creatures underwater, right? There is no home field advantage. After bypassing the lake, Luo Chen continued westward. The creatures encountered along the way gradually transformed from the first level primary to the first level intermediate. In the first 5 kilometers, you can still see some first level primary creatures, but after 15 kilometers, you basically can't see creatures of this level anymore. In the area 15 kilometers away, the monster Luo Chen encountered most often was a bloodthirsty wolf. First order intermediate level. And every time they appear in groups. Luo Chen saw it from afar and dodged in advance. He didn't want to try to see if he could fight 10 people at once, or even 20 or 30 people at once. However, this also delayed Luo Chen a lot of time. After all, every time he avoided these bloodthirsty wolves, he always had to take a long detour, which slowed down his progress a lot. A little after 10 a.m. Luo Chen emerged from an abandoned 3-story building. This is part of a complete shopping mall. Luo Chen saw many restaurants on the 3rd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors are basically clothing stores and some shops selling various small accessories. However, these shops looked like no one had visited them for a long time, and the mall was littered with garbage and some black bloodstains. Luo Chen didn't find anything to eat in those restaurants. But it's not a complete failure. At least he found several brand new gas stoves and a box of gas canisters with only a few cans used. Luo Chen checked and found that there was still gas in these gas tanks and they could be used. In addition, there are some pots, pans, tableware and the like. There isn't much else in the restaurant, but there are plenty of tableware. Luo Chen found a few new sets and hid them in his backpack. In addition, I found several men's clothing stores on the first and second floors and found some unopened men's clothing in the warehouse. Although these clothes are not equipment, they have no attributes. But it is enough as daily replacement clothes. Luo Chen picked up a bunch of models that suited his body shape and placed them in several compartments of the second backpack. I'm about 20 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087 now, right? Luo Chen came out of the abandoned shopping mall building, opened the small map and first looked at the distance between himself and the Killing Town. He roughly estimated that it was about 20 kilometers. But today he didn't see any airdrop treasure chest like yesterday. I don't know if this thing is available every day? Or is there a time interval? Certainly. It may also be that Luo Chen was just unlucky today and didn't encounter it. Let's go and keep looking. He closed the mini-map and continued walking further west. Arrived here. Even if Luo Chen opened the regional chat channel, he could not see anyone else online besides himself. Obviously. He had already put a long distance between himself and the others, even the person closest to him was beyond 5 kilometers. Keep going. Luo Chen walked for more than half an hour. The good news is, we didn't encounter many monsters along the way. It saved Luo Chen a lot of time that would have been spent on taking a detour. The bad news is, although I didn't encounter any monsters, I didn't encounter anything else either. At this time, Luo Chen saw from afar that the area ahead seemed to be foggy. But the strange thing is, the foggy area is only a small area. If you look to the side, you will find that there is no fog at all. There is a problem. Luo Chen immediately became extremely alert, walking forward cautiously while keeping an eye on any movement around him. As he got closer, Luo Chen discovered that the foggy area in front of him was not very large. And standing outside, he could also see a shadow that looked like a building appearing deep in the foggy area. Do you want to go in and take a look? Luo Chen was a little hesitant. After all, he didn't know whether there was any danger in here. Chapter 24. Outside the fog that covered an area of 200 to 300 square meters, Luo Chen hesitated for a few minutes before tentatively reaching out to touch the fog in front of him, which seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. There were no problems after contact. The health value did not drop at all. See this? Luo Chen finally chose to go in. If there is a problem, come out immediately. He thought to himself. The area covered by the fog was not large, and Luo Chen saw the building in front of him after walking a few steps. The building is not big, about the size of an ordinary newsstand. On the front is a double door, made of wood, with 2 panes of glass on top, through which a faint light shines. Luo Chen walked forward and pushed the door open with both hands. Welcome to the Misty Inn. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as I can satisfy you, I will definitely do it for you. The layout of this misty little shop is very simple. The only counter is placed directly opposite the door, and behind it stands a funny man wearing sunglasses and festive clothes. The reason why he was said to be funny was that he had deliberately painted 2 round blushes on his face, his lips were also painted red, and there was a touch of white on the tip of his nose. It looks so funny that people can't help but laugh out loud when they see it for the first time. But Luo Chen didn't laugh. The atmosphere in this place is weird right now, and no one knows what's going on with this funny-looking man. When Luo Chen saw the other party for the first time, he thought he had encountered a monster, and subconsciously sent a message to detect it. However, the message he saw made his hair stand on end. Misty Shop Clerk. Grade : Introduction, Official Clerk of the Misty Shop. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Warning. Extremely dangerous. Even these 3 warnings, 3 extreme dangers, made Luo Chen want to turn around and run away. But he still resisted the urge. Such a dangerous guy, if he really wants to harm him, he won't be able to escape. In this case, why not stay and see what's going on? After all, the other person's name is the clerk of the Misty shop. Since it's a shop open for business, it shouldn't harm the customers who come in, right? Shouldn't it? Luo Chen was unsure, but now he was in a difficult situation. I can only go ahead with it. Does the guest need anything? The funny-looking clerk asked with a smile. Luo Chen looked around and asked, "Excuse me, what exactly does your Misty shop sell?" "We sell everything." The clerk continued smiling and said, "As long as it's something you mentioned, and as long as we have it, we can sell it." Subconsciously, Luo Chen wanted to retort, but before he could say anything, he realized that he was not shopping in an ordinary shop. Although the clerk in this Misty shop looked funny and ridiculous. But if we really treat him as an ordinary clerk, who knows what the consequences will be? "Do you have attribute crystals for sale in your store?" Luo Chen thought about it and asked. "Attribute crystals, preferably those of white quality or above. It would be great if I could buy it in this misty little shop." "Yes, sir." The clerk smiled and reached under the counter to pull out a box. When the box was opened, inside were the attribute crystals that Luo Chen needed. Luo Chen picked up one of them and took a look at it. As a result, the next second, he couldn't help but his pupils tremble, and looked at the attribute crystal in his hand with disbelief. Attribute crystal, strength. Quality, gold. After use, it can increase the strength attribute by 32 points, up to 3,200 points. This appears to be a translucent property crystal, with faint golden light spots flickering inside. It looks ordinary, but it turns out to be a golden quality property crystal. One pill can increase attribute value by 32 points. The maximum attribute value that can be increased is 3,200 points. Isn't this too exaggerated? How do you sell this? Luo Chen asked. The original price is 1 million killing coins per piece, but since this is your first time visiting our shop, I can give you a 5% discount. You can take it away now for only 950,000. The clerk replied with a smile. Good, good, good. A good one only costs 950,000. Forget about 950,000, I don't even have 500 on me. Forget it, I can't afford it. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, then put the golden attribute crystal back. Although he wanted to take it away directly, he considered the consequences of doing so. Luo Chen chose to put it back in the box. Do you have something more ordinary? I can't afford the expensive ones. Luo Chen pushed the box back and asked. Yes, sir. The clerk didn't show any impatience at all. After putting away the box in front of him containing a dozen golden attribute crystals, he took out a new box. This box looks exactly the same as the previous one. But after opening it, what was placed inside was the white quality attribute crystal that Luo Chen was very familiar with. How much is this? Luo Chen picked up a spiritual crystal and asked. His strength, physique, and agility attributes are now maxed out, and the only thing missing is his mental attribute. 100 killing coins each. The clerk smiled. So expensive? Luo Chen felt his pocket. He only had 100 killing coins in his pocket. He thought that this would be enough to buy a few, maybe even 10. I never expected that there was only enough money to buy one. By the way, do you recycle attribute crystals here? Luo Chen suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly. Of course. Our shop can recycle any valuable items. The clerk smiled and nodded in response. Then how much do you charge for this kind of property crystal? Luo Chen took out an attribute crystal from his backpack and placed it on the counter. The clerk took a look and replied, "This is a white attribute crystal. We're buying it back for 20 slaughter coins. Do you want to buy it back?" "How many?" Luo Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "It's 20, sir." The clerk confirmed with a smile. "Luo Chen. No, your little shop in the mist is a black shop, right? It costs 100 to sell it, but only 20 for recycling? A five-fold difference. Can't you have a little more?" Luo Chen asked without giving up. The clerk just smiled and shook his head. "Obviously. No negotiation. You really don't even give me any room for bargaining, right?" Luo Chen sighed. Then he took out all the attribute crystals in his backpack. "Recycle all of these." He didn't want to sell it so cheaply. But if he doesn't sell it now, these attribute crystals that he can no longer use will have no other use to him. "Exchange with others?" "Yes, you can. But how can you guarantee that they won't kill or rob? In this land of killing, where is safe? The person who was smiling at you in the last second may take out a knife and stab you in the kidney in the next second." Chapter 25. So, after much deliberation, Luo Chen decided to sell these attribute crystals to the Misty shop. They are a bit shady, but at least they won't kill or rob. A total of 144 pieces, 2,880 killing coins. If the customer is okay with this, then that's the settlement. The clerk quickly counted the items and gave a reasonable price. 2,880 killing coins were enough for Luo Chen to go back and upgrade his safe house, with a lot left over. Really? The Misty shop is a bit shady, but they really pay you. After receiving 2,880 kill coins, Luo Chen chose to keep 1,000 kill coins to upgrade the safe house, leaving him with 1,880 kill coins. Oh, no. It was 1980 kill coins, because Luo Chen also had 100 in his pocket to add. What can I buy with 1980 killing coins? Luo Chen first bought 7 white spiritual attribute crystals. Spent 700 kill coins. There were still 1,280 killing coins left, so Luo Chen asked the clerk at the mist shop if he had any skill crystals for sale. "Yes, sir." The clerk immediately took out another box. When the box was opened, there were indeed 2 rows of 12 white skill crystals. "How much is this?" Luo Chen asked. "It's also 100 kill coins." The clerk smiled. "Is the skill crystal also 100? This surprised Luo Chen. He thought the skill crystal would be more expensive. The price in his mind was actually 500 killing coins, but he didn't expect that the mist shop would not be so black this time. In this case, Luo Chen's 1,280 killing coins can completely buy 12 skill crystals. The skills that skill crystals unlock are all random, right? Luo Chen said to the clerk. The clerk nodded. "Do you have skill crystals in your store that can clearly identify which skill it is?" "Random, that is, luck. If you are lucky, you may get the right skills. But if you are unlucky, the skills you get may be of no use at all." What Luo Chen wants most now is the passive skill. Because passive skills do not consume mana and can take effect at the same time. That's why he asked the clerk if they had any skill crystals specifically for a certain skill for sale. "Yes, guest." The clerk nodded, then replaced the box with another one and placed it on the counter. "These are the skill crystals that meet your requirements, but they are a bit more expensive." The clerk said. "How much?" Luo Chen asked hurriedly. If it's too expensive, he would rather take a gamble on his luck. 500 killing coins each. The clerk said. 500? That's not so bad. Luo Chen thought. In a random situation, Luo Chen couldn't guarantee that he would be able to get the skill he wanted by using 5 skill crystals. Therefore, it is quite cost-effective to spend 500 kill coins to buy a skill crystal that clearly knows what skill it is. I need the skill crystal for my passive skill. Luo Chen said to the clerk. These are them. The clerk pointed to these in the box. Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at him deeply. He seriously suspected that this clerk could read his mind and know what he was thinking. Certainly. It could also be that the Misty Shop is so magical that the clerk can change the type of goods in the box with just a thought. As for why we had to take it up and down before? Maybe it's the sense of ritual? Picking up a skill crystal, Luo Chen checked its information. Skill crystal. Quality, white. This is a specially treated skill crystal. After using it, you can gain the passive skill, natural strength. As expected, it was a skill crystal that could clearly indicate which skill could be unlocked. The passive skill that Luo Chen had in his hand was obviously related to strength. He guessed that it might be similar to his own physical fitness skills. Certainly. Physical fitness skills are of green quality and are one level higher in quality. Putting the skill crystal of natural strength aside first, Luo Chen continued to select other skill crystals in the box. A moment later, Luo Chen has already chosen the 2 skill crystals he wants to buy. One is the innate super strength skill mentioned above. The other one was a skill called energetic that Luo Chen guessed was related to mental attributes. To take these 2 skill crystals, Luo Chen paid 1000 kill coins. Give me 2 more skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen pushed out another 200. The clerk smiled and handed over 2 white quality skill upgrade stones. This thing is also 100 pieces. Compared to the random skill crystals, Luo Chen felt that this skill upgrade stone was a bit expensive for the same price of 100 kill coins. But there is no way, because people can't bargain. Is there anything else the guest needs? The clerk asked. Luo Chen shook his head. He only had 1080 kill coins left, 1000 of which he had to keep for upgrading the safe house, and 80 kill coins could not buy anything in the Misty Shop. The cheapest things here are all worth 80 kill coins. So. Wait a moment. The clerk was about to say something when he was interrupted by Luo Chen. Do you recycle these too? Luo Chen took out a bunch of white quality equipment from his backpack. He almost forgot before. Recycled, guest. The clerk said with a smile. The price of white quality equipment recycled in the Mist Shop is still 20 killing coins per piece. And the selling price is 100 kill coins. Same as attribute crystallization. Luo Chen recovered 19 pieces of white quality equipment, leaving only a white quality shield. The rest of the equipment on his body were all green quality. The total is 380 killing coins, please keep it. Luo Chen directly stuffed 20 into the account, which was exactly 400 killing coins, and bought 4 white skill upgrade stones. So. The only kill coins he has left are 1060. Bought 7 attribute crystals, 2 specially treated skill crystals, and 6 skill upgrade stones. The consumption this time is 2300 killing coins. Is there a discount? Luo Chen asked the clerk. Yes, I can give you a 5% discount. The clerk handed over 115 kill coins with a smile. Luo Chen put away the 15 and pushed the 100 back. He took away another skill upgrade stone. There will be no discount this time. But it's only $5. Luo Chen said that he is already a wealthy man with a net worth of over 1,000 yuan and doesn't care about the mere $5. Chapter 26. Coming out of the Misty Shop, Luo Chen turned around and looked at the shop behind him. Mark it, and save up some attribute crystals or something later, and come back to spend it then. Luo Chen silently made a mark on the small map, preparing to come back next time. Really? Consumption is addictive. Certainly. The prerequisite is that you have to have money. Luo Chen was originally a rich man. But now he is almost a pauper. After walking out of the foggy area, Luo Chen first took out the 7 spiritual crystals and swallowed them. The mental attribute immediately soared by 7 points, reaching 15 points. Next, the white quality attribute crystals are useless. No matter what their attributes are, they can all be brought to the Misty shop for recycling. Then there are 2 special skill crystals. Luo Chen used them one by one. Gained 2 new skills. Born with great strength and energetic. Opening the character panel, Luo Chen looked at the introduction of the 2 new skills. Natural Strength LV.1. Grade, White. Passively increases strength attribute by 3 points. Energetic Level 1. Grade, White. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 3 points. It can be seen that there is still a big gap between white skills and green skills. Level 1 Physical Fitness can increase Luo Chen's physical attribute by 5 points. However, the 2 skills of Natural Strength and Vigor at level 1 can only add 3 attribute points. This is still level 1, the gap will only be greater after upgrading. Not to mention, the upper limit of the white skill level is only level 3. But the green skill is level 5. But this upper limit is of no use to Luo Chen. Anyway, no matter what level of skills, he can upgrade them continuously without limit. Taking out the 7 skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen used 3 on the Natural Giant Strength skill, and the other 4 were all used on the Energetic skill. No way! He is short of mana. After upgrading, one of the 2 skills reached level 4 and the other reached level 5. The effect is also improved several times. Natural Strength LV.4. Grade, White. Passively increases strength attribute by 12 points. Energetic LV.5. Grade, White. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 15 points. The effects of the 2 skills have surpassed the physical fitness of level 2. Luo Chen opened the character panel again. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Name, Luo Chen. HP, 340/340. Mana, 300/300. Status, mildly hungry, slightly tired. Fatigue value, 33%. Hunger value, 31%. Strength, 20 + 5 + 12. Constitution, 20 + 4 + 10. Agility, 15 + 7. Spirit, 15 + 15. Physical defense, 20 + 14. Elemental resistance, 15 + 15. Innate ability, Endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by 1 every day. Active skill, Speed LV.5. Passive skills, Physical Fitness LV.2, Natural Strength LV.4, Vigorous Energy LV.5. My mana has finally broken through 3 digits. Luo Chen was relieved to see that his mana had reached 300 points. Now, the level 5 sprint skill can be used 10 times. You will no longer encounter the embarrassing situation of running out of mana after using it once or twice. The combat effectiveness has skyrocketed. I really came to the right place to visit this Misty shop. Luo Chen's face was full of bright smiles. Around 12 noon. Luo Chen shook off the blood on the saber in his hand and looked at the corpses around him. Let's eat something first. Touching his hungry stomach, Luo Chen turned and walked to the side, then took out biscuits, bread and other things from his backpack and started eating them with mineral water. I just ate something casually at noon, mainly because it was not very convenient to fire in the wild. Luo Chen took more than 10 minutes to finish his meal quickly, and ended his lunch after his hunger level dropped back to around 10%. He stood up and brushed the dust off his butt. Luo Chen walked up to the corpses of the bloodthirsty wolves in front of him, cut open the abdomen of the corpses with the saber in his hand, and then skillfully picked out an attribute crystal. Reach out and catch it. After his strength increased, Luo Chen also began to look for smaller numbers of bloodthirsty wolves to hunt. After all, the bloodthirsty wolf is a first-level intermediate monster, and its strength is much stronger than those of the first-level primary monsters. Even though Luo Chen's strength has increased a lot, he doesn't dare to look for those wolves gathered together in groups of 20 or 30. However, if you can't defeat 20 or 30 of them, there should be no problem at all if you have 5 or 6 of them. So Luo Chen specifically looked for these smaller wolf packs to hunt. I came out of the Misty shop around 11 o'clock and it's now past 12 o'clock. During this 1 hour, Luo Chen killed more than 10 bloodthirsty wolves one after another. Obtained a lot of attribute crystals. Pity. Although the bloodthirsty wolf is a first-level intermediate monster, the attribute crystals nurtured in its body are still of white quality. If you want to find more valuable green quality attribute crystals, you still have to go further away from the killing town and hunt those high-level first-level or even second-level monsters. Luo Chen spent the entire afternoon searching for smaller packs of bloodthirsty wolves in the wilderness. From around 12 noon to around 4 p.m. After 4 hours of hard work, they got 49 attribute crystals, some materials found in abandoned buildings, and white quality equipment. There is quite a lot of supplies. Luo Chen discovered that the further away from the killing town he went, the more supplies he could find. This seems to be some kind of pattern. As for equipment, there are not many pieces. Moreover, none of them could be used by Luo Chen, so he could only return them to the Misty shop in exchange for some killing coins. It's almost time to go back. Luo Chen stopped and looked at the time. It was already 4:12 in the afternoon. And it would take him quite some time to get back. By the time we got back to Killing Town number 10,087, it was almost 5 o'clock and it was getting dark. Around 5 p.m. Darkness gradually enveloped the land. Luo Chen returned to the Killing Town before it got completely dark. Coming in from the west gate, he noticed a lot of bloodstains on the ground that had not yet dried, and even traces of a corpse being dragged. Is this a dead person? Luo Chen frowned. If possible, he still doesn't want murder to happen in the town. This means that the town will no longer be safe at all. Although it wasn't very safe before, at least everyone maintained superficial harmony. And Luo Chen knew that killing people had its benefits. Who knows, those people might be addicted to killing, and if they do, they might stage a bloody massacre in the town, which would be troublesome. Chapter 27. Luo Chen quickly returned to his safe house. On the way, he met many people. The atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. Some people were even sitting on the ground in the square, discussing some things that happened during the day. But Luo Chen felt that this was just a surface phenomenon, and in fact there was an undercurrent surging in secret. At this point, you can tell something from the messages sent by some people in the regional chat channel. Before, everyone would wait until it got dark and share some of the information they discovered during the day in the chat channel. Such as what types of monsters are lurking in which places, what supplies have been looted today, etc. But today, almost no one discusses these topics anymore. Everyone was talking about meaningless things, and some people were even driving openly in the chat channel. The atmosphere seemed quite harmonious, but in fact it exposed some changes in the hearts of the people in the town. Before, everyone was willing to share some of the information they knew. He looks like he doesn't have much intention and just says whatever he wants. But tonight, this situation has been greatly reduced. It seemed like everyone suddenly became cautious and started hiding things, not sharing their discoveries. Like the topic about airdrop treasure chests we discussed yesterday. No one to talk to today. Also, many people used to chat about their respective talents, and many people directly announced the specific information of their talents in the chat channel, seeking to form a team or something. But now, there is nothing to talk about. The atmosphere is very harmonious, but the harmony is a little weird. Luo Chen looked at the messages in the chat channel for a while, then closed it. No matter what, he must ensure his own safety first. And try to stay out of it as much as possible and don't get involved in disputes between others. Everything is based on improving strength. Once you become strong enough, you can naturally do whatever you want. Let's upgrade the level of the safe house first. Luo Chen took out the 1000 killing coins he had prepared from his backpack. Then open the safe house's information panel and choose upgrade. Are you sure to upgrade? Yes, upgrade me immediately. Luo Chen directly chose to confirm the upgrade. The next second, the stack of killing coins in front of him disappeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, the entire safe house underwent magical changes in a way that was visible to the naked eye. The living room and dining room, which were originally bare, now have new floor tiles, the walls are painted with a delicate layer of white, and even the ceiling has a suspended ceiling. Cheap light bulbs have been replaced with bright LED lights, and there is even a circle of light strips decorated around the ceiling. In the kitchen, the walls are covered with tiles, and the center island has become more refined, including the original sink, which has been divided into two, one large and one small. In the bathroom, floor tiles and wall tiles are arranged one by one. The originally cheap toilet has become much more upscale, and the water tank has started to fill with water, so it is no longer just a decoration. A shower room extends out from the side, and is separated into dry and wet areas. The second floor, which was originally inaccessible, was also opened with a ray of light extending upwards. All these changes were completed in a short period of time. Luo Chen witnessed all this with his own eyes and couldn't help but be amazed. Really? The one who spends money is the boss. The appearances before and after the upgrade are completely different. Ding! Upgrade completed. Please select the additional features you want to upgrade this time. Function 1, Vending Machine. Pay killing coins to purchase unlimited food, drinking water, and other supplies. Function 2, One-way teleportation array. Set a coordinate point and teleport directly to the target location through the teleportation array, but it is only a one-way teleportation and cannot return. Function 3, Public Area. Open a public area, open to up to 10 people besides yourself. The public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house. Is it the classic 3-choice one? Luo Chen didn't expect that after upgrading the safe house, he could manually select additional functions. He had previously wondered where these additional functions came from. I didn't expect it to be given as a gift when I upgraded. This is good news. As for the 3 options currently offered, Luo Chen actually doesn't need to think too much about them. Although the first function allows you to purchase unlimited food and drinking water, you have to spend killing coins to buy them. It is impossible to get them for free. And with Luo Chen's ability, it is no longer a problem to eat and drink enough in the killing ground. Unless it's just about eating well or eating badly. But would you waste the opportunity to choose an extra function just for the sake of satisfying your appetite? In Luo Chen's opinion, it is not worth it. Therefore, the first option can be ruled out directly. Then there is actually nothing to consider about the third option. Because Luo Chen was alone, a true lone wolf, and had no companions who needed to use this public area. This feature is obviously for those who are building teams. You can discuss things in the public area without worrying about being overheard or security issues. After all, the public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house. But it is of no use to a lone wolf like Luo Chen. So it can be ruled out directly. Then the only thing left is the second function. Coincidentally, Luo Chen also needs this function. It's a pity that it's only one-way transmission, it would be better if it was two-way. Luo Chen thought greedily. Then, he directly selected function 2 as the additional function he obtained from this upgrade. After Luo Chen made his choice, the other 2 functions disappeared. The next second, the scene in front of him turned into a beam of light and rushed to the second floor. Luo Chen also walked up the stairs and came to the second floor. There are 3 rooms on the second floor. 1 big and 2 small. The two small rooms were empty, with nothing in them. There was a bed in the large room, and there was even a brand new quilt on it. That's quite thoughtful. Walking into the room, Luo Chen instinctively raised his head and looked at the ceiling. There! A magic circle flashing with bright blue light emerged. After the blue light flashed several times, the entire magic circle disappeared. But Luo Chen knew it was there. He can activate this magic circle with just a thought and teleport him to the target location in an instant. Certainly. Not yet. Because Luo Chen did not set a target point. You can try it tomorrow. Luo Chen thought about it and then sat down on the edge of the bed. It's hard and uncomfortable. Obviously. This is a hard bed, not a Simmons mattress. But having a bed is good enough, Luo Chen didn't ask for that much. Better than sleeping in a sleeping bag, right? Chapter 28. Safe House, in the second floor bedroom. Luo Chen lay on the bed and tried out the feel of the bed. Except that the bed is a bit hard, there is nothing wrong with it. Not bad. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then opened the information panel of the safe house to see the changes after the upgrade. Safe House. Level 2. Defense value, 100. Durability, 1000/1000. Additional function, one-way teleportation array. Upgrading requires 10,000 killing coins. Did both the defense value and durability increase tenfold? There is indeed a big difference between the upgrade and before the upgrade, it is 10 times. And what does a defense value of 100 mean? If the attack power is less than 100, it will not break the defense at all. Yes. Safe houses have a different way of calculating. It does not follow the same defense-breaking formula used for humans. If it is a person, such as Luo Chen himself, his current physical defense is 34 points. According to the rules of the endless killing game, the defense must be 5 times higher than the attack in order to avoid being broken. Therefore, any attack power that reaches 7 points can cause defense-breaking damage to Luo Chen. At least it can knock off 1 point of his health. If the attack power is less than 7 points, that would not break the defense at all. In the safe house system, the attack must be greater than the defense in order to cause effective damage to the safe house. That is, one attack deducts 1 point of durability. If you calculate it this way, Luo Chen's safe house, which has been upgraded to level 2, must have an attack power greater than 100, and it takes 1000 consecutive attacks to break through the defense of the safe house and break in. During this process, Luo Chen can artificially repair the durability. It's not expensive either. 10 kill coins repairs 1 durability point. If the durability is 1000, it's just 10,000 killing coins. Is it expensive? That's so damn expensive. Luo Chen counted on his fingers and felt numb instantly. Good, good, good. Everything costs money, right? Who the hell did you learn this from? After lying in the bedroom on the second floor for a while, Luo Chen felt hungry. So he went back downstairs. He took out a cassette stove from his backpack and installed it with a can of liquefied gas. Luo Chen then took out the supplies he had found today. 2 packets of snail noodles. This thing definitely can't be eaten dry, but fortunately Luo Chen found a gas stove today, so he can cook it directly. Pour water and turn on the fire. Soon, the smell of snail noodles wafted through the safe house. You know what, this thing smells a bit stinky, but it tastes good. Luo Chen ate up 2 large bags of snail noodles. This is not enough. He also added some sliced meat. The meat was the meat of some bloodthirsty wolves collected earlier. The wolf meat was a bit tough and tasted average. Unfortunately, the space backpack is not fresh. This thing is different from the storage props in novels. It doesn't have the function of stopping time, and the things placed inside are the same as those placed outside. What is supposed to mold will mold, and what is supposed to rot will rot. So, Fresh meat can't be preserved for long. After all, the temperature in this killing ground is not low, at least above 30 degrees. In this temperature, fresh meat will not last long. Unless Luo Chen puts some ice in it or something. But he doesn't have it either. So we can only kill and eat it immediately. If you kill something today and eat it today, it will no longer be fresh tomorrow. A night passed. The next day, Luo Chen woke up early in the morning. He lifted the quilt and got up from the brand new bed. After rubbing his eyes, he got up and walked to the bathroom on the second floor. There is one bad thing about this endless killing game. You said you are going to digitize, so why not do it thoroughly, right? There are both hunger value and fatigue value. After that I even needed to go to the toilet. This would be if the attribute values could be added and there was a character panel. It's really no different from the original world. The safe house that was upgraded to level 2 finally had water, although Luo Chen didn't know where the water came from or whether it was clean. But at least it looks clean. As long as you don't drink it, there's no problem. After washing up, Luo Chen went downstairs and cooked 2 packs of instant noodles for himself. He looted 3 boxes of this stuff yesterday. There are quite a lot of them. It's enough to last for a while. People say that instant noodles are not nutritious, but in fact, the nutrition is too simple. So Luo Chen put some tiger skin chicken feet and other things that he had looted yesterday and cooked it in a pot. Pour it into a big bowl, and it looks quite appetizing. The key is that it smells good. After happily finishing his breakfast, Luo Chen picked up his 3 backpacks and went out. Today is still a busy day. After coming out of the safe house, Luo Chen noticed that one of his neighbors next door had died. The safe houses have all returned to their initial state. The door was wide open, obviously someone had already been in. That guy died yesterday. Luo Chen turned around and looked at the man standing behind him. The man smiled at him and said, "Brother, I hope you can live longer. More than a dozen people have died on our street. If more people die, I'm afraid I'll be the only one left. Let's talk next time, now I'm leaving." After saying that, the man turned and left without asking the meaning of Luo Chen's name, nor did he say what his own name was. Obviously. Just a few casual chats. I didn't intend to have a close relationship with her. He seems very confident that he can survive. Luo Chen thought as he watched the man walking away. Then he shook his head and turned to walk to the other side. In the square of Killing Town, Luo Chen glanced at the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square. Today there are even fewer names on it. There are less than 800 left. Many places have become empty, and the names that originally existed in those places have been erased. Some people stood under the bloody obelisk, discussing how many people died yesterday. Luo Chen just stopped here for a moment and then left. Head straight to the west gate of the town. Physical fitness level 3. Grade, green. Passively increases physical attributes by 15 points. In the morning, Luo Chen used today's skill upgrade opportunity on his only green skill. Level 3 physical fitness gave Luo Chen an additional 5 points of physical attribute. This brings his physical attribute to 39 points. The health value also reached 390 points. Full of security. After leaving the town, Luo Chen walked west along the route he had explored in the previous few days and soon arrived near the lake 10 kilometers away from the town. Some bloodthirsty crocodiles gathered by the lake again. These first-level intermediate monsters were lying in groups on the lake shore basking in the sun. Luo Chen is no longer the same person he was 2 days ago. Even if he encountered groups of bloodthirsty crocodiles, he had a way to eliminate them. But he wouldn't be so stupid as to lure over a dozen bloodthirsty crocodiles at once. That's not bravery, that's courting death. Each time, they were lured out in groups of 2 or 3, and these not-so-smart guys were completely unaware that the number of their companions around them was constantly decreasing. By the time they realize it, it's too late. Chapter 29. After killing this group of bloodthirsty crocodiles, Luo Chen continued to move deeper to the west. The lakeside is particularly lively today. It's much more lively than the previous 2 days. Luo Chen killed as he went. By the time he was far away from the lake, his backpack contained a large amount of fresh crocodile meat and 54 attribute crystals. These were what he had gained in the past hour or so. With a full harvest, Luo Chen continued to head west. Soon, he came to the location of the Misty Shop that he had marked yesterday. The Misty Shop did not disappear. It's still there. Shrouded in fog, it looks mysterious and dangerous. However, Luo Chen, who had been there once, walked in without hesitation. Ding-ling! The bell at the door of the shop made a crisp sound as the door was pushed open. Welcome again, guest. It was the same clerk from yesterday, with the same smile on his face. Luo Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out 54 attribute crystals from his backpack and handed them to the other party. Recycle them all, and then I want 6 white skill upgrade stones and a special skill crystal. By the way, how much are you selling green quality skill upgrade stones for? The clerk skillfully put away the pile of attribute crystals, then took out 2 boxes from behind the counter and placed them on the counter. Here's what you wanted, sir. As for the price of a green quality skill upgrade stone, Chenjui only needs 1,000 killing coins. 1,000 per piece? Luo Chen took note of it. The price did not exceed his psychological expectations. But he doesn't plan to buy it for the time being. For the time being, the skill of strengthening the body can be upgraded using the daily skill upgrade times. As for the skill upgrade stones, it is better to use them on those white skills first. It's quite cost-effective. The 2 boxes in front of him opened. In one of the boxes were the 6 white quality skill upgrade stones that Luo Chen wanted. And in the other box, there are 2 rows of 12 specially made skill crystals. All are passive skills. Just what Luo Chen needs. Picking up one, Luo Chen checked the skill information. If you find that it is not what you need, put it back. If you think it is useful, put it aside and make a decision after you have finished reading it all. Soon. Look at all 12 skill crystals. Luo Chen also selected 3 as alternatives. The skills that can be unlocked from these 3 skill crystals each have their own advantages. One is to passively restore health. Can improve life-saving ability. One is to passively restore mana. Can improve the endurance of active skills. The last one passively improves the agility attribute. Not bad. If the money is enough, Luo Chen will of course take them all. But now he only has enough money to buy one. Then you can only choose one of the 3. Let's take the passive one that restores health first. We can take the other 2 later. Luo Chen didn't hesitate for too long and directly picked up the skill crystal that could activate the passive health recovery skill, and put the other 2 back. I'll buy these 2 this afternoon. Luo Chen said to the clerk. The clerk smiled and nodded, then reached out and took the 20 kill coins from Luo Chen. This is the money that was made up. After all, those 54 attribute crystals just now were sold for only 1,080 killing coins. And the things Luo Chen wants are worth 1,100 killing coins. So he still has to pay 20. Welcome to visit us next time. With the farewell of the shop assistant, Luo Chen left the Misty Shop. After coming out of the store, Luo Chen used the skill crystal first. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, filling. Full level 1. Grade, white. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 2 points per minute. The level 1 filling skill can only restore 2 health points per minute. But don't underestimate the recovery amount of these 2 points. This is a change from nothing to something. And skills can be upgraded, right? Luo Chen directly took out the skill upgrade stones he had just obtained, threw 4 of them on, and directly upgraded this charging skill to level 5. Full level 5. Grade, White. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 10 points per minute. For every level of the fill skill, the recovery effect increases by 2 points. After reaching level 5, the health points restored per minute have reached 10 points. It takes 6 seconds to restore 1 point. This recovery efficiency is already very good. At least normal white grade skills cannot achieve this effect. Luo Chen still has 2 skill upgrade stones left. He can choose to continue upgrading the filling skill, or he can choose to upgrade to the level 4 natural strength skill, or the level 5 vigorous energy skill. However, after skill level 5, the skill upgrade stones required for upgrading will double. You need 2 to level up. This is common to all skills. In fact, this rule does not originally apply to white grade skills. After all, their upper limit is only level 3, and they can't reach that level at all. Under normal circumstances, skills that can be upgraded to level 5 or above are at least blue grade skills. What you need at that time is a blue quality skill upgrade stone. That thing must be quite expensive in the Misty shop. Based on the 10-fold price difference between white and green, the price of a blue quality skill upgrade stone is estimated to be 10,000 killing coins. It's so expensive, Luo Chen can't afford it. If he really had that kind of money, he might as well upgrade his safe house. An additional function may be added at that time. Forget it, let's continue to improve our ability to save our lives. Luo Chen thought about it and finally decided to continue to use these 2 skill upgrade stones on the filling skill. Upgraded it to level 6. The level 6 replenish skill can restore 12 health points per minute. On average, 1 point is restored every 5 seconds. Luo Chen kept walking towards the west throughout the morning. It was almost noon when Luo Chen had already penetrated into an area nearly 30 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087. Arrived here. Basically, we can no longer see first level monsters. All the monsters encountered on the road were intermediate level 1. Even occasionally, you can see first level high level monsters wandering in the wilderness. Luo Chen was not always in a hurry along the way. If he encounters a small number of monsters, he will lure them away and kill them in batches. If I come across some abandoned buildings, I will go in and search for supplies. It took them about 3 hours of walking and stopping to finally arrive at this area about 30 kilometers away from the Killing Town. Luo Chen was sitting on a rock, taking a rest and eating something to relieve his hunger level, which had soared to 57%. At this time, he saw from afar a blue dot of light appear in the sky farther away. The light spot was extremely far from the ground, and if Luo Chen hadn't raised his head, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. That's an airdrop treasure chest. Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. Chapter 30. Airdrop treasure chests are good stuff. Luo Chen will never forget the surprise he got from that airdrop treasure chest. The only green grade skill he has now came from there. There are also 2 green quality equipment on him. They were all obtained from that airdrop treasure chest. And that time he encountered a green airdrop treasure chest. And now this sky. It's blue. Higher quality. Walk. Luo Chen quickly got down from the rock under him and looked at his fatigue value, which had almost recovered to below 40%. So he quickly ran towards the location where the airdrop treasure chest fell in the sky. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at the target location. This should be it. He raised his head to look at the blue light in the sky, and after confirming that the angle was indeed close to vertical, he looked around. The area where Luo Chen is currently located is a flat wilderness, and the surroundings are all flat terrain. There is a river about 100 meters ahead. The river is about 100 meters wide. I don't know how long it is. The river flows from north to south, winding all the way until the end of the site is invisible. The most important thing is that there are many traces of monster activities on the riverside. A group of huge turtle-like monsters were lying on the river bank to rest. Luo Chen moved closer to check the information of these turtle-like monsters. Hard-shelled turtle. Level, first level intermediate. Gentle herbivorous creatures generally do not actively attack other creatures. The good news is that these are a group of monsters that will not actively attack people. That way Luo Chen wouldn't have to worry about being affected by them when picking up the airdrop treasure chest later. But the bad news is, there's more than just the hard-shelled turtle on the riverbank. In addition to its gentle nature, the hard-shelled turtle will not actively attack people. There is also a group of hairy hyenas living on the river bank. This is a large hyena with black thorns all over its body. Each one is as big as a lion. They also gather in groups along the river bank. Unfortunately, according to Luo Chen's observation, the landing point of the airdrop treasure chest in the sky is very likely to be very close to the activity range of this group of hard-haired hyenas. No, we have to deal with them first. Luo Chen was hiding in a patch of grass at this time, observing the group of hard-haired hyenas not far away through the gaps in the grass. As a monster of the hard-haired series, the hard-haired hyena is the same as the hard-haired rat encountered before. Its main method of attack is to shoot out the black thorns on its back to attack the target. Luo Chen can use the shield he carries with him to resist this. As long as he is not surrounded, he should be able to block the frontal attack. However, compared to the hard-haired mouse, the hard-haired hyena's teeth and claws are also targets that need to be carefully guarded against. And Luo Chen suspected that this hard-haired hyena, like ordinary hyenas, had the bad habit of digging anus. So always be careful not to be outflanked. At last, this is the most crucial thing. Never attract more than 2 hyenas at a time. If it comes to both ends, Luo Chen can barely handle it. But if there are too many of them, he really can't handle it. Maybe I can buy an attack type skill next time. Luo Chen looked down at the weapon in his hand and couldn't help but think. But the key problem is that there is too little mana. Otherwise, Luo Chen wouldn't be so devoted to passive skills. Bang! A stone was thrown and hit the head of a hard-haired hyena that was lying on the ground to rest. The hard-haired hyena stood up all of a sudden, its big ears moving around, and its small eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. At this time, bang! Another stone was thrown. It was dodged by this hard-haired hyena. It bared its teeth and growled in that direction, then suddenly ran towards that direction. There are about 30 or 40 hard-haired hyenas on the river bank. The hyena that was attracted at this time did not attract the attention of other hyenas of the same kind. Bang! Another stone flew over from a distance. Lead this wiry hyena to a farther location. The attracted hyena did not realize it was a trap and followed the direction where the stone was thrown. Soon, Luo Chen used the same method to lead the hard-haired hyena all the way to a place 200 meters away from the river bank. Almost. Luo Chen stopped at this time and turned to look at the hard-haired hyena chasing him. Ouch! Ouch! The next second, a dense mass of black needles flew towards him. The number is several times more than the hard-haired mice we encountered before. Luo Chen immediately raised his shield to block in front of him, and then he heard a series of thumping sounds like a chopping board, followed by a huge force that pushed Luo Chen back 2 steps before stopping. At this time, the hard-haired hyena, which was just more than 10 meters away, had rushed up. Luo Chen did not activate the sprint skill immediately. He wanted to try and see if he could fight a hard-haired hyena one-on-one without activating the sprint skill. A first-level intermediate hard-haired hyena is faster than Luo Chen's normal speed. The moment it pounced, one of its claws hit Luo Chen's shield heavily. Bang! The shield took a heavy blow. But it's not very powerful. Luo Chen can definitely block it. Swish! A flash of knife light slashed towards the hard-haired hyena. Luo Chen held the saber in one hand and chopped off one of the hyena's legs. Originally, he was aiming at the opponent's body, but the hyena reacted quickly and dodged directly, but not completely, so the knife hit one of its hind legs directly. The sharp saber instantly tore open the skin and flesh of the hard-haired hyena, and blood flowed immediately. Awoo! The hyena with an injured hind leg also let out a cry of pain, but the pain only aroused its ferocity, causing it to pounce on Luo Chen again without hesitation. Bang! Luo Chen raised his shield with one hand to block, then pushed hard. His strength is comparable to that of the bristly hyena. It's just that the speed is slightly slower than the opponent. After using his shield to push away the charging hard-haired hyena, Luo Chen slashed at it directly with a knife. Phew! The blade struck the bristly hyena's head hard, severing one of its ears. Blood flowed, staining one of the hyena's eyes red. It roared, opened its bloody mouth and bit the corner of the shield hard, but the next second it was thrown to the ground by Luo Chen, who raised the saber in his hand high and then stabbed it down hard. Puff! The next second, blood splattered. This was accompanied by the wailing of the hard-haired hyena. Chapter 31. A moment later. The wiry hyena on the ground stopped moving. Luo Chen loosened his grip, removed the shield that was pressing on it, and then pulled out the saber that had pierced through its body from front to back. Blood was all over the ground. Fortunately, the place Luo Chen chose was far enough away from the river bank and also downwind, otherwise the smell of blood alone would be enough to attract all the hard-haired hyenas. Luo Chen slashed the body of the hard-haired hyena with a saber a few times and soon found the attribute crystal in its body. Pick it out with the tip of a knife, then reach out to catch it. A first-level intermediate monster has no probability of producing green quality attribute crystals in its body. So this is still a white quality attribute crystal. In the Misty Shop, 20 killing coins are recycled. After rinsing it with lake water in a mineral water bottle, Luo Chen casually put it into a backpack. It seems that with only one wire-haired hyena, I don't need to use the sprint skill at all. Luo Chen also had a concrete understanding of the strength of these hard-haired hyenas, so next he just needed to repeat the previous method until all the hard-haired hyenas on the river bank were cleared out. 2 hours later, Luo Chen killed the last hyena. The area before him was already littered with the corpses of dozens of hard-haired hyenas. Luo Chen also harvested a total of 37 attribute crystals. But he himself was injured. There was a wound on his left arm so deep that the bone was visible, and there was also a bite mark on his right calf. The sharp fangs of the hard-haired hyena directly pierced the flesh on his leg, leaving several bloody holes on it. Fortunately, Luo Chen had foresight and bought a passive health recovery skill at the Misty Shop in the morning. Now, as time passed, the wounds on his body were almost healed. The originally lost health points have almost been recovered. However, the health points were restored, but the pain remained. Even as the wound healed, the unbearable itching made Luo Chen crazy. Fortunately, all the hyenas were finally cleared out. Next, Luo Chen just needs to wait for the airdrop treasure chest to fall. I hope there won't be any more accidents. Luo Chen returned to the river bank and looked up at the airdrop treasure chest that had descended to a height of 200 or 300 meters. At this height, the blue light in the sky is already very obvious. It's no longer like before, where I could only see a small dot of light. Luo Chen simply sat down and waited. In the distance, 200 or 300 meters away from him, which was also the river bank, a group of over 100 hard-shelled turtles were still basking in the sun, looking lazy, and they were too lazy to even move. Luo Chen didn't want to cause trouble for them at this critical juncture. Everything will be decided after we get this airdrop treasure chest. Time passes. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The blue airdrop treasure chest in the sky is getting closer and closer. It was about to fall. At this time, Luo Chen's mood became more and more nervous. Any slight movement would attract his attention. No one please come. No one please come. Luo Chen muttered to himself, while opening the regional chat channel from time to time to take a look. There are still only 3 people online. Apart from Luo Chen, there are only 2 other people within 5 kilometers of this area. But more than 10 minutes ago, the number of people displayed was still 1, which means there was only Luo Chen. Luo Chen didn't know if these 2 people were also attracted by this airdrop treasure chest, but even if it was true, he hoped they wouldn't come so quickly. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly shook slightly, and I could hear a huge sound of footsteps coming towards me. No way! Luo Chen's face changed and he immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. In sight, a huge beast was slowly walking towards this side. Is this a rhino? Luo Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and then he immediately sent a message to detect it. Hard-skinned rhino. Level, Advanced Level 1. A solitary herbivore with unrivaled defenses for its level. They are known for their quick temper and will attack anyone within their sight. It really is a rhino. Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the huge creature that was almost 3 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long. But the good news is that hard-shelled rhinos are solitary monsters. They do not appear in groups. And it doesn't seem to move very fast. Even if it is sprinting in a straight line, its speed may not be slow, but its flexibility is definitely poor. What Luo Chen is least afraid of is this kind of monster. It's just that I came at a bad time. Luo Chen glanced at the airdrop treasure chest that had already landed completely. Now we just have to wait for the light outside to fade away. But this process still takes about 3 to 5 minutes. But the hard-skinned rhinoceros in front of us can walk here in about 1 or 2 minutes. I knew it wasn't that simple. Luo Chen said quietly. At this time, the hard-skinned rhinoceros in the distance also discovered the figure of Luo Chen, the biped. It was irritable and immediately roared and ran towards this side. The mad hard-skinned rhinoceros was like a speeding tank. The strong sense of oppression that came towards him made his legs weak. Luo Chen didn't want to be hit by the horn of this big guy. With this tonnage and speed, if it hits him, it will definitely kill him. So Luo Chen quickly dodged away. Fine. This hard-skinned rhinoceros was just as Luo Chen had judged before. It was the type that was very fast when charging, but it was slow to react when turning or making a U-turn. When Luo Chen dodged, the hard-skinned rhinoceros rushed directly from where he was originally standing, and rushed straight for a distance of 10 meters before it barely stopped. He almost rushed into the river. But it would be fine if it really ran into the river, but with its tonnage, Luo Chen was very doubtful whether it could climb out after going down. Pity. It still stopped. Huff. 2 streams of air blew out of its nostrils, and the hard-skinned rhinoceros turned around and scratched the ground with its hooves, staring at the 2-legged beast in front of it with its small eyes. If you can't provoke me, can't you just hide away? Luo Chen muttered to himself, then turned and ran. When the hard-skinned rhinoceros saw this, it immediately chased after him angrily. The 4 hooves stomped the ground frantically, and the huge tonnage of the horses ran like an earthquake. Chapter 32. A few minutes later, a figure ran back. It was Luo Chen who had just led the hard-skinned rhinoceros away. It turned out that Luo Chen didn't really leave. He just wanted to lure the hard-skinned rhinoceros away. After all, if he really wanted to kill it, it would take a lot of time. If any other unexpected situation happens during this period, Luo Chen may not be able to get this blue star airdrop treasure chest. So, the longer the night, the more dreams you have. Luo Chen chose to lead it away first, and then run back at a faster speed. Take this blue airdrop treasure chest away first. It turned out to be on the lake shore. Just at this moment, the blue light outside the airdrop treasure chest dissipated. Luo Chen rushed forward and pressed the sapphire-like button in front of the treasure chest, accompanied by a click sound. The treasure chest is opened. I didn't bother to check what was inside. Luo Chen quickly put all the contents of the treasure chest into one of his space backpacks. It took only a few seconds to do all this. This shows how fast Luo Chen is. Swish! After turning on the sprint mode, Luo Chen's speed was so fast that it flew. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Shortly after he left, the hard-skinned rhinoceros he had just led away came back again. The furious hard-skinned rhinoceros looked around with its small eyes and sniffed the air with its nostrils. What a pity! It couldn't find the biped at all, and even the smell in the air was very faint. There is no way to find where the other person went. This made the hard-skinned rhinoceros so angry that it flew into a rage. Boom! With a loud bang, a stone weighing at least 2 or 3 tons was picked up and flew out. The stone broke into pieces in midair and then hit the ground around it with a bang. Behind a patch of grass not far away, a figure was hiding there, secretly observing the situation over there. After seeing the furious hard-skinned rhinoceros, the man clenched his fist unwillingly. Finally, after taking another look at the opened airdrop treasure chest on the river bank, he turned around and left helplessly. As for trouble with that hard-skinned rhino? Stop joking! Didn't you see in the introduction that this thing's defense is invincible in the same level? With his small arms and legs, if you replace him with a first-level high-level monster, even one with extremely high attack power, he would have some ideas. But a monster with invincible defense at the same level? Let's just forget it. It's too much effort and not worth it. It seemed like a few minutes passed after the man left. A figure appeared nearby. The other party also looked towards the river bank from a distance. After seeing the opened airdrop treasure chest, he turned around and left without hesitation. There is no dragging of the pace at all. It was a very clean departure. In an abandoned house. There are no monsters around. The room was completely empty, the kind that could be seen through at a glance, and there was absolutely no value in searching it. At this time, Luo Chen ran in from outside and picked up the collapsed door panel on the ground to block the entrance. After doing all this, he just sat down on the ground next to him, grinning silently and breathing heavily. So tired. The fatigue value has reached 61%. After sitting down and resting for a while, Luo Chen quickly took out the space backpack containing a bunch of treasures he had looted from the blue airdrop treasure chest. Luo Chen placed the backpack in front of him. He opened it and took out the items one by one to check. There is no need to take out the food and drinks to look at them. Luo Chen skipped them directly. In addition to these essential supplies for survival, the rest is all the real good stuff. First, the equipment. Luo Chen took out a piece of black leather armor from one of the compartments in his backpack. Well-made leather armor. Quality, blue. Constitution plus 15. Elemental resistance plus 10. The first piece of equipment is a leather armor of blue quality. It happened to be the type of equipment that Luo Chen didn't have. This well-made leather armor not only adds 15 points of physical attributes, but also has a blue equipment attribute. Theoretically, even green quality equipment has a chance to produce equipment attributes of the same level. But the probability is very low. At least Luo Chen has never seen it. Blue level equipment will inevitably produce an equipment item of the same level. There is even a very small probability that 2 equipment entries will appear. This is the so-called top-grade equipment. However, the probability is too small, and it tests a person's luck too much. Luo Chen didn't ask for much. He was quite satisfied with the blue leather armor in his hand. He then put the leather armor on over his short-sleeved t-shirt. After putting on the leather armor, which was originally quite loose, it suddenly tightened and fit Luo Chen's body perfectly. This is also a small function that all equipment has. Or, you finally found a high-level equipment, but found that you couldn't wear it because you were too fat? That's really detrimental to one's mentality. Adapting to body shape is the most basic function of all equipment. It doesn't even need to be written out. Because things that are obvious do not need explanation at all. Then, Luo Chen took out the second piece of equipment from his backpack. These are a pair of white gloves with red patterns. Self-cleaning leather gloves. Quality, blue. Strength +5. Constitution +5. Agility +5. Mana +100. What an all-around great pair of gloves. Although there is no spiritual attribute in the basic attributes. But the only equipment attribute is an increase of 100 mana points. This really takes all 4 attributes into consideration. Quite versatile. Luo Chen didn't have gloves either. So without further ado, just put it on. There are only 2 pieces of equipment in that blue airdrop treasure chest. There aren't many of them, but they're all top quality. Although blue airdrop treasure chests can contain blue quality items, it does not mean that all the items inside are of this quality. In fact, in many cases, you can only get 1 piece of equipment from the airdrop treasure chest. Then the rest are all first level, that is, green quality equipment. But Luo Chen was lucky. Did not open the guaranteed minimum. I seemed to see 2 small boxes when I was looting just now. I wonder if they are skill crystals. Luo Chen muttered to himself, then found the 2 small boxes in his backpack. Took them out together. Neither box is big. It's the size of a mobile phone. The material is wooden and has beautiful wood texture. Chapter 33. After taking a deep breath, Luo Chen opened both boxes at once. The box on the left flashed with a beautiful blue light the moment it was opened. Lying quietly in the box was a blue skill crystal. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately took it out with a look of surprise and held it in his hand. Skill crystal. Quality, blue. After use, you can obtain a random blue grade skill. It is indeed a blue quality skill crystal. This is exactly what Luo Chen wanted. I wonder what kind of skills they will be. Luo Chen was looking forward to it. While directly using this skill crystal. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, freezing. The skill crystal in his hand turned into a blue light and sank into Luo Chen's body. Then, a reminder sounded in my ears. Luo Chen quickly called out the character panel and looked at the newly appeared skill. Freezing skill level 1. Grade, blue. Consume 50 mana points to lock onto a single target within a range of Spirit 1.2 meters, causing Spirit 1.5 ice damage to the target and freezing it for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. As expected of a blue grade skill, it not only deals damage but also inflicts negative status, and it can even lock onto a target. Luo Chen was also surprised when he saw the introduction of the freezing skill. If the magic skill can't hit the target, then no matter how high the damage is, it's useless. It's like an archer unable to hit the target. It's so funny. Fortunately, this freezing technique itself has the effect of locking the enemy. Although the attack distance is limited by the mental attribute, as the mental attribute is improved, the distance will become farther and farther. Certainly. If Luo Chen was confident in his accuracy, he could definitely attack targets farther away. But what if I miss the target? Then I can only blame myself for not aiming. It's not their skills that can be blamed. Oh, and these two. Luo Chen turned his head and looked at the things in the other box. As expected, they were neatly arranged skill upgrade stones. 2 of them are blue quality skill upgrade stones. The other 4 are of green quality. Luo Chen picked up the 2 blue quality skill upgrade stones and used them on his only blue skill, freezing. Level +1. Level +1. After 2 upgraded lights flashed on the skill bar. The level of freezing magic was also raised to level 3. The properties also changed accordingly. Freeze level 3. Grade, blue. Consume 90 mana points to lock onto a single target within a range of Spirit 1.4 meters, causing Spirit 1.7 elemental damage to the target and freezing it for 3 seconds. Cooldown time is 58 seconds. When it reaches level 3, the locking distance and elemental damage of freeze magic are improved to a certain extent, but to be honest, the improvement is a bit small. But it's understandable. After all, this skill is mainly for control. The 3-second freezing effect is its main ability. However, after leveling up 2 levels, the freezing duration didn't increase. Does it require a higher level to increase it? Luo Chen thought. However, the mana consumption has increased significantly. He only leveled up 2 levels and his points increased by 40. So the mana cost increases by 20 when you level up? This is too fierce. Really? You can never have too much mana. After upgrading the newly acquired magic skill, Luo Chen also picked up the 4 remaining green quality skill upgrade stones in the box. This thing is used to improve green grade skills. Just right. Luo Chen has 1. The level 3 physical fitness skill. The previous 2 levels are accumulated by relying on the daily skill upgrade opportunity. Now that Luo Chen has 4 green skill upgrade stones, he can upgrade this skill to level 6 in one go. The next moment, the 4 green skill upgrade stones in Luo Chen's hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, on the skill bar of the character panel, the level 3 physical fitness skill also flashed with 3 upgraded rays of light. Jump directly to level 6. The level cap of green grade skills has been exceeded. Physical fitness level 6. Grade, green. Passively increases physical attributes by 30 points. The physical fitness skill upgraded to level 6 directly gave Luo Chen a 30-point increase in physical fitness. Luo Chen's physical attribute also jumped to 74 points. Health points, 740 points. Good. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then closed the character panel. With 740 health points and the 12 health points restored per minute brought by the replenishing skill, Luo Chen's ability to survive increased dramatically. At this stage, perhaps only those with C-level talents who specialize in the attribute of physique can surpass Luo Chen in this attribute. But Luo Chen's strength is not just in his physique. In the space backpack, apart from the pile of supplies necessary for survival, the only thing left from the blue airdrop treasure chest was the last stack of money. A stack of 50 denomination killing coins. Luo Chen has seen 5 denominations of killing coins, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. There should be larger denominations on it. But Luo Chen hasn't seen it yet. There are a total of 100 killing coins in my hand. That is 5,000 killing coins. That's already a lot. It was enough for Luo Chen to buy a lot of things in the Misty shop. If you buy all white quality skill upgrade stones, you can buy 50 of them. To what extent can 50 skill upgrade stones upgrade Luo Chen's white skills? Even if it is used to purchase that special skill crystal. You can also buy 10 pieces of white quality ones. Even if it is green quality, you can buy 1. Luo Chen was thinking, why not go directly to the green grade? Didn't he take a fancy to 2 skills in the Misty shop before? A passive mana restorer. One that improves agility attributes. Originally, he planned to take these 2 skills with him when he passed by on his way back in the afternoon. But now, it seems like he could have chosen something better? Who wants worse when you can have better? Certainly. Luo Chen can choose to have both, it just costs an extra 500 killing coins. Not much. It's decided. I'll use 5,000 kill coins to buy a passive HP recovery skill. Luo Chen slapped his thigh and made the decision immediately. As for mana and agility attributes, it's better to buy the original 2 skill crystals. After all, the ability to save lives is the top priority, and the priority is always at the top. Chapter 34. On the river bank. The huge hard-skinned rhinoceros is drinking water. Due to its huge size, it needs to take in a huge amount of nutrients every day, which naturally includes water, a resource necessary for life. As large gulps of river water poured into its mouth, the hard-skinned rhinoceros suddenly paused, then slowly raised its head and looked behind it. There, a figure was walking towards this side. The figure was wearing black leather armor and holding a man-sized saber in his hand. As the hard-skinned rhinoceros turned to look at him, the man suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Swish! The moment he jumped high, the sunlight was blocked. The hard-skinned rhinoceros brain seemed to be unable to react, and it just stood there with its head raised, until the opponent chopped down with great force, and the cold and shining saber hit the side of its body heavily. Only then did it react as if waking up from a dream. Roar! A low growl filled with anger sounded. The huge body of the hard-skinned rhinoceros instantly crashed to one side. The rumbling sound was like an earthquake. Even from a kilometer away, you can hear this huge sound. Swish! Luo Chen dodged the attack from the hard-skinned rhinoceros and looked at the spot where his knife had just landed. There was only a pitiful scratch left on the grey cuticle. How to say it? The damage is almost zero. It is worthy of being in existence with invincible defense in the same level. Luo Chen shouldn't have expected to kill this big guy with just the knife in his hand. This defense. Not to say that it reached 5 times of his attack, but it was definitely very close. Even if the defense is broken, it will probably only cause a pitiful 1 point of damage. Want to kill it with this pitiful amount of damage? I guess it will be impossible to do it even if we fight until tomorrow morning. Fortunately, I have another way. Fortunately, Luo Chen came prepared. He pulled back and raised his left hand, and an ice blue magic element gathered in his palm. Freezing technique. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of ice blue light, like countless ice crystals gathered together, instantly locked onto the hard-skinned rhinoceros more than 30 meters away. Luo Chen used the freezing spell to lock the attack, thus avoiding the possibility of missing the target to the greatest extent. After all, this one blow took away 90 points of his mana. If this goes empty, he must be heartbroken. The freezing spell hit the hard-skinned rhino in the distance. In a moment, a layer of frost covered the entire body of the hard-skinned rhinoceros, freezing it completely. Not only that, frost also caused considerable elemental damage to the hard-hide rhino. The hard-hide rhino's physical defense may be unmatched in its class, but does it have elemental resistance? Lots of monsters, especially low-level ones. There is no elemental resistance at all. Therefore, any magical element can cause 100% or even 200% damage to them. At this moment, Luo Chen's freezing spell was just like that. It not only froze the hard-skinned rhino, but also restricted its ability to move. At the same time, the damage from the ice element also caused it serious injuries. 3 seconds later, when the frost dissipated, the exposed hard-skinned rhinoceros body surface showed large areas of frostbite. These were all caused by the freezing spell just now. Efficient. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He glanced at his mana bar. He restored his mana to full before coming here. Therefore, there are still 310 mana points at this moment, which can be used to cast freeze 3 times. And after that, you can just wait. Mana will automatically regenerate 1 point per minute. If you want to restore from 30 points to 90 points, you have to wait for an hour. 3 times should be enough. Luo Chen looked at the frostbite marks on the surface of the hard-skinned rhinoceros. As the frostbite worsened, it would also destroy the hard-skinned rhinoceros's originally powerful scale armor defense. What followed? It is the decrease of physical defense. If it happens 3 more times, it should be enough to cause more serious frostbite marks on its body surface, or even directly freeze its skin and flesh. Just like humans get frostbite in winter, some severe cases will directly crack and bleed. At that time, Luo Chen only needs to attack the cracks to cause considerable damage to the hard-skinned rhinoceros. 58 seconds later, Luo Chen hit the hard-skinned rhino with another freezing spell. Take advantage of the 3 seconds when the opponent is frozen. He even rushed forward and stabbed the hard-skinned rhino in the eye. The distance was too far before, and 3 seconds was not enough to strike the sword and then retreat. This time, Luo Chen deliberately chose to cast the freezing spell within a range of 20 meters. Then he rushed forward immediately and stabbed through the left eye of the hard-skinned rhinoceros with a knife. Phew! The blade was pulled out, bringing out a large amount of blood. The blood was frozen by the frost before it hit the ground, and then it fell to the ground with a crackling sound, turning into frozen blood beads. Luo Chen retreated quickly. At the same time, the 3-second freezing time is over. The hard-skinned rhinoceros, with the frost on its body dissipating, let out bursts of painful howls. Losing one eye is a huge blow to it. This made it even more crazy. Luo Chen didn't dare to get close at this time. If he was even slightly touched, he would probably lose half his life. So, it's better to stay away and avoid their attack. As soon as the 58-second skill cooldown was over, Luo Chen rushed forward again and used a freezing spell to freeze the mad hard-skinned rhinoceros. He followed it up and blinded its other right eye with a single blow. Phew! The blade was pulled out, causing a large amount of blood to splatter. Luo Chen pulled away and ran away without looking back. Behind, waves of roars mixed with pain rang out. The earth was shaking like an earthquake. The madness before death. After Luo Chen ran away, he looked at the mad hard-skinned rhinoceros over there and felt emotional in his heart. He now has 130 mana left. You can also release the freeze spell again. That's enough. Luo Chen looked at the condition of the hard-skinned rhinoceros in the distance. The effect was far better than he expected. Freezing for 3 seconds is indeed terrifying. This is because Luo Chen's own attack power is not enough, otherwise these 3 seconds when he can't resist or dodge are enough for him to kill the opponent several times. This is the hard-skinned rhinoceros, its defense is invincible at the same level. It makes it difficult for Luo Chen to take action. If it was any other first-level high-level monster, Luo Chen would be able to deal with it without even using a second freeze spell. Another 58 seconds passed. Luo Chen glanced at the already cooled freezing skill and rushed towards the still frantic hard-skinned rhinoceros for the last time. Suddenly, an ice-blue beam of light fell. The frantic hard-skinned rhinoceros was instantly frozen. Then, Luo Chen jumped up and stabbed the saber in his hand into one of the eyes of the hard-skinned rhinoceros again. The blade was so long that most of it was inserted into the body. When Luo Chen drew his sword, he seemed to see something being brought out by him. Without taking a closer look, Luo Chen quickly retreated away from the dying hard-skinned rhinoceros. The 3-second freezing time ends. The hard-skinned rhinoceros, having regained its ability to move, stopped charging forward. Instead, its huge body swayed from side to side, and a wail came out of its mouth. The next second, boom! The huge body finally fell down heavily. Chapter 35. So what if he had unbeatable defense at the same level? He still died in my hands. Luo Chen couldn't help but grin as he looked at the hard-skinned rhinoceros that had completely lost its life force after falling down. Killing a hard-skinned rhino really didn't do him much good. After all, there is only a very small probability that a first-level high-level monster will produce green-quality attribute crystals in its body. How small is this probability? Let's put it this way. You can just find a lottery shop, close your eyes, pick a scratch-off ticket and win the 1 million jackpot on the spot. That's about the probability. Therefore, Luo Chen had no expectation of gaining much benefit from this hard-skinned rhinoceros. Killing it is just to vent my anger. This guy almost caused him to lose a blue airdrop treasure chest. Now that he was out of anger, Luo Chen was happy. So he hummed an unknown tune while putting one hand directly into the eye socket of the hard-skinned rhinoceros. His hand passed through the eye socket of the skull, and after a while of groping, he finally found the target. Not surprisingly, Luo Chen really didn't have the luck to win the jackpot easily. After washing the blood off his hands, Luo Chen walked around the body of the hard-skinned rhinoceros again, and finally chose to turn around and leave. If the skin of this hard-skinned rhinoceros wasn't so hard, he would have cut off a few pieces of meat for dinner. But that's okay now. Don't waste this time. All afternoon, Luo Chen was searching for monsters to hunt along the river bank. He also doesn't look for those first-level high-level monsters. Not only is it laborious, but the attribute crystals you get are likely to be no different from those of a first-level intermediate one. Luo Chen specifically looks for those first-level intermediate monsters. If you encounter a small number of them, just rush forward. Relying on his passive health recovery skill, he doesn't care even if he gets hit a few times. If you encounter a large number of them, lure them out and kill them one by one. Following this method, Luo Chen wandered along the riverbank for the entire afternoon, and at least 80 or 90 first-level intermediate monsters died in his hands. The harvest was also quite fruitful. Not only that, Luo Chen also found a stone bridge across the river on the bank. The stone bridge looks like it is quite old, with traces of time everywhere. But it is still very strong. You can rely on this stone bridge to get to the other side of the river. Before, Luo Chen was thinking about whether he should make a boat himself or something, otherwise he would have to change direction and look for a way out on the other side next time. But there is no need to change direction now, just keep going west. A little after 4 p.m. Luo Chen left a teleportation marker at a hidden location on the other side of the river, and then began to return towards Killing Town number 10,087. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen returned to the area about 20 kilometers away from the town. Right in front of me is the misty little shop shrouded in fog. But what surprised Luo Chen was, when he arrived, someone just came out of the fog. The other person is also a person. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, and even a white faceless mask on his face, making him look mysterious. The other party glanced at Luo Chen, then moved aside a little. Luo Chen nodded at him, then walked into this foggy area. After Luo Chen left, the mysterious man looked back at the foggy area behind him, then left quickly without saying a word. Luo Chen had anticipated that other people would discover the misty shop. After all, the misty shop is right here. There was such a vast fog that it was impossible for someone passing by not to see it. But he didn't expect that he would happen to meet someone coming out of the misty shop. I don't know what this guy who made himself so mysterious bought in the misty shop. Luo Chen was curious as he pushed open the door and walked into the misty shop. Welcome again, guest. The clerk is still the same, with that forced smile on his face that makes him look like he deserves a beating. Luo Chen walked forward and placed all his afternoon's gains on the counter. A bunch of attribute crystals. All are of white quality. There are 3 more pieces of equipment, also of white quality. Calculate how much it costs. Luo Chen said. Yes, guest. The clerk nodded, and then quickly calculated the value of the things for Luo Chen. 107 white attribute crystals, 3 pieces of white quality equipment, a total of 2,200 killing coins. Are you sure you want to buy them all? The clerk asked with a smile. Yes, all recycled. Luo Chen nodded, then took out a stack of killing coins from his pocket, counted out the face value of 2,800, and placed it on the counter. Give me a skill crystal that can restore health, and a green grade passive skill. The 2,200 from recycling this pile of stuff, plus the 2,800 that Luo Chen made up, is just enough to buy the skill crystal that Luo Chen requested. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled as he put everything away and took out a small box from under the counter. The box opens. There is only one green skill crystal inside. Skill crystal. Quality, green. A specially treated skill crystal. Use it to gain the green grade skill, Rhythm of Life. That's it. Luo Chen picked it up and used it directly. He didn't know whether the mysterious guy just now was lying in ambush for him outside. It is better to be safe than sorry, so it is better to use it on the spot. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, the Rhythm of Life. Opening the character panel, Luo Chen looked at the new skill he had acquired. Rhythm of Life LV.1. Grade, Green. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 10 points per minute. Very good. It's worthy of being a green grade skill. The effect is much stronger than the white grade filling. At level 1, it can restore 10 health points per minute. I don't know how much the upgrade will improve. If it doubles, that would be great. Another green skill upgrade stone and 2 white skill upgrade stones. Then give me those 2 skill crystals I saw this morning. Luo Chen took out the remaining 2,200 killing coins and placed them on the counter. A green skill upgrade stone is 1,000 kill coins. The 2 white skill upgrade stones are 200 kill coins. There are also the 2 special skill crystals that Luo Chen saw in the morning, which are also worth 1,000 killing coins. It just so happens that the total is exactly 2,200 killing coins. Luo Chen was almost drained of his money. All he had left were a few dozen killing coins. That was small change, the kind that couldn't be spent in the Misty shop. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled and took out what Luo Chen needed. There are 2 boxes in total. A box contains the 2 white skill crystals. In the other box are 3 skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen used up his 2 skill crystals first. Gained the 2 passive skills that I had been thinking about. Chapter 36. Energy Recovery Level 1. Grade, White. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 3 points per minute. Fast-footed LV.1. Grade, White. Passively increases agility by 3 points. The energy recovery efficiency of level 1 is 1 point higher than that of the same level recharge. In addition, mana itself has a passive recovery effect, although not much, only a pitiful rate of 1 point per minute. But adding these 3 points, the recovery amount can reach 4 points per minute. Quite a lot. The agility boosting skill, Swiftness, is unsurprisingly the same as the previous natural strength and vigor skills. Level 1 increases the agility value by 3 points. At this time, Luo Chen also took out a white skill upgrade stone from his backpack. Together with the 2 I just bought, the levels of the 3 passive skills, Energy Recovery, Brisk Steps and the level 4 Innate Strength, were increased by 1 level. Level 2 Energy Recovery can restore 6 mana points per minute. Including the guaranteed 1 point, it is 7 points per minute. Luo Chen's mana limit of 400 points can be restored in less than an hour. The level 2 skill of Flying Steps increases Luo Chen's agility attribute by 6 points. All I can say is that it was expected. The same is true for the natural Great Strength skill that is upgraded to level 5. The 15-point Strength attribute bonus is on par with the level 5 Energetic skill. At last, Luo Chen used the only green skill upgrade stone. I also upgraded the skill of Rhythm of Life that I just acquired to level 1. Rhythm of Life LV.2. Grade, Green. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 20 points per minute. The level 2 life rhythm skill really doubled the recovery efficiency. With a recovery efficiency of 20 points per minute, plus the 12 points from the filling skill, Luo Chen can passively recover 32 health points per minute. And his maximum health is only 740 points. This means that even if Luo Chen's health dropped to the bottom, only 1 point of blood would be left. It can also return to full value in about 23 minutes. This recovery ability is absolutely exaggerated at this stage. Since the killing game itself does not have any passive health recovery function, in this killing land, if you want to recover your health, you can only rely on skills or talents. Or some high-level equipment will come with equipment entries that restore health. But that kind of equipment is obviously difficult to obtain at this stage. At least Luo Chen, who already had 2 pieces of blue quality equipment, had never seen this before. As for her talent, Luo Chen hasn't seen anyone else in the chat channel obtain a similar talent yet. There are quite a few that increase physical attributes. There are D-level, E-level, and even C-level ones. It can be similar to talents such as blood-sucking or passive blood recovery. But no one mentioned it. Certainly. This may be because people who have this kind of talent deliberately hide it and don't say it out loud. After all, since yesterday, the atmosphere in the entire killing town has become more and more tense. We no longer get along as harmoniously as we did at the beginning. Some smart people may have anticipated that the situation would develop in this direction, so they hid their true information early on, including talents and skills. Isn't Luo Chen himself like that? Like the mysterious man who wrapped himself tightly outside the misty shop just now. The other party is even better at hiding than Luo Chen. He is even unwilling to reveal his appearance. With that big cloak on, let alone his appearance. Luo Chen couldn't tell whether it was a boy or a girl. There are always many people who are highly vigilant. Even if the personnel in each killing town are randomly assigned, it is impossible that all 1,000 people are completely innocent, right? That's obviously unlikely. After spending all the killing coins he had earned through hard work throughout the day, Luo Chen left the misty shop contentedly. After coming out of the foggy area, Luo Chen stood there and waited for a moment. After seeing that there was nothing unusual around him, he felt relieved and ran towards the direction of killing town number 10,087. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen returned to the town. Coming in from the west gate of the town, this time there was no one gathering around the gate to cause trouble, but the blackened, dried bloodstains on the ground still showed what a tragic scene had happened here yesterday. Luo Chen didn't stay outside for long and quickly returned to his safe house. The safe house next to him was the confident guy he met when he went out in the morning. He was standing in the yard at the door when Luo Chen came back. Seeing Luo Chen coming back, the buddy also smiled at him. Luo Chen always felt that this guy's eyes had some ill intentions. I don't know if he is overthinking it. Or is the other party really planning something? After returning to the safe house, Luo Chen put down his backpack first, then went to the bathroom to wash his hands and face, then returned to the kitchen and began to take out the crocodile meat that had been prepared in advance, preparing to cook a crocodile meat hot pot for himself. Today he also found a few packets of hot pot base. Judging from the information he checked, they should still be edible and not spoiled. In addition to crocodile meat, Luo Chen also has luncheon meat, tiger skin chicken feet, and instant noodles. Finally I can have a good meal in the evening. While waiting for the water to grill, Luo Chen also put the ingredients into the boiled hot pot base. Then I took my bowl and chopsticks and sat beside them waiting for the food to be cooked. At the same time, the others who had returned to the killing town were now replenishing their fatigue and hunger points that had been consumed during the day. In the originally quiet area chat channel, it also became lively at this time. Many people are sharing their dinners, either to play the victim or to show off how delicious their dinner was. After the food in the hot pot was cooked, Luo Chen and others ate while reading the content posted by others in the chat channel. When Luo Chen saw someone posting a photo to show off a bucket of instant noodles, he couldn't help laughing. He looked at the hot pot in front of him and compared it with the plain bucket of instant noodles in the picture. The difference was immediately apparent. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel that the taste of the hot pot suddenly became much more delicious. After eating and drinking, Luo Chen washed up and returned to the bedroom on the second floor. After a busy day, I can't get enough rest at night. However, before taking a break, Luo Chen still looked at the chat channel for a while. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the number of people in the chat channel gradually began to decrease. Luo Chen was also sleepy at this time. He yawned and closed the chat channel. I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep in a short while. Chapter 37. The next day, Luo Chen woke up early in the morning and got out of bed while rubbing his eyes. Today is another new day, and it is also the 5th day that these people have come to the killing ground. After getting up in the morning, eating something, and lowering his hunger level to below 10%, Luo Chen packed up his things and took his 3 backpacks to go out. In the central square, quite a few people had gathered here early in the morning. Luo Chen didn't know anyone particularly well in this small town, so he headed straight for the blood-red obelisk in the square, ignoring everyone else along the way. Soon, Luo Chen came to the position in front of the blood-red obelisk and stopped. He raised his head and looked at the names above. Compared to the first day, there are a lot fewer names on it. Luo Chen counted and found that the number of names that had disappeared was more than the number of names that remained. There are 499 in total. At this time, a voice came from the side. Luo Chen turned and looked at the other person. Really? It was that neighbor again who seemed to have bad intentions. The other party smiled at Luo Chen and said, "It's only the 5th day, and 501 people have already died. I don't know what these people did. Life is really ridiculous and fragile." Luo Chen felt that the other party probably had some mental problems. Or maybe he has an antisocial personality. In short, Luo Chen didn't really want to bother with his neighbor, but the other party always came up to him, acting very interested in Luo Chen. But the entire killing town number 10,087 was destroyed in just 5 days, no. It should only be considered 4 days. In just 4 days, 501 people died? I wonder if it's the same in other killing towns? Isn't this death too quick? And Luo Chen suspected that many of them were killed by other people, rather than dying at the hands of monsters in the wild. The human heart is the most terrifying, hee. The neighbor next to him laughed and said. Luo Chen nodded, then turned and was about to leave. Just then, boom! A loud noise like thunder suddenly resounded throughout the killing town. Then, the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square suddenly burst into blood. As streaks of blood intertwined in the air, they finally formed a blood-red stone tablet about 3 meters high that fell from the sky. There was a loud bang. The blood-red steel fell heavily to the ground. But strangely, the ground was not damaged. This blood-red stone tablet also stood firmly in its original place, right on the trapezoidal base of the blood-red obelisk, only about 3 meters away from the main body of the blood-red obelisk. In the square, even those who had not yet come out of the safe house heard the huge noise and were attracted over. Luo Chen was standing in front of the blood-red obelisk. When the blood-red obelisk fell down just now, he almost thought he was going to be hit. The result was a lot of thunder but little rain. The blood-red stone tablet that fell down just stood there. Nothing else happened. So Luo Chen walked forward curiously to check it out. At this moment, lines of text appeared on the blood-red stone tablet. Although these are completely unfamiliar characters, they can instinctively understand the meaning of these characters. Killing Tower Rules. The Killing Tower descends every 7 days, and the residents of Killing Town have a chance to enter the Killing Tower every time. Any creature in the Killing Tower is your enemy. Kill all the creatures you see to enter the next level. After the first arrival of the Killing Tower, the Killing Scoreboard will open. It's divided into 3 lists, the overall ranking, the district ranking, and the Killing Town ranking. Top scorers on the overall and district rankings will receive generous rewards. Top scorers on the Killing Town ranking will also receive generous rewards. The rest will receive a participation prize. Remember, everyone who enters the Killing Tower will receive 2 resurrection opportunities, but if you die again after the resurrection opportunities are exhausted, it will be a real death. Please remember this. The content on the blood-red steel was not complicated. It talked about something called the Killing Tower, which would descend every 7 days. All residents of Killing Town have the opportunity to enter and challenge the tower. During this period, they have 2 chances to die and be resurrected. You can fight to your heart's content before the 2 resurrection chances are exhausted without worrying about your own safety. This is quite humane. Otherwise, if dying in the killing tower would be considered a real death, a large number of people would probably not dare to enter it. After all, we only have one life, and when we die, we die. There is no chance to do it again. And now, the endless killing game gave them a chance to start over. This is courage for everyone. Besides, it's a reward. After all, who would do something that has no benefit? The same is true of the killing tower. Everyone is looking for the rewards, even if you don't get a good ranking. But at least you get a participation prize, right? You can get some benefits at least. It's better than nothing. As for those who rank at the top of the overall and regional rankings, that will get you a generous reward. Although I don't know what kind of reward it is, since it can be described as generous, then this reward must be not bad. In addition, the endless killing game also takes good care of newcomers like the humans from Blue Star who have just entered the killing land, and has specially set up a killing town list. In this way, even if your ranking is not among the top in the overall list and the district list, you can at least get a good ranking in the killing town where you are, right? Who knows, I might even be able to compete for first place. By then, you can still get a generous reward. Certainly. The rewards are equally generous, but there are definitely differences. It's impossible that the reward for being first in the overall ranking is the same as the reward for being first in the district ranking or even first in the killing town ranking, right? In that case, the value of being number one in the overall ranking is too low. At this time, more and more people have gathered in the town square to watch the sudden appearance of the blood-red stone tablet. Luo Chen also gave up the front seat after reading the contents on the stone tablet. When everyone started discussing the killing tower, Luo Chen turned and left the square, heading straight towards the west gate of the town. There are many people like him who just leave after watching it. Obviously, everyone realizes that the real competition has just begun. With the coming of the killing tower, the atmosphere in the town will only become more solemn in the future. There is only one first place, and whoever takes it will be dissatisfied. Maybe they will find a way to unite more people to deal with you. Therefore, before that, the only way to ensure your own safety is to work hard to improve your strength and widen the gap between yourself and others. Chapter 38. Inside the safe house. Luo Chen walked around the town and seemed to go to the west gate, but in fact he turned back halfway and returned to the safe house. If someone paid attention to him, they might think that Luo Chen had already left the town by now. But in reality he returned to his safe house. That guy wouldn't follow me, would he? The face of his neighbor next door appeared in Luo Chen's mind, and then he walked quickly upstairs. In the upstairs bedroom, Luo Chen stood under the teleportation array and then activated this one-way teleportation array. A blue teleportation light fell down, covering his entire body. The next second, bang! There was a flash of bright light. When the light faded, Luo Chen's figure had disappeared into the safe house. Somewhere on the other side of the river, more than 30 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087. Luo Chen's figure appeared in the hidden area where the mark was left yesterday. He first looked around and only walked out of this hidden area after making sure it was safe. Because it was too late yesterday, Luo Chen didn't run very far after reaching the other side of the river. But today he still has plenty of time. It was only 6:41 in the morning, and the sky had just started to brighten. If it weren't for the one-way teleportation array obtained after the safe house was upgraded, Luo Chen would not have been able to appear in this place at this time. I'll try to earn more kill coins today, and then sell a green passive skill. Luo Chen set a goal for himself, and then used today's opportunity to upgrade his skill level on his only blue skill. Freezing Technique LV.3 Freezing Technique LV.4. After upgrading, freeze is now more effective. However, the resulting consumption has also increased. One shot will use up 110 of Luo Chen's mana. Fine. Luo Chen has a level 2 energy recovery skill. The mana recovery increases by 6 points per minute. Otherwise, with the basic recovery rate of 1 point per minute, it would take Luo Chen 110 minutes to fully recover the 110 mana points. That's almost 2 hours. It's been too long. Unlike now, it only takes 16 minutes to fully replenish. Much faster. After crossing the river and continuing west, Luo Chen soon discovered a group of abandoned buildings. This place looks like a small town in a foreign country. The buildings are all in European and American styles. Most of them are low houses with 1 or 2 floors. Only occasionally can you see some buildings with 3 floors or more. The entire abandoned building complex is very large, almost the size of half a complete town. Luo Chen was hiding in the bushes outside and carefully observing the situation over there. He saw many figures staggering around in the abandoned town. After sending a message for detection, Luo Chen looked at the detected information. Poisonous zombie. Level, first level intermediate. Introduction, these zombies have poisonous teeth and nails. They move slowly, but be careful. They sometimes spray poisonous mist from their mouths, so be careful to avoid them. Luo Chen roughly counted and saw that there were probably hundreds of poisonous zombies wandering in this abandoned town. And there may be more where you can't see. What a feng shui treasure land! Luo Chen's eyes lit up involuntarily. For others, they would rather deal with the tougher, harder-skinned zombies than encounter these poisonous zombies which are already highly toxic. After all, if they were infected with corpse poison, they would be doomed without an antidote. But Luo Chen is not afraid. He has 2 skills that can passively restore health. Restores 32 health points per minute. As long as the blood loss from the corpse poison does not exceed this amount, he can withstand the beating. Therefore, the most troublesome poisonous damage of the poisonous zombies lost its original effect on Luo Chen. Besides these, what else are there in the poisonous zombies? Movement speed? Zombie-like monsters generally move slowly. Even if the poisonous zombies ran, their speed was not very fast. Moreover, zombies usually only speed up suddenly when they are close to the target, and move slowly at other times. As for physical defense, this is a poisonous zombie, not a hard-skinned zombie. In terms of physical defense, they are completely different. There's no comparison at all. So, the only thing that the poisonous zombies have, which has neither good defense nor speed, is their poison. Pity. This was the only thing he could show off, but Luo Chen restrained it. Wouldn't they become little mobile treasure houses here at Luo Chen's place? Outskirts of an abandoned town. More than a dozen poisonous zombies were wandering around staggeringly. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side of a house, followed by a flash of cold light and a huge force, which directly chopped a poisonous zombie in front of it and sent it flying. Roar! When the other poisonous zombies saw this, they immediately growled and pounced on the living person who suddenly appeared in front of them. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally Luo Chen, who had set his sights on this group of poisonous zombies. Looking at the group of poisonous zombies slowly approaching him, Luo Chen simply stepped back to avoid them, then went around to the other side and put one foot on the back of the poisonous zombie that he had just chopped off with a knife, and chopped it down again with force. Gilu! A head rolled out directly. No blood splattered. These poisonous zombies are already corpses, and the blood in their bodies has long since solidified into a sticky gelatinous state, so there is no way it will splash out. Behind. The group of poisonous zombies had just changed direction and were slowly coming this way again. It's just a sitting duck. Luo Chen shook his head. The next second. Bang! Another poisonous zombie was chopped away. The knife wound on the chest was so deep that the bone was visible. But zombies are, after all, monsters with thick skin and flesh. Even though they were not hard-skinned zombies, their defense was quite good among the same level. If they were not killed by Luo Chen's direct sword attack, he would need to go up and hit them with another sword to completely kill these ugly monsters. Luo Chen used the same trick again at this time. First, he lured the other poisonous zombies aside, then used his speed that far exceeded theirs to go around to the poisonous zombie that had not yet crawled up from the ground, and chopped off its head with one knife. The whole process can be said to be easy. There is not much danger at all. But soon Luo Chen encountered some trouble. The remaining poisonous zombies began to spit out poisonous mist around them. Even after the mist was diluted in the air, it was still highly toxic. If Luo Chen wants to kill these poisonous zombies, he has to get close to them, which means he has to enter the area where even the air is poisonous. As soon as he stepped in, Luo Chen was affected by the toxic gases in the air. A poisoned buff also appeared on his status bar. Poisoning, mild. Health value decreases by 10 points per minute. He glanced at his status bar. Only 10 o'clock? Luo Chen curled his lips and disagreed. The speed at which he loses blood is not as fast as his automatic blood recovery. No need to worry at all. But soon Luo Chen discovered that the poisoning state was getting worse over time. Soon it became poisoning, general. The speed of blood loss has also become 20 points per minute. This made Luo Chen start to worry. If this continues to be strengthened, will my blood recovery speed not be able to keep up? But after Luo Chen killed the dozen or so poisonous zombies in front of him, he found that his condition was still poisoned, general, and did not seem to be improving any further. This is a relief. It seems that the toxin of the poisonous zombies is only of this strength. Chapter 39. In an abandoned town, a large number of poisonous zombies roam around the town. At this time, Luo Chen was like a hard-working little bee. Whenever he arrived at a place, he would first clean up the poisonous zombies gathered there. Although he would be poisoned by the poisonous fog of these poisonous zombies every time. But the blood loss rate of 20 points per minute is not even as fast as his blood recovery rate. Therefore, Luo Chen eliminated batch after batch of poisonous zombies without any pressure at all. Half an hour later, Luo Chen eliminated more than a dozen poisonous zombies surrounding a building that should be a hotel, and harvested more than a dozen white-quality attribute crystals. Luo Chen's backpack is already filled with more than 100 attribute crystals like this. No surprises. Today is another day of great harvest. And it's only morning now. There was still plenty of time left in the morning. If there were enough poisonous zombies in this abandoned town, Luo Chen felt that today's harvest might be even richer than yesterday's. The only terrible thing is probably extracting the attribute crystals from these poisonous corpses. These guys' rotting bodies are really disgusting. Luo Chen picked out the attribute crystal from the last poisonous corpse with a knife, and with a look of disgust, he poured clean water from the bottle in his hand onto the attribute crystal. After rinsing it clean, I picked it up and threw it into my backpack. These poisonous zombies were highly poisonous when they were alive and they are still highly poisonous after death. And it's not just their teeth and nails that are poisonous. Even the blood in their bodies is highly poisonous. If Luo Chen didn't wash off the blood and other substances on these attribute crystals, he would be poisoned if he just touched them. Although the speed at which he lost blood after being poisoned could not keep up with the speed at which he recovered blood. But can you imagine the feeling of being poisoned and having something like corpse spots grow all over your skin, and then starting to scratch and itch? Fortunately, the poisoned state is not permanent. When the time comes, it will naturally be lifted. And this time, Luo Chen also obtained a rough estimate after several experiments. It's about 5 minutes. Certainly. The premise is that you don't come into contact with toxins again. Otherwise, this time will continue until 5 minutes after you are no longer exposed to the toxin, and the poisoning state will disappear. This is also Luo Chen's experience. Walk into the hotel building in front of you. Luo Chen began to search quickly. From the first floor to the second floor, and then to the top third floor. It can be seen that this hotel has been abandoned for a long time, and no one knows how many times it has been ransacked. Luo Chen started from the first floor and checked room by room, but when he finally returned to the first floor, he still came back empty-handed and found nothing. Is there nothing in this abandoned town? Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. The several buildings he had looted before were in similar situations. There was nothing there except some abandoned tables, chairs, benches, and the like. And they are all bad. In this way, in such a large abandoned town, it seems that apart from the attribute crystals in those poisonous corpses, there is nothing else to take away. This is why Luo Chen is not afraid of the toxins in these highly poisonous zombies. If someone else came here, they would have gone through so much trouble to get rid of some poisonous zombies, taking the huge risk of being poisoned, but in the end you didn't let them take a single hair away? How desperate is this? Luckily, I still have attribute crystals, so I can still make money. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. In such a rubbish place with no supplies at all, if there weren't such a group of poisonous zombies gathered here, to be honest, Luo Chen would have turned around and left. But now, let's look for it again. After all, we're here. More than 2 hours later, Luo Chen couldn't remember how many poisonous zombies he had killed. I opened my backpack and took inventory. There are a total of 339 attribute crystals dug out from the poisonous corpses in the backpack. Luo Chen had basically walked through the entire abandoned town. Guess what happened? This damn place is really stingy. Never mind the equipment or anything. I never saw even a piece of moldy bread. Luo Chen had never seen such a poor place. It's so poor. Never mind, these 339 attribute crystals are already a good enough profit. According to the recycling price of the mist shop, a white quality attribute crystal is 20 killing coins, so the 339 crystals that Luo Chen has on hand are worth a full 6,780 killing coins. With such a large sum of money, it was worth his hard work for the whole morning. Coming out from the east side of the abandoned town, Luo Chen couldn't help but scratch his back. No way. The poisoning condition in his body has not yet passed. My whole body is itchy right now. This corpse poison is really disgusting. Luo Chen complained as he walked away from the abandoned town behind him. At this moment, when he turned his head to scratch his back, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but pause. What is that? Luo Chen walked over curiously. In a patch of weeds outside the abandoned town, a corner of a metal cabinet was exposed and happened to be seen by Luo Chen. He dragged the cabinet out of the weeds with great effort. The metal cabinet is quite heavy. It weighs about 400 or 500 kilograms. Luo Chen dragged it out of the grass with one hand, then turned it over so that the front of the cabinet was facing up. This is a metal storage cabinet with 5 doors. 2 of the doors were open and had opened by themselves when Luo Chen turned the cabinet over. There was nothing inside, completely empty. But the other 3 doors were locked. Luo Chen doesn't have the key. But he didn't need a key. Just use brute force to unlock it. Bang! Luo Chen stepped on a door with his foot, causing a large dent and the lock to break. I reached out and opened it, and there was a pile of miscellaneous things inside. Luo Chen searched for it. Didn't find anything good. Had. As expected. He shook his head, then banged the other 2 doors open twice. But this time, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out and took out a pink backpack with a white unicorn pendant from one of the cabinets. Space backpack. Quality, blue. The interior has 6 compartments of 3 cubic meters of space, which can be used to store items. This is actually a blue quality space backpack. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that after searching the town for a long time, I couldn't find even a chicken feather. Finally, I casually found a blue quality space backpack in the bushes outside the town. It's true that when the east is dark, the west will be bright. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 40. Compared to the 3 green quality space backpacks on Luo Chen's body, the blue quality space backpack has twice as many grids, and the internal space of each grid has been expanded twice. Adding this up, a blue quality space backpack is equivalent to 6 green quality ones. That may not seem like a lot. But what good person carries 6 backpacks with him? Don't you think it's in the way? Luo Chen has been feeling a bit cumbersome carrying 3 space backpacks these days. Let alone 6. Don't let yourself be in the middle of a fierce battle with a few monsters and suddenly be hindered by your backpack. That would be really disgusting. So, the seemingly blue quality space backpack simply expands the internal storage space 6 times. But the actual effect is far more than just 6 times. The first thing Luo Chen did was to transfer all the good things from the 3 old backpacks to this new backpack. A storage space of 3 cubic meters is enough to hold a lot of things. One of Luo Chen's 3 backpacks is specifically used to carry various food and drinks. Now all these things are stuffed into one compartment of the new backpack. The other things were sorted and placed in the other 5 compartments. When Luo Chen finished sorting, the 3 old backpacks were basically emptied. Pity. A space backpack cannot be placed inside a space backpack, otherwise just put the dolls inside. Luo Chen crumpled the 3 empty old backpacks into a ball, then found an ordinary bag, stuffed the backpacks into it, and tied the bag tightly. After making sure it wouldn't get loose, Luo Chen turned and walked to a corner on the other side. He dug a shallow hole in the ground, stuffed the bag in, filled it with some soil as a camouflage, then clapped his hands and took a few steps back to take a look. Yes, you can't tell unless you look closely. Luo Chen couldn't possibly carry 4 backpacks around, it would be very cumbersome. It just so happens that the space in this new backpack is large enough, so the 3 old ones can temporarily retire. But Luo Chen couldn't bear to just throw them away. That's such a waste. After all, it is green quality equipment. If I take it to the mist shop for recycling, one can be sold for at least 200 killing coins, right? So Luo Chen chose to find a place to hide them on the spot. When you come back, take them away. After confirming that the hiding place was concealed enough, Luo Chen turned around and left, continuing to head further west. Time slowly came to the afternoon. After eating something and taking a rest to recover his fatigue, Luo Chen saw 2 rays of light slowly setting in the sky from afar. It's an airdrop treasure chest. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. But this time, there were 2 airdrop treasure chests. And they're not in the same direction. So Luo Chen had to choose one and give up the other. Let's choose this one. It's closer. Luo Chen looked at the 2 spots of light in the sky. Both spots were blue, so there was no way to choose one according to its quality. However, one of the spots was closer to him, while the other was far away. Needless to say, Luo Chen knew what choice to make. Half an hour later, Luo Chen arrived here, looking exhausted. This is a small hill. The terrain starts to slope upward from here. The surface of the plateau is covered with dense vegetation and wild grass half a person's height. At the end of this small plateau is a hillside with a stone wall showing traces of human construction. There are also 4 tall pillars standing in front of the stone wall. However, 3 of the 4 pillars have collapsed, and only one is still intact. Luo Chen looked up at the landing point of the airdrop treasure chest in the sky, which was almost exactly in front of the stone wall. Do you want to go over now? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, then decided to hide nearby and observe before making a decision. The ground in the area where the stone wall was located was bare, and there was not even a hiding place around. If someone went there at this time, they would be sitting ducks if someone came later. I wonder if anyone else has been to this area. Luo Chen found a place to hide, then opened the regional chat channel that had not been opened for a long time and took a look. This sight made Luo Chen rub his eyes in surprise, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Regional chat channel. Online users, 16. The place where Luo Chen is now is at least 40 kilometers away from the killing town number 10,087, right? He was able to reach this place due to the one-way teleportation array, which saved him a lot of time on the journey. But now look at the number of people online in the regional chat channel. There are actually 16 people. Among these 16 people, except Luo Chen, there are 15 other people in this area. The coverage of the regional chat channel is currently only within a radius of 5 kilometers. That is to say, these 15 people who are also in this area, if nothing unexpected happens, must have seen the airdrop treasure chest still falling from the sky. Trouble. Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. 16 people, fighting for an airdrop treasure chest? And we don't know how many people here are in the same group? Although Luo Chen is confident in his own strength, can the person who can appear in this area at this time be an ordinary person? Not to mention that all of them have talents above sea level. Even if they are a group of D-level talents. It's also super troublesome. These 15 people shouldn't all be in the same group, right? Luo Chen looked at the area chat channel where no one was talking, and couldn't help but guess in his heart. The worst case scenario, of course, is that except for Luo Chen, the other 15 people are in the same group. Then Luo Chen became the only outsider. By then, he will be targeted and killed. Someone spoke. Luo Chen suddenly looked at the chat channel in surprise. Someone suddenly sent a message. Why are you all so quiet? Are you all so busy getting on the road? I wonder which airdrop chest you chose? I'll go ahead and say it first. I chose the one that dropped the fastest. After about 10 seconds. Hey! Really? Do you have to be so cautious? You don't even dare to say a word in the chat channel? Are you still a man? I don't know if they are men, but I'm sure they are not. Wow! There's a girl here too. Which airdrop did you choose? Same as you. Haha. You're pretty straightforward, I like that. How about we team up? You look like you're on your own, right? No need, I'm afraid of others being too open with me. No. I'm the most honest person. Usually dishonest people will emphasize that they are honest. Another one, not bad. Which one are you going for? Just like you guys, let's compete fairly when the time comes. No way? Did everyone choose the same thing? Are all of us in Killing Town 1733 so in sync? Killing Town number 1733? Luo Chen originally wanted to obtain some intelligence about these people. But when he suddenly saw this message, he was shocked. These people, are they not from Killing Town No 10087? Luo Chen's face was full of surprise. Chapter 41. Although Luo Chen knew very well that there were far more killing towns than number 10,087 where he was, the number of killing towns was so huge that if the population base of the human beings on Blue Star was only 10 billion, and there was a killing town with 1,000 people, it would be a disaster. Then the number of killing towns in the entire killing land is enough to exceed tens of millions. Not to mention, the humans on Blue Planet are only a tiny part of the universe where Blue Planet is located. Maybe even less than 1 in a million. The civilization of the entire universe where Blue Star is located is just a newcomer who has just been invited to join the endless killing game. Before them, it is hard to say how many universes have joined this game before them. But knowing is knowing. But Luo Chen never expected that he would meet other people from Killing Town so soon. So, the distance between each killing town is not as far as I thought. Luo Chen suddenly understood the reason. The distance between the two killing towns he had imagined at the beginning was too far, but the actual distance was not that far. According to his current location, he is more than 40 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087. Even those other 15 people walked that far. Then the distance between these two killing towns is only about 90 kilometers. It was much closer than Luo Chen had initially imagined, which was hundreds of kilometers away. At this time, in the regional chat channel, the people from Killing Town number 1733 were still verbally arguing with each other. From the beginning, when only one person was speaking, now 6 or 7 people have sent messages in the chat channel, and there is a strong sense of tension between the words. This is good news for Luo Chen, because he was the only one among the 16 people present who was from Killing Town number 10,087. The other 15 people are all from Killing Town number 1733. Relatively speaking, Luo Chen is the outsider. So he didn't say anything the whole time, but instead observed what these people were talking about, trying to figure out which of them were in the same group and which were lone wolves like him. From the conversations among these people, Luo Chen discovered that there were quite a lot of lone wolves in the Killing Town of number 1733. Including the first guy who showed up in the chat channel and the woman behind him, it can be clearly confirmed that they are lone wolves. As for the others, there are 2 suspected lone wolves. But I can't be sure. There are 3 others who are definitely in the same group. Because they had already made it public in the chat channel and asked others to withdraw from the competition as soon as possible, their words showed great confidence. Among these 3 people, at least one should have very good talents. Luo Chen judged in his heart. At this time, you want me to quit? Just because of you 3 losers? Luo Chen was also stunned when he saw this sentence. Who is this? Why are you talking so arrogantly? What surprised Luo Chen even more was that the 3 people who had just told others to leave were now silent. Is this cowardice? No. You 3 clowns? He was still shouting in the last second, and was slapped in the face in the next second. He didn't even have the courage to fight back. At the same time, about 1 kilometer away from this small hill, 3 figures who were originally rushing on their way suddenly stopped. Zhao! It's that crazy Olivia! What should we do? This lunatic has also set his sights on that airdrop treasure chest. Should we still go? Go? Go for nothing. That madman is an underground boxer to begin with, and now he has a B-level talent. Even if the 3 of us team up, we'll just be killed. No way. Take it to the other airdrop treasure chest. Well, let's go while there's still time. The 3 of them were straightforward. After a brief exchange, they turned around and ran towards the airdrop treasure chest that was farther away. No. Olivia, you're here too. Zhao. It's over, it was all a wasted trip. Is it too late to change the target now? It's too late. Don't change, because I've already gone. What the hell? Why are you, Olivia, everywhere? Olivia, do you have any objections? Suddenly, the scene became cold. Then no one spoke anymore. Luo Chen has been peeking at the screen. This guy named Olivia should be a pretty good master in Killing Town number 1733, otherwise these people wouldn't be so afraid of him. Even the trio who were shouting just now stopped talking. All these indirectly prove that Olivia is very powerful. Is it B-level? Or A-level? Luo Chen was guessing in his heart. At this moment, a private message suddenly popped up on the chat channel. Luo Chen glanced at it in surprise. Did he just find out that he could chat privately with someone in the chat channel? Dude! Stop peeking, let's team up, shall we? I've already discussed this with the others. We're definitely no match for that crazy Olivia alone. Only by joining forces can we snatch this piece of meat from him. Join forces? Yes, these people don't know that Luo Chen is not from Killing Town number 1733, and none of them alone are a match for Olivia, so it is normal for them to want everyone to join hands to deal with Olivia. We can join forces, but I want to know how many of you there are? Where are you all? Luo Chen thought about it, then sent a message. Unexpectedly, the other party replied to him very quickly. Including you, there are 8 of us now. We're still in contact with the others, so there will definitely be more by then. As for where they are? I don't know about the others, but I've actually been here a long time ago. Arrived a long time ago? Holy shit! This guy is a jerk. Luo Chen hid in his hiding place without making a move. He didn't know whether the other party arrived before him or after him. Okay, then how do we cooperate? Luo Chen thought about it and sent another message. It's simple. Olivia is a reckless man, and this guy is the kind of person whose brains are all brawn. He definitely won't hide when the time comes. We'll rush in as soon as the airdrop treasure chest drops, and we'll definitely beat him to a pulp. A reckless man? Luo Chen nodded, but didn't believe it completely. Okay, let's do as you say. Haha. Dude, that's straightforward. Let's work together. I guarantee Olivia will be defeated this time. After looking at the other party's reply message, Luo Chen did not send any more messages, but waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the number of people online in the regional chat channel suddenly decreased by 3. It became 13 people. Those 3 guys just left immediately. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised at the decisiveness of these 3 people, and at the same time, his estimate of Olivia's strength increased again. A guy who could scare 3 people away with just his name. No matter how careful you are, it's too much. Chapter 42. In the hiding place, time passed by every second. Luo Chen looked towards the end of the small hill in the distance from time to time. The blue airdrop treasure chest slowly falling from the sky was now less than 10 meters away from the ground. Almost. Luo Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed from afar a tall figure carrying an exaggerated giant sword coming towards him. Olivia? Luo Chen couldn't help but hold his breath and concentrate. A moment later. The figure has reached the outskirts of this small hill. He looked to be about 2 meters tall, with short flaxen hair and a broad, unsharpened sword on his shoulder. The sword was almost longer than he was, and just looking at it gave people a sense of oppression. It can't be wrong. This guy is Olivia. Luo Chen had seen his profile picture in the chat channel before, and it was definitely this face. At this time, Olivia scanned the surroundings with a tiger-like gaze. Although he didn't see a single figure, he was sure that he was not the only one here. You're just a stinking bug hiding in a dark corner. I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. This airdrop treasure chest belongs to me, Olivia. After saying that, Olivia didn't care how many people were lying in ambush around her. She stepped directly on the 1-meter-high weeds in front of her and walked quickly towards the end of the small hill in front of her. What the previous person said was right, this Olivia really looked like a reckless man. He seems to not care at all that he will be attacked by everyone. Could it be that he thinks he is capable of fighting 10 people alone? Are all the people in Killing Town number 1733 weak except for this Olivia? Luo Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. Could it be that this Olivia is really so conceited? Olivia was moving quite fast, and soon she crossed the grass and came to the end of the small hill, in front of the man-made stone wall. Even if 3 of the 4 pillars standing around collapsed, the shortest one would still be more than 3 meters high. After Olivia arrived, she put the giant sword on her shoulder to the ground, then grasped the hilt with both hands, staring coldly at the grass in front of her where she had come from. He is waiting. It's not just about waiting for that airdrop chest to drop. He was also waiting for those who were lying in ambush to show up on their own. Just as Luo Chen guessed, the reason why Olivia was so confident was, on the one hand, because he did have the capital to be so confident. When she was on Blue Star, Olivia was an ace boxer in the underground black boxing market. He once had a terrifying record of 37 wins in 37 fights, killing 16 opponents in a row. He is 2 meters and 4 inches tall and weighs 155 kilograms. He can easily kill an ordinary person with one punch. Even professional boxers have to try their best to dodge his punches when facing him. After the entire universe was forcibly invited to join this endless killing game, Olivia was lucky enough to awaken a B-level talent ability. He is also the only person with B-level talent in the entire killing town number 1733. Therefore, he was very sure that he had absolute power to rule the entire killing town number 1733. As for the others, Olivia doesn't even take those guys who have awakened C-level talents seriously. All this is because the talent he awakened is so suitable for him. Even for B-level talents, there are still some opinions on whether they are suitable or not. If you awaken a talent that is not suitable for you, then it will definitely take you a long time to adapt to the effects of this talent and change some of your habits. And the talent that Olivia awakened could be said to be tailor-made for him. He is too strong. Therefore, he didn't take the other dozen people seriously at all. So what if we join forces? He can still kill all the opponents by himself. Dude. We're ready to go. We'll charge together in 10 seconds. In the hiding place, Luo Chen received news from the previous person again. But he just took a look and had no intention of doing anything. 10 seconds passed quickly. The next moment, figures suddenly emerged from their hiding places and rushed towards Olivia at the end of the small hill in front. Luo Chen, who remained motionless, counted and found that only 7 people were tricked out in this wave. In addition to Luo Chen, there are 3 other people who did not show up. The 7 people who rushed out also found that the number of people on their side was wrong at this moment, and they immediately became angry and started cursing. Zhao! Didn't we agree to work together? Damn it! Are you taking me for a fool? There are still 4 bastards. You guys are the 6th one, right? Ye Wenbin, I'm going to scald your grandma. Dark place. Ye Wenbin, who had been actively recruiting people to join forces to deal with Olivia from the beginning, also counted the number of people who appeared in the first wave. Tisk! Why are there only 7 of us? There are still 3 of us who haven't fallen for it. He curled his lips, seeming to be very dissatisfied with the result. The other side. The 2 people who also saw through Ye Wenbin's tricks and pretended to agree to join forces but did not take action at this moment were also watching the scene outside with a sneer. Don't these 7 people have brains? They believe whatever people say. The 2 of them hid in secret places, sneering at the 7 unlucky guys who had been targeted by Olivia. No matter what, the 7 of them were destined to be the cannon fodder in the first wave. Haha! Are you just a few? Olivia was also laughing at this time, waving the giant sword in her hand and rushing towards the 7 people. Stop! Olivia, we've been fooled by that BD Ye Wenbin. We can withdraw from this competition. Right, right, right. There's no need for us to fight to the death. That will only give those other bastards an advantage. Olivia, calm down, we are not enemies. Stop it. I don't want to play anymore. The 7 of them felt that they had fallen into Ye Wenbin's trap and were being used as cannon fodder. Of course, they were unwilling to follow Ye Wenbin's script, so they shouted at Olivia to stop. Pity. But Olivia had no intention of letting them go. Enemy? Are you worthy? You are a bunch of trash. At best, you can only be considered Olivia's, prey. Olivia rushed forward with a wild laugh, and with a bang, the huge sword weighing hundreds of pounds in her hand chopped down heavily at the person in front of her. Bang! The man was instantly chopped away by Olivia's sword. Blood was gushing out while he was still in mid-air, and his health points instantly dropped to the critical point. No! I won't give up! He yelled angrily. The next second, a flying knife flew out from the darkness and instantly pierced the man's chest. The last dozen or so points of health were also cleared out by this blow. This man died with his eyes open. Who? Olivia looked over there angrily. That's my prey. Damn thief, get out here! In the dark, Ye Wenbin, who had already changed his position, sneered and had no intention of showing up. Great! We'll use these idiots to deplete Olivia's fighting power and snatch his head while we're at it. Once these idiots are dead, Olivia won't be feeling well, will she? Ye Wenbin had been keeping an eye on these people from the very beginning. What he wants is not just the airdrop treasure chest. Same thing. He also wanted to snatch the heads of those present and plunder their attributes. That was just the first one. It won't be the last. Chapter 43. As for Olivia, you big fool, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong? People still need to learn to use their brains. Ye Wenbin sneered complacently while keeping his eyes on the second target. The other side. Although Olivia didn't find the BD who secretly stole his head, he still didn't intend to let go of the 6 prey in front of him. He was already furious just having his head stolen. He would not allow these 6 heads he had reserved to escape. If that were the case, would Olivia still be able to stay in Killing Town number 1733? When this matter gets out, who will be afraid of Olivia anymore? So, these 6 people in front of me must die. At the same time, seeing that they couldn't escape, the remaining 6 people decided to fight Olivia. If you don't fight, you're dead. If you fight, you might have a chance of survival. 6 to 1, the advantage is on my side. At this moment, the 6 people seemed to have reached some kind of spiritual understanding. In an instant, they all turned around and rushed towards Olivia who was chasing them from behind. This big guy is very strong. Luo Chen had slipped to a location not far from the battlefield without knowing when. He secretly observed that side and saw that the tall and strong Olivia was still in the upper hand against 6 people alone, and could even be said to be crushing the opponents. He couldn't help but marvel at it. Is the gap between B-level talent and C-level talent so big? Luo Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. At this time, Olivia, who was fighting 1 against 6, was killing like crazy. He completely gave up on defense and endured the attacks of the 6 people on the opposite side. The huge sword in his hand was directly turned into an afterimage by his dance. The 6 people on the opposite side clearly had the advantage in numbers, but at this moment they acted as if they were the weaker party. Those attacks landed on Olivia, but it seemed difficult to cause effective damage to him. On the contrary, Olivia's casual sword strike could make them terrified, and they dared not take any of Olivia's attacks head-on. But even so, the situation of the 6 of them was quite bad. Their health points plummeted by more than 50% in just 1 or 2 minutes. Their facial features were distorted in pain, and some even vomited blood. Their combat effectiveness plummeted. Tisk tisk. This Olivia is truly a pervert. Her B-rank talent is truly powerful. Ye Wenbin, who was hiding in the dark and ready to grab the head at any time, couldn't help but feel astonished at this moment. He had only heard others say how powerful Olivia was before, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Ye Wenbin couldn't help but feel jealous and went crazy. Why is it that such a smart person like him can only awaken a D-level talent, while a fool like Olivia, who has strong limbs but a simple mind, can awaken a B-level talent? Although there is only a C-level between Class D and Class B, the effects are completely different. Seeing Olivia fighting 6 people alone and being so brave, Ye Wenbin felt very uncomfortable. Humph! You're just a lucky fool. In the end, you're still making things difficult for me. Ye Wenbin could only comfort himself in this way at this moment. At least, could he snatch a few heads from Olivia? At this time, a glass bottle filled with dark green gas was thrown over from somewhere. Olivia had just launched a powerful downward strike, but the flying glass bottle flew directly into his attack path. The next second, bang! The fragile glass bottle exploded instantly. The dark green gas in the bottle instantly dissipated from the broken glass bottle, and in the blink of an eye, it covered a large area around it under the influence of the airflow caused by Olivia's heavy blow. In an instant, a poisoned WFF was hanging on the 7 of them. Despicable! You even poisoned me! The 6 people on the opposite side were almost unable to hold on, and at this time they found that they were poisoned, and their health points were plummeting at a rate of 20 points per minute. You know, their physical attributes are not very high. In addition, most of their health points had been taken away by Olivia, so now the one with the least health points among the 6 of them was even less than 50 points. In such a poisoned state, even if Olivia let them leave now, they would not be able to survive until the poisoning disappeared. As for taking antidote, then they must have it too. Faced with the angry curses of 6 people, Olivia's face instantly turned black. It's not that their insults were particularly harsh. In fact, no matter how harsh the insults were, Olivia wouldn't care. But in fact, he wasn't the one who poisoned me at all. Even he himself was poisoned. Who is it? Get out here! Olivia angrily slashed at the surroundings with her sword. But there was no trace of anyone. Who the hell is that? On the other side, Ye Wenbin, who had been hiding in the dark and ready to take the head, also looked gloomy. Isn't this stealing his business? That was the person he was targeting, but someone actually took action secretly without him noticing. He really couldn't find out who the person who poisoned him was at this moment. This made Ye Wenbin even more annoyed. Damn thief, get out here! Olivia was still roaring. It was a pity that he had no means of long-range attack, and the thief who attacked him twice was obviously hiding in the distance and had no intention of getting close. At this time, the 6 people on the opposite side took advantage of the fact that Olivia's attention was attracted by the people hiding in the dark and ran away. Although he was still in a state of poisoning, he wouldn't die in a short time. People always have the desire to survive. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, they will not sit and wait for death. Stop right there! Olivia looked back at this time and found that the 6 prey on the opposite side were still trying to run away. She no longer cared about looking for the despicable and shameless guy hiding in the dark, and hurriedly chased after him with a roar. Although Olivia looks like a big fool, he runs very fast. His agility attribute has already reached 22 points. Combined with the attribute bonus brought by the equipment, his agility attribute has reached a full 28 points. The agility attribute of 28 points is already very high at the current stage. Many people simply cannot meet this standard. Unless those talents are related to agility and speed. But obviously none of the 6 people on the opposite side had this type of talent, so when Olivia ran, her speed was even faster than all 6 of them. Can you imagine a person running very fast while carrying a huge sword weighing hundreds of pounds? Olivia is in this state right now. He took 2 steps at a time and caught up with the slowest runner in just a few seconds. Die! He roared and slashed down with his sword. The next moment, the man in front didn't even have time to turn around to block before he was chopped away by Olivia's heavy blow. The remaining 100 or so health points were instantly cleared. The corpse flew out like a broken sack. But Olivia didn't look happy at all, and her face even became even darker. A-hole! You're looking for death! He roared, then with red eyes, he accelerated to chase after the other 5 people. Chapter 44. Ding! You killed the target and successfully plundered its attributes. Strength +2. Constitution +5. Agility +1. Spirit +1. Behind a patch of grass. Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle secretly when he heard the prompt sound beside his ear. Good, good, good. So the guy's final health bar was poisoned? Just now, when he saw Olivia chase after the guy and give him a heavy blow, he thought he was going to lose a head. I didn't expect Olivia to be such a good person. How could this be considered stealing someone's life? It was clearly an assist for him. Seeing that the opponent's health was decreasing too slowly due to poisoning, I went straight up to help cut off the remaining health bar. What a good person! After taking this kill, Luo Chen directly gained 6 attribute points. This guy's strength and constitution attributes are quite high, especially his constitution attribute, which should be an awakened constitution talent. No wonder this guy seemed to be beaten the most in the beginning, but his remaining health bar is the thickest. But no matter how thick the health bar is, it can't withstand Olivia's powerful blow. Well, it confirms once again that Olivia is a great person. Damn it! That old man stole a head. Ye Wenbin, who was hiding in the dark, saw Olivia roaring and immediately guessed that the head was not taken by Olivia, but was stolen by the hateful Lao Lu who was hiding in the dark and poisoning her. That should have been his. Ye Wenbin hated that Lao Lu to death. They say that competitors are enemies, and this is indeed true. No, we must not let the heads of these remaining guys be stolen again. We must take them even at the risk of being exposed. The reason why Ye Wenbin dared to do this was entirely because his talent happened to be related to speed and stealth. Although it is not a pure talent that increases agility attributes, in Ye Wenbin's opinion, talents that simply increase attributes are actually very ordinary. Only talents like his are truly good. After all, there are many ways to improve attributes. For example, attribute crystallization. For example, killing people. Another example is wearing good equipment. However, the special effects of some talents are far beyond the reach of simply adding attributes. Speaking of this, Ye Wenbin couldn't help but look at Olivia who was going crazy over there with jealousy. This big fool's talent is the latter. And as far as he knew, Olivia's talent effect was related to blood recovery. The reason why this guy was so famous in their killing town number 1733 was because many people had seen him single-handedly taking on a large group of monsters. At that time, Olivia had no defense at all and let the monsters' attacks fall on him. As a result, in the end, he was not hurt at all, but dozens of monsters on the opposite side were killed by him. That battle also made Olivia famous overnight and became the most famous person in their killing town number 1733. Why the hell does this big idiot always get all the good things? Ye Wenbin couldn't help but curse inwardly out of anger. At this time, Olivia over there also caught up with the other 5 people. He swung his giant sword at several people, but one of the 5 people suddenly kicked another person next to him, kicking him directly towards Olivia who was chasing him. "Brother, don't blame me. I just want to live." The man shouted and ran away without looking back. The guy who was kicked out started cursing with his eyes bloodshot. The next second, Olivia's heavy blow fell. The cursing stopped abruptly. FK. Olivia, who had smashed half of the man's body with a sword, started cursing. The reason is simple. This head was stolen again. Ding! You killed the target and successfully plundered its attributes. Strength +2. Constitution +2. Agility +1. Spirit +2. Luo Chen heard this heavenly reminder sound again. But the attribute value given by the guy who died this time is a bit low. It seems that this person's talent is not the kind that directly increases attribute values. Pity. Killing people can only plunder attribute values. If only I could plunder talents. Luo Chen thought greedily. On the other side, Ye Wenbin, who was just a little slow, watched helplessly as he failed to grab the head. He couldn't help but want to curse. Blanche. This is the second one. Is that old man so lucky? Or is it that this big fool Olivia is just unlucky today? How come that guy stole the head twice? What made Ye Wenbin even more angry was that the guy didn't even show up. He just poisoned the person and then just sat back and collected the murder. Is there anything easier than this in the world? Just when Ye Wenbin was feeling indignant, Olivia, who was furious not far away, suddenly changed her expression and ran to the other side. Hey? Why didn't this big idiot chase me anymore? Ye Wenbin was still confused, and then the next second he knew why Olivia suddenly gave up chasing the remaining 4 people. Because at this time, the originally rich blue light on the airdrop treasure chest at the end of the small hill has been gradually fading, and it will completely disappear in at most 10 or 20 seconds. Seeing this scene, Ye Wenbin also cursed inwardly. He actually forgot the most important thing and was only thinking about these heads. This is all the fault of Lao Lu who hid in the dark and poisoned him. If that BD hadn't distracted him, how could he have subconsciously forgotten about this airdrop treasure chest? There are still a dozen seconds left, there's still time. Thinking of this, Ye Wenbin didn't bother to grab the 4 heads, and ran directly to the end of the small hill at the fastest speed. This move of his completely exposed his position. But no one cared about that at this time. Not only him, the other 2 people who had been hiding and had never appeared had already run to the end of the small hill at some point, and their 2 hands grabbed the airdrop treasure chest almost at the same time. Damn it! That's my treasure chest! Olivia was instantly furious when he saw this scene. Without thinking, he threw the giant sword in his hand out. Boom! There was a loud bang. The sudden flying giant sword scared the 2 men so much that they quickly retreated. They didn't dare to take it head-on, as it would kill someone. It was this delay that caused Olivia to rush to the small hill. Swish! Ye Wenbin, who was a step slower, also appeared on the small hill. Then he looked at the other 2 people with vigilance. Which of the 2 of them could be the 6th old man who poisoned me? Ye Wenbin thought. But he soon discovered something was wrong. No. Why is there one person missing? Ye Wenbin was secretly shocked. He pinched a magic crystal in one hand and looked around vigilantly. Chapter 45. On the small hill, the 4 sides stood in a 3-way stalemate. On the other side, in the weeds a few hundred meters away from the small hill, 4 people who had luckily escaped the disaster were now fleeing in a panic. But in the next second, swish! A cold light flashed in the air. The sharp blade pierced through one of the men's bodies from front to back in an instant. In a moment, the health bar dropped sharply. And then clear it directly. At this time, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the handle of the long knife that pierced the man's body from front to back. With a puff sound, blood splattered. The blade was pulled out of the corpse in an instant, and then attacked another person again like a gust of wind. A-hole! I'm going to fight you! The man roared and rushed forward, as if he wanted to die together. But the next second he missed, and then his eyes went black and he completely lost consciousness. Bang! A headless body lay in the weeds. Luo Chen swung the blade, and drops of blood instantly splashed onto the leaves of weeds. A missile rolled down the slope. Luo Chen ignored them and attacked the other 2 again with an expressionless face. After a few seconds, 4 bodies were scattered in 4 corners of the weeds. Luo Chen took out a piece of white cloth to wipe the blood off the blade, then sheathed the knife and turned around to pick up his spoils. If you kill someone but don't touch the body, wouldn't that be a waste of life? Including the spoils left behind by the 3 corpses before, they had all been taken away by Luo Chen early on. These people are quite rich, and each of them carries a space backpack. Although they are all of green quality, the space is not large. But there are 7 space backpacks, which contain a lot of good things. Not to mention anything else, there are 13 skill upgrade stones alone. Although they are all white quality, this amount alone is worth 1,300 kill coins. Luo Chen didn't do what he thought and directly threw 10 of the skill upgrade stones into his first skill, Sprint. 2 skill upgrade stones are used to upgrade 1 level. Directly push the Sprint skill to level 10. After level 10, 4 skill upgrade stones are required to upgrade to the next level. Luo Chen didn't have enough skill upgrade stones, he was short of 1, so he spent the remaining 3 on the Swift Steps skill. Speed level 10. Grade, White. Consume 55 mana points to enter the sprint state for 55 seconds, increasing movement speed by 245%. Cooldown time is 15 seconds. Fast-footed LV.5. Grade, White. Passively increases agility by 15 points. When the sprint is upgraded to level 10, the duration of the state directly reaches 55 seconds. It's several times longer than the cooling time. The increase in movement speed has reached an astonishing 245%. The level 5 skill of Flying Steps also gave Luo Chen a 15-point bonus to his agility attribute. Not bad. The 4 guys just killed also gave Luo Chen an increase of 10 points in strength, 11 points in constitution, 10 points in agility and 14 points in spirit attributes. Unexpectedly, the attribute that these 4 guys improved the most for Luo Chen was his mental attributes. Luo Chen opened the character panel and took a look. This time the attribute changes were quite big. Name, Luo Chen. HP, 920/920. Mana, 570/570. Status, mildly hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value, 22%. Hunger value, 11%. Strength, 59. Constitution, 92. Agility, 54. Spirit, 47. Physical defense, 92. Elemental resistance, 57. Innate ability, endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by 1 every day. Active skills, Speed LV.10, Freeze LV.4. Passive skills, Physical Fitness LV.6, Natural Strength LV.5, Vigorous Energy LV.5, Rhythm of Life LV.2, Fullness LV.6, Energy Recovery LV.2, Swiftness LV.5. Among the 4-dimensional attributes, the highest one, Physique, has reached 92 points, almost breaking 100. Although there are also attributes added by equipment. But Luo Chen's own attribute values are not low either. The key is the agility attribute also reached 54 points. After entering the sprint state, Luo Chen's agility attribute can reach a value of 186.3. The status effect provided by a sprint skill is better than a D-level talent that only increases agility. Is this a white grade skill? This is only level 10. What if it's level 20? Level 30? Even if it's not really possible to make a white grade skill comparable to those B grade or even A grade talents. After closing the character panel, Luo Chen turned around and looked at the small hill behind him. At this time, on the small hill, the 4 people had already started fighting. No one wanted to let anyone else get the blue airdrop treasure chest, and the other 3 people seemed to be teaming up to target Olivia. Olivia is strong, but the 3 people on the opposite side are not weak either. Compared to the 7 people who were tricked out and used as cannon fodder at the beginning, the strength of these 3 people is obviously much stronger. The 3 of them joined forces, and although they were still no match for Olivia, they did manage to temporarily prevent him from getting close to the airdrop treasure chest. There's a chance. Luo Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He had just prepared himself mentally for not being able to get this airdrop treasure chest. He also followed the principle that he could not return empty-handed, so he chose to launch a sneak attack on the 4 fleeing guys and take away their space backpacks as his trophies. However, Luo Chen did not expect that the 3 guys who jumped out from behind were so powerful. It actually managed to temporarily block Olivia. Isn't this Chun Chun giving him a second chance? And if Luo Chen had no confidence before that he could snatch this airdrop treasure chest from the 4 of them, then now Luo Chen has the confidence. I'm here to help you. Luo Chen shouted, and then deliberately rushed towards the small hill over there at only about 1/3 of the full speed. At this time, Ye Wenbin and the other 3 were struggling to hold on the small hill. It was really that this madman Olivia's playing style was too ferocious. He didn't do any defense at all and just kept attacking and attacking. The huge sword weighing several hundred pounds was almost fused into one piece when he swung it. Key. This guy used to be a professional underground black boxer with extremely rich combat experience. On this point, the three of them were just ordinary people and could not compare with him at all, so even if the three of them joined forces, they could no longer stop this madman Olivia. Just then, Luo Chen is here. Gave them hope. Come and help. Ye Wenbin shouted loudly without turning his head. The next second, a flash of knife light slashed down from his side and hit heavily on the huge sword that Olivia threw at him. Luo Chen also felt the terror of Olivia for the first time. His strength is at least 3 times that of Luo Chen. Just by blocking his sword, Luo Chen's health points dropped by 18 points instantly. If this hits him directly, the consequences are unimaginable. You know, Luo Chen's physical defense is as high as 92 points. Olivia's sword didn't hit him in the first place, it was just the force transmitted by the collision of the two weapons. After deducting the defense attribute, it can still cause him 18 points of damage. This shows how amazing the actual damage of his sword is. Chapter 46. Another one, die. Olivia's eyes were bloodshot at this time, as if he had fallen into some kind of madness. He roared and slashed with his sword again. This time, without Luo Chen's obstruction, his sword directly hit a blue magic shield. The entire shield was smashed and its durability dropped instantly. It turned out that at the critical moment, Ye Wenbin crushed his trump card without hesitation. Let this magic shield block Olivia's heavy blow for himself. Otherwise, with his small body, Olivia might be able to make him see his weakness on the spot with just one strike of her sword. But Ye Wenbin, who used up this trump card for this, also looked very painful. He had found this thing with great difficulty. And there is only one. Now that it's used up, it's gone. The key is, the heavy blow that Olivia just struck actually cut off a quarter of the durability of the magic shield. In other words, this magic shield can only block Olivia's 4 swords for him. What the hell? Isn't the attack power of this idiot Olivia a bit too high? The damage of this sword is over 200. Ye Wenbin's own health points are only over 200. Can he really be killed in 1 second with just one sword? Ye Wenbin was a little panicked. He couldn't help but regret why he came to compete for this airdrop treasure chest. Perhaps the best option would be for him to kill the other 4 people who escaped. At least in that case, he would be 100% sure to take down the 4 unlucky guys with low health. Then he could take the spoils and run away. Olivia would not be able to catch up with him. Now, you find yourself stuck here, stuck in between places. It's so uncomfortable. The situation on Ye Wenbin's side is not good, and the other 2 people are not much better. They still underestimated Olivia's strength. This also underestimated the gap between B-level talents and C-level talents. This is much larger than C-level and D-level. Bang! A figure vomited blood and flew backwards. Shit! I don't want to play anymore. The man with blood spitting out of his mouth cursed and took the opportunity to turn around and run away. If they continue to fight, not only will they not be able to stop Olivia, they may even lose their own lives. So the man gave up the airdrop treasure chest without hesitation. Treasure chests are nice, but you have to be alive to enjoy them. It's obvious. The current situation is that even if they join forces, they cannot stop Olivia from taking away the airdrop treasure chest. As for taking the opportunity to steal this airdrop treasure chest, that's even more impossible. The airdrop treasure chest was so big that they had no way of stuffing it into their space backpacks, so they could only carry it in their hands while running. But can they escape with such a big airdrop treasure chest? What the hell? Why are you running away? Ye Wenbin was still struggling to hold on, but when he saw one of his men run away, he became so angry that he started cursing. I was already unable to win, and now someone on my side has escaped. How can we fight this? No, in fact, if possible, Ye Wenbin also wanted to run away. But at this moment he was holding up a magic shield outside, which was fixed. He couldn't run with the magic shield. Once he came out of the magic shield, Olivia on the opposite side would definitely give him a fatal blow in an instant. Ye Wenbin already knew that Olivia could kill him in seconds, so how could he dare to come out now? Who of you can help me block it? Ye Wenbin shouted for help in a hurry. I'll do it. Luo Chen had just blocked Olivia's sword and retreated to the back. At this time, when he heard Ye Wenbin's cry for help, he rushed forward with an extremely loyal look. Thanks, buddy. Ye Wenbin's face was full of gratitude, thinking that this person must not be the Lao Lu who had poisoned him before. On the contrary, that BD who just ran away is a big suspect. So disloyal, just run away. As expected, the one who poisoned Lao Lu is that BD. Bang! Another heavy blow came down. Olivia seemed to have set her sights on Ye Wenbin, the unlucky guy, at this moment. 2 consecutive heavy blows directly cut off half of the durability of his magic shield. Now the remaining durability can only block Olivia's last heavy blow. Fortunately, Ye Wenbin's helpers also arrived, which made him secretly relieved. Die! Olivia slashed with her sword again with red eyes. With a bang, the magic shield that was protecting Ye Wenbin tightly shattered in an instant, turning into blue light spots all over the sky. In the sky full of blue light spots, Ye Wenbin saw Olivia's ferocious face and the huge sword in his hand, which was filled with murderous intent and slashed towards him fiercely. Save me! Ye Wenbin was horrified and shouted with an extremely terrified expression on his face. The next second, bang! A foot suddenly appeared behind Ye Wenbin and kicked him hard towards Olivia in front of him. In a moment, Ye Wenbin and Olivia's eyes met in mid-air. Ye Wenbin's eyes were full of shock and confusion. Olivia looked at Ye Wenbin, who had bumped into her, with ferocious eyes and sneered. Bang! A figure flew backwards, spurting blood. It was Ye Wenbin who bumped into Olivia. Although Olivia's heavy blow failed to land on him, the violent impact like an iron mountain still caused Ye Wenbin's health to plummet. With only over 200 health points, nearly 200 points were lost in an instant. If it was Olivia's giant sword that hit him, Ye Wenbin would have died on the spot. But even so, Ye Wenbin was still filled with despair. At the same time, there is also strong anger and shame. He was angry because Luo Chen had deceived him, and he was ashamed because he had actually believed that the other party was really there to save him. Are you treating him like a fool? He really fell for it. This made Ye Wenbin, who claimed to be a smart man, even more angry and embarrassed. If I'm so easily fooled, doesn't that make me look stupid? Ye Wenbin cares a lot about his image in the eyes of others, and he will never accept being regarded as a fool. But the fact is, it has already happened. This made Ye Wenbin even more desperate. And the next second, phew! A sharp saber pierced Ye Wenbin's chest. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through his chest and pierced his heart. A moment. Ye Wenbin seemed to understand something, and suddenly showed a self-deprecating smile before he died. It turns out, I'm really a fool. Chapter 47. Ding! You killed the target and successfully plundered its attributes. Strength +2. Constitution +2. Agility +8. Spirit +1. The killing prompt sounded in his ears, and Luo Chen had already pulled the saber in his hand out of Ye Wenbin's body, causing a splatter of blood, with a few drops splashing on his face. Luo Chen didn't bother to wipe it off. He immediately grabbed the dark green space backpack on Ye Wenbin's back with his left hand, then exerted force with his feet and rushed forward in an instant. The agility attribute of 62, with the blessing of the level 10 sprint skill, directly soared to 213.9. Luo Chen rushed towards the airdrop treasure chest like a gust of wind. Stop it! Olivia roared and swung her sword to try to stop it. But when his huge sword fell, it only hit the ground heavily, creating a shallow pit in the ground. I said stop! He roared, holding the huge sword in both hands and hurled it out. But the next second, Luo Chen jumped high while running and easily avoided the giant sword thrown by Olivia. Boom! A loud bang! The giant sword smashed heavily on a stone pillar that only had half of it left. The hard stone pillars were smashed and cracked, and stones fell down with a crash. A small half of the blade of the entire giant sword was directly inserted into the stone pillar and firmly embedded in it. Swish! Luo Chen's figure landed next to the airdrop treasure chest. Olivia watched him pick up the airdrop treasure chest on the ground and stuff it directly into the black backpack on his back. The size of an airdrop treasure chest is close to 3 cubic meters. A green space backpack that cannot fit into a single compartment. But Luo Chen's space backpack is of blue quality. The size of a single grid reaches 3 cubic meters, which is just enough to fit into this airdrop treasure chest. FK. Put that backpack down. It's mine. Olivia rushed forward, cursing angrily. But Luo Chen just grinned at him, then ran directly to the side of the stone pillar, grabbed the giant sword embedded in it with both hands, and pulled it out of the stone pillar. Good job! This giant sword is really heavy, weighing at least 400 pounds. Even with Luo Chen's current strength, it still feels heavy in his hand. If he really wants to hold it in his hand and keep swinging it like a weapon, he probably won't be able to bear it. Thanks to Olivia for making it so airtight. This guy. The strength attribute is ridiculously high. Put it down. That's mine. Olivia watched with bloodshot eyes as Luo Chen not only snatched away the airdrop treasure chest that should have belonged to him, but now he was shamelessly taking away his weapon. But how could Luo Chen listen to him and let it go? This thing belongs to me from now on. Luo Chen smiled and put the giant sword into the space backpack in front of Olivia. He wouldn't be so foolish as to hold such a heavy sword in his hand. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Olivia was going crazy. He rushed towards Luo Chen like a mad bull. But his speed is only good, how can it be compared with Luo Chen? Luo Chen just dodged and hid far away. Olivia could only stand there helplessly in rage, screaming loudly and venting the anger in her heart. The other side. The only remaining woman was also quietly retreating at this time. After retreating for a distance, she turned around and ran without hesitation. The airdrop chest is gone. The two people in front of him, whether it was Olivia or the unknown Asian man, were not good men and women. If they stayed, not only would they not get any benefits, they might even lose their lives. So, the choice of a smart person is naturally to stop the loss in time. If not now, when? Want to run? Luo Chen also noticed the woman's actions at this time, and couldn't help but sneer, then turned around and chased after her. As soon as the fleeing woman heard the noise behind her, she knew that it was the unfamiliar Asian man who was catching up with her. She had seen the man's speed before, and she knew she would definitely not be able to outrun him if she ran. So, the woman instantly grasped something in her left hand. Immediately afterwards, she seemed to disappear, and in an instant, Luo Chen, who was chasing her, lost sight of her. Invisible? Luo Chen raised his brows slightly. The next second he suddenly saw something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing an intriguing smile. 10 seconds later, the woman's figure appeared again, having run hundreds of meters away. She looked back at the small hill behind her. But all he saw was Olivia rushing down the hill in a frenzy, but he didn't see the man from before. Where are the people? The woman was secretly shocked. The next second a breeze blew by. The woman suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She reached out and touched her hands, only to find that they were covered in blood. A long and narrow wound had been cut on her neck at some point, and blood was constantly oozing out of the wound. When? The woman was shocked inside. The next second. Game over. A voice sounded in her ear. Then her eyes went dark and she completely lost consciousness. Ding! You killed the target and successfully plundered its attributes. Strength +3. Constitution +3. Agility +3. Spirit +3. What an average property. Luo Chen looked at the body lying on the ground next to him in surprise. All 4 attributes were given 3 points. That is to say, this woman's original 4-dimensional attributes, not counting the equipment bonus, were all around 30. What kind of talent is this? The attribute bonus is so comprehensive? Luo Chen thought to himself. At this time, Olivia's roar came from behind. Luo Chen looked back and saw that the guy was holding a mace as thick as his thigh, probably his backup weapon. He was roaring and rushing down from the small hill, as if he was determined to kill Luo Chen. What a savage bull! Luo Chen muttered something, then bent down and picked up a weapon in her space backpack left behind by the woman after her death. As for the props she just used to become invisible, that thing is just like Ye Wenbin's magic shield. They are all disposable props. It's gone once you use it up. It is a trump card used to save one's life. Pity. That didn't save them from their lives. Die. Behind. A mace as thick as a thigh smashed down hard. With a loud bang, a shallow pit was smashed into the dirt ground. And what about Luo Chen? He had already come behind Olivia, and slashed the guy's neck with the saber in his hand. Tear. There was a sound of a blunt knife cutting on cowhide. Luo Chen's knife only barely scratched the skin on the back of Olivia's neck, and a few drops of blood were squeezed out. But that's all. Chapter 48. Luo Chen looked at the damage caused by his knife and fell silent for a moment. What kind of scraping damage is this? Luo Chen's current physical defense is 97, which he thinks is already high. At least among the humans on Blue Star at this stage. It is relatively high. But Olivia's physical defense is probably close to 200, right? Good guy, if only his defense was a little higher. I'm afraid that Luo Chen's knife attack just now couldn't even break through the defense. But even if the defense is broken, it doesn't really mean much. That blow only caused Olivia to lose 1 point of blood at most. And this guy's health? I'm afraid it's more than 2,000. Every cut brings a drop of blood? Then when will we stop cutting it down? Not to mention, this guy seems to have some ability to recover health. What the hell is this? Luo Chen originally wanted to maximize his benefits. After dealing with the others, he would concentrate on dealing with Olivia, the bull. But now, Luo Chen found that he seemed to be overthinking. This guy. He is simply an immortal god of war. At least that seems to be the case for Luo Chen at this stage. Haha. Are you tickling me? Although Olivia didn't hit Luo Chen again, he couldn't help but laugh and sneer when he saw that he only lost 1 point of blood after being hit. Maybe the senior was too depressed by Luo Chen. Now that she finally found an opportunity to laugh at the other person, how could Olivia miss it? Wouldn't that be a laugh? Facing Olivia's ridicule, Luo Chen was not angry at all. He has made a lot of money today. Even if he couldn't get Olivia, just the current gains were enough to make Luo Chen a fortune. Now it's just that I can't defeat this wild bull. What's there to be angry about? As for Olivia's ridicule? Haha. Not only did he lose his head, but he also lost the airdrop treasure chest, and finally even his main weapon was snatched away by Luo Chen. Now people are just talking nonsense. Is Luo Chen the kind of stingy person? If you want to laugh, laugh more. You never know when you won't be able to laugh anymore. I wonder if poison will work. Luo Chen ignored Olivia's ridicule. He stepped back to create some distance between him and Olivia, then took out another glass bottle from his backpack. The glass bottle contained the poisonous mist released by the highly venomous zombies he had collected before. He had 7 or 8 glass bottles like this. Bang! Luo Chen threw the glass bottle out and it shattered right at Olivia's feet. As the glass bottle shattered, the poisonous mist in the bottle quickly spread. Olivia opened her character panel and took a look. Really? He's been poisoned again. He had been poisoned by this poison once before. The blood loss rate of 20 points per minute is just average. You can't kill him, but he is indeed disgusting. Especially the itchy feeling all over the body when poisoned, which made Olivia very annoyed. Now, Luo Chen put him in the poisoned state again. Olivia, who had just been satisfying her desire to talk, suddenly turned pale. You despicable fellow! If you have the guts, fight me with real swords and guns! Olivia yelled angrily. But Luo Chen doesn't care whether the means are despicable or not. Besides, he is not a fool. How could he possibly go head-to-head with a bull like Olivia? Hiding in the distance, Luo Chen did not approach Olivia. At this time, his sprint state has disappeared. The speed returned to normal. Although the mana is still enough to release the sprint skill several times. But Luo Chen did not waste his mana. Even if he stabbed Olivia a few times, it would only take away a few points of his health. For such a little pitiful hurt, Luo Chen still chose to save more mana for emergencies. After 5 or 6 minutes, Olivia's poisoning status disappeared again. After seeing this, Luo Chen threw another glass bottle over, further poisoning him. Olivia. Furious and powerless, Olivia could do nothing but curse a few times. He couldn't even leave if he wanted to. Because Luo Chen followed him all the time and wouldn't let him out of his sight. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. Olivia still looks full of energy. Luo Chen did a simple calculation and found that this guy had just been poisoned twice. At a rate of 20 points of health loss per minute, he had lost about 240 points of health. He had been poisoned by this poison once before. In addition, he took a lot of damage during the battle with others. Therefore, the total health points he lost were more than 600 or 700. But looking at the way he looks at this moment, how does he look like an injured person? It seems like he really can't be killed. Luo Chen shook his head in disappointment and did not waste the remaining homemade poison gas bombs in his backpack. Looking at Olivia who was staring at him with an angry expression, Luo Chen finally chose to give up on killing this guy. Instead of continuing to waste time here with Olivia and possibly getting nothing in the end, it is better to just give up and cut the loss in time. If Luo Chen has this time, wouldn't it be nice to go find other monsters to kill and earn some attribute crystals? You go! Luo Chen shouted to Olivia over there. Waved your hand and told him to leave quickly. What's your name, kid? Olivia asked at this time. Luo Chen, if you want to seek revenge on me, remember not to find the wrong person. Luo Chen chuckled and said. Very good, I'll remember your name. Remember, you will die at my hands, Olivia, and I will tear your head off and keep it as a trophy. Olivia said viciously. It's obvious. This is a grudge. But Luo Chen didn't care. As long as he is given time to develop, he doesn't need to take Olivia, a mere B-level talent, seriously. But meeting Olivia today also made Luo Chen realize a problem of his own. That is, he lacks a high burst skill. This high burst does not refer to speed, the speed is already enough. What Luo Chen lacks now is attack power. It's damage. Looks like I need to go to the mist shop to see if there are any skills that suit my attack type. Luo Chen thought to himself, then looked at Olivia who had turned and left and turned and walked in another direction. 10 minutes later. After running for a distance, Luo Chen stopped. Right here. He looked around and made sure that there was no problem before putting down the pile of space backpacks he was carrying. These are his spoils. He had already checked some of them, and all the useful things in them were transferred to Luo Chen's space backpack. But there were a few he hadn't seen yet. Chapter 49. 2 space backpacks. One is dark green and the other is white. The white one was taken from the woman whose name I don't know. The dark green one is on Ye Wenbin. Besides these two, there are several others. But Luo Chen had basically looked through those items. There wasn't anything good there, just some ordinary supplies and attribute crystals. Luo Chen packed all the attribute crystals into his space backpack. It was already a huge pile, at least several hundred pieces. It was definitely a great harvest. And these 2 space backpacks were something Luo Chen had never seen before. So now we should open it and see what good treasures are inside? Luo Chen first opened the dark green space backpack. The 3 compartments inside were full, but most of them were food and drinks. There were also a few pieces of equipment, all of white quality. Luo Chen poured out all the things, putting the supplies in one pile and the equipment in another, so that there would be no confusion. Then there are the little things that work for him. For example, skill upgrade stones. There are 4 skill upgrade stones in this space backpack. But they are all white quality. But it's not bad. Luo Chen thought about it, then threw 3 at the energy recovery skill. Upgraded it to level 5. Energy recovery level 5. Grade, white. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 15 points per minute. He put the remaining one aside first, then he rummaged through the backpack again to make sure there were no other good things, then put it aside and picked up the white space backpack. Wow! So many! Luo Chen was surprised to find 9 skill upgrade stones in the white backpack, 2 of which were of green quality. He didn't know where this person found them. But now it's all cheap for Luo Chen. Luo Chen did not choose to use the 8 white quality skill upgrade stones on the level 10 sprint skill. The level of this skill was enough for the time being. Not only would the consumption of skill upgrade stones increase as it went up, but after level 10, the number of skill upgrade stones required for each level would also double to 4. With the 8 skill upgrade stones in Luo Chen's hand, he could only upgrade it to level 2. Since it's not as good as that, there's no need to use it on those passive skills first. Upgrade them first. 8 skill upgrade stones are just enough to upgrade 4 level 5 passive skills to level 1. Energy recovery level 6. Grade, white. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 18 points per minute. Fast-footed LV.6. Grade, white. Passively increases agility by 18 points. Natural strength LV.6. Grade, white. Passively increases strength attribute by 18 points. Energetic level 6. Grade, white. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 18 points. Very good, all have reached level 6, which makes it very comfortable to watch. Luo Chen then threw the 2 green quality skill upgrade stones into the skill Rhythm of Life, upgrading it to level 4. Rhythm of Life LV.4. Grade, green. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 40 points per minute. As expected of a green grade skill, it can restore 40 health points per minute at level 4. Each level can increase 10 points. After reaching level 10, 100 health points can be restored in 1 minute, which is enough in the early stage. He put the white space backpack in his hand aside, together with the other space backpacks, and Luo Chen put all the supplies and equipment together. The largest amount of various survival supplies have been piled up like a small mountain. The equipment is okay, not much in quantity. And most of them are white quality equipment. There is only one piece of green quality. It's still a weapon, and Luo Chen can't use it. Oh right, there's also that giant sword of Olivia. Luo Chen suddenly remembered that he had taken back Olivia's giant sword. Now the sword was in his backpack. So Luo Chen quickly took out the heavy giant sword from his space backpack. The giant sword, standing slightly taller than Luo Chen, gave people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it. Not only that. Luo Chen discovered that this sword was actually a blue quality weapon. Edgeless Great Sword. Quality, Blue. Strength plus 15. Attack ignores target's defense plus 20. Good job. The attributes of this sword are really extreme. Not only are all the attributes added to its strength, but the exclusive attribute of the blue equipment also ignores the target's defense. No wonder Olivia's injuries were so horrific. The strength is high, and the attack can ignore 20 points of defense. Adding all these together, isn't it equivalent to a weapon with 35 points of added strength? How can this damage not be high? This sword is quite good, of high quality, and the equipment attributes are quite extreme. It's just a bit too heavy. Even if Luo Chen's current strength attribute is 67, it can reach 82 points after equipping this sword. It's okay to hold it in your hand for a while, but if you use it for a long time, not only will you feel tired, but the key is that it will affect its speed advantage. It can only be used as a backup. Luo Chen thought about it and decided that he could just put the giant sword in his backpack and take it out when he needed it. Anyway, it is not difficult to store and access the space backpack, it is quite convenient. Normally, he still used his original saber. Although the saber's attributes are far inferior to this giant sword, the key is that it is light. It will not affect Luo Chen's speed and flexibility. After putting away the giant sword, Luo Chen also counted the number of attribute crystals on his body. Including the ones found in those space backpacks, the number of attribute crystals he now has on him has reached 1149. If the recycling price of one in the Misty shop is 20 killing coins, that is 22,980 killing coins. This is just the value of the attribute crystals. In addition, there are also those equipment and these space backpacks. That's right. Luo Chen also found some killing coins in these space backpacks. Although it's not much, it adds up to more than 3,000. So, the total value of all the cashable items he currently has is probably close to 27,000 or even 28,000 killing coins. So I'm already this rich. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing after being surprised. Good, good, good. It turns out that I am already a millionaire. And Luo Chen has not forgotten his most important gain today. It was the blue airdrop treasure chest that he had managed to snatch. The value of the things inside has not been calculated yet. Chapter 50. Unboxing. Open now. Luo Chen opened his space backpack and took out the blue airdrop treasure chest that was stuffed in one of the compartments, almost filling the entire compartment. Bang! The treasure chest made a heavy sound when it fell to the ground. Luo Chen rubbed his hands together, then silently prayed to God to bless him with good things, and then pressed the blue gem-like button in front of the airdrop treasure chest. Snap! Accompanied by the sound of a button being pressed. The airdrop treasure chest in front of him also slowly opened in a blue light. Wait until the light finally fades away. It also revealed the true scene inside the treasure chest. The first thing that catches your eye is the 3 boxes placed side by side on the top of the treasure chest. Luo Chen took out all 3 boxes and opened them one by one. All 3 boxes contain skill upgrade stones. One of them contains white quality skill upgrade stones, which are the largest in number and fill up the entire box. Luo Chen counted them and found that there were exactly 30 of them. The other box contains green quality skill upgrade stones. The number is slightly smaller, but there are still 10 of them. As expected, the box finally contained a blue quality skill upgrade stone. Minimum number. Only 3. But even though the number is the smallest, in terms of value, these 3 are the most valuable. After all, in the Misty shop, a white quality skill upgrade stone only costs 100 kill coins. The green quality ones will cost 1000 killing coins. As for the blue quality, that one is worth 10,000 kill coins. Luo Chen had just counted his assets, and all the cash he could convert into cash was not worth as much as the 3 blue quality skill upgrade stones in front of him. Don't you think it's precious? On the contrary. Those 30 white quality skill upgrade stones only add up to 3,000 killing coins. It's the cheapest. Luo Chen directly used up the white and green quality skill upgrade stones. Of the 30 white skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen first spent 24 on the 3 skills that increase basic attributes, natural strength, vigorous energy, and brisk steps. Upgraded them all to level 10. Then there were 6 left, and I spent 4 on the fill skill to upgrade it to level 8. Throw another 2 into the energy recovery skill to upgrade it to level 6. In this way, all 30 white skill upgrade stones are used up. There is not a single one left. In this way, the 3 level 10 passive skills increased Luo Chen's strength, agility, and spirit by 30 points respectively. The level 8 replenishment skill also increases the health recovery rate to 16 points per minute. The level 7 energy recovery skill can restore 21 mana points per minute. Later on the way back, when he passes by the Misty shop, Luo Chen can spend another 1,000 killing coins to buy 10 white skill upgrade stones, and then push these 2 skills to level 10. This way it is balanced and he looks more comfortable. Next are the 10 green skill upgrade stones, which don't have many uses. Luo Chen only has 2 green level skills. So he chose to spend 3 on the skill Rhythm of Life and upgraded it to level 6. In this way, the health recovery rate brought by this skill reaches 60 points per minute. It takes exactly 1 second to recover 1 point of health. And take out another 6 and put them into the skill of strengthening the body to upgrade it. Upgraded it to level 9. The level 9 physical fitness skill can increase the physical attribute by 45 points. Luo Chen's physical attribute reached 112 points. Finally broke 100. The health value also reached 1120 points, successfully breaking 1000. Although not as good as the previous Olivia, but among the current humans on Blue Star, having a health value of over 1000 is already among the best. Luo Chen had no choice but to put away the last remaining green skill upgrade stone because he had no place to use it. Later I went to the Misty shop to restock. In this way, after consuming 39 skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen's strength was further improved. As for the 3 most precious blue skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen was not in a hurry to use it. He wanted to take another look. Maybe he could find another blue quality skill crystal from this blue airdrop treasure chest later? To be honest, Luo Chen doesn't want to raise the level of the freeze skill too high for the time being. Otherwise the consumption would be too alarming. His gaze once again turned to the airdrop treasure chest. Under the 3 boxes was a pair of neatly folded pants. Well-made leg armor. Quality, blue. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 5. Reduce 20 points of damage when attacked. It is a blue quality leg armor made of leather, and it feels pretty good to the touch. Luo Chen changed it right away. He changed out of his original green quality pants and put on this leg armor. Both physique and agility have been improved, and there is an additional buff that reduces 20 points of damage from attacks. Very nice. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at a box placed under the leg armor in the airdrop treasure chest. The box was opened, and inside was a pair of black shoes. Well-made shoes. Quality, blue. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 5. Movement speed plus 20%. This is another piece of blue quality equipment. And it can just replace the shoes on Luo Chen's feet. Luo Chen also likes the equipment attribute of movement speed plus 20%. After all, he has always been an attack speed expert, and movement speed is also considered a part of attack speed. After all, you have to run fast to catch up with the enemy in front of you. Otherwise, if you can't even catch up, how can you attack the opponent? After putting on these shoes, Luo Chen's agility attribute also reached 88 points. After using the sprint skill, the movement speed can reach 303.6 points of agility attribute. If the effect of the attribute of this pair of shoes is taken into account, it will be 364.32. Certainly. The attribute value does not include decimal points. So the actual effect is 364 points. Although it is only the movement speed, not all speeds are like this. But it's still pretty amazing. After all, it has only been 5 days since this group of people arrived at the killing ground. At this speed, at least in the entire killing town number 10,087, there is absolutely no one who can be faster than me. Luo Chen said with a confident smile. Then, he also looked at the remaining things in the airdrop treasure chest that brought him many surprises. A lot of survival supplies, including but not limited to food and drink. Luo Chen took these things out and put them in one of the compartments of his backpack. Although they are all survival supplies, the ones opened from this blue airdrop treasure chest are indeed of higher quality. There are even things like steak and beef rolls. Chapter 51. After taking out all the survival supplies, Luo Chen looked inside the airdrop treasure chest. At the bottom of the treasure chest, there are 3 boxes neatly placed. After taking these 3 boxes out of the treasure chest, the entire airdrop treasure chest was completely emptied. Apart from the pile of things counted before, the only things left were the 3 boxes in front of them. The 3 boxes have not been opened yet, and Luo Chen doesn't know what is inside. But I guess there should be skill crystals, right? After all, these 3 boxes are not big. Judging from the volume, they are about the same size as the first 3 boxes that contained the skill upgrade stones. So it is possible that there are 3 different levels of skill crystals? Guessing in his mind, Luo Chen opened all 3 boxes without hesitation. The leftmost box opens. As Luo Chen guessed, what was placed inside was indeed a blue quality skill crystal. That beautiful blue light is so bright and dazzling. Besides, there are also 2 blue quality skill upgrade stones next to it. It's a matching set. However, the second box contained unexpectedly no skill crystal. It's a pendant. The pendant's rope is black, with a milky white stone in the shape of a teardrop hanging on it. It looks simple and elegant, and quite nice. Luo Chen picked it up and took a look, and found that it was a blue quality equipment. Key. This is jewelry equipment that Luo Chen has never seen before. It's really rare. Crocodile tears. Quality, blue. Strength plus 15. Attack with a 10-second bleeding effect, losing 10 health points per second. Note, it can only take effect once within 1 minute. Good job. It is worthy of being called Crocodile Tears, which adds 15 points of strength attribute, and the attack comes with a 10-second bleeding effect. The properties of this pendant are more extreme than those of most weapons. This name is indeed correct. Luo Chen happily put on the pendant. Not only does it add 15 points of strength attribute, the key is that each attack can cause a 10-second bleeding effect, resulting in a loss of 10 health points per second. Even if it only takes effect once per minute, it's still a fixed damage of 100 points per minute. It's already very impressive. Including the strength attribute given by this pendant, Luo Chen's current strength attribute has reached 94 points. It's close to breaking 100. If I change to that giant sword, breaking 100 is also a certainty. However, the great sword is still too heavy, which affects flexibility. After all, Luo Chen is not a berserker like Olivia, so for now it can only be used as a backup weapon. Taking it out and hitting the opponent at a critical moment can also have a certain unexpected effect, right? After looking at the contents of the middle box, Luo Chen's gaze then fell on the last box. Inside the opened box were 2 neatly stacked stacks of killing coins. Luo Chen picked them up and counted them. Both stacks of killing coins are 5,000, which adds up to exactly 10,000 killing coins. Great, now we don't have to take out 10,000 from the previous batch to upgrade the safe house. Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction. These 10,000 kill coins can be used to upgrade his safe house. The killing tower is coming soon. By then, Luo Chen's goal will be to get first place. But once he gets first place, he will inevitably become the public enemy of the entire killing town number 10,087. Who knows how those guys will target him then? But would you give up the reward for first place in the killing tower just because of this? That can't be possible. Luo Chen is no coward. It's one thing not to have the ability to go, but having the ability but not daring to go, then you might as well buy a piece of tofu and hit your head against it to death. Why are you still alive? After putting away the 10,000 kill coins, Luo Chen finally picked up the blue skill crystal in the first box. Crushed directly. The skill crystal instantly turned into a blue starlight and sank into Luo Chen's body. Ding! You gain new skills, Psychedelic Eyes. This skill name is interesting. Luo Chen quickly called out his character panel and looked at the new skill that appeared in the skill column. Psychedelic Eyes LV.1. Grade, Blue. Consumes 100 mana points to cause a hallucination attack on targets within sight. Can be effective on up to 1+, spirit 10%, targets at the same time, causing the target to fall into a hallucination state for 1+, spirit 1%, seconds. Cooldown time is 100 seconds. Another control skill? Have I fallen into the control system's nest? Luo Chen frowned. It's not that this skill is bad. In fact, the effect of this skill is simply too amazing. As long as the mental attribute is high enough, a glance can directly make people fall into a permanent illusion. But the problem is, what Luo Chen needs now is a passive skill that doesn't consume mana. It is best to increase physical attributes. It increases both physical defense and health. Very cost-effective. But 2 blue skill crystals in a row gave him control skills. This thing is enough for you to have one. Why are you still gathering here? Certainly. The effect of Psychedelic Eyes is really good. Moreover, the casting range is within the line of sight, so there is no need to aim. Just a glance and the person will be pulled into the illusion without anyone noticing. The key is how to hide from this thing. It didn't say that you had to make eye contact, so there was no point in deliberately avoiding Luo Chen's gaze. As long as he sees you, you will be caught. And once you get infected, that would be terrible. At least he had to take a knife from Luo Chen. It is even possible that you will die before you can even escape from the illusion. So, is this skill powerful? Of course it's awesome. But the problem is, it consumes more energy than freezing magic. Level 1 requires 100 mana points. If he were to upgrade a few more levels, how many times would Luo Chen's current mana of 760 points be enough? Another big mana hog. Luo Chen shook his head, thinking that when he passed by the Misty shop on his way back, he would definitely buy a green quality skill crystal to add some spiritual attributes to himself. And the equipment? Luo Chen had so many pieces of equipment on him, but when he looked at them, he found that none of them had any spiritual attribute. The pendant that was supposed to increase the spiritual attribute turned out to be a pendant that increased the strength attribute. I am speechless. Do you want to upgrade? Luo Chen was a little hesitant, mainly because he didn't get the skills he wanted. Originally, he thought that if he could unlock a passive skill, he would use the 3 blue skill upgrade stones on this passive skill. But now the situation. Want to upgrade? Chapter 52. Lift. Why not upgrade? The skill upgrade stone can't be used to have children. Luo Chen now has 5 blue skill upgrade stones, which is just enough to upgrade both skills to level 5. As for spending killing coins to buy blue skill crystals at the Misty shop on the way back, Luo Chen had thought about it, but he was afraid that he would use a third control skill, which would be too speechless. As for the possibility of unlocking a passive skill directly at one time, it's not impossible, but the probability is too small. The total value of the things Luo Chen had that could be cashed in was less than 30,000 killing coins, even if he didn't buy anything else and only bought the blue skill crystal. I pieced together some and bought 3 at most. So will these 3 definitely unlock a passive skill? Luo Chen felt it was very dangerous. So, instead of gambling on this probability, it is better to upgrade the levels of other skills first. The blue grade passive skill will definitely come when it's time. There's no need to rush into this gamble. Take out the 3 blue skill upgrade stones in front, plus the 2 in the box, there are exactly 5. Luo Chen directly threw 4 on psychedelic eyes and 1 on freezing technique, so that both skills were upgraded to level 5. Psychedelic eyes LV.5. Grade, blue. Consumes 260 mana points, causes a hallucination attack to targets within sight, can be effective on up to 1+, spirit asterisk 30%, targets at the same time, causing the target to fall into a hallucination state for 1+, spirit asterisk 5%, seconds, cooldown time is 96 seconds. Freeze level 5. Grade, blue. Consume 130 mana points to lock onto a single target within a range of spirit 1.6 meters, causing spirit 1.9 ice damage to the target and freezing it for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 56 seconds. The level 5 psychedelic eye consumes 260 mana points for each use. It is indeed a mana-consuming machine and it deserves its name. But its effect is also very strong. At level 5, it can affect 20 targets at the same time and cause a psychedelic state lasting 4.3 seconds. The duration of this state exceeds that of the freezing spell. You can see it. Even blue-grade skills have different strengths. Obviously, the psychedelic eyes should be the best in this category. Certainly. Freeze can cause freezing state and ice elemental damage at the same time, which Eye of Psychedelic cannot do. It can only add a psychedelic state to the target. But they are attacking in groups. Luo Chen's current spiritual attribute of 66 allows him to attack 20 targets at the same time. What if this is the spiritual attribute of 660? The effect must be explosive. However, if you want to upgrade these 2 skills, you will need to spend 2 skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen looked at his empty hands. He now has no blue skill upgrade stones left. As for spending money to buy it, haha, I can't afford it at all. At the price of 10,000 killing coins per piece, who the hell can afford it? Despite his previous good luck, Luo Chen's luck seemed to go downhill in the following period. In the entire afternoon, he hunted less than 100 monsters in total. Even fewer supplies were found. It can almost be said that there is no gain. Fortunately, Luo Chen had already made enough money before, and he was afraid that his luck would decline and he wouldn't have much to gain. He had already made a fortune today. Seeing that it was getting late and the road back to Killing Town number 10,087 was quite long, Luo Chen started walking back early. Around 4:30 p.m. Luo Chen returned to the foggy area about 20 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087. When Luo Chen arrived today, no one came out of the foggy area. So he walked straight in, pushed open the door and entered this misty shop. Welcome. The clerk still had that slightly annoying smile on his face. Luo Chen looked around and saw that there was no one else in the store, so he went straight forward and took out all the treasures he had collected that day and handed them to the clerk for recycling. This pile of stuff sold for more than 28,000 killing coins in total. Plus the more than 13,000 killing coins on Luo Chen. His net worth once exceeded 40,000 plus. Luo Chen had already thought about how to spend these killing coins before he came. The first is the skill upgrade stone. Luo Chen couldn't afford the blue skill upgrade stone. That thing is too expensive. But green skill upgrade stones can be purchased. Luo Chen calculated that it would take a total of 10 skill upgrade stones to upgrade both green passive skills to level 10. Luo Chen still has 1 on him, which means he needs to buy 9. This cost 9,000 kill coins. Then there are the skill crystals. Luo Chen needs to buy a green skill crystal that can passively enhance spiritual attributes. One is 5,000 killing coins. This adds up to 14,000 kill coins. And new skills need to be upgraded, right? Luo Chen had 2 white passive skills that had not been upgraded to level 10, so he also needed to buy 10 white skill upgrade stones. But this is not expensive. 10 pieces only cost 1,000 killing coins, which is very cheap. Let's upgrade to level 5 first. Luo Chen thought about it and asked for 4 more green skill upgrade stones. Spend another 4,000. So, it cost him a total of 19,000 killing coins. There are 22,000 killing coins left. 10,000 of them will be left behind to upgrade the safe house later. Therefore, the only thing Luo Chen could use was 12,000 killing coins. Are jewelry items priced the same as other equipment? Luo Chen asked at this time. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled and nodded in response. Then give me a piece of blue, no, green quality jewelry. No necklace, but one that increases spirit. Luo Chen originally wanted to ask for blue quality, but then he thought about it and changed to green quality. A piece of blue quality equipment costs 10,000 kill coins. But apart from having one more equipment entry, the added attributes are only 3 times that of green equipment. The price is 10 times higher. For Luo Chen at the moment, it is somewhat unprofitable. He is not yet at the stage where he can spend money without considering the cost effectiveness, unless he has hundreds of millions of killing coins on hand. Unfortunately he didn't. So, it's better to buy a green quality one first. As a transition. Yes, guest. As the clerk spoke, he reached out and took out a small box from under the counter. The small box opened. Inside was a simple silver-white ring. Magic ring. Quality, green. Spirit +5. Yes, this is exactly what Luo Chen needs. Get it directly for 1,000 killing coins. This way, Luo Chen only has 11,000 killing coins left to spend, which is enough. Give me another special white skill crystal that passively increases physical fitness, and then give me 102 white skill upgrade stones. As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, the clerk in front of him reached out and took out 2 boxes from under the counter. One big and one small. The smaller one contains a special skill crystal. The big one. There are 102 white skill upgrade stones inside. Enough for Luo Chen to upgrade this new skill to level 26. Chapter 53. Although the cost-effectiveness of upgrading white-grade skills will decrease as time goes on, who can blame them for the fact that their skill upgrade stones are so cheap? One blue skill upgrade stone can buy 100 white skill upgrade stones. Anyway, Luo Chen will not waste killing coins to buy blue skill upgrade stones for the time being. At most, he will buy green quality ones, which is enough to make him feel distressed. No way. So poor. Look, after Luo Chen made this purchase, there were only 10,300 killing coins left in his wallet. The 10,000 will be used to upgrade the safe house later. It will be gone soon. So the money he actually had left in his pocket. Only 300. But the money was spent, but Luo Chen also got huge returns. The pile of things in front of him is his reward. Luo Chen used up the 2 skill crystals first. Gained 2 new skills. Strengthening level 1. Grade, white. Passively increases constitution attribute by 3 points. Energetic. Strong LV.1. Grade, green. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 5 points. After acquiring 2 new skills, Luo Chen invested 14 green skill upgrade stones into them, upgrading 2 of the 3 green grade skills to level 10 and 1 new skill to level 5. Next are the 2 white skills. Recharge and Energy Recovery, both skills are upgraded to level 10. Consumes 10 white skill upgrade stones. At last. It is also the highlight. 102 white skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen grabbed them one by one and used them on his new strengthen body skill. Directly increase the level of this newly acquired skill to level 26. Strengthening level 26. Grade, White. Passively increases physical attributes by 78 points. The level 26 strengthen body skill increases Luo Chen's physical attributes by 78 points. It surpassed the green level skill strengthen the body in one fell swoop. The one who came out on top is. Calling up the character panel, Luo Chen looked at his updated panel and couldn't help but feel heroic. Name, Luo Chen. HP, 2070/2070. Mana, 960/960. Status, mildly hungry, moderately tired. Fatigue value, 48%. Hunger value, 51%. Strength, 94. Constitution, 207. Agility, 88. Spirit, 96. Physical defense, 207. Elemental resistance, 106. Health recovery, 2 points per second. Mana recovery, 0.5 points per second. Innate ability, Endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by one every day. Active skills, Speed LV.10, Freeze LV.5, Psychedelic Eyes LV.5. Passive skills, Physical Fitness LV.10, Natural Strength LV.10, Vigorous LV.10, Rhythm of Life LV.10, Fullness LV.10, Energy Recovery LV.10, Swiftness LV.10, Physical Fitness LV.26, Vigorous Strength LV.5. This attribute. Simply gorgeous. With a health value of 2070 and a physical defense of 207, attacks with damage below 42 points cannot break Luo Chen's defense at all. And attacks below 208 points of damage can only cause him 1 point of damage. Not even as fast as his blood recovery. After all, Luo Chen's current health recovery rate is 2 points per second. Unless more than 2 attacks fall on him in 1 second. Otherwise, the speed at which he loses blood would not be as fast as his blood recovery speed. At this stage, how many people can deal more than 208 points of damage? I'm afraid there are very few. Perfect. It's almost stable now. Luo Chen looked at the gorgeous character panel and became more and more satisfied. Although thinking this way feels a bit narcissistic. But Luo Chen sincerely felt that no one in the entire Killing Town number 10,087 could surpass his character panel. After all, he had spent tens of thousands of killing coins to build this. Do you think it's easy? But after this wave of consumption, Luo Chen became a pauper again. Next, it's time to save some money again. Coming out of the misty shop, Luo Chen's steps became much lighter. Rushing all the way back, we soon saw the outer wall of Killing Town number 10,087. Coming in from the west gate of the town, Luo Chen also found that the atmosphere in the town was much more depressing today. The people he met were basically passing by in a hurry, and no one had much desire to communicate. It seems like they are all holding back their energy. Do you all want to take the first place prize? Luo Chen shook his head secretly. These people were destined to have no chance of winning the first prize. After all, with Luo Chen's current strength, he is already far ahead of them. 3 double-digit attributes approaching 3-digit attributes, 1 3-digit attribute starting with 2, plus an astonishing blood recovery speed, unless a group of people besieged Luo Chen. Otherwise, if it's a one-on-one duel, no one in this Killing Town number 10,087 can be his opponent. And there is still 1 day left before the Killing Tower descends. By this time tomorrow, Luo Chen's strength will only be stronger than it is now. Return to your safe house. This time, Luo Chen did not encounter his malicious neighbor. Close the door and put your backpack down. After washing his hands, Luo Chen began to prepare dinner for himself. Let's have hot pot tonight. Beef hot pot. If you don't eat the freshly acquired beef today, it might go bad tomorrow given the temperature in the killing ground. It just so happened that Luo Chen had been craving this for a long time. You can treat your stomach tonight. While the hot pot was still cooking, Luo Chen also opened the information panel of the safe house. Prepare to upgrade the level of the safe house first. Safe house. Level 2. Defense value, 100. Durability, 1000/1000. Additional function, one-way teleportation array. Upgrading requires 10,000 killing coins. Luo Chen had already prepared 10,000 killing coins. He took out a thick stack of money from his backpack and threw it all into the upgrade interface of the safe house. As all the 10,000 killing coins in his hand disappeared, the upgrade conditions on the upgrade interface were also fully met, and the upgrade button also changed from the original unselectable grey to a shining golden color. Luo Chen did not hesitate and directly pressed the upgrade button. The next moment, the entire safe house started moving. First, the distance between the dining room and the living room on the first floor was widened, the entire living room became larger, the dining table was changed into a more exquisite round marble dining table, and a number of chairs that looked very valuable appeared and formed a circle around the table. There are 6 in total. Afterwards, a high-end leather sofa appeared in the living room, as well as a coffee table, and even a TV appeared directly on the wall in front of the sofa. Oh boy, is there TV to watch? Chapter 54. The changes to the safe house continue. After the TV appeared in the living room, a double-door refrigerator appeared in the kitchen. At the same time, various new shelves appeared on the countertop to place dishes, knives, seasonings, and other things. Then, the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling had changed. The floor tiles have become smoother and look like new, with white marble tiles and even black surrounding decorations. The walls were covered with exquisite wallpaper, and the simple curtains on the windows were transformed into a 2-layer design with inside and outside layers. And the ceiling. The crystal chandelier emits dazzling light, illuminating the entire living room. Wait until these changes on the first floor are finished. There was also noise coming from upstairs. Luo Chen walked up the stairs leisurely. First, the stairs changed. Then I opened the bedroom door, and the floor inside the room became more upscale. The windows on one side of the room also changed their original specifications. The curved floor-to-ceiling windows covered an entire wall. When you open the curtains that hang down to the ground, you can see the yard outside. The amazing thing is, the whole yard seemed to have become much bigger. It no longer exists as a decoration. It would be even better if there was an open-air swimming pool in the yard. At the same time, the entire bedroom area has become much larger. It's about 30 square meters in size. In the middle was a large double bed, covered with a white and soft goose-down quilt. The mattress underneath was no longer a hard board, but a softer and more elastic one. There was a carpet on the floor at the head of the bed, and a door on one side separated the bedroom and the bathroom. When the door opens, there is a spacious bathroom. Toilet, sink, shower room, everything is available. The key is, the space has become bigger. No longer feels cramped. Yes, that's the way it should be. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and looked at the other rooms on the second floor. The entire second floor now has 2 bedrooms. One master once. There are 2 bathrooms, one connected to the master bedroom and another one outside. There is also a special cloakroom, but there are not many clothes in it and it is empty. After returning to the first floor from upstairs, Luo Chen went to take a look at the yard outside. The yard has indeed become much bigger. The area is about twice as large as before. There are more green plants. The view is wider. If we put a table and a barbecue grill here, it would be nice to have an open-air barbecue. It was indeed a safe house that Luo Chen had spent 10,000 killing coins to upgrade. This configuration. It is indeed a world of difference from before the upgrade. Go back to the house. At this point, the upgrade of the entire safe house has basically been completed. Only the last step left. That is, the choice of additional functions. Of the 3 choices last time, Luo Chen chose the one-way teleportation array, which not only saved him a lot of travel time, but also allowed him to explore farther areas in advance. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not have won 2 blue airdrop treasure chests in succession. Especially this one today. This originally belonged to another killing town number 1733. But in the end it was snatched away by Luo Chen. There is no doubt about it. The choice of additional functions is the most important change after upgrading the safe house. I just wonder what functions Luo Chen will be given to choose from this time? Ding! Upgrade completed. Please select the additional features you want to upgrade this time. Function 1, Extra Room. Your safe house has an extra room, and this room will gain an additional durability equal to the current level of the safe house. Function 2, Non-existent House. Your safe house will become a non-existent house. Anyone whose safe house level is not higher than yours will not be able to observe the existence of your safe house. Function 3, Public Area. Open a public area, open to up to 10 people besides yourself. The public area can enjoy the basic functions of a safe house. Speak of CAO and here comes CAO. Luo Chen immediately looked at the 3 options given to him. Function 1 is to add an extra room to Luo Chen's safe house, and this room can also gain durability equal to the current level of the safe house? Isn't this just like building another safe house within a safe house? It's a nesting doll. Luo Chen shook his head, showing little interest in this feature. If the enemy can break into his safe house, then there is no point in him hiding in another room with the same defense level, because that will also be broken into by the enemy. Let's look at the second function. A house that doesn't exist? This name is a bit strange. Luo Chen muttered to himself. However, when he saw the introduction of this function, his eyes immediately lit up. Isn't this the function he wants? You can hide the existence of your safe house and prevent others from discovering it. The safe house should exist in the killing town, so there is no such thing as concealment, and it is basically out in the open. The only thing that can ensure the safety of a safe house is its defense value and durability. But in Luo Chen's opinion, this is still not safe enough. He often thought, it would be great if his safe house could be hidden from others. In this way, the safety factor immediately increased dramatically. Unexpectedly, this time the safe house upgrade actually gave him a function with similar effect. Although the non-existent house function does not completely hide the existence of the safe house, it only blocks other people's observation. But in fact, Luo Chen's safe house is still there, but they can't see it. And this observation shielding effect only works for people whose safe house level is no higher than Luo Chen's. For example, Luo Chen's current safe house level is level 3. If someone's safe house level is 4, then he will still be able to see Luo Chen's safe house. The so-called shielded observation will not work on him at all. But even with these shortcomings, in Luo Chen's opinion, this function is the most suitable one for him at the moment. First, is there any safe house in Killing Town number 10,087 with a higher level than Luo Chen's? Most likely not. After all, according to the rules, the number of killing coins required for the next upgrade will reach a staggering 100,000. At this stage, who can come up with 100,000 killing coins? And you only think about upgrading the safe house instead of improving your own strength? Is there? At least there shouldn't be such people in Killing Town number 10,087. So, once Luo Chen chooses this function, it means that his safe house will be invisible to everyone in Killing Town number 10,087. It would be impossible for others to observe the existence of his safe house. greatly improved Luo Chen's safety factor. Secondly, of the 3 functions that appeared this time, only the first and second functions are new. The third function appeared last time. It is a function that is useless to Luo Chen. You can just ignore it. However, Luo Chen was not very interested in the first function. Then, this second function non-existent house becomes Luo Chen's only choice. What else is there to think about? Just select it. Chapter 55. After Luo Chen made his choice, the other 2 options also disappeared. Then the remaining option of non-existent house directly turned into light spots in the sky and merged into his safe house. On the surface, no changes could be seen, but Luo Chen knew that in the eyes of others, his safe house had disappeared. And it's not a sudden disappearance, leaving an area empty. It's a fuzziness at the cognitive level. In the eyes of others, it seemed that Luo Chen's safe house did not exist on this street at all, and there was no feeling of why is there one less safe house at all. In fact, if it is the same effect as the former, Luo Chen will not choose this function either. After all, everyone would be curious and suspicious when a large area suddenly becomes vacant. So what is the difference between hiding like this and not hiding at all? Safe house. Level 3. Defense value, 1000. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Additional features, one-way teleportation array, non-existent house. Upgrade requires 100,000 kill coins. Open the safe house's information panel. Luo Chen looked at the upgraded safe house information. As expected, the defense value and durability increased tenfold again. With a defense value of 1000, any attack with damage below 1000 will be ineffective against it, and cannot even break its defense. Only an attack with more than 1000 damage can knock down 1 point of durability of Luo Chen's safe house at once. And a level 3 safe house has a durability of 10,000 points. It takes 10,000 consecutive attacks to completely break through the defense of this safe house and break into the safe house. But at that time, Luo Chen had already escaped through the one-way teleportation array. After turning off the information panel of the safe house, the hot pot base cooked by Luo Chen was just about ready. So Luo Chen brought over the bowls and chopsticks, and took out boxes of beef rolls and steaks and placed them in a circle on the side. Then he sat down and started to put the beef into the hot pot. He ate 3 or 4 slices of beef with 1 chopstick, and took out a can of sesame paste he found during the day and poured it into a bowl. Dip it, put it in your mouth and chew it in big mouthfuls. The spicy hot pot base, paired with the taste of sesame sauce, is so satisfying after just 1 bite. Cool. At this moment, Luo Chen even felt like he hadn't traveled through time at all. Grab the drink next to you. He took a few big gulps. Oh right, TV. Luo Chen suddenly remembered something, then got up and walked into the living room and turned on the TV. To my great disappointment, there was no TV station with any programs on the TV. However, I could connect to the regional chat channel and project the content of the chat channel onto the TV. It can also monitor the scene outside the safe house. But the only thing is that you can't watch TV. Because there is no TV signal. Absolutely amazing. Okay, I should have expected that. Luo Chen didn't feel particularly disappointed. After all, everything was within his expectations. But the TV can cast the screen, and it also has USB ports. If you can find a USB flash drive or a mobile hard drive in the wild, and it happens to contain some movies, TV series, or something, that's worth watching. But Luo Chen had never seen these things before. He had come across buildings like digital stores before, but the items inside had long been looted, leaving only some broken glass and other things. There were no electronic devices left for him at all. While eating hot pot, I watched the voting chat channel on TV. If there is an air conditioner, it will be perfect. I wonder if the safe house will get an air conditioner after the next upgrade. Luo Chen thought. Now we have televisions, refrigerators, and other things. Air conditioning and the like don't seem impossible. On the TV screen, messages scrolled. Hundreds of residents in Killing Town number 10,087 have now returned to their safe houses, preparing to welcome the next day. The number of people online in the regional chat channel at this time is 421 people. Many more people died. The number of people left is getting smaller and smaller. I don't know if there will still be 400 people alive at this time tomorrow. It's so hard. I spent the whole day out looking for something, and all I could find was a piece of hand-torn bread that's not even as big as my fist. Does anyone have any extra food? Could you please share some with me? Please. The big guys were all eating hot instant noodles and drinking clean mineral water, unlike me, who could only gnaw on cold sausage. You're being so Versailles, aren't you? I have ham to eat, and you're still complaining? If you're complaining, why don't you give it to me? I don't complain. Today, several of us went out and killed quite a few monsters. The area we explored is already over 20 kilometers from the town. Has anyone explored further than us? Is 20 kilometers a long way? Our team explored over 20 kilometers yesterday, and today we've pushed that distance to over 30 kilometers. Let me show you something interesting. Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. Holy shit! Am I seeing things? Isn't that a phone? And a tablet? Can these things be used in the killing ground? Yes, I did find one before. It was a traditional feature phone from before smartphones came out. It could only make calls and send text messages, but it had built-in games like Snake, which you could play. Haha. What's the point? This is a killing ground. Survival is hard enough. Why play? You don't understand what the above person is saying, right? If you're struggling to survive, it's because you're incompetent. For the big guys, surviving is easy, and they even have time to play with their phones for fun. Oh my god! This hurts. By the way, do you have chargers? Do you have a place to charge your phone? Not really, but maybe we'll find a way later. These phones and tablets were found in an abandoned shopping mall today. Actually, there are more than just these, we have quite a few more. I'm so jealous. A building as big as an entire shopping mall must have a lot of good stuff, right? Hey! They're all teams, why is my team so bad? You belong on the right team. Sometimes, instead of complaining about your team's lack of skills, consider whether it's your own fault. Vomiting blood / is it because I am too bad? Someone found a digital product. Luo Chen had just cut a piece of steak into small pieces with a knife and put them into the hot pot when he saw someone sent him a few pictures in the chat channel. There were several mobile phones placed together on it, as well as several tablets. And their screens all work, which means they're not broken, unusable pieces of junk. I wonder if there are any pre-downloaded resources here. Luo Chen thought. Then he silently clicked on the person's profile picture and memorized the appearance of the other person's face. Chapter 56. The next day. Luo Chen, who had slept comfortably on the soft big bed last night, woke up early. Stretching, he opened the chat channel and looked at the time. 6:03. Almost. Luo Chen's biological clock is now basically locked at 6 o'clock in the morning. Get up and wash up. When Luo Chen came out of the bathroom, he no longer had the lazy look he had when he just woke up. I went downstairs and made myself a bowl of beef noodles for breakfast. It was almost 6:30 in the morning. Luo Chen took his black backpack and went out. Head straight to the central square of Killing Town. He wanted to see what changes had taken place in the central square today. Then he went through the one-way teleportation array in the safe house and headed to the place where he left the teleportation mark yesterday. Central Plaza. At around 6:30 in the morning, quite a few people had already gathered here. There are currently 421 survivors in the entire killing town number 10,087, and there are at least 100 or so people gathered in the central square. When Luo Chen arrived, he saw a lot of people gathered in front of the blood-red obelisk, seemingly watching something. So he also moved forward and squeezed to the front from the outside of the crowd. What does this countdown mean? Is there even any need to ask? This must be the countdown to the arrival of the killing tower. So we have 24 hours to prepare. 23 hours and 27 minutes to be exact. It looks like the killing tower will descend at 6 AM tomorrow. I wonder what the scene will be like then. I don't have any extravagant expectations for the reward for first place in the town, but it would be nice to get a participation prize. I wonder what it would be. When Luo Chen squeezed in, people around him were talking a lot. He heard a few key words, such as killing tower and 24-hour countdown. So he looked at the stone tablet that introduced the rules of the killing tower. Really? A real-time countdown is currently displayed on the front of the stone tablet. There is still 23:26:43. Calculating the time, it's about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, the killing tower will descend upon every killing town in the killing land. At that time, the brutal competition will officially begin. However, Luo Chen had already secured the first place in killing town number 10,087, and no one else could compete with him for the first place. Now he was more curious about how will the district rankings, or even the overall rankings, be divided then? What region does the so-called regional ranking refer to? How large is the region? Or say, is it really like a game, with different servers? What about the overall ranking? Is it a general list covering the universe where all humans on Blue Star live? Or does it include the overall ranking of all universes that have joined the endless killing game before the Blue Star universe? If it is the former, Luo Chen may have a chance to squeeze into the front row. The premise is that those alien individuals are similar to humans on the blue planet. As for the latter, then forget it. You are a newcomer who has just joined the game, and you want to compete with a group of veterans who have been in this game for who knows how many years? If other universes really joined this endless killing game before the Blue Star universe, then this overall ranking should represent players from all the killing grounds. I don't expect to make the overall ranking, but I might give the district ranking a try. Luo Chen thought to himself. Suppose the overall ranking is as he expected. Then he could probably guess what the district ranking meant. It should refer to the various universes that have joined this endless killing game. Every universe is a zone. For example, Luo Chen and his team are from the Blue Star Universe zone. Certainly. This Blue Star Universe area was named by Luo Chen himself. We still don't know to what extent the universe where the blue planet is located has developed. How many civilizations are there in the universe? What is the progress of civilization development? Advanced civilizations joining this killing game should have a greater advantage, right? At least that's the case in the early stages. Luo Chen thought to himself. However, many of the rules of the original universe may no longer apply in the killing ground. Therefore, it doesn't mean that just because you are a higher civilization, you can do whatever you want. We still have to follow the rules of the killing ground. This can be seen from the fact that the endless killing game can easily draw all the civilizations of the entire universe into it, which shows that its power level is definitely above those so-called advanced civilizations in the universe. When faced with a strong person, the weak can only obey the other party's arrangements. Otherwise there is only one way out, death. The endless killing game is even more terrifying. You don't even have a chance to resist. You don't even know how to resist? Who should you resist? Endless killing game? What is that? Where is his source? Is it this entire killing field? There are no answers to various questions, so no matter what kind of cosmic civilization these people originally come from, they can only follow the rules of this game. The Blue Star civilization may not be the highest level of civilization in the universe, but I think it should not be the lowest level, right? The disadvantage shouldn't be that big. District rankings, maybe I can really compete for it. Now I just don't know what the top ranking is. It can't be the top 3, right? That would be very difficult. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd behind him. Luo Chen came back to reality from his own contemplation. He looked back and saw a group of more than 10 people coming towards him, separating from the crowd outside. It's Shen Tuxiang and his group of lackeys. Someone next to him whispered. Luo Chen happened to hear it. Shen Tuxiang? Luo Chen had never heard of this person. He didn't know much about any famous people in the killing town where he lived, mainly because he didn't pay attention to these things. However, Luo Chen soon noticed a very familiar face among the group of people behind Shen Tuxiang. Isn't this the guy who posted a picture to show off yesterday? Luo Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. So, those mobile phones and tablets are in the hands of Shen Tuxiang and his gang? Luo Chen then looked at Shen Tuxiang. He is about 1.8 meters tall and looks like a fitness coach. He has short hair, a square face, a mustache, and a fierce look in his eyes. He has the authority of a boss. It is worth mentioning that Shen Tuxiang was accompanied by a handsome young man. He has fair skin and looks prettier than most girls. If he just puts on some women's clothes and plays the role of a cross-dresser, many people will definitely mistake him for a girl. At this time, this very handsome young man was holding Shen Tuxiang's trouser pocket with one hand and following him closely. He looks humble and pleasing. Chapter 57. Is this person Shen Tuxiang? Luo Chen glanced at the handsome young man following behind him with a strange look. At this time, Shen Tuxiang and others were also passing by. When they passed in front of Luo Chen, this guy glanced at him with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Just this look made Luo Chen's scalp tingle instantly and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Blanche. Can't afford to offend. Luo Chen turned and left, feeling that the air here was smelly and polluted. Go check what that person's name is and where he lives. Shen Tuxiang then waved his hand to call over a subordinate, pointed at Luo Chen's back as he turned and left, and gave instructions to his subordinate. The subordinate glanced at Luo Chen who was leaving, nodded, and followed him down to ask someone. The handsome young man who was holding Shen Tuxiang's bag also lowered his head and glanced at the departing figure with the corner of his eye, with a gloating look in his eyes. What are you looking at? At this time, a gentle voice sounded. The handsome young man shuddered subconsciously, then quickly shook his head and whispered, No, I didn't see anything. Shen Tuxiang's majestic face actually revealed a hint of tenderness at this moment. He reached out and gently stroked the handsome young man's cheek, then gently pinched his chin, and finally put his fingers on his earlobe and gently pinched it, while speaking to him in a soft voice. You don't have to be so afraid of me. We've been together for a few days now, and you should already know my personality. As long as you behave yourself and don't try to escape again, I won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, you can only eat and drink well if you follow me. Otherwise, how can you expect your ridiculous F-level talent to help you survive in a place like this? Be good and listen. The handsome young man nodded obediently, and then took the initiative to rub his cheek against the back of Shen Tuxiang's hand. He looked like a cat trying to please its owner. Luo Chen came back from the central square. Along the way, he thought of the way Shen Tuxiang looked at him, and he immediately felt sick. It's so damn unlucky. Luo Chen cursed inwardly, then ran straight to the second floor of the safe house. Using the one-way teleportation array in the bedroom on the second floor, he teleported himself directly to the location where he had left the teleportation mark yesterday. Somewhere in a wilderness nearly 50 kilometers west of Killing Town number 10,087. Accompanied by a flash of faint blue light, a figure appeared here out of thin air. Luo Chen, who had just passed through the one-way teleportation array, looked around vigilantly at the first moment. After making sure it was safe, he erased the teleportation mark on the ground and left quickly. Half an hour later, Luo Chen has appeared somewhere several kilometers away from the previous place. About 100 meters in front of him, several lonely buildings were slanted on the ground, as if they had fallen from the sky and were stuck there. Around several buildings, a group of zombies with bluish-gray skin were wandering slowly. There were hundreds of them. Luo Chen sent a message to detect it. These zombies don't look like the poisonous zombies or hard-skinned zombies we've seen before. The former had greenish skin, sticky hair, and looked sickly. Although the latter also had bluish-gray skin, he was thin and could even be described as skinny. He was nothing like the group of zombies in front of him, each of them looked like a muscular man. Iron-clad zombie. Level, 2nd level elementary. Introduction, a weak 2nd level creature with skin as hard as steel. It goes berserk at the smell of blood, but its slow movement speed and stiff limbs are its greatest weaknesses. Really? It's a new monster. It was also the first monster Luo Chen had encountered that reached the 2nd level. For a 2nd level monster, the attribute crystals in its body should be green, right? Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards the group of armored zombies changed instantly. What kind of monster is this? They are clearly a group of welfare freaks who are here to give him benefits. However, the armored zombie's skin is as hard as steel, so we can't use a saber. Luo Chen glanced at the sharp saber in his hand. It was very convenient to use it to deal with monsters with average defense, but it was not suitable for dealing with monsters like the armored zombies that were known for their defense. So Luo Chen put away the saber in his hand and replaced it with a huge sword without a blade that was more suitable for this situation. The giant sword weighing several hundred pounds felt heavy in the hand. Key. This sword adds 15 points of strength attribute, and the attack can ignore 20 points of the target's defense value, making it perfect for dealing with this group of armored zombies with strong defense. After changing to the giant sword, Luo Chen's strength attribute also increased to 104 points. At the same time, the attribute of the great sword is equivalent to increasing the strength value by 20 points. That is to say, Luo Chen's sword now deals at least 124 points of damage. If you hit the iron-clad zombie's weak point, the damage will be increased. I wonder how many of his swords these armored zombies can withstand? Weighing the heavy sword in his hand, Luo Chen immediately walked out from his hiding place, holding the hilt with one hand, dragging the 2-meter-long sword and rushing directly towards the group of armored zombies in front. Roar! The group of armored zombies in the distance also smelled the scent of living people for the first time, and immediately looked towards Luo Chen with roars. Looking at their big and strong appearance, if it weren't for their grayish-gray skin and grayish-white eyes, you really wouldn't be able to tell that they are a group of zombies. Ugly thing, die! Luo Chen held the huge sword in both hands, rushed forward and jumped and chopped with great force. A huge sword weighing hundreds of pounds hit the head of the armored zombie hard. Good job! This is not dead? Luo Chen looked at the still struggling armored zombie in surprise, then spun around and swept across. The giant sword weighing several hundred pounds slammed heavily on the armored zombie with a crack, and the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. The next second, the armored zombie flew out sideways, knocking several armored zombies next to it to the ground and rolling into a ball. This time, it's finally dead. Luo Chen grinned when he saw the result, then he found the target again and jumped and chopped the head of another armored zombie hard. Critical hit! Critical hit! Another critical hit! Luo Chen jumped, slashed, and swept across like a wolf among a flock of sheep. Although the number of armored zombies on the opposite side far exceeded his, Luo Chen swung the huge sword without a blade in both hands, just like a father beating his son, and enjoyed the beating very much. Even though he was occasionally attacked by the claws of these armored zombies, Luo Chen's defense value of 207 easily blocked their attacks. Just 1 point of damage, just ignore it. After all, Luo Chen is a big guy who can recover 2 health points per second. Are you afraid of the pitiful harm they may cause? Chapter 58. More than half an hour later, Luo Chen dragged the heavy sword in one hand, breathing heavily and looking at the corpses of armored zombies around him. Oh, this is too tiring, isn't it? He looked at his fatigue level, which had risen to 78%, which was already severe fatigue. No wonder he was panting like a dog. Bang! The giant sword was stuck directly in place. Luo Chen simply sat down on the ground and took a rest. However, although it was very tiring, the results were also gratifying. More than 100 armored zombies were all cleaned up by Luo Chen. This is a second-level monster. Even though it's only the beginner level of the second stage, you can tell me if it's the second stage, right? After sitting and resting for about 10 minutes, and waiting until his fatigue value dropped below 60%, Luo Chen patted his butt and stood up from the ground. First putting away the giant sword stuck next to him, Luo Chen then took out the saber and once again struggled to tear open the skin and flesh of these armored zombies. Good job! He didn't feel it before, but now after putting on this saber, Luo Chen discovered that the skin of these armored zombies is really hard. He poked them hard more than 10 times before he finally made a hole in them. Fortunately, Luo Chen still has a heavy weapon like a bladeless giant sword, otherwise it would be really troublesome to kill these guys. But, although it was troublesome, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile happily as he watched the green glowing attribute crystals being taken out from the bodies of these armored zombies. This wave, the attributes can increase dramatically again. Luo Chen was cheerful, humming an unknown tune while digging up the bodies of these armored zombies one by one. After digging out each one, he threw them aside to avoid making a mess. It took Luo Chen more than half an hour to clean up the more than 100 armored zombies. As a result, it took Luo Chen more than an hour to dig out the attribute crystals in their bodies. My goodness, cleaning up the battlefield is slower than clearing out the monsters. This made Luo Chen look at the saber in his hand with disdain. Looks like it's time to replace you, man. Luo Chen muttered. Green quality weapons can no longer keep up with his pace. It seems that I have to see if I can find a blue quality weapon next. And it has to be a sharp weapon like this one. It cannot be a heavy weapon. After all, when it comes to heavy weapons, Luo Chen already has a huge sword without an edge. After working for more than an hour, Luo Chen finally got this pile of green glowing attribute crystals. Attribute crystal, strength. Quality, green. After use, it can increase the strength attribute by 2 points, up to a maximum of 20 points. In addition to the crystals of strength attributes, the most common crystals dug out from these armored zombies are the crystals of physical attributes. Besides, there are also some crystals of agility attributes, but not many. The smallest number is still the crystallization of spiritual attributes. There were 153 armored zombies, but Luo Chen only dug out 3 spiritual crystals. But 3 is not bad. It's better than nothing. Luo Chen also counted out 33 from the pile of attribute crystals at this time. Among them, there are 10 attribute crystals for each of the 3 attributes, strength, physique, and agility, and 3 attribute crystals for the spiritual attribute. Rinse with clean water and then take the pills one by one. Strength plus 2. Constitution plus 2. Agility plus 2. Spirit plus 2. The 4-dimensional attributes on the character panel are constantly improving. After taking all 33 attribute crystals, Luo Chen's basic strength attribute reached 59 points, which is the basic attribute without considering equipment and skills. The physical attribute reached 63 points. The agility attribute reached 58 points. The least is the spiritual attribute, because it was only increased by 6 points, so it is only 42 points. The 4 attributes were increased by a total of 66 points. The increase is huge. There are still 120 useless attribute crystals left. If you recycle it to the mist shop, the recycling price of one is 200 killing coins. That is 24,000 killing coins. After being out for more than 2 hours, I earned 24,000 kill coins. It looks like Luo Chen's gains today won't be much worse than yesterday's. And there are these houses. After putting away the 120 attribute crystals, Luo Chen turned and looked at the houses that had been surrounded by the group of armored zombies. Generally, where monsters appear, there should be some valuable things in the house. Certainly. There are exceptions. For example, there was an abandoned town yesterday where a group of poisonous zombies were wandering around. If only we hadn't found something good outside of town. That would be a complete loss. Bang! Luo Chen kicked open the closed door of a house, stood outside and waited for a while, and only walked in after making sure it was safe inside. The first floor of the house was empty, with nothing in it. Luo Chen went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor, Luo Chen found a collapsed storage cabinet, the same kind he had seen outside the abandoned town last time. There were 5 lockers in the locker, 4 of which were locked and 1 was open. In the open locker were some dusty clothes and a white and yellowed waste bag. Luo Chen took a look and saw that they were all ordinary clothes and waste bags. Not equipment. So he just pried open the other 4 cabinets and took out a bunch of things from them. It's useless. Rubbish. What the hell is this? Luo Chen finally found something good after throwing away something that looked like a thermos but wasn't one with a look of disgust. 2 skill upgrade stones buried in this pile of garbage. It's green quality. Worth 2,000 kill coins. Take it and directly use the skill energetic.strong. Upgrade to level 6. Energetic.strong LV.6. Grade, green. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 30 points. Then Luo Chen continued to search and made sure there was nothing else of value before leaving the house. In the first house, you will get 2 green skill upgrade stones. Then the second building. There are only 3 houses in this area. Both buildings are 2-story buildings. There is only one 3-story building. Luo Chen found a safe in the second small building. He smashed it open with his giant sword, and then found a stack of killing coins in the safe. Luo Chen counted and found that there were exactly 8,000 killing coins. Not bad, much better than the first house. This time, Luo Chen also began to look forward to what would be in the last house. Don't let it be even worse than the first one. After collecting this stack of killing coins, Luo Chen now has a total of 32,300 killing coins that can be redeemed. Enough to buy 323 white skill upgrade stones. But that's not enough. Luo Chen needs more so that he can have a chance to compete for a ranking in the district list. Otherwise, he would probably only be able to get the reward for first place in Killing Town. Chapter 59. The last building is a 3-story building. The first floor looks like a storefront. After Luo Chen came in, he searched around and found nothing valuable, so he went straight to the second floor. Coming to the second floor, it is a continuation of the store on the first floor. The decoration style is the same. Some collapsed shelves were covered in dust, and the air was filled with a musty smell. Luo Chen searched around and finally found a ring box under a collapsed shelf. The box was opened and inside was a gold ring. It's a very ordinary circular shape, without any complicated patterns, just a few auspicious clouds. Key. This is still a green equipment. Ring of Power. Quality, green. Strength +5. Coincidentally, Luo Chen still had 9 empty fingers. Wear this Ring of Power. There is one magic ring on each hand that matches the other hand. Afterwards, Luo Chen continued to search on the second floor, but ultimately found nothing else, so he could only continue up to the third floor. There is also a tightly closed security door on the third floor. Luo Chen kicked it open with one foot, and the entire door frame fell off with a loud noise. Go inside. This is indeed the environment where people live. The first thing that caught my eye was a dining and living room. A solid wooden square table lay diagonally on the ground. The floor was covered with dust, there were cobwebs everywhere in the corners, and a musty smell filled the air. Luo Chen went over and smashed the window open. Letting fresh air in from outside can dispel some of the musty smell. Everything in the dining and living room is clearly visible and there is nothing to rummage through. Luo Chen went directly to the bedroom. The bedroom door was closed. Luo Chen turned the door handle and found that it was locked, so he opened it violently. Bang! Dust fell from the door frame. As the door opened, a foul odor instantly hit my nose. Luo Chen, who had just stepped in, instantly retreated, frowning and covering his mouth and nose with one hand. Smelly. It stinks so FG bad. He had never smelled such a foul odor. It wasn't until I retreated to the kitchen door that the smell became much weaker. Is there a dead person in there? Luo Chen couldn't help but complain. But on second thought. You know what, it's really possible. Although he had never seen any corpses or anything like that in the abandoned buildings he had searched before. But that doesn't mean there aren't any. Those buildings were moved to the killing ground individually or as a whole area after the people left and they may have been abandoned for a period of time. But isn't it possible that a building with people still in it could be moved here? Even if there are living people, they will not be moved to the killing ground. What about the body? What else could such a foul smell be except from a rotting corpse? Luo Chen felt that he might need a mask. But he didn't have one now, so he could only temporarily cover his nose with one hand, tightly covering it, and breathe through his mouth. I won't go to the bedroom for now. He searched in the kitchen first. Don't say it. What a surprise. No, whoever was kind enough to put money in the microwave. Luo Chen looked at the stack of killing coins he had found in a broken microwave. Not much. It's about 5,000. Adding the previous accumulations, Luo Chen's harvest today has accumulated to 37,300 killing coins. Not bad, not bad. Earn 373 white skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen was in a good mood and felt that even the stench in the air had faded a lot. Then he went to the bathroom on the third floor and searched around. Then in the toilet tank, a wooden box wrapped in a transparent sealed bag was found. Take out the bag and open the transparent sealed bag on the outside. Luo Chen opened the box and found 2 green skill upgrade stones inside. Worth 2,000 kill coins. Not bad. Luo Chen directly gave it to the green grade energetic skill. Upgraded it to level 7. Energetic. Strong LV.7. Grade, green. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 35 points. In this way, Luo Chen's spiritual attribute reached 112 points. Coming out of the bathroom, Luo Chen looked around the entire third floor. Because the space is small, there is only one bedroom on the third floor, followed by this dining and living room, as well as the bathroom and kitchen just mentioned. Oh, there's a balcony. Luo Chen turned and walked straight to the balcony. Opening the door leading to the balcony, Luo Chen saw a rectangular box placed in the center of the balcony at first glance. The box doesn't look like a suitcase and doesn't have a handle. If you carry it by hand, it's a bit too big. So I don't know what the designer was thinking at the time. But these are not the issues that Luo Chen needs to consider. He is just curious about what is in the suitcase. Is it useful to him? Walking forward, Luo Chen opened the locks on both sides of the suitcase, and then pressed the unlock button in the middle. Snap! The suitcase was opened. When I opened the lid, I was surprised to find that the space inside was very small. Most of the space was filled with black foam material, with only a small area in the middle being empty. Inside was a Tang dynasty sword with a sheath. The scabbard is black, The handle is also black, and only the blade guard has dark gold tiger stripes. Luo Chen reached out and took the knife out of the box. The whole knife including the scabbard weighs about 20 pounds. It's heavier than it looks. The sword was unsheathed, and a bright cold light flashed across the balcony. The straight blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. With a flick of his finger, the blade immediately made a crisp sound. This is indeed a good knife. Luo Chen immediately sent a message to detect it and check its properties. Exquisite Tang Dynasty Horizontal Sword. Quality, Blue. Strength plus 15. Attack 7 times in a row. The 7th attack can cause the sum of the damage of the previous 6 attacks. It's indeed a good knife. Luo Chen couldn't let go of this exquisite Tang Dynasty sword. There's nothing noteworthy about the attributes, they are just the attributes that ordinary blue quality equipment should have. All 15 attribute points are added to strength, which is not wrong for a weapon. But the key is the effect of the equipment attributes. White and green quality equipment do not have special equipment entries, so the quality depends entirely on the attributes. But when it comes to blue quality, the quality of the equipment mainly depends on the effect of its attributes. A good equipment attribute can even make a blue piece of equipment more valuable than a purple piece of equipment. Obviously, the equipment entries of this exquisite Tang horizontal sword belong to this type. After 7 consecutive attacks, the damage of the 7th attack can reach the sum of the previous 6. In this way, as long as the attack speed is fast enough, 7 swords can directly produce the effect of 12 swords. It's almost doubled. This equipment item is not good? It's so good. Chapter 60. Swish. Sheath the sword. Luo Chen held the exquisite Tang Dynasty sword in one hand and turned to leave the balcony. In this house, the value of this knife alone is more than the combined value of the 2 houses above. But Luo Chen still wanted to go to that bedroom and take a look. It's been a while. The stench should have dissipated a little, right? Back in the dining room, Luo Chen covered his nose with his hands again. The smell in here is still so bad. I think the smell in the bedroom is several times stronger than this. Luo Chen felt extremely unhappy at the thought of going into that kind of place. But, I still have to go. Bang! Bang! Walking into the dark bedroom, Luo Chen immediately smashed the glass of the window with his scabbard. Moment. Bright light shone in and the wind from outside blew in. Finally, the whole bedroom is no longer as gloomy as before. Luo Chen now looked at the only bed in the bedroom. The black pile on the bed turned out to be a highly decomposed human corpse as expected. Luo Chen took a look and then looked away. He could dismember the zombies without even frowning. That's because zombies don't actually have much of a bad smell. But this highly decomposed corpse is different. It and the pile of stuff on the bed are enough to make people feel physically nauseous just by looking at them, let alone smelling them. Luo Chen didn't vomit on the spot, which shows that he has strong willpower. Without even looking at the bed, Luo Chen directly opened the wardrobe in the bedroom. It was a mess inside. Luo Chen quickly searched but found nothing valuable. Turning around, he came to the 2 bedside tables. I suppressed my nausea and tried not to look at the pile of things on the bed next to me. Luo Chen quickly opened the drawers of the 2 bedside tables. Ding! A round object fell down and rolled straight under the bed. Luo Chen was quick to grab it and prevent it from rolling in there. This was something Luo Chen had never seen before. Looks like pearls. But looking at that translucent texture, it looks like a gem. Luo Chen picked it up, took a look at it, and directly sent a message to detect it. Ruby. Level 1. Strength plus 10. Is it really a ruby? However, this is not a ruby in the conventional sense. It should be a ruby that can be inlaid on equipment. It also has levels and is a level 1 ruby. After inlaying, it can bring a 10-point bonus to the strength attribute of the equipment. But Luo Chen doesn't have any equipment that can be inlaid with gems. Shaking his head, Luo Chen put the ruby away. This thing is not useful for the time being, but it will definitely be useful later. I just don't know what its value is. Apart from this ruby, there is nothing else of value in this bedroom. After making sure that he had not missed anything, Luo Chen simply jumped out of the window. Bang! The height of the third floor is only 6 or 7 meters. This height is nothing to Luo Chen now. After jumping out of the window, Luo Chen took a deep breath and felt like he was alive again. It's so painful. Luo Chen looked back at the house behind him. Fine. He gained a lot. Otherwise I would feel sorry for my respiratory tract. I wonder if Luo Chen has entered an area infested with zombies, or if the area he is in now is actually the spawn point of the armored zombies. All the monsters Luo Chen encountered along the way were armored zombies. Although the number was not as large as the group encountered in the morning, there were still dozens at most and at least a dozen. By around 12 noon, Luo Chen had collected 215 green attribute crystals, worth a full 43,000 killing coins. So, it is a bit hard. But Luo Chen also enjoys it. At noon, I found a place to eat something simple to fill my stomach. After reducing his hunger level to below 10%, Luo Chen set out to explore more undeveloped areas. Open the map and zoom in. The first thing you see is the surrounding area that has been explored, but there are many areas shrouded in black fog of war farther away. Luo Chen just picked a direction and started walking. The whole afternoon, he was either traveling or killing monsters. But I didn't encounter any airdrop treasure chests today. Luo Chen felt quite regretful. Around 4 p.m. Luo Chen dug out the attribute crystal from the body of the last armored warrior. Exactly 500. Luo Chen looked at the attribute crystal in his hand. Including this one, not counting the 40 crystals he used, there were exactly 500 green attribute crystals in his backpack. That is a full 100,000 killing coins. So, even though Luo Chen didn't collect any useful supplies the entire afternoon, but including the morning's harvest, the total value of the things in his backpack now has reached 113,300 killing coins. Oh, and my original knife too. That's 113,500 killing coins. This was the first time Luo Chen had ever been so rich. Misty shop, let's go. Luo Chen hummed a little tune and headed back in the direction he came from. About half an hour. Luo Chen has returned to the area about 20 kilometers away from Killing Town number 10,087. Ahead is the foggy area. Luo Chen walked in and was about to push open the door of the Misty shop, but the door opened by itself. The man who opened the door and was about to come out was also stunned. Obviously he didn't expect anyone to be outside. Excuse me, could you please move aside for a moment? Female? Luo Chen looked at the mysterious man in front of him whom he had met for the second time, then stepped aside to let him pass. Thanks. The mysterious woman thanked Luo Chen, then quickened her pace and left in a hurry. Luo Chen looked back at the fog behind him, but he could no longer see the other person. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He muttered to himself as he walked into the shop. Welcome. The clerk in the Misty shop is still the same as before. Luo Chen came in without any nonsense. He took out a lot of things from his backpack and asked the clerk to collect them. Does the guest need kill coins or is he/she making a purchase? The clerk asked with a smile. First, give me 632 white skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen said. Yes, guest. The clerk bent down and pulled out a medium-sized box from under the counter. When the box was opened, it was filled with white skill upgrade stones. A total of 632. Luo Chen first spent 32 on the strengthening skill. Upgraded it to level 30. The remaining 600 pills were divided into 120 pills each and were used on the 4 white skills, natural strength, energetic, full, energy recovery, and swift steps. All upgraded to level 30. Fortunately, after skill level 10, the upgrade requirements double every 10 levels. If it still doubles at level 5 like before, the skill upgrade stones required to reach level 30 would be much more than this. Chapter 61. Strengthening level 30. Grade, White. Passively increases physical attributes by 90 points. Natural Strength LV.30. Grade, White. Passively increases Strength attribute by 90 points. Energetic LV.30. Grade, White. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 90 points. Full level 30. Grade, White. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 60 points per minute. Energy recovery level 30. Grade, White. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 90 points per minute. Fast-footed LV.30. Grade, White. Passively increases agility by 90 points. After this wave of upgrades, all of Luo Chen's blank skills, except for one sprint, were upgraded to level 30. Going further down, each level up requires 16 white skill upgrade stones. That means 1,600 killing coins to upgrade to the next level. The price is getting more and more expensive. Luo Chen plans to upgrade several green skills first, and add a few missing skills. As for the skill of sprinting, it is certain that it will rise, but it cannot be done blindly. After all, active skills are not like passive skills that have no consumption. If the level is a little higher, the consumption will be a bit scary. Before Luo Chen completely solved the problem of lack of mana, it can't be raised too high for the time being. To be honest, if Luo Chen didn't want to waste the daily skill upgrade opportunity given by his talent, he wouldn't even want to continue improving the skill Psychedelic Eyes. After all, its consumption is too high. But there is no way. In order to avoid waste, Luo Chen chose to upgrade the skill Psychedelic Eyes today. Upgraded it to level 6. The consumption has reached an astonishing 300 mana points. With Luo Chen's limited mana, how many times can he use it? As for saying, use the once-a-day opportunity to upgrade other skills? That's not a loss. You should know that to upgrade the Psychedelic Eye from level 5 to level 6, 2 blue skill upgrade stones are normally required. That is 20,000 killing coins. To upgrade to the same level, whether it is the green skills such as physical fitness or rhythm of life, only 4 green skill upgrade stones are needed. That is 4,000 killing coins. 20,000 versus 4,000, Luo Chen of course chose the former. But the good news is that after Luo Chen completes this wave of upgrades today, his mana will surge again. It can temporarily solve the dilemma of insufficient mana. Of course, it is not a complete solution, it is only temporary, and there is no way to allow Luo Chen to completely squander money at will. I can only say, barely enough? After spending 62,300 killing coins in one go, Luo Chen only had 50,300 killing coins left, less than half of what he had at the beginning. Give me another green skill crystal that passively increases strength, another green skill crystal that passively increases agility, and another green skill crystal that passively increases mana recovery speed. 3 special skill crystals, each worth 5,000 kill coins. 3, that's 15,000 killing coins. Luo Chen still has 35,300 killing coins left to spend. Give me another 34 green skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen said. The clerk smiled and took out what Luo Chen needed and placed it on the counter. Guest, you don't have enough money. The clerk said. Luo Chen knew that he had calculated all this in advance. So he took out the killing coins on him, counted out 1,300 and put them aside, and handed the rest to the clerk. Just right. The clerk took the killing coin and put it away with a smile. Now, Luo Chen, who originally had a 6-digit net worth, has suddenly returned to a 4-digit net worth. But when money is gone, People will be happy. Wealth that can be converted into strength is good wealth. Otherwise, what's the use of having a lot of money? After silently comforting himself, Luo Chen picked up the 3 skill crystals in front of him. Use them one by one. Ding! You gain new skills, innate supernatural power. Ding! You gain new skills, extreme speed. Ding! You gain new skills, powerful energy recovery. 3 new skills appeared on the opened character panel. However, these 3 skills are still in the initial state of level 1 and need to be upgraded. Luo Chen picked up the 34 green skill upgrade stones. It was supposed to be 42. But unfortunately Luo Chen didn't have enough balance, so he could only reluctantly buy 34 pieces first. Throw 14 of them at the skill Innate Divine Power to add 1 to the Strength attribute. Innate Divine Power has been upgraded to level 10. Throw 14 of them into the skill Strong Energy Recovery to improve the efficiency of mana recovery. Powerful Energy Recovery upgraded to level 10. The last 6 are given to the Extreme Speed skill. The Extreme Speed skill has been upgraded to level 6. Speed level 6. Grade, Green. Passively increases agility by 30 points. Strong Energy Recovery LV.10. Grade, Green. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Natural Divine Power LV.10. Grade, Green. Passively increases strength attribute by 50 points. After this wave of upgrades, Luo Chen's killing coins were basically used up. The only thing that can be upgraded with the remaining 1,300 killing coins is the sprinting skill. Other white grade skills require at least 1,600 killing coins to upgrade to the next level, which is simply unaffordable. But the money was spent, but the strength was greatly improved. Feeling the power surging in my body, Luo Chen's face was also full of smiles. After looking at his current mana recovery speed, Luo Chen thought about it and counted out 1,200 killing coins and bought 12 white skill upgrade stones. Also upgraded the sprint skill to level 13. Speed level 13. Grade, White. Consume 70 mana points to enter the sprint state for 70 seconds, increasing movement speed by 410%, cooldown time 12 seconds. The level 13 sprint skill can increase Luo Chen's movement speed by 410%. Even if it only increases the movement speed. But this effect is still quite exaggerated. I have to say, the effect of this skill is becoming more and more amazing. You have to know that it is just a white grade skill. If the mana consumption could be a little lower, it would be perfect. But now 70 mana consumption is not too much. After all, the sprint state can last for 70 seconds, which means Luo Chen only needs to use this skill once every 70 seconds. And what is Luo Chen's current mana recovery speed? Opening the character panel, Luo Chen looked at his attributes which had become quite gorgeous. Chapter 62. Name, Luo Chen. HP, 2390/2390. Mana, 2060/2060. Status, moderately hungry, moderately fatigued. Fatigue value, 42%. Hunger value, 51%. Strength, 239. Constitution, 239. Agility, 198. Spirit, 196. Physical defense, 237. Elemental resistance, 206. Health recovery, 2.7/second. Mana recovery, 4/second. Innate ability, endless. Endless? Remove the skill level cap. You can choose one skill to level up by 1 every day. Active skills, Speed LV.13, Freeze LV.5, Psychedelic Eyes LV.6. Passive skill. 2060 mana, regenerating 4 mana per second. 70 seconds, enough for Luo Chen to recover 280 mana points. And the cost of sprinting is only 70 mana points. Certainly. Things can't be calculated that way. After all, Luo Chen doesn't just use the sprint skill. Like freeze and psychedelic eyes. These are the biggest sources of mana consumption. A level 5 freeze spell costs 130 mana. The level 6 psychedelic eyes consumes a full 300 mana points. However, the cooldown time of the level 6 psychedelic eyes is still 94 seconds, which is more than a minute and a half. The level 5 freeze spell also has a cooldown of 56 seconds. Almost a minute. If Luo Chen uses these three skills at the same time, then the mana he consumes in this minute can reach 500 points. Far exceeds the 280 points that can be recovered. Even though the Eye of Psychedelics can only be used again after a minute and a half, the recovery of mana still cannot keep up with the consumption. But it will be soon. I just need to upgrade the powerful energy recovery skill a few more levels. Luo Chen admired his gorgeous character panel and then closed it. Come out of the misty shop. Luo Chen only has the last 100 killing coins left. And tomorrow is the day when the killing tower descends. Luo Chen didn't know if he could come out and explore more unknown areas tomorrow, but even if he didn't have the time, he believed that the rewards from the killing tower would not disappoint him, right? Luo Chen's requirements are not high either. The total value just needs to be over 500,000 killing coins. After all, he earned more than 110,000 yuan in one day. If the reward for a killing tower is not more than 500,000, then in Luo Chen's opinion, it is too embarrassing. Before dark, Luo Chen successfully returned to Killing Town number 10,087. As soon as he entered the town, Luo Chen felt several eyes staring at him. He turned his head and looked over there, and found that there were three unfamiliar guys looking at him. When they saw Luo Chen looking at him, these three guys gave him a malicious smile. Is this a provocation to me? Luo Chen frowned. At this time, the three guys over there also came over. Boy, our boss has taken a liking to you, come with us. The three of them looked at Luo Chen with playful eyes, as if they were gloating. Boss? Are you interested in me? Luo Chen subconsciously thought of Shen Tuxiang whom he had met in the central square in the morning. Is it him? When Luo Chen thought of that guy's habit, he instantly got goosebumps from being disgusted. Holy crap! Is this pervert Shen Tuxiang targeting me? Luo Chen felt unwell. Hey! Stop standing there like an idiot and come with us. At this time, the three people in front of him also urged him on. One of them directly reached out to grab Luo Chen's arm, which scared Luo Chen so much that he took several steps back as if in response to the stress. Blanche! Don't FG touch me! When he thought that the other person's hand might have touched something dirty, Luo Chen suddenly felt as if he had become dirty too. Although it wasn't actually touched. Oh my god, are you crazy? You're so jumpy. The person opposite was cursing and looked unhappy. But Luo Chen no longer wanted to breathe the same air with them, as he felt as if he would be infected with something. Psychedelic eyes. With just one glance, the expressions of the three people opposite him instantly became dull. His eyes were dazed and he had already fallen into the influence of the illusion. The level 6 psychedelic eyes, coupled with Luo Chen's spiritual attribute of 196 points, can make 79 targets within the sight range fall into the world of illusion at the same time. It can last up to 14 seconds. 14 seconds of time. It's enough for Luo Chen to kill them 800 times. Puff. Asterisk 3. Blood gushed out, accompanied by three falling heads. The three bodies with their heads and bodies separated also fell to the ground with a loud bang. Luo Chen had a gloomy expression on his face. They didn't even bother to search the three bodies. Certainly. This is also because they don't even have a decent space backpack. They are probably paupers and have nothing to gain. Ding! Kill the target and successfully plunder the target's attributes. Strength +3. Constitution +2. Agility +2. Spirit +2. Ding. Kill the target and successfully plunder the target's attributes. Strength +2. Constitution +3. Agility +4. Spirit +3. Ding. A series of prompt sounds also rang in Luo Chen's ears. Luo Chen ignored him and just walked quickly with his head down. Soon he disappeared on the road. Soon after Luo Chen left, the small gate on the west side of the town opened again, and a group of 6 or 7 people came in from outside the town. Phew! I almost missed it. A yellow-haired young man said with a relieved smile. Just the next second. Holy crap! How did someone die? Several people looked at the 3 separated bodies not far away in surprise, and looked around in panic, fearing that a murderer would jump out in the next second and turn them into corpses like them on the ground. Fortunately, after a while, no imagined murderer appeared. Only then did they muster up the courage to walk towards the 3 corpses. Looks familiar. One of them looked at the 3 falling heads, wondering where he had seen these faces before. They are Shen Tuxiang's lackeys. The yellow-haired guy next to him said, I saw them in the square this morning, but I didn't expect that they are already. It seems they have offended some ruthless person. Several people nodded when they heard this. Shen Tuxiang is a restless guy. In addition to that guy's special hobby, he is also quite famous in Killing Town number 10,087. It's just a bad reputation. Now 3 of his lackeys died here. There is no doubt about it. This finally hits the mark. Chapter 63. 8:10:8:8. Luo Chen returned to the safe house and looked at the attribute values he had just plundered. A total of 34 points. Physical fitness increased the most, by 10 points. The other 3 attributes are coincidentally all 8 points, but that's not bad either. After all, it's a property I picked up for free. However, even though his attribute value increased by 34 points, Luo Chen still felt quite unlucky. The first thing he did after returning to the safe house was to go to the bathroom to take a shower, and washed his body thoroughly with a bottle of unexpired shower gel that he had looted earlier. Although his body was clean, Luo Chen always felt uncomfortable if he didn't wash it. After taking a shower, I came out of the bathroom. Luo Chen felt much more refreshed. Wash your clothes too. Luo Chen took a large basin, threw all his original clothes, pants, etc. into the basin, and then soaked them in water. If you don't have laundry detergent, use shower gel. The main purpose is to provide psychological comfort. After all, equipment-type clothing will automatically refresh its cleanliness after a period of time. Even if it is originally dirty, it will become clean after 12 hours. Luo Chen soaked his clothes and pants in a large basin, then returned to the living room wearing ordinary clothes. Comfortable. Sitting down on the sofa in the living room, the fatigue accumulated throughout the day was released at this moment. Luo Chen closed his eyes and rested for a few minutes before picking up the remote control, turning on the TV in the living room, and projecting the content of the regional chat channel onto the TV. A 100-inch TV has a big screen. Even the messages that are constantly scrolling in the chat channel can be seen clearly here. Luo Chen put his legs on the coffee table and reached into the backpack next to him to take out a bottle of drink. While drinking a drink, I watched what people were discussing in the chat channel. Because tomorrow is the day when the Killing Tower descends, all the discussions in today's chat channel are related to the Killing Tower. I'm so excited. The Killing Tower is coming tomorrow morning. I wonder what this Killing Tower is. Since it's called the Killing Tower, it must be a tower. Stupid. They're talking about what's going on inside the Killing Tower. After all, none of us have ever experienced that. God bless me. May I get a good ranking tomorrow. Wake up, foreigner upstairs. The killing grounds are not under the control of your god. Who do you think will take first place in our killing town? No 10087. It's definitely not me, after all, my talent is only E level. It definitely isn't me. Even though my talent is D rank, there are C rank bosses above me. By the way, have you encountered anyone from other kill towns these past 2 days? You met him? Okay, I thought we were the only ones who encountered this, but it turns out you all kept it a secret, right? What's all the fuss about? Have you forgotten that voice clearly stated that the entire universe containing Blue Star has been dragged into the endless killing game? You don't think it's just our killing town, do you? No, actually, what everyone cares about is the distance between the various killing towns, right? Yes, I met people from other killing towns about 40 to 50 kilometers away from our town. Through communication, we found that the straight line distance between the two killing towns is no more than 100 kilometers. So far? Far? It's very close, okay. I wonder if there are any masters in other killing towns. I don't mean to discourage you all, but our team met 3 people from Kill Town 98,332 a while ago. All 3 of them have C-level talents, and they told us that there are more than one B-level talent boss in their kill town. Hiss. More than one B rank? No. Why? Is our killing town 10,087 the worst among the surrounding killing towns? That shouldn't be the case, right? What about our B rank? Stop hiding it, come out. Ahem. Hello everyone, I'm Augustus. Please allow me to introduce myself. As you might have guessed, I'm the only B-level talent owner in our town. Holy crap! Is this really true? A B-rank boss is willing to sacrifice himself now. You made a typo above. It's appear, not dedicate. Is this important? What's important is that our town also has B-level bosses. Why is he a foreigner? What's wrong with foreigners? I think foreigners are pretty good. Besides, we're not on Blue Planet anymore, so we should abandon the concept of nation-states. We're all Blue Planet humans, one people. By the way, does Augustus have a girlfriend? Augustus, sorry, I've been married for many years. What a shame. Then, would you mind getting another girlfriend? No, you don't even want to act anymore. Get lost. I'm talking to Brother Augustus, what's your business? You. Are you cursing me? What the hell? Why are they arguing all of a sudden? Luo Chen was originally in a good mood, relaxing his tense nerves during the day and preparing to make himself some barbecue or something later. As a result, the originally normal content suddenly turned into a screen full of swear words. Good job. There are no banned words in this chat channel. You can say anything you want. However, it turns out that there are also B-level talents in our town. And he's a foreigner. Augustus? Never heard of it. Luo Chen shook his head. Anyway, it was just a B-level talent, so he didn't take it seriously. 2 days ago, he met Olivia, a B-level talent owner from the neighboring killing town number 1733. Although Luo Chen took advantage of her at that time, he was unable to do anything to Olivia in the end. But that was 2 days ago. For Luo Chen, his strength changes a lot every day. Compared to how he was 2 days ago and how he is now, he looks like 2 completely different people. If he were to meet Olivia again now, Luo Chen was confident that he could easily defeat him. There will never be an embarrassing situation where you can't kill someone. But Luo Chen was quite curious about what kind of talent this Augustus had. Besides, Luo Chen didn't believe that their killing town number 10,087 only had Augustus, a B-level talent. There must be someone else who is deliberately hiding it, Lao Lu. I just wonder how many more people like this Lao Lu are there? Chapter 64. This night seemed to be extraordinarily long. Many people have been losing sleep over tomorrow's Killing Tower event. Some people who are ambitious for the first place are also ready to show their talents. At the same time, on the other side of Killing Town number 10,087, in a common area connected to 11 safe houses, a group of people led by Shen Tuxiang were discussing about breaking into the Killing Tower tomorrow. Boss, is that Augustus really a B-level talent? In a sunken living room, on a U-shaped sofa, a man with a retro, non-mainstream hairstyle asked at this time. The entire public area is approximately 150 square meters. In the middle is a sunken living room, surrounded by vending machines and park-like benches. There is also a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling above, giving people the feeling of a shopping mall lounge area. At this time, 11 people, including Shen Tuxiang, were here. Shen Tuxiang and his male favorite sat alone on a sofa, while the others sat on the other 3 sofas. I know Augustus. His B-level talent is no longer a secret in his inner circle. Shen Tuxiang casually played with his male favorite's hand with one hand, and said with a faint smile, "But don't worry too much. I have seen his strength, and he is only on par with me. Who will take first and who will take second is still unknown." Although Shen Tuxiang's own talent was only C-level, he was not worried that the existence of Augustus' B-level talent would become an obstacle for him to win the first place. The reason is that Shen Tuxiang's C-level talent is a very early stage talent. It can gain a huge advantage in the early stages. But wait until later? I'm afraid it's of no use. But even so, Shen Tuxiang is still quite satisfied with his talent. After all, if you can't even survive the early stages, how can you expect to survive the later stages? Compared to those talented people with great potential in the later stages, Shen Tuxiang prefers his own. No matter what the future holds, at least he is living a happy life now. That's enough. The group of younger brothers who followed Shen Tuxiang were also very clear about the strength of their boss. It's just that they have never seen what B-level talent is like, so they are worried. Certainly. This worry was more to show to Shen Tuxiang. After all, even if Shen Tuxiang won the first place reward, he would not give them a single cent. By the way, what happened to Wang San and the others? Why did they die? Shen Tuxiang suddenly asked at this time. He has many subordinates. In addition to the 9 core members in front of him, there are many others who voluntarily join them. It's just that those people are mostly used as lackeys. They don't get any benefits on weekdays. The only benefit is probably that you won't starve to death. And these people's talents are generally pretty rubbish. It's either E-level or F-level. There isn't even a D-level one. Unlike the 9 people here, all of them have D-level talents. I guess we've met a tough opponent. The men also frowned and said, "We found the bodies of Wang San and the others at the west gate of the town. They were killed in an instant. All 3 were beheaded on the spot. There was no sign of a struggle at the scene." Hearing this, Shen Tuxiang's face also turned gloomy. "Can you find out who it is?" he asked. "This." Several people looked at each other, and finally said with a stiff upper lip, "Boss, Wang San and the others were doing things for you before. Do you think it was the person you asked us to investigate before who did it?" "That person?" Shen Tuxiang frowned subconsciously, and then heard a scream beside him. He looked down and found that he had accidentally not controlled the strength of his hand while thinking and hurt his male lover. "Get out of here!" Shen Tuxiang, who was in a bad mood, kicked him away. The latter fell to the ground with tears in his eyes and a pitiful expression. Others around them felt sick. They are different from Shen Tuxiang and don't like this. What the hell? Didn't I tell them to invite someone over? Did they turn a deaf ear to my words? Shen Tuxiang cursed and looked angry. The subordinates present did not dare to speak. "But I don't agree with it in my heart. Who doesn't know your character? You say you're inviting someone, but isn't that just helping them to tie the person back? Isn't this the thing sitting on the ground that was brought back in the first place? After cursing a few times, Shen Tuxiang realized that he was a bit reckless this time. Maybe he has been having too much luck recently. It was so smooth that he didn't even notice that he had swelled up. Now something is wrong with Wang San and the other two. He was killed instantly. Although Wang San and the other three are not very strong, they are still his lackeys who often help him deal with some trivial matters. Their strength is still stronger than those other lackeys. Not only do all three of them have E-level talents, they have also consumed all 10 attribute crystals. Even Shen Tuxiang himself didn't dare to say that he could kill the three of them in an instant, but the other party did it. Certainly. There is definitely an element of surprise involved. But even so, Shen Tuxiang realized that he might have hit a wall. FK. You all are such idiots. You're so awesome, but you don't know how to show it off? You just keep hiding it. Shen Tuxiang also cursed in his heart. But now that things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. No matter what. The most important thing now is tomorrow's Killing Tower event. Others. Let's talk about it after tomorrow. We'll talk about this later. Right now, the most important thing is tomorrow's Killing Tower event. As long as I win the first place reward, I'll see who in this town dares to speak louder than me. Shen Tuxiang put one foot on the coffee table and said domineeringly. Boss is awesome. The younger brothers around him also started to make a fuss. As for what you think in your heart? Only they themselves know the answer. The next day, Luo Chen woke up at around 5 o'clock in the morning. It was still dark outside. He got up from the bed, went to the bathroom, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and only after waking himself up did he change his clothes and go downstairs to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast is some leftover barbecue from last night, paired with noodles, and I made a big bowl of beef ramen. After finishing a bowl of noodles, it was almost 6 o'clock. Luo Chen made some final preparations and packed everything he needed. Then he put on his backpack and walked out of the safe house. Chapter 65. It was still a few minutes before 6 o'clock in the morning, but the central square of Killing Town number 10,087 was already crowded with people. The number of people online in the regional chat channel at this moment is 397. Except for a small number of people, most of these people have already arrived at the square. When Luo Chen arrived, it was still a little over a minute before 6 o'clock. So he stood aside and waited quietly. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hello again, neighbor. Luo Chen knew who was behind him without looking back. Luo Chen nodded coldly. But the neighbor next door didn't seem to feel Luo Chen's indifference and rejection, and instead walked over to him. Today's neighbor was wearing a white coat and glasses and looked like a doctor. Luo Chen didn't know why he put on such a white coat, but he didn't ask. The main point was that he didn't understand but respected him. Are you nervous? The neighbor smiled and looked up at the blood-red obelisk in the center of the square. He said, I was so excited last night that it took me a long time to fall asleep. Then I woke up just after 5 o'clock today. You should be about the same, right? As he spoke, he turned to look at Luo Chen, still with that standard smile on his face. This reminded Luo Chen of the clerk in the misty shop. The smile on the other person's face was the same. Standard, friendly, but also fake. It seemed like he was deliberately showing it, rather than wanting to laugh from the heart. I'm fine. Luo Chen responded perfunctorily. Ha! Then you really have a big heart. The neighbor laughed deliberately and then looked around, then pointed at 3 people not far ahead. Have you seen Augustus? The tall, thin foreigner. Luo Chen didn't know Augustus, but now in the entire Killing Town number 10,087, Augustus was the most famous. He was a tall and thin foreigner who looked to be in his 30s. He has the standard deep eye sockets and high nose bridge of a foreigner. His sunken cheeks make him look even thinner. With a height of nearly 1.9 meters, he is extremely conspicuous when standing in the crowd. At this time, Augustus was accompanied by two ladies. The two women looked to be in their 20s. They did not look like the standard beauties in the eyes of Oriental people. Instead, they looked a bit ordinary to Luo Chen. But foreigners have different aesthetic tastes from them. That's what they like. On the contrary, those beauties in the eyes of Orientals are not so attractive in the eyes of foreigners. Certainly, aesthetics is a very subjective thing. It doesn't mean that all foreigners have the same aesthetic taste. They also like different types. Otherwise, wouldn't those women whose looks don't meet the standard aesthetic standards be unable to get married? You noticed those two women beside him, didn't you? A neighbor jokingly said. They offered themselves to him last night. I heard there were 6 or 7 of them at first, but Augustus only kept them 2. Is this really true? Luo Chen felt incredible. He saw a woman recommending herself to Augustus on the chat channel yesterday and thought it was just talk. I didn't expect that someone would actually take action. And Augustus actually accepted it. Although I didn't accept all of them, I did accept 2. Isn't he worried about being stabbed in the middle of the night? In this kind of environment, let alone 2 strange women, even good brothers have to be careful. Is this Augustus really stupid? Or are you feeling confident? Just then, the crowd in front suddenly burst into exclamations. Oh my god! Look! Something is coming down from the sky. The obelisk is glowing. People exclaimed loudly, and Luo Chen's attention was also drawn over. At this time, the blood-red obelisk in the square suddenly released a dazzling red light. Immediately afterwards, a red beam of light with a diameter of over 20 meters fell from the sky, instantly covering the entire blood-red obelisk. The people in front were frightened and retreated. The people at the back wanted to squeeze forward to watch. Luo Chen and some people around him were standing in the outer area of the square and were not affected at all. But there was already quite a commotion ahead. Some people were pushed down, and some people started arguing and quarreling with the people around them. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. The sky, which had just been bright, now seemed to have returned to night. However, this darkness did not last long. It only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. Look at that! Someone pointed to the sky and shouted. Then hundreds of eyes turned to the sky. At this moment, 10,000 meters in the sky, a huge blood-red magic circle appeared out of thin air. The huge blood-colored magic circle was so large that it covered the sky and the sun, and the light it released was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. At this time, dozens of blood-red rays shot out from the magic circle. Some of these lights fell far away, while others were very close. And one of them, it even fell directly towards them. Buzz! The blood-red obelisk in the square suddenly made a buzzing sound. Along with the appearance of circles of blood-red ripples, the blood-red light that fell from the sky was shattered as if the outer halo was shaken away the moment it fell, revealing the image of a small tower inside. Then, the tower suddenly grew in size. It was just a blink of an eye. It turned into a giant tower 100 meters high and appeared in the sky, as if it was supported by some force, standing on the blood-red obelisk. Swish! 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 At this time, rays of light flew out from the descending killing tower and shot towards everyone in the square. Everyone is hit by a beam of light, and no matter how you dodge it, it's useless. The flying light hit everyone's right wrist accurately, and then a simple pattern of a killing tower appeared on the inside of everyone's wrist. As soon as the mind moves, the pattern will emerge. At the same time, a piece of information also emerged from everyone's mind. Luo Chen pulled open the clothes on his right hand, revealing the inside of his wrist. A thought comes to mind. A simple pattern of a killing tower emerged, and inside the killing tower outlined by blood-red lines, A2 appeared. That represents the number of times he was resurrected in the killing tower this time. Once it is cleared, dying again means real death. Certainly. This number of resurrections will be refreshed when the killing tower arrives next week. So you can use it with confidence. Don't worry about running out of it. Can we go in now? Who's going first? Idiot. There's no need to queue, we can all go in at the same time. I'll do it. I can be resurrected anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. In the square, some people who couldn't wait any longer immediately activated the killing tower pattern in their hands. The next second, these people instantly turned into a streak of blood and flew directly towards the killing tower in the sky. Chapter 66. In the square, there were 397 people, and more than 100 of them disappeared in almost an instant. These people couldn't wait to enter the killing tower. The rest are still waiting and watching. Luo Chen also put down his sleeves at this time, and then called out the ranking list of the killing tower. This is a list that appeared with the advent of the killing tower. Killing tower level 100. Overall ranking, insufficient permission. Region ranking. First place, Wind Spirit. Score, 1110. Second place, Black Eyes. Score, 1110. Third place, Beacon. Score, 1110. Fourth place, Shanzong. Score, 1110. Fifth place, Snow Begins. Score, 1110. On the leaderboard, the overall ranking is invisible. The prompt is that the permission is insufficient and cannot be viewed. Luo Chen didn't know what permissions were required, but if he wasn't allowed to see it, then he wouldn't. It was useless to see it now anyway, and it wasn't a problem Luo Chen needed to consider at this stage. Then there are the district rankings. This district ranking, as expected, is the ranking of all civilizations in the entire universe where Blue Star is located. There should be many district rankings like this. But Luo Chen can only see the district rankings for his own district and cannot see the rankings for other districts. There are only 10 places listed on the district list. Obviously, only those ranked in the top 10 will receive the reward. However, Luo Chen discovered that the names of these top 10 people were all very strange. It's totally different from the naming method of humans on Blue Planet. They should all be aliens. I wonder if aliens look like humans. Luo Chen couldn't help but think of the classic alien image in his mind. It shouldn't really look like this, right? Except for their names, the scores of the 10 people currently ranked in the top 10 of the district list are exactly the same. All of them scored 1110 points. So this ranking should be arranged in chronological order only. As for the final ranking, that will have to wait until the Slaughter Tower event is over. The Killing Tower descends upon each killing town at 6 o'clock in the morning and disappears at midnight. A total of 18 hours. What they have to do is to reach higher levels of the Killing Tower as much as possible within these 18 hours. But, in fact, there is plenty of time. Basically no one can stay in the Killing Tower for 18 hours before being teleported out. So it didn't last until the next morning. Luo Chen thought to himself. He thought it would last 24 hours. I didn't expect it would only be 18 hours. At this time, among the group of people who had just rushed into the Killing Tower, several of them were teleported out at this time. Luo Chen looked at the guys who were teleported out in surprise. The same is true for everyone else. No, what are you doing? You're coming out so soon. Someone couldn't help but ask. The people who were teleported out looked pale and sat down on the ground as soon as they landed. When they heard someone questioning them, they shouted excitedly, "What do you know? If you have the guts, go in there and try it yourself. You have no idea how terrifying it is in there." When the others heard this, many of them, unable to resist their curiosity, activated the Killing Tower mark on their bodies. He was then teleported away by the killing tower. Is the killing tower really that scary? Luo Chen muttered softly. Then he looked at the ranking list of Killing Town number 10,087. Killing Town ranking. First place, Augustus. Points, 10. Second place, Zhou Xian. Points, 10. Third place, Li Yi. Points, 3. Fourth place, Nakamura Ono. Points, 2. Fifth place, none. Good job. The ranking list of 10 places is not even half full. There were hundreds of people who just entered. Just how difficult is this killing tower? Besides, since the difficulty is so high, how did those 10 guys on the previous district leaderboard get 1110 points? Could it be that the gap between aliens and humans on Blue Planet is really that huge? Luo Chen suddenly realized that it would be extremely difficult for him to get 2 rewards. It's just that the advantages of those alien races are too great. God knows how they did it. Could it be that they were already as strong as Superman before entering the killing ground? You know what, this is really possible. After all, different environments create different species. If intelligent life were born on a planet with gravity 10,000 times that of the Blue Planet, can you imagine how powerful the intelligent life born in such an environment would be? Forget it, let's not think too much about it, let's go in and take a look first. Luo Chen felt overwhelmed when he thought about it. Perhaps in the future he will be able to surpass those races that have innate advantages, but now the time is too short and it is obviously impossible to do so. But the good news is, even if he doesn't get the reward from the district rankings, but at least the reward for first place on the Killing Town list is stable. Think about it. Luo Chen no longer worried about the issue of alien races. Then he activated the Killing Tower mark on his wrist, and then his eyes went dark. The next second he turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the square. Not far away, Shen Tuxiang and his gang had been observing Luo Chen since just now. Seeing Luo Chen disappear into a ray of light, his men quickly reminded Shen Tuxiang. "Boss, that guy went in." Shen Tuxiang nodded and said, "Very good, let's go now. This killing tower looks incredibly difficult, but remember to persevere as long as possible. Even if there's no reward, this rare opportunity to hone your combat skills with 2 resurrection chances is a rare opportunity." The younger brothers nodded in response. Then, this group of people also activated the marks on their wrists and were then teleported into the killing tower. In the square, more and more people entered the killing tower. In the end, the only ones left were some unlucky guys who were eliminated early. These people looked at each other and suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. Inside the killing tower, the first level of space. This is a desolate Gobi desert, which seems to be endless, but it is actually an illusion. The actual space is not that big, and the area is only about 10,000 square meters. At this time, Luo Chen's figure appeared here out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, Luo Chen immediately clenched the weapon in his hand and scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. At this time, please kill all enemies in front of you within 30 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the second floor. A cold voice suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, rays of light lit up 100 meters away from Luo Chen. Then, one monster after another with blue-gray skin appeared. Armored zombie? Luo Chen looked at these monsters that he was very familiar with in surprise. Isn't this the armored zombie, a second-level primary monster that he has killed many times before? So the enemies on the first floor of the killing tower are these guys? I thought it would be so difficult, but this is it. Luo Chen was very disappointed. Chapter 67. The 10 armored zombies that were refreshed howled and rushed towards the only living person not far away. Although it is called a charge, in fact, the movement speed of the armored zombie is about the same as that of an ordinary person running. Compared with Luo Chen, whose agility attribute is more than 200, this speed is as slow as a snail. This won't take 30 minutes. Luo Chen complained while taking out a huge sword without a blade from his backpack and replacing his tang horizontal sword. To deal with this kind of thick-skinned guy, heavy weapons like a giant sword are more effective. With one charge, the distance of about 100 meters was gone in a flash. Luo Chen swung his giant sword and split Mount Huashan with it. The armored zombie in front of him had its head blown off instantly. The armored zombie that was shot in the head is also tough. Not a word. It's just a little dead. Bang! 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 After a dazzling display of cloak and swordsmanship, the 10 armored zombies in front of him were all killed on the spot. Luo Chen slammed his sword into the ground and looked around with disdain. That's it. The next second. Swish! A flash of light passed by. The bodies of the 10 armored zombies on the ground disappeared. But something was left behind. Luo Chen didn't bother to pose and quickly went up to pick up the things on the ground. Wow! No one said the monsters in this killing tower could produce attribute crystals. Luo Chen looked surprised. I originally thought that the monsters in places like the killing tower should be something like clones, products of mass reproduction, and they would not produce things like attribute crystals in their bodies. Therefore, Luo Chen never thought about it in this regard from the beginning. But now, Luo Chen found that he had underestimated the scale of the endless killing game. Who said that the monsters in the killing tower can't produce attribute crystals? She just gave birth to you. And they not only produce attribute crystals. It also saves you the trouble of digging it out yourself. You just say that the service is not thoughtful or not. This service is so thoughtful. Luo Chen was overjoyed. It's like you stepped on a piece of gold when you went out, it was a complete unexpected surprise. After all, Luo Chen never had any expectations in this regard from the beginning to the end. 10 green attribute crystals, that is a full 2,000 killing coins. This is only the first floor of the killing tower. Come on, let me get to the second floor. Luo Chen was already looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of monsters would appear on the second floor? And most importantly, would there be many of them? The quality doesn't have to be too high. If a monster is really too powerful, Luo Chen won't be able to defeat it. But for things like the armored zombies, no matter how many of them come, I'm not afraid, in fact, the more the better. Thousands or tens of thousands are no problem. Congratulations on clearing the level. The second floor will be transferred in 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. It was only a 10-second countdown, but Luo Chen felt as if these 10 seconds were passing so slowly. Soon, the 10-second countdown ends. As a ray of light descended and enveloped Luo Chen, he disappeared on the first floor of the killing tower. Killing tower, second level space. This is the scene of an abandoned city, and Luo Chen appears in a square in the city. There are familiar high-rise buildings all around, but they are all in a dilapidated state, as if a city after the end of the world. Where's the monster? Luo Chen couldn't wait to look around. The next second. Swish! Swish! Patches of white light rose around the square. Then, waves of familiar roars came from the white light. As the light faded, what was revealed was indeed the armored zombie that Luo Chen was familiar with. Only, this time there are as many as 100 armored zombies. Please kill all enemies in front of you within 60 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the third floor. A cold voice sounded in the second space. 60 minutes to get rid of these 100 armored zombies in front of you? Luo Chen felt that the killing tower was trying to make things difficult for them, the newcomers. Although this time the time has doubled. But the number of enemies to deal with is 10 times more than before. Luo Chen believed that there must be many people who could take care of 10 armored zombies within 30 minutes. But taking care of 100 armored zombies in 60 minutes? The difficulty would have increased by more than 10 times. After all, who can guarantee that they won't get hurt? Is facing the siege of 10 armored zombies the same as facing the siege of 100 armored zombies? Won't this eliminate more than 90% of the people? Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. The reason he could laugh was naturally because Luo Chen himself belonged to that 10%. Not to mention 100 armored zombies. Even if the amount were 10 times higher, he could still handle it all within 60 minutes. And these are 100 armored zombies. This means that 100 green attribute crystals will be produced. It is worth 20,000 killing points. Even someone like Luo Chen, who had seen a lot of the world, couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur of the killing tower when faced with the 20,000 killing coins that were almost delivered to his doorstep. I'm really looking forward to the next few floors now. Luo Chen smiled as he picked up the huge sword without a blade, and then took the initiative to rush towards the group of armored zombies opposite. Kill. Invisible murderous intent instantly enveloped the group of armored zombies that rushed forward with howls and screams. The next second. Bang! 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 It was just like playing baseball. The bladeless giant sword in Luo Chen's hand was the baseball bat, and the heads of these armored zombies were the flying baseballs. He struck with one sword after another, and the armored zombies in front of him kept rushing towards him. 60 minutes? Who are you looking down on? Luo Chen had been fighting for less than 5 minutes when there were no more armored zombies left standing in front of him. It doesn't take even 60 minutes. At this time, the corpses of these armored zombies on the ground were also refreshed one after another. Those who stayed. They are attribute crystals that glow green. Congratulations on clearing the level. The third floor will be transferred in 10 seconds. 10. Zhao. Can you give me a little more time? How could Luo Chen care about his image at this moment? He only has 10 seconds. So he pounced on the attribute crystals on the ground and hated himself for having only 2 hands. Fortunately, before the 10-second countdown ended, he picked up all the attribute crystals on the ground without missing a single one. Next time, you have to leave a few behind. Luo Chen thought before being teleported away. Chapter 68. Killing Tower, the third level space. Yudea Guangfall. Luo Chen's figure appeared here. He glanced around and found that he seemed to have been teleported to a battlefield. Bomb craters caused by artillery shells can be seen everywhere, as well as some broken tanks, armored vehicles, and even corpses. Can these tanks be taken? Luo Chen looked at these big guys curiously and couldn't help but think. But he just thought about it. Not to mention that the killing tower would most likely not allow them to take the things inside out. The size of the tank alone would make it impossible for Luo Chen to stuff them into his space backpack. There isn't that much space. As for small firearms and the like, Luo Chen didn't see anything at all. But, what about the monsters on the third floor? Luo Chen looked around in confusion. It had been a while, why hadn't the monsters been refreshed yet? Just when Luo Chen was feeling puzzled, the corpses around him, which he thought were just decorations, suddenly started moving one by one. The scene was a bit creepy, and even Luo Chen was startled at first. Isn't it necessary to do this? Luo Chen was speechless. Wouldn't it be better to just refresh it like before? You have to do this to scare people, right? I was complaining in my heart when that familiar voice appeared. Please kill all enemies in front of you within 120 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the 4th floor. 120 minutes? The time has doubled again. So the number of enemies? Luo Chen looked at the corpses crawling around him. Not surprisingly. Those armored zombies under the military uniforms of an unknown country are indeed the familiar ones. Just this amount? I'm just saying, are you really going to come with 1,000 of them? This is really, really good. Luo Chen looked at the thousands of armored zombies that were gradually surrounding him with shining eyes. This is not an armored zombie, it is clearly a walking 200,000 killing coins. Could there be 10,000 armored zombies on the 4th floor? Luo Chen suddenly thought of it. That's a full 2 million killing coins. When had Luo Chen ever seen so much money? Not to mention the killing coins, he had never seen so much money in his previous life. Roar! Before his eyes, a large group of armored zombies had already rushed to Luo Chen. These armored zombies are all tall, and except for their blue-gray skin and cataract-like eyes, they really look no different from living people. It's just that the tone was a bit too aggressive. It was fine when the number was small, but now there are a full 1,000 armored zombies surrounding us, and they are yelling at the top of their lungs. The tone is simply irresistible. Zhao! Is the breath of the armored zombies so bad? Luo Chen's sweet dream was interrupted by the foul stench. He instantly swung the huge sword in his hand and knocked away several armored zombies that rushed towards him. Then he suddenly jumped 5 or 6 meters high and smashed down heavily with a powerful blow. Boom! A deep hole was smashed into the ground. The armored zombies around them fell like dominoes. Die! Luo Chen spun around suddenly, holding the huge bladeless sword in both hands, and swept across the surrounding large groups of armored zombies like a big windmill. Bang! 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 Countless armored zombies were knocked away. Some were smashed to death on the spot. Some of them managed to survive, but were soon crushed to death by their companions who fell from the sky. 10 minutes later, Luo Chen cleared out a large area of armored zombies. The number of dead armored zombies is at least 600 or 700. But he himself was not feeling well either. I had been scratched by the armored zombies' claws countless times, but that was not the case. After all, the attack is too low, and each damage only causes 1 point of blood loss. Nothing to worry about at all. The key is... After spinning for so long, Luo Chen felt dizzy. After 10 minutes of hard work, Luo Chen almost vomited on the spot. He also bent over and stood there for a long time before he recovered. At this time, the remaining 300 or 400 armored zombies around him rushed towards him, howling. Forget it, just kill them normally. Luo Chen didn't dare to turn around anymore. If he did, he would really vomit. There's still plenty of time anyway. There are only 300 or 400 armored zombies left. That's absolutely enough. 20 minutes later, the remaining armored zombies were also killed one after another by Luo Chen's bladeless giant sword. This time, in order to avoid the situation where the last 10 seconds of waiting were not enough to pick up the attribute crystals on the ground, Luo Chen stopped in advance when there were only a few armored zombies left. It took some time to pick up the attribute crystals left behind by the armored zombies that had been refreshed. A total of 1,000 green quality attribute crystals. Sell it to the Misty shop and earn 200,000 killing coins for sure. Luo Chen didn't feel tired or troubled at all when picking up the things. After killing the last few remaining armored zombies, all the monsters in the entire 3rd level space were cleared out by Luo Chen. The 10-second countdown begins. Luo Chen picked up the last few attribute crystals, and then waited leisurely for the countdown to end. He was still wondering what kind of monster would be on the next level. If they are still armored zombies, will 10,000 armored zombies be refreshed? If it really refreshes, how should he spend the 2.2 million killing coins? Luo Chen suddenly seemed to be caught in some kind of happy trouble. There was so much money that I didn't know how to spend it. 10 seconds later, Luo Chen's figure was teleported away and disappeared into the 3rd level of the killing tower. At the same time, outside, in the square of Killing Town number 10,087. At this moment, more and more people have been eliminated and appear on the square. Of the remaining 397 people in Killing Town number 10,087, nearly 150 to 60 of them have been eliminated. The best of these people only managed to pass the 1st level of the Killing Tower. Then, when faced with the 100 armored zombies on the 2nd floor, he couldn't hold on any longer. Even if you have 2 chances to resurrect, if you can't beat them, you still can't beat them, even if you resurrect. At this time, those who were eliminated also gathered in the square, checking the town rankings from time to time. Holy crap! Someone made it past the third floor. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd, and then more and more people noticed this situation and started talking about it. Who is this Luo Chen? Does anyone know him? I've never heard of it. Zhao. I knew there was more than one Lao Lu in our town. Brother Luo Chen is so awesome. He passed the third level so quickly? Where's Augustus, the guy with B-level talent? Don't look at it, Augustus is ranked 4th, not even in the top 3. 6th brother. They're all 6th brothers. Chapter 69. In the square. Looking at the rankings on the Killing Town list, everyone was also lamenting why there were so many old 6s in this world. In just their Killing Town, there were more than 1 or 2 old 6s. What if this scope is expanded to the entire human race on Blue Planet? What if it is placed on a cosmic scale? Really? No wonder I was always wondering why talents above sea level are so rare. In such a big Killing Town with 1,000 people, is it true that not a single one was selected? Now it seems that no one was selected. Instead, those who were drawn tacitly kept the results private. So only the 6th one can draw high-level talents? Forget it, let's just take the participation prize. This first place has nothing to do with us, so let's just watch the fun. Some people also came to their senses and began to speculate, who would be the first in their Killing Town number 10,087. Is it Luo Chen who is currently ranked first? Or is it Wang Er who is currently in second place? Or is it Baitang Yunren who came in third? Or is it Augustus, the only one who had previously revealed his B-level talent? As for the others? I guess it's unlikely. The main reason is that the gap between 4th and 5th place is a bit big. Augustus, who is in 4th place, now has over 200 points. Zhou Xian, who ranked 5th, only scored over 90 points. There is a difference of more than 100. Killing Tower, the third level space. Augusta, who was hiding in a corner, bandaged the wound on his arm with gauze, and then he carefully stuck his head out to observe the situation outside. Those armored zombies that had lost their target were still wandering around in front, and there were as many as 800 or 900 of them. Shit! This is troublesome. This third level isn't intended to let newbies like us clear it, right? Augustus complained quietly with a look of frustration, but soon his expression relaxed. After all, as the only person with B-level talent in Killing Town number 10,087, if even he couldn't pass the level, then it would be even more impossible for others to do it. So, no matter what, the first place is still his. It's just a pity that such a good place as the Killing Tower is wasted. Who would have thought that after killing the monsters in it, you can get attribute crystals? Augusta has collected more than 200 of them. Even if it ends now, these attribute crystals can be exchanged for a full 40,000 to 50,000 killing coins. He has made a lot of money on this trip. The next thing to look at is whether you can earn more. My 2 resurrection chances are still there. If I use them, I should have no problem killing another 500 or 600 armored zombies. Augustus calculated silently, then curiously opened the Slaughter Tower leaderboard, wanting to see how everyone else was doing and how far behind him they were. They should still be struggling on the 2nd floor, right? Augustus thought confidently. Then he looked at the top 10 people in the district rankings with envy. These aliens are truly terrifying. They have such a huge advantage. In Augustus's opinion, his score of over 200 was already considered excellent among the humans on Blue Star. But if we look at the scale of the entire universe, compared with these aliens, his score is nothing at all. Every single one of these aliens in the top 10 of the district rankings has a score below 11,110. Each of them is a powerful boss with terrifying strength. Even the scores of these 3 guys in the top 3 have exceeded 100,000. It seems that we are about to pass the 5th level. And then look at himself. I don't even have the confidence to get through the 3rd level. This gap is too big. It's okay, I don't compete with aliens. Augustus comforted himself, then looked at the last list of killing towns. But the next second. Oh Richette! How is this possible? Augustus shouted out loudly in excitement, and was immediately exposed from his hiding place. When the armored zombies in the distance saw this, they all rushed over with roars. Augustus looked at the 10 names on the killing town list with a grim expression. I thought I should be ranked first by a large margin, but I was only ranked 4th. There were actually 3 people ahead of him with higher scores than him. And the guy named Luo Chen who got first place, he has actually already cleared the 3rd level? How is this possible? Wasn't he the only person with B-level talent in Killing Town number 10,087? What's going on with these 3 guys? Where did it come from? Roar! The roars of the armored zombies were getting closer. Augustus no longer cared about being shocked and angry. If he didn't take action, his first chance of resurrection would probably be wasted. FK. These bastards are so insidious. The angry Augustus cursed all kinds of dirty words, while enduring the pain of the wound on his arm, he rushed towards the group of armored zombies rushing towards him. A few minutes later, his body was torn into pieces by a group of armored zombies. Swish! A flash of white light appeared. The resurrected Augustus appeared not far away, his face pale as if he had suffered something that made him extremely terrified. Killing Tower, the 4th level space. The moment Luo Chen appeared on this floor, he assumed a fighting stance and glanced around vigilantly. The 4th floor is a parking lot with a wide view. Luo Chen swore that he had never seen such a large parking lot in his life. You can hardly see the end of it at a glance. There are all kinds of vehicles parked in the parking lot, from bicycles to containers and trucks. What kind of enemies will this level have? Luo Chen tightly gripped the huge bladeless sword in his hand, holding his breath and preparing. Just then. Please kill all enemies in front of you within 30 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the 5th floor. Swish! About 100 meters ahead of Luo Chen, a flash of white light appeared, followed by 10 tall, bronze-skinned humanoid monsters that appeared there. Bronze Armored Zombie. Level 3 Elementary. Introduction, a powerful zombie monster. A Level 3, primary bronze armored zombie possesses powerful defenses that even ordinary Level 3, higher level monsters can't penetrate. The good news is, their movement speed remains as slow as other zombies. Luo Chen immediately sent an information probe and saw the information of this group of monsters. No, it was still Level 2 Elementary before, and now you're upgrading me directly to Level 3 Elementary. What about the intermediate and advanced 2nd level? You ate it. Luo Chen's face turned pale, and he felt that the killing tower suddenly became unlovable. He had quite liked this place before. But now, he wants to take back what he said before. How can it be improved so much? 1, 2, and 3 are all Level 2 primary monsters, and you went straight to Level 3 on the 4th level? Is this reasonable? Chapter 70. Roar. Not far away, 10 bronze-armored zombies, more than 2 meters tall and as sturdy as bodybuilders, roared and ran towards Luo Chen. The introduction is correct, the bronze-armored zombie is indeed not fast. This is equivalent to the speed level of a world-class sprinter among ordinary humans. But they can maintain this speed for a long time and run a marathon at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Great endurance. However, this speed seemed very slow for Luo Chen. So in terms of speed, Luo Chen still has an absolute advantage. But is speed the key now? It's the defensive ability of this group of bronze-armored zombies. Even ordinary 3rd-level advanced creatures cannot break through the defense ability. How can Luo Chen kill these big guys with just a few simple moves like he did to the armored zombies before? Obviously impossible. Even Luo Chen doubted whether his attack could cause effective damage to them, it was still an unknown. The effect might be similar to when that group of armored zombies attacked him before. Only 1 point of blood will be deducted. We can only try. Luo Chen tightened the weapon in his hand, then shouted angrily and rushed forward to kill. Bang! A leaping chop. The huge sword without an edge, weighing several hundred pounds, slammed down hard on the head of the bronze-armored zombie in front of it. Bang! The bronze-armored zombie that was hit tilted its head back, and then slapped Luo Chen with its claws as if nothing had happened. Wow, your head is so hard? Luo Chen dodged the bronze-armored zombie's claws and hit it again. But it still didn't work. However, the attribute effect of the equipment Crocodile Tears was triggered. Bleeding that lasts for 10 seconds will deduct a total of 100 health points. But God knows how high the health points of these bronze-armored zombies are? Without being able to see the health bar, Luo Chen couldn't tell. But just by looking at the bronze-armored zombie's seemingly fine appearance, you can tell that this bleeding effect has no effect on it at all. Expecting to kill them by bleeding? 30 minutes is not enough. Damn it, change weapons. Luo Chen dodged and retreated, putting some distance between himself and the group of bronze-armored zombies. He then replaced the heavy, edgeless giant sword in his hand with the Tang horizontal sword. The effect of the edgeless great sword is to ignore the target's defense value by 20 points. But the effect of this entry is completely useless on this group of bronze-armored zombies known for their defense. The physical defense of these guys is probably more than 300 points. Even after deducting 20 points, Luo Chen was unable to cause effective damage to them. In this case, it would be better to change to the lighter Tang Heng Dao. Not only would it increase the attack speed, but the Tang Heng Dao's attribute effect would also allow Luo Chen to use 7 swords to achieve the effect of 12 swords. Isn't this efficiency improved? Die! Tornado destroys parking lot. Like a gust of wind passing by, Luo Chen directly put a layer of speed buff on himself, and his speed increased instantly. Freezing magic. A beam of azure light shot out from his hand, instantly hit a bronze-armored zombie, freezing it while also causing considerable elemental damage. Level 5 freeze can cause 190% of the target's mental attribute in ice damage. The bronze-armored zombie's elemental resistance is obviously far inferior to their physical defense capabilities. Luo Chen's spiritual attribute is 194 at this moment, and the elemental damage can reach 368 points. And fell upon this bronze-armored corpse. At least 300 points of its health were taken away. Pity. Freeze's cooldown is too long. Otherwise, Luo Chen could kill the group of bronze-armored zombies in front of him with just this freezing technique. By the way, today's skill upgrade opportunity hasn't been used yet. Luo Chen slashed at the frozen bronze-armored zombie more than 20 times a second, and he also remembered that he had not used the skill level increase given by his talent today. It was originally intended to be used on the psychedelic eyes. But now Luo Chen has changed his mind. Improve the freezing technique. Freeze level 6. Grade, Blue. Consume 150 mana points to lock onto a single target within a range of Spirit 1.8 meters, causing Spirit 2.1 ice damage to the target and freezing it for 3.5 seconds. Cooldown time, 54 seconds. The freeze spell has been upgraded to level 6, which is much stronger than before. Both the range and damage are twice as much as before. And the freezing time is also increased by 0.5 seconds. The cooldown is also reduced by 2 seconds. The key is, the mana consumption did not increase much, it was still only increased by 20 points as before. With Luo Chen's current mana recovery rate, he can use freeze once every 54 seconds, which is completely free for him. Ding! 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 In the 4th level of the killing tower, the sound of hammering rang out continuously without any pause in between. In the huge parking lot, Luo Chen's figure surrounded the 10 bronze-armored zombies in front of him like a gust of wind, constantly attacking them. The tang sword in his hand was swung into a shadow by him. 20 to 30 strikes were made on these bronze-armored zombies every second. Even though each strike could only cause a pitiful 1 point of damage, based on this attack speed, the damage caused per minute was still not low. At the same time, Luo Chen will use freeze every 54 seconds, freezing a random bronze-armored zombie and causing considerable elemental damage. Time passed by minute. These bronze-armored zombies, whose speed was far behind Luo Chen's, became targets that could only passively take beatings. But these targets are really hard. It wasn't until the 6th minute that the first bronze-armored zombie died. Then, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 20 minutes passed. Of the original 10 bronze-armored zombies, only the last 2 were left. Luo Chen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There are 10 minutes left. It was enough for him to deal with the last 2 bronze-armored zombies. It's so hard. Luo Chen stopped to catch his breath. At this time, his fatigue value had been reduced to 73%. This was the first time that Luo Chen's fatigue value had exceeded 70%. It had never happened before. Such a high fatigue value also gave Luo Chen an extra buff. All attributes reduced by 15%. Fortunately, Luo Chen's speed far exceeded that of this group of bronze-armored zombies, so even if it was reduced by 15%, there would still be no problem. As for the damage? Come on, it's just a pitiful 1 point of damage anyway. Whether it is 15% minus or 15% plus, it is 1 point, there is no difference. Rested for 1 minute. Luo Chen's fatigue value also dropped slightly by 3%, falling back to 70%. There were only 9 minutes left. Luo Chen also picked up the Tang horizontal sword in his hand again, added a speed buff to himself, and once again killed the remaining 2 bronze-armored zombies. 6 minutes later, the last bronze-armored zombie finally fell. Finally passed. Luo Chen was breathing heavily, looking like he had just been pulled out of the water. My whole body is covered in sweat. Chapter 71. Luo Chen was so exhausted from fighting on this level. It took him 27 minutes out of the stipulated 30 minutes to clear out all the bronze-armored zombies. If he was a little slower, or if something went wrong in any link, these 3 minutes might be gone, and then the time would run out, the monsters would not be completely eliminated, and he would eventually fail to pass the level. Fortunately, there are not many bronze-armored zombies on the 4th floor, only 10. When the number is small, all Luo Chen needs to do is attack. There is no need to consider too many other issues. Even if he was hit by the bronze-armored zombie, the health points lost are not much, only about 10 points at a time. Luo Chen can totally afford it. Because he was fast, he was attacked by the bronze-armored zombies only once in a while. But if there are too many bronze-armored zombies, it will be a completely different situation. If Luo Chen still wants to attack at the same frequency at that time, he will have to withstand more attacks, and he will suffer more damage. Even I might not be able to bear it. According to the rules, the number of bronze-armored zombies on the next 5th floor will be 100, and the duration should be 60 minutes. Kill 100 bronze-armored zombies in 60 minutes. For me right now, that's simply impossible. Luo Chen rested for a few seconds, then quickly picked up the 10 attribute crystals scattered on the ground. This is a property crystal that glows with blue light. Luo Chen also saw it for the first time. Attribute crystal, Constitution. Quality, blue. After use, it can increase the strength attribute by 4 points, up to 40 points. Among these 10 blue attribute crystals, 6 are of physical attribute, and the remaining 4 are of strength attribute. Luo Chen swallowed them all before the 10-second countdown ended. Increased constitution by 24 points and strength by 16 points. Although not much. But it's better than nothing. The next second, swish! Luo Chen's figure disappeared from this floor in an instant. Killing Tower, 5th level space. This is a beach, a very big beach. It is at least 1 kilometer wide and endlessly long. Luo Chen's figure appeared somewhere on the beach. The moment he appeared, he grasped Tang Hengdao tightly and looked around. The next second, please kill all enemies in front of you within 60 minutes. After all enemies are dead, you will be teleported to the 6th floor. Really? Luo Chen thought to himself. Then, 50 bronze-armored zombies appeared at 2 locations about 100 meters in front and behind him. Add up. Exactly 100. The number is correct, and the monsters are correct. But Luo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. There were 100 bronze-armored zombies. Even if he ignored his injuries and attacked with all his might, it would be impossible for him to kill them all within 120 minutes. Luo Chen had already spent 27 minutes to deal with the 10 bronze-armored zombies in front. Now that the number has increased tenfold, the difficulty has increased by more than 20 or 30 times, right? All solved within 60 minutes? That's a total joke. It's impossible. Forget it, let's just kill as many as we can. At least we can earn a few more attribute crystals. Luo Chen also thought it through and decided to accept reality instead of making things difficult for himself. If it can't be done, it can't be done. There's no point in making things difficult for yourself. Instead of thinking about something that is impossible to achieve, it is better to pursue something more practical. For example, Blue Attribute Crystal. That one is worth 2,000 kill coins. If you pick up 20 or 30 of them casually, that would be 40,000 or 50,000 killing coins. The key is, Luo Chen needs them now. He had only taken 6 blue crystals of physical fitness and 4 blue crystals of strength. I haven't taken any of the other 2 attributes, agility and spirit. So now Luo Chen is not going for the 2,000 killing coins. The goal is to improve your basic attribute values. Think about it. Luo Chen rushed towards the group of bronze-armored zombies in front of him. In fact, if there were no time limit for the killing tower, Luo Chen would be able to clear out these 100 bronze-armored zombies. But the key is that the killing tower has a time limit. These monsters must be eliminated within 60 minutes. This posed a difficult problem for Luo Chen. Fortunately, Luo Chen also just opened the killing tower level leaderboard and took a look. There is no hope for the district ranking. The person ranked 10th has already scored 111,110 points, which is the score required to clear the 5th level. Luo Chen's current score is 11,110 points. A bronze-armored zombie is worth 1,000 points. At the moment, he can kill at most 20 more bronze-armored zombies. That is to say, at most he could get more than 30,000 points. So, I don't expect to make the district rankings. I'll try harder when the killing tower comes next week. I don't believe that I can surpass these aliens who have such a huge innate advantage. But, although he had no hope of making it to the district rankings, Luo Chen's score on the killing town rankings was far ahead of the rest. The score of 11,110 points is 10,000 points higher than the second place. And the second place score has been stagnant for a while. Probably been eliminated. The score won't go up anymore. The 4th level is almost an insurmountable obstacle for the current humans on Blue Star. Luo Chen thought. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 10 bronze-armored zombies. But that is a real 3rd level creature. At this stage, among the humans on Blue Star, those who can reach the 3rd level of strength either have talents that give them great advantages in the early stages, and their talent level must be at least S-level. Or they are like Luo Chen, whose talent is not that great in the early stages and needs to grow slowly. But if the level of talent itself is high enough, it can also make up for this gap. But to achieve this, one would need at least SS-level talent. But even so, it is still difficult to kill 10 bronze-armored zombies within 30 minutes. Theoretically, only those with SSS-level talents can achieve this within the first week. Certainly. Naturally powerful aliens don't count. We are talking about humans on Blue Star here. But as time goes by, the gap between the humans on Blue Star and those naturally powerful aliens will gradually be narrowed. But the premise is that you have to live until then. Swish! The blue freezing spell instantly hit a bronze-armored zombie in front of him. Then the diffused knife light fell. The sound of clanging, like hammering iron, continued to ring out. Luo Chen only has 60 minutes. He must kill more bronze-armored zombies within this time and harvest as many blue attribute crystals as possible. Therefore, he completely ignored defense and just dodged some attacks that would not affect his attack frequency, and ignored the rest. In this way, Luo Chen's health also began to gradually decrease. More than 2,000 health points were reduced by more than 500 in just a few minutes. But Luo Chen didn't care at all. He looked like he was mad with killing intent. Chapter 72. Killing Town number 10,087, in the central square. At this time, almost everyone in the town has come out of the killing tower. Except Luo Chen. These people gathered in the square, and from time to time they would open the killing tower leaderboard to take a look. Every time they saw Luo Chen's score increase by 1,000 points, someone would exclaim excitedly. It seemed as if it was not Luo Chen who got this score, but themselves. At this time, a group of people somewhere in the square had faces as gloomy as ink. It was this group of people headed by Shen Xiang. Boss, that person must be Luo Chen. What should we do now? The younger brothers under his command all looked at Shen Xiang. If Shen Xiang couldn't come up with a good idea, then don't blame them for abandoning him. After all, the person who offended the big boss was Shen Xiang. Not them. They just need to leave Shen Xiang's team, and then they can naturally get themselves out of this matter. Shen Xiang is not a young man who has just entered the society. How could he not know what his subordinates are thinking? But at this moment he really had no idea. Who would have thought that someone he casually provoked would actually be a hidden boss? Thinking of this, Shen Xiang couldn't help but want to curse. You are so powerful, why are you still hiding? Will you die if you publicize it in a high-profile manner? Will I die? Now he is in a dilemma and doesn't know what to do. Damn it, I hate these old bastards the most. Shen Xiang cursed inwardly. He didn't know if it was too late for him to go over and apologize to this big guy. The key is, there has now been a conflict between the two sides that has resulted in 3 lives being lost. Even if Shen Xiang is willing to bow his head and apologize, will the other party really accept it? Put yourself in Shen Xiang's shoes. If it were Shen Xiang himself, he would definitely not accept it. After all, who knows whether the other party is still holding a grudge while apologizing? If you hold a grudge and just let the other person go, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger return to the mountain? Even if it's not a tiger, it's still a problem. Instead of doing this, wouldn't it be better to just solve it directly? If you think this way, there is no guarantee that the other party will think the same way. Judging from yourself, Shen Xiang doesn't believe that the other party will let you go so easily. Just when Shen Xiang was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, a group of people suddenly walked towards them. Shen Xiang. The visitor looked at Shen Xiang, who had a distressed expression, and said with a smile, I heard that you had some conflicts with Luo Chen before? I guess you must be very troubled now. Who the hell are you? Shen Xiang was very angry at the moment, and the other party started to mock him right from the start. How could he not be angry? My name is Wang Er. Maybe you've heard of me. Wang Er looked at Shen Xiang and said, then pointed to another young man with a rebellious temperament next to him. He is Zhou Xian. We came to you to seek cooperation. Shen Tuxiang had never heard of the name Wang Er before. But after today, this name will surely spread throughout the entire killing town number 10,087, and even to several other nearby killing towns. Because he is Wang Er, who is currently ranked second after Luo Chen. The young man next to him, Zhou Xian, was also ranked fifth. As for Shen Tuxiang himself, he ranked sixth, just behind Zhou Xian. Cooperation. Shen Tuxiang frowned and said, "How do you want to cooperate with me?" "It's very simple." Wang Er said confidently, "The three of us now have a grudge against Luo Chen. Your brother Shen too had a grudge against him before. Shen Tuxiang, you don't deny this, right?" Shen Tuxiang shook his head. Some things could not be hidden from those who were interested. What's more, killing town number 10,087 is only this big. There are only less than 400 people. Many things can be found with just a search. That's good. Wang Er said with a smile, "Brother Shentu, you must be very worried that Luo Chen will seek revenge on you after he comes out of the killing tower, but as long as you cooperate with me and brother Zhou Xian, the three of us will join forces. Then, even if Luo Chen wants to make a move on us, he will have to think twice, right? Just the three of us, is that enough?" Shen Tuxiang asked a little unconfidently. Although he failed to pass the third level of the killing tower, he had just asked other people and had a rough idea of the difficulty of the fourth level of the killing tower. There were not the 10,000 armored zombies as imagined. But it is the bronze armored zombie which is much stronger than the iron armored zombie. A monster ranked at the primary level of the third stage. Shen Tuxiang asked himself if his strength had reached the third level. Even when facing a single bronze armored zombie, he could only flee for his life in a panic. It's impossible to win. But Luo Chen was able to kill 10 bronze armored zombies by himself. This is equivalent to dozens of people rushing forward and being wiped out by Luo Chen alone. Even dozens of myself are no match. Now with the addition of Wang Er and Zhou Xian, can they win? This is probably a bit difficult, right? Of course. It's not enough if it's just the three of us. Wang Er obviously considered this point. After all, he was different from brother Shentu. He had actually passed the third floor of the killing tower and entered the fourth floor. But on the fourth floor, he was beaten violently by 10 bronze armored zombies. He didn't even have a chance to escape before he was caught, pinned to the ground and bitten to death. That feeling. Those who have not experienced it will never understand. In short, it is a psychological trauma, and he will probably have nightmares for a long time to come. It is precisely because of this that Wang Er is particularly unwilling. I suffered so much, but in the end I could only get a participation prize like the others who were eliminated early? Wouldn't that be too unfair to your own efforts? But Wang Er knew very well that he was no match for Luo Chen. With his strength, it was difficult for him to defeat a bronze-armored zombie. He even needed a long and protracted battle to outlast the opponent. But Luo Chen was able to kill 10 bronze-armored zombies within 30 minutes. This strength. Much better than him. But, should I just give up like that and watch the first place award be taken away by Luo Chen? Wang Er was really unwilling to give in. So, after much thought, he finally came up with a solution. That is to unite with some other powerful people, and then everyone will unite to threaten Luo Chen, forcing him to take out the reward and share it with everyone. Yes. Wang Er never thought of robbing it directly. Because doing so is too difficult and risky. Even if he unites all the people he can, it might end up being a situation where everyone perishes. But Wang Er believed that Luo Chen should be a smart man. He should understand that if both sides fight to the death, it will be in no good for anyone. Instead of doing this, it would be better to share the rewards with everyone. At worst, Luo Chen can take the lion's share. Before actually entering the killing tower, Wang Er guessed that the reward for first place would be worth no less than 300,000 killing coins. But after actually entering the killing tower, Wang Er changed his mind. He felt that he had underestimated the killing tower. Chapter 73. 300,000? What about sending away beggars? Considering the layout of the killing tower, at least a zero should be added at the end. Even maybe as much as 5 million. If there really were that much, even if several of them divided it together, each person would still get a lot. It's better than just getting a participation award, right? You can tell this participation prize is a fake one the moment you hear it. What you can get at that time may only be worth a few thousand or tens of thousands of killing coins. With such a small amount of money, it's like giving alms to beggars. Brother Shentu, do you think there are anyone else we can win over besides you and me? At this time, Wang Er didn't know whether he wanted to show off or what, but he asked Shen Tuxiang back. Shen Tuxiang didn't like Wang Er's tone very much. He always felt that the other party acted superior, and he felt quite unhappy inside. But the situation is stronger than the person, and the Wang Er in front of him may be his last chance. Not to mention that Wang Er can rank second on the killing town list, and his strength is much greater than his sixth strongest one. Even if Shen Tuxiang is unhappy, he can only hold it in at this time. How are Augustus and Baitang Yunren? Shen Tuxiang thought for a moment and said. Don't even think about Baitang Yunren. Wang Er shook his head and said. But he didn't say why. Shen Tuxiang was too lazy to ask, and Wang Er only denied one of them, but there was still Augustus. And Augustus? Shen Tuxiang asked. Hearing this, Wang Er smiled and pointed over there, saying, Look! Isn't he coming over here? Shen Tuxiang turned around and looked to the other side, and sure enough, he saw Augustus coming towards him with a group of people. It seems like you've already discussed this with them? Then why are you asking me? Are you kidding me? Shen Tuxiang was quite annoyed. But on the surface he didn't dare to show any anger. Wang Er saw all of this and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. A weak but powerful piece of trash. If he didn't need more people to help this time, he would have looked down on a mere C-level talent trash. At this time, Augustus also brought people here. How's it going? Did you guys finish your chat? He asked straight to the point. Brother Shentu, can you please give me a quick death? Wang Er smiled and looked at Shen Tuxiang and said. Hearing the words, Shen Tuxiang glanced at Wang Er, then looked at Augustus who was holding two women with his arms on the left and right, and nodded. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. A wise choice. Wang Er said with a smile as if he had expected it. Then let's wait. I think Luo Chen should be coming out soon. He won't be able to get through the 5th floor. According to the rules, there are 100 bronze-armored zombies on the 5th floor. If Luo Chen could even get through the 5th floor, everything he was doing now would become a joke. Are we going to talk to him now? Shen Tuxiang asked. Of course not. Wang Er glanced at him and said, we won't leave the killing tower until midnight, and the rewards won't be distributed until after midnight. We'll talk to him about how to distribute the rewards later. I believe Luo Chen is a smart man and will definitely not make an unwise choice. Shen Tuxiang looked at Wang Er, who looked confident of winning, and for some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. I hope I'm overthinking it. Shen Tuxiang thought. Killing Tower, 5th level space. Most of the 60-minute deadline has passed. However, there are still more than 80 bronze-armored zombies alive in the field. Phew! Luo Chen stepped forward at this time, and the Tang horizontal sword in his hand turned into a blade of light and fell on one of the bronze-armored zombies. As he chopped down 20 or 30 times a second, he was also attacked by at least 3 bronze-armored zombies. The next second, Luo Chen's eyes went dark, and he appeared on the other side without any warning. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and looked at his health value. Really? Health has been restored to full. The last time he checked, his health had dropped to less than 300 points. I'm dead. Luo Chen muttered to himself. Is this what death feels like? How does it feel? Very ordinary. There was no pain as I had imagined, nor was there any suffocating feeling. Everything went dark before my eyes. Then he was resurrected. Number of resurrections remaining, 1. A prompt sounded, interrupting Luo Chen's thoughts. He came to his senses, and without paying attention to the reminder, he continued to pick up Tang Hengdao and headed towards the group of bronze-armored zombies not far away. It's just death. As long as I can be resurrected, there's nothing to be afraid of. After a long time, the 60 minutes are finally up. Luo Chen just managed to kill the bronze-armored zombie in front of him before time ran out. The body of the dead bronze-armored zombie was refreshed, leaving only a blue glowing attribute crystal in its place. Luo Chen ignored the dead bronze-armored zombies around him, bent down to pick it up, took a look at it and swallowed it on the spot. Spirit +4. At this time, the bronze-armored zombies that were roaring and rushing towards them also turned into a beam of light and disappeared. And the one following closely was Luo Chen. Swish! In the square of Killing Town, a beam of blood flew out from the slaughter tower and landed in a corner of the square. At this moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes in the square were looking over there. The light faded. A tall figure emerged. It was Luo Chen who was teleported out. Look! That's Boss Luo Chen. FK. Boss Luo Chen looks so young. So handsome. I wonder if Mr. Luo Chen has a girlfriend? If so, would you mind having another one? Get lost. Boss Luo Chen belongs to me. Bullshit. With your voice, there's no way Boss Luo Chen would like you. Are you looking for death? Come on, who's afraid of who? Luo Chen had just been teleported out of the killing tower when he heard the noisy noises around him. He knew that after this incident he would become famous in Killing Town number 10,087. However, Luo Chen had already prepared himself mentally for this. Therefore, he did not show anything openly, but just glanced at the people around him lightly, then turned around and turned into a shadow and flew away in an instant. Wow! Boss Luo Chen is so fast! Holy crap! What kind of speed is this? Is it a skill? Don't tell me it's the agility attribute that brings this speed? How many points of agility does that require? Boss Luo Chen, don't go! Boss! Boss! Look over here! Luo Chen ignored the shouts of those people and left the square in a few flashes. Chapter 74. In the square, Wang Er and others gathered together and watched the disappearing figure from afar. Did you see that? What a terrifying speed! If it weren't for the skill effect, his agility would be at least over 900 points. Maybe even over 1,000. So high? Impossible. Several people looked unhappy. The speed Luo Chen just displayed really shocked them. And with Luo Chen's speed, if he wanted to leave at that time, could they really stop him? That's okay. Wang Er encouraged everyone at this time. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. He can run away, but what about his safe house? He can't move away, right? So, no matter how fast he is, he can't escape. Zhou Xian and Shen Tuxiang on the side also nodded when they heard this. This is indeed the truth. But, as a foreigner, Augustus found it difficult to understand this proverb. Fortunately, Wang Er explained it to him considerately, and then Augustus nodded in sudden understanding. Yes, yes, you are right. Not wanting to bother with this silly and lecherous foreigner, Wang Er called everyone together and left the square first. It's still early, only morning. They can't just wait here until the early morning, right? So, now just do what you should do. Everything will be revealed at midnight. Luo Chen went straight back to his safe house. After closing the door, he went straight to the second floor. The rewards for the killing tower can only be claimed after the event ends. That is midnight. Luo Chen did not plan to waste the time before this, and planned to go to the wild first to transform the pile of attribute crystals in his backpack into resources that could enhance his own strength. Swish! In the bedroom on the second floor, a blue light flashed. Then Luo Chen disappeared into the bedroom. At the same time, in a hidden place in the wild, dozens of kilometers away from the killing town number 10,087, Luo Chen's figure appeared here after a faint blue light flashed. Let's go to the Misty Shop first, and we can talk about other things later. Although the previously reserved teleportation coordinates were quite far from the Misty Shop, Luo Chen didn't mind wasting a little time. Not to mention, at his current speed, not much time can be wasted. A few minutes later, Luo Chen, who was traveling at full speed, soon crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers and arrived at this area shrouded in fog. Walking in, Luo Chen pushed open the door of the Misty Shop and walked in. Welcome. The clerk at the Misty Shop still looked the same as always. Luo Chen went up and opened his space backpack directly, then poured out all the attribute crystals inside onto the counter. There are 1110 green quality attribute crystals. There are also 10 blue quality attribute crystals. These 10 were brought out by Luo Chen from the 5th floor of the killing tower. He has killed 31 bronze-armored zombies on the 5th floor and harvested 31 blue attribute crystals. He has already used up 21 of them. 4 of them were used on the physical attribute, adding 16 points. 6 of them were used on the strength attribute, adding 24 points. Another 7 were used for agility, adding 28 points. The last 4 are of spirit attribute, adding 16 points of spirit. The remaining 10 are of strength and physique attributes. He has reached the upper limit and can no longer use them. In this way, Luo Chen's current highest physical attribute has reached 289 points. The health value is as high as 2,890 points. It's almost close to 3,000. Are you sure you want to recycle everything? The clerk asked at this time. Yes, all recycled. Luo Chen nodded in confirmation. Hearing this, the clerk in front of him smiled and put away the pile of attribute crystals, then took out a small box. The box is opened. Inside was a large pile of neatly stacked kill coins. A total of 242,000 killing coins. This was also the richest time for Luo Chen. Well, the last time I said this was yesterday. I didn't expect the record to be broken so soon. After receiving the killing coins, Luo Chen did not put them away. Instead, he said to the clerk in front of him, "Please give me 134 green skill upgrade stones. The total is 134,000. Are you sure you want to buy it?" The clerk asked with a smile. "Well, just take the money as you see fit." Luo Chen nodded and pointed to the box in front of him. Then, the clerk counted out the corresponding number of killing coins from the box, collected them, then bent down and took out a box from under the counter, placed it on the counter and opened it. In the box, it is filled with green quality skill upgrade stones. A total of 134. Seeing this, Luo Chen also reached out and grabbed a handful, then threw them onto his 6 green passive skills again and again. These 134 skill upgrade stones are enough for him to upgrade all 6 skills to level 15. Physical fitness level 15. Grade, green. Passively increases physical attributes by 75 points. Rhythm of life LV.15. Grade, green. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 150 points per minute. Energetic. Strong LV.15. Grade, green. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 75 points. Speed level 15. Grade, green. Passively increases agility by 75 points. Strong energy recovery LV.15. Grade, green. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 225 points per minute. Natural divine power LV.15. Grade, green. Passively increases strength attribute by 75 points. Luo Chen glanced at the 6 upgraded skills, then his gaze fell on the shop assistant in front of him again and asked, "Excuse me, do you have any white or green passive skills that can increase physical defense or elemental resistance?" "Yes, sir." The clerk nodded and said. "Then give me one of each." Luo Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly said yes. Hearing the words, the clerk smiled and pulled out a small box from under the counter and opened it. Inside the box were the 4 skill crystals that Luo Chen needed. "You can take the money yourself," Luo Chen said to the clerk. "Then pick up one with one hand and use it directly." Ding! "You have acquired a new skill, Elemental Resistance." Ding! "You have acquired a new skill, Physical Resistance." Ding! "You have acquired a new skill, Elemental Armor." Ding! "You have acquired a new skill, Physical Armor." After gaining 4 new skills at once, Luo Chen also opened the character panel and took a look. Chapter 75. Element Resistance LV.1. Grade, white. Passively increases elemental resistance by 6 points. Physical Resistance LV.1. Grade, white. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 6 points. Elemental Armor LV.1. Grade, green. Passively increases elemental resistance by 10 points. Physical Armor LV.1. Grade, green. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 10 points. Seeing the effects of the 4 new skills, Luo Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. Yes. Since it doesn't provide mana or health, its single defensive effect is better than a skill of the same rank that increases mental and physical attributes, right? Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. This made sense. Then the next step is to upgrade the levels of these 4 skills. After all, the effect of level 1 is still too general. If you don't raise your level, your advantages will not be reflected at all. However, before upgrading, Luo Chen still needs to buy something. "Give me a green quality attack skill crystal. I want the most violent one, preferably one that can attack a large group of enemies." Luo Chen asked the clerk in front of him. "Yes, guest." The clerk smiled and bent down to pull out a small box from under the counter and opened it. Inside the box is a skill crystal that meets Luo Chen's requirements. Luo Chen picked it up, took a look at it, and then used it on the spot without hesitation. Ding! "You have acquired a new skill, Multiple Instant Slashes. Multiple Instant Slash LV.1. Grade, green. Consume 30 mana points to perform a swift slash on 1+, agility 5%, targets within a range of 1+, agility 30%, meters in front of you. The slash can cause 50+, strength *50%, physical damage. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. Good." Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the clerk and said, "Give me another 136 white skill upgrade stones and 78 green skill upgrade stones." "Yes, guest." The clerk pulled a small box from under the counter. When the box is opened, there are 136 white skill upgrade stones on the left and 78 green skill upgrade stones on the right. After buying these, Luo Chen only has 500 killing coins left. This is even after adding the remaining 100 he had. What can you buy with 500 kill coins? A special white skill crystal, or 5 white skill upgrade stones. As for the others, Luo Chen doesn't need any equipment, but if he does, it must be of blue quality or above. But I can't afford it. So, it's better to save it for the evening. Reaching out and grabbing a handful of white skill upgrade stones from the box, Luo Chen threw them one by one onto the 2 white passive skills he had just acquired in the level 13 sprint skill. I upgraded them all to level 20 in one go. Speed level 20. Grade, white. Consume 105 mana points to enter the sprint state for 105 seconds, increasing movement speed by 970%, no cooldown. Elemental resistance LV.20. Grade, white. Passively increases elemental resistance by 120 points. Physical resistance LV.20. Grade, white. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 120 points. 136 white skill upgrade stones have been used up. The effects of the 3 skills also skyrocketed. Not to mention the 2 new passive skills. Luo Chen's first skill, Sprint, also amazed him after it reached level 20. This skill is truly excellent, but the original level cap completely limits its performance. But in Luo Chen's hands, the true horror of this skill finally showed its fangs. At only level 20, you can increase your movement speed by 970%. And there is no cooldown period. The skill duration is also not short. With Luo Chen's current agility attribute of 279, if he runs at full speed, his speed will be as fast as a high-speed train. Now another 970% increase? Wouldn't it be possible to transform directly into a fighter jet? At this speed, Luo Chen was a little worried whether his reaction speed could keep up. It's simply insane. After upgrading the levels of the 3 white skills, it is time to upgrade the 3 green skills. Green upgrade stones are not cheap. So Luo Chen didn't buy much. Ultimately, it's because my wallet isn't full enough. 200,000 killing coins seemed like a lot, but when it came time to spend them, Luo Chen realized that they were not that much. 78 green skill upgrade stones cost Luo Chen a full 78,000 killing coins. After throwing it on these 3 skills. It's just that I upgraded them all to level 13. It hasn't even reached the average level of 15 for other green skills. Elemental Armor LV.13. Grade, green. Passively increases elemental resistance by 130 points. Physical Armor LV.13. Grade, green. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 130 points. Multiple Instant LV.13. Grade, green. Consume 150 mana points to perform a swift slash at 1+, agility 29%, targets within a range of 1+, agility 90%, meters in front of you. The slash can cause 50+, strength *170%, physical damage. Cooldown time is 18 seconds. The defense effect of the 2 green passive skills after being upgraded to level 13 has exceeded that of the 2 white passive skills at level 20. But how many killing coins does the former cost? How much did the latter cost? So, it is indeed more cost-effective to upgrade white skills in the early stage. But after reaching a higher level, it is more appropriate to upgrade these higher level skills. After all, after level 30, even white grade skills require 1,600 killing coins for each level up. When you reach level 50, it will cost 6,400 kill coins to upgrade to the next level. Not cheap actually. However, before reaching level 50, Luo Chen would still choose to upgrade those white grade skills as much as possible, which is why he upgraded these green skills this time. It's simply because they are all new skills, they can't be kept at level 1, right? But if he comes to the Misty shop again, Luo Chen plans to focus on improving those white skills first. Let's upgrade them all to level 50 first. As for after level 50, then let's wait until the other green skills are upgraded to level 20. A wave of consumption is finished. Luo Chen's wallet was also empty. There's nothing to buy with the remaining 500 kill coins. Just put it in your pocket and keep it away. We welcome you to visit us again. The clerk smiled and saw the customer off. Luo Chen waved without looking back, then opened the door and walked out of the misty shop. Chapter 76. After coming out of the misty shop, Luo Chen's strength had greatly improved compared to before he went in. If he were to challenge the killing tower again now, Luo Chen would be 100% confident that he could get through the 5th floor and would never have to worry about facing those thick-skinned and bronze-armored zombies again. Even it is not impossible to break through the 6th level. After all, the level 13 multiple instant slash allowed Luo Chen to use this skill once every 18 seconds, and the attack distance of 252 meters plus the large-scale attack effect of attacking up to 81 targets each time. Finally, it is equipped with super high skill damage. It was enough for Luo Chen to kill a large number of bronze-armored zombies in a short period of time. Even killing 1000 bronze-armored zombies within 120 minutes is not completely impossible. After all, with Luo Chen's current strength attribute of 312 points, each attack of his multiple instant slash skills can cause 580 points of damage. Even if the physical defense of the bronze-armored zombie is reduced, the final damage can still exceed 200. Not to mention, Luo Chen's weapon attribute allows him to unleash extremely high damage equal to the sum of his previous 6 attacks on his 7th attack, even if his skin is as thick as a bronze-armored zombie. I can't withstand such an attack. The only problem, that is, the cooldown time of the skill is a bit long. 18 seconds is still too long. If it had no cooldown like the sprint skill, then it would be invincible. If I upgrade multiple instant slash to level 20, the cooldown can be reduced by another 7 seconds. By then, an 11-second cooldown will be barely acceptable. Luo Chen silently calculated the number of killing coins needed to upgrade multiple instant slash to level 20. 7*4000 is just a simple math problem that even elementary school students can do mental calculations on. It's only 28,000 killing coins, not expensive. As long as Luo Chen wants, he can raise it today. But forget it. Anyway, I have participated in this week's Killing Tower event. If you want to participate again, you have to wait until next week. And by next week, Luo Chen's multiple instant slashes had already been upgraded to who knows how many levels. Anyway, it's definitely more than level 20. Walking all the way west, Luo Chen spent a few minutes traveling at full speed and soon returned to the area where he had been teleported before. Once you get here, if you continue westward you will reach a completely new, unexplored area. The map was also shrouded in a dark fog of war, making it impossible to see the specific situation over there. Luo Chen first stopped and opened the regional chat channel to take a look at the number of people online. Good job! A total of 67 people are online. Why so many? Luo Chen frowned slightly. He was not worried that these people would threaten him, but he simply did not understand why there were so many people in this area. Besides Killing Town number 10,087 where I am, and Killing Town number 1733 that I came into contact with before, there should be other Killing Towns that are relatively close. Could it be people from those towns? Luo Chen wondered in his heart, if it was just people from Killing Town number 1733, there shouldn't be so many of them suddenly appearing in this area, right? There would only be so many people here if people from multiple Killing Towns gathered here. But why are they all coming here? Luo Chen thought. Could it be something good? In an instant, Luo Chen thought of the airdrop treasure chest that he hadn't seen for 2 days. If these people were attracted by the airdrop treasure chests, that makes sense. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He was worried about how to make money. Isn't this the way to make money? It's not just the value of the airdrop treasure chest itself, Luo Chen also has his eyes on the good stuff on other people. Whether it is equipment or attribute crystals, it can make him a lot of money. In fact, Luo Chen had this idea before when he was in the square of Killing Town. However, he was concerned about the presence of too many people at the time. If he did that, he would probably become the public enemy of the whole town. Although Luo Chen's previous defense was enough to ignore attacks with damage below 63, because that was less than 1/5 of his physical defense, it could not break his defense at all. But among the 300 or so people in the town square at that time, how many had an attack power below 63? Even if the opponent can only cause a pitiful 1 point of damage to Luo Chen. But it can't withstand the crowds. So at that time, after Luo Chen thought about it, he gave up this tempting idea and did not do it for the sake of safety. But the situation now is different. Firstly, what they will face later is a melee, and everyone will be each other's enemy. They will not unite to deal with Luo Chen alone. Secondly, Luo Chen's strength at this time has greatly improved compared to more than half an hour ago. His improvement in defensive ability alone is quite astonishing. Physical defense is nearly doubled. Elemental resistance has more than doubled. Now, Luo Chen has 564 points of physical defense and 510 points of elemental resistance. With such defense, how many people on Blue Star at this stage can have attack power that exceeds Luo Chen's 2 attributes? Even those Blue Star humans with B-level talents, their attack power at this stage will not exceed 400 points. Unless you have an A-level talent. Only then can you surpass Luo Chen's defensive attribute. But even if that's the case, so what? Luo Chen also has an automatic health recovery rate of 3.5 per second. With his speed, he can easily create distance between himself and his opponent. Even if you lose a little blood, you can recover it in a few seconds by keeping a little distance. The leg armor he is equipped with can offset 20 points of damage when attacked. These are his confidence. So, unless at this stage there is a person with S-level or even SS-level talent in this area, and the talent effect is quite considerable in the early stage. Otherwise, there would be no threat to Luo Chen's life. Finding a dropped treasure chest is not easy, especially if you don't know its exact location. But Luo Chen has his own way. That is running in one direction at his fastest speed. If you haven't found anything after running 3 or 4 kilometers, change direction and continue running. Also pay attention to the number of people online in the regional chat channel. Once the number of people decreases significantly, it means that Luo Chen has run in the wrong direction and he has to run back. In this way, it didn't take long for Luo Chen to find the location where the airdrop treasure chest was placed. Right in front of an abandoned church. At this time, the airdrop treasure chest with blue light was only 2 or 3 meters away from the ground. Just when Luo Chen found it, the treasure chest had slowly fallen to the ground. And at the same time, many people gathered around this abandoned church. Luo Chen counted them. There are 35 people that can be seen, and if you count him, there are 36 people. And who knows how many more Lao Lius are hiding. Chapter 77. In front of the abandoned church, there is a small, dilapidated square of about 200 to 300 square meters. In the middle of the statue, only the base remains. It can be vaguely seen that when it was intact, it should have been carved with the image of someone, because there are still a pair of feet left on it. Now, the 36 people, including Luo Chen, all stood in various corners of this dilapidated small square, looking at each other with eyes that were either fierce or indifferent. Obviously, everyone present knew clearly in their hearts that it was impossible for these people to coexist peacefully. After all, there is only one airdrop treasure chest. And they have a full 36. How to divide? It is obviously impossible to divide it equally. Who here doesn't want to monopolize the entire airdrop treasure chest? Share? They have no idea what that thing is. I say, how long are you going to keep staring at each other like this? At this moment, a tall, thin man wearing a mask that covered half his face suddenly spoke up. I think we should just have a fight. Whoever survives gets to enjoy the treasure chest. What do you think? After saying this, he showed a bloodthirsty smile. Looks a little crazy. It's just a blue airdrop treasure chest. At most, it can contain some blue quality equipment. You don't really want to fight to the death for this thing, do you? Someone sneered and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, someone laughed at him and said, "Ha! You look down on me so much? Then go away." The man being mocked gave the other person a cold look and said coldly, "Although I look down on you, you want me to leave empty-handed like this? Ha!" He laughed coldly, the meaning was self-evident. It's impossible to leave. Since you are here, you should at least bring something back. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Alright, stop talking nonsense. At this time, a burly man said, "Since everyone is here for this airdrop treasure chest, and no one is willing to give up, then let's fight." But the burly man glanced around. "Before we start fighting, I think it's necessary to clean up the area first, to avoid a life and death fight here only to have someone take advantage of us." When he said this, the burly man looked at someone viciously. Luo Chen thought the other party was talking about him. But he didn't even know the burly man, so he was obviously not talking about him. Following the burly man's gaze, I found that there was a thin woman over there. The woman had wheat-colored skin and thin cheeks. She was not particularly beautiful, but her eyes were very bright. She was the type that was hard to forget after just one look. Now, the woman who was ridiculed by the burly man did not say a word, but just stared silently at the airdrop treasure chest that had landed over there, with a gleam of determination in her eyes. When the burly man saw that the other party did not respond to him, he snorted coldly. "That makes sense. We really can't do things that would benefit others." At this time, someone echoed. No one else had any objections. Only, who will take action? Or in other words, who will start this? Let me do it. Just when everyone was still hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded. Then 35 pairs of eyes looked over at once. Luo Chen greeted everyone's gaze with a smile. He smiled and said, "Everyone is very busy, so let's not waste time here. Since none of you are willing to take action, why don't you let me do it?" The burly man who had just proposed this looked Luo Chen up and down, then smiled meaningfully and said, "Since this brother is willing to help, then that's great. It's just, brother, are you sure you can do it alone?" Luo Chen shrugged, smiled, and said, "You don't need to worry about that, but can anyone help me point out the direction? I don't have any detection skills." Boom! Almost as soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, a woman holding a magic wand not far away gently knocked the ground with the magic wand in her hand. The next second, a circle of blue ripples spread out instantly at an extremely fast speed, and in a blink of an eye it covered the area with a radius of 300 to 400 meters. Luo Chen didn't feel anything. But the expressions of the people around her changed, and some even glared at the woman and cursed her fiercely. "FK! What do you mean? Zhao! How dare you do that? FK, this attack range is so wide." When Luo Chen heard the angry curses of these people, he realized that the ripples just now had the ability to attack. But how come he didn't lose any blood? Yes, it's probably because the damage is too low. It's less than 1/5 of my elemental resistance. It doesn't break my defense at all. Luo Chen quickly figured out the reason. After all, for a skill with such a large range, it was normal for the single target damage to be a little low. Luo Chen's elemental resistance of 510, even if it is only 1/5, is still 102. From this perspective, the single target damage of this skill may not be very low. It's just that Luo Chen's elemental resistance is too strong. Isn't it true that everyone else has suffered some degree of harm? Especially those who cursed the most excitedly. I guess the elemental resistance attribute is quite low. You lost a lot of blood, right? Thank you. Luo Chen also understood the woman's intention at this time. After thanking her, he disappeared from the spot in the next second. The people who saw this scene no longer cared about scolding the woman's behavior, but instead stared at the place where Luo Chen disappeared with gloomy faces. FK. What kind of speed is this? Holy crap! This guy is so fast? There's no point in fighting. Will he grab the treasure chest and run away later? Don't worry, the treasure chest is so big, he can't carry it and run away, right? Brother, your space backpack is not blue, right? Green suit, what's wrong? A blue quality space backpack can hold airdrop treasure chests. Zhao. Then we have to keep a close eye on that guy later. Luo Chen's sudden display of amazing speed instantly made him the focus of everyone's attention. But could Luo Chen not think of this? No. Of course he had thought of it, and the reason he did it even though he had thought of it was simply because he didn't care. Besides, that wasn't even his fastest speed. It's not even half of his fastest speed. If this can scare people, then Luo Chen can only say that their knowledge is still too limited. Why did that guy disappear? Somewhere on the roof of an abandoned church, a figure lurked in a corner, secretly observing the situation below. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. What? The figure was shocked, but when he tried to dodge, it was too late. A sharp blade instantly pierced his chest. Before he could react, the blade was pulled out and quickly slashed across his neck. Phew! Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, his health value plummeted instantly. The next second, gurgle. A head rolled down the slope of the roof. But Luo Chen's figure has disappeared. Chapter 78. 1, 2, 3. Luo Chen counted every time he killed someone. By the time he killed all the small fry who had just exposed their positions, there were exactly 10 of them, no more, no less. Among these 10 people, except for a few who died after being stabbed 3 or 4 times by Luo Chen, most of them were killed instantly with just 2 stabs. There was even one person who was stabbed to death by him. Just like running here to be funny. Luo Chen's strength attribute is actually not that high. Even if there is a damage bonus to the vital points, it is not possible to kill someone with just 1 stab, right? Being stabbed to death by this knife only shows that this guy's health is really low. I'm afraid there may not even be 600 or 700. With such limited ability, you still come to such an occasion to join in the fun? I really don't know how to write the word death. Swish. In an abandoned small square, Luo Chen's figure fell to the spot. The position was still the same as before. When others saw him appear again, they calculated and found that it was only a dozen or less seconds. They couldn't help but frown. It's done, no need to thank me. Luo Chen said with a smile. He was in a good mood at the moment. Although the strength of those 10 people just now was average, they were not bad either. After all, anyone who can come to this place at this time, no matter how weak their strength is, will not have their highest attribute lower than 80. Therefore, Luo Chen also earned a lot of attribute points this time. His strength increased by 62 points. Constitution increased by 97 points. Agility is slightly less, but it is also increased by 59 points. The attribute that has been improved the least is actually the spiritual attribute. Only 42 points. But added together, it's a full 260 points. On average, each person provides him with 26 attribute points. What a nice group of people. Luo Chen had a smile on his face and was happy in his heart. But others couldn't laugh. Why didn't they rush to attack together just now? It's because he's afraid that when he takes action, others will snatch the airdrop treasure chest away first. Why doesn't Luo Chen have this worry? Because he is fast. It only takes a dozen seconds to finish. In this short period of time, the protective barrier of the airdrop treasure chest hasn't even been opened yet. What is he worried about? Therefore, Luo Chen picked up this ready-made bargain. Obviously, the others had also realized it at this moment, which was why they all looked so grim, as if they had eaten a fly. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in feeling sad or regretful. The most important thing right now is to keep an eye on this extremely fast guy to prevent him from snatching the airdrop treasure chest in advance. In that case, they will really suffer a huge loss. Is Luo Chen planning to grab the airdrop treasure chest? Similar to the last time I faced Olivia? No, he didn't actually plan to do that. Compared to the things in the airdrop treasure chest, he actually values the things on the 35 people in front of him more. Including themselves. After all, just now, those 10 weaker minions gave him a 260-point attribute value increase. If all 35 people in front of me were killed, what attribute value is that? At least 4 times of 260, right? 4 times of 260 is 1040. In contrast, how many killing coins are the things in a blue airdrop treasure chest worth? Even if it is worth 60,000 or 70,000, can it bring Luo Chen a 1000-point increase in attribute value? Obviously impossible. Luo Chen had spent more than 200,000 yuan before, but it was still far from reaching this level, let alone a mere 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. So, it's obvious who is the watermelon and who is the sesame, right? Not to mention the equipment they carry and the contents of their backpacks. Those can be exchanged for killing coins. Luo Chen would have to be an idiot to keep staring at that airdrop treasure chest. As for why others didn't do this? Don't you like it? That must not be the case. It's simply that I don't have the ability. In the dilapidated little square, Luo Chen, who had just returned, glanced at the 35 people present with a smile. This guy, why are his eyes looking so weird? Hiss. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Oh no. This kid's target is us. There are still some smart people. As a result, someone immediately guessed Luo Chen's little thoughts, and his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed. What the hell? Do you really think you can become the king just by killing a few small fry? Beige Yalu. Shit. It's just about speed, is that a big deal? Shit. Is this guy crazy? After realizing that Luo Chen had set his sights on all of them present, these people became extremely angry. Which of these people is not a big shot in their respective murder towns? The worst one is also the one with C-level talent. There are even a few with B-level talents. Each of them is full of confidence in their own abilities, otherwise they would not stand out so openly. Only those who are not confident in their own abilities will sneak around the corner and peek. Because of this, at this moment, they were treated as prey by Luo Chen, which made them even more angry. What's the meaning? Treat us as trash? 1 versus 35? Who the hell do you think you are? Luo Chen still had a smiling face and didn't care about the anger of these people at all. Just then, swish! A scorching flame suddenly came and instantly hit Luo Chen's chest. The flames exploded the moment they hit Luo Chen. With a loud bang, he was knocked back several steps, and a charred mark was left on his chest. Haha! I thought you were so awesome, but this is all you get. The man who made the move laughed and said proudly. But the next second, seeing a charred area on his chest, Luo Chen casually dusted off his clothes with his hand, and then everyone realized that the charred marks were not from his skin, but were just from his clothes that were blackened by the explosion. Luo Chen himself looked completely fine and even looked at the attacker with contempt. HP 4109/4110. Luo Chen glanced at his health bar. Good job. It actually took away 1 point of his health. So awesome. I admire your courage, but I'm angry that you soiled my clothes. Looking at the attacker with an ugly expression, Luo Chen said lightly in a calm tone. The next moment, the tang sword at his waist was slowly unsheathed. Luo Chen's movements were extremely graceful, and he didn't look murderous at all. But at the moment the blade was unsheathed. Clang! Clang! Clang clang! In an instant, dozens of sword lights flashed at the same time. In just a moment, less than 0.1 seconds, Luo Chen's figure appeared at the other end of the ruined square, and the blade in his hand was still making a buzzing sound. Behind. Several sounds of people falling to the ground were heard one after another. Chapter 79. What's going on? What happened just now? Hiss. Who cut me? FK. Why are my health points down by over 400? Shit. What happened to those guys? Are they dead? In the small square, the remaining 30 people covered their wounds on their chests, abdomens, and other parts of their bodies in fear, and quickly distanced themselves from each other. What a shame! We only killed 5. Luo Chen slowly turned around and looked at these people at this time. 35 targets, 5 deaths. This is somewhat less. But Luo Chen had no choice. The speed of the multiple instant body slashes was too fast, so he could not accurately control the specific landing point of each attack. This is also why some of these people were injured in the chest, some in the abdomen, and some even had injuries on their arms. It's not that Luo Chen doesn't want to cut their vital parts like their necks. But he didn't have time to aim accurately. With a multiple instant slash, in less than 0.1 seconds, Luo Chen attacked the 35 people present almost simultaneously. This is because there are only 35 targets within the attack range. Otherwise, and more. In such a short time, all Luo Chen could do was use this skill. As for how to control it precisely so that each blow hits the vital point of each target, causing fatal damage with a higher damage coefficient? That was a bit embarrassing for him. But even so, 5 unlucky people still died. The reason they died was because of the attribute of the Tang horizontal sword in Luo Chen's hand, which allowed him to cause the sum of the damage of the previous 6 attacks in the 7th of every 7 attacks. Luo Chen used multiple instant body slashes, and the damage of a single attack reached 685.8. The total of 6 times was 4114.8 damage. Even if you deduct the target's physical defense value, there are still more than 3000 left. At this stage, how many people have a health value of more than 3000? Even Luo Chen himself. With so many skill effects added together, plus the attribute values from previous killings and looting, his health points only barely exceeded 4000 points. It only reached 4110. Others don't have as many skills as he does, nor can they make the levels of these skills exceed the upper limit of their own grades, so having a health value of more than 1000 is already amazing. Those who can exceed 2000 are extremely rare masters. Not to mention more than 3000. Therefore, the 5 unlucky guys who became the 7th person became the first batch of souls to die under Luo Chen's multiple instant body slashes. Their deaths also brought a new round of attribute value improvements to Luo Chen. 5 people increased Luo Chen's strength attribute by 70 points, his constitution attribute by 55 points, and his agility attribute by a full 120 points. Even the mental attributes were increased by 65 points. A total of 310 attribute points. On average, each person brought Luo Chen 62 points. As expected of a master from several different killing towns, his strength is indeed much stronger than those small fry. Luo Chen glanced at the changes in his attribute values, feeling the increasingly powerful strength, and couldn't help laughing. And at this time, fortunately, the 30 people who survived also reacted at this time, and glared at Luo Chen in shock and anger. Damn it! How dare you! Everyone! Let's work together to kill him first. If he doesn't die, we will be the ones to die. That was definitely the effect of a skill just now. Don't be scared by him. Kill. Even if I die, I'll take someone with me. Angry curses rang out, accompanied by attacks that bombarded Luo Chen's position. Luo Chen smiled contemptuously and dodged these ridiculous attacks easily. "Who gave you the confidence to think you could beat me?" Luo Chen said with a sneer. "Certainly. There are smart people too." On the surface, he was calling on everyone to join forces to kill Luo Chen, but in fact, when others took action, he secretly rushed towards the airdrop treasure chest that had lost its protective barrier. He wants to run away with the airdrop treasure chest. Luo Chen sneered. These are the remaining tricks he has. How could he let these people succeed? I want the head. I want the treasure chest too. Everyone stay. Psychedelic eyes. A brilliant purple halo flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. The next second, the 30 people in front of him, whether they were the reckless man who rushed towards Luo Chen angrily with murderous intent on his face, or the old man who sneaked towards the airdrop treasure chest and planned to escape in the chaos. A moment. Everything is still. With Luo Chen's current spiritual attribute of 357 points, he can use the level 6 psychedelic eyes to easily drag everyone present into the illusion world. And this time can last for nearly 26 seconds. 26 seconds, is that enough time for Luo Chen to kill them many times? Certainly. 26 seconds is the time on the skill panel. But in fact, the elemental resistance properties of the target must also be considered. The higher the elemental resistance attribute, the shorter the time it takes to be hit. If Luo Chen's target at this moment was a big man with an elemental resistance attribute of tens of thousands, his psychedelic eyes would not have any effect. It may even backfire on itself. However, this group of people in front of me, let alone the tens of thousands of elemental resistance attributes. Those that can exceed 200 may be less than half. So, one by one, they were all tricked. And none of the psychedelic effects last less than 20 seconds. This psychedelic eye is really useful. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Apart from the slightly longer cooldown time, this skill really has no disadvantages. And Luo Chen only upgraded it to level 6. It's not even up to its upper limit of level 7. I glanced at the cooldown time of multiple instant slashes. From just now to now, a total of about 8 seconds have passed. Therefore, the cooldown time for this skill is still 10 seconds. Wait a little longer. This wave of harvest should be quite a lot. Maybe I can upgrade it a few more levels by then. Luo Chen thought to himself, while waving the Tang Heng Dao in his hand. He killed him instantly. Phew! Puff! Puff! Streaks of blood splattered everywhere. The screams of someone who was awakened from the illusion world before dying instantly resounded throughout the entire small square. In 10 seconds, Luo Chen killed 7 people in a row. Then he unleashed multiple instant slashes again, and in less than 0.1 seconds he slashed out 23 times, killing 3 more people on the spot. The remaining 20 people are now low on health. Luo Chen turned around and swung the butcher knife in his hand again, bringing it down fiercely. 10 seconds later, the few remaining survivors woke up from the illusion world. Go to hell, Hui! Someone swung his sword, but missed. The treasure chest is mine. Someone rushed towards the airdrop treasure chest, but the next second he was hit by severe pain and screamed. Pucci! How could this happen? Someone just woke up and vomited blood, then fell down with a look of disbelief on his face, covering his wound. These people's memories were still stuck at the second when they were hit by Luo Chen's psychedelic eyes, so after waking up they still thought that time was still in that period. But in fact, more than 20 seconds had passed, and of the original 30 people, only 8 of them were left. Chapter 80. Bite. Strength plus 8 Constitution plus 10 Agility plus 7 Spirit plus 21. Bite. Strength plus 11 Constitution plus 15 Agility plus 22 Spirit plus 14. Bite. This is simply the most beautiful sound in the world. Luo Chen was carefully feeling the ever-increasing power in his body at this moment. The feeling of becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye was truly intoxicating. After killing 22 people in a row, Luo Chen's attribute values have also been greatly improved. At this time, he even regretted why he entered the killing tower so early. He could have waited until dark before going in, there was no need to be so anxious. But in an instant, he put this feeling of regret behind him. Because he thought about the strength of those alien civilizations. Even if he tried to break into the killing tower again with his current strength, he could only get through the 6th floor at most. But the 7th floor? That's a no-brainer. The gap between 3rd-order creatures and 4th-order creatures is so big that it makes people despair. Even though Luo Chen's current strength has greatly improved compared to this morning. But this improvement was obviously not enough for him to close the gap between the two. Therefore, even if he were to go through the killing tower again now, he could only get a score of 1,111,110 at best. Let's look at the scores of the top 10 in the district rankings. Which one is below this score? Not at all. Even the one ranked 10th has reached this score. The top 5 all scored over several million points. There are even big guys who have broken 10 million points. Compared with these talented monsters, Luo Chen's strength is indeed not enough. So, whether you do it early or late, the result will be the same. You can still only get the reward for being the first on the killing town list. It won't change the outcome. Since the result remains unchanged, then there is nothing to regret. Rather than thinking about things that have already happened, Luo Chen cares more about the actual improvement he has made. For example, his various attribute values have skyrocketed at this moment. Strength 909 points. Constitution 931 points. Agility 923 points. Spirit 822 points. Compared to the previous 2000s and 3000s, although it is still in the 3 digits now, even the lowest spiritual attribute has reached the 800s. The other 3 attributes all reached over 900. The distance has reached a 4-digit attribute value, and it is right in front of us. How could Luo Chen not be happy? And there are only 8 prey left in front of me. As long as he gets rid of these 8 remaining prey, Luo Chen's attributes can be further improved. Although it is not as big as the previous surge. But it's not a small amount. Run! At this time, the 8 people who had just awakened from the illusion world finally figured out the current situation. Looking at the corpses scattered all around them, these people were so scared that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, and then 8 people ran in different directions almost at the same time. As for things like airdrop treasure chests, how could they care about anything else at this moment? Let's save our lives first. Run! Luo Chen smiled. With an agility attribute of 923 points, his speed when running is comparable to that of a supersonic fighter jet. However, in Luo Chen's eyes, the speed of the 8 people in front of him is as slow as a snail. That's it, and you still want to run? It's simply a fantasy. It's just a last-ditch effort. Luo Chen said faintly. The next second. Phew! A flash of knife light slashed down. Immediately afterwards, a huge head with a terrified expression rolled to the side. The health bar was emptied in an instant, and there was no ability to fight back at all. Ding! Kill the target and successfully plunder the target's attribute value. Strength plus 11. Constitution plus 15. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 24. It is indeed high-quality prey. The attribute values plundered are indeed much more than those of the small fish. Have mercy! Don't kill me! Phew! Blood splattered and the sharp blade pierced the chest. Luo Chen ignored the other party's pleas for mercy. Not kill you? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Luo Chen completely understood why this game was called Endless Killing Game. No wonder there is a rule that plunders the target's attribute values after killing it. This is clearly encouraging them to kill each other. How cruel! Luo Chen sighed secretly, but his hands did not hesitate at all. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. It's that simple. In the killing grounds, everyone is the enemy. There is no such thing as our own opinion. In the entire killing ground, the only safe place that is considered safe is your personal safe house. But this safe place is not absolute, it can only be said to be relatively safe. Want real security? You also have to improve your own strength. As long as you are strong enough, anywhere is safe. And when you are just a weak person, it is dangerous no matter where you are. Soon, the 8 people who tried to escape were all killed by Luo Chen. And Luo Chen also got what he wanted. 8 people brought him a 567-point increase in attribute value. Among them, the most improved attribute is the physical fitness. A full increase of 185 points. The second is the strength attribute, which has increased by 155 points. The 2 attributes of agility and spirit were increased by 117 points and 110 points respectively. In this way, Luo Chen's various attributes, except for the remaining spiritual attribute, the other 3 attributes all exceeded 4 digits. The spiritual attribute also reached 932 points. Only 68 points away from reaching 4 digits. After the battle, or rather the one-sided massacre, ended. In front of the ruined church, all that was left were corpses and scattered spoils of war. Luo Chen took out a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off the blade. After wiping the blade clean, he slowly began to clean up the battlefield. First of all, there is the loot all over the ground. Various weapons scattered around. Most of them are swords, but there are also weapons such as axes, magic wands, and sticks. 35 in total, with 10 more weapons scattered in several other locations. That's a total of 45 weapons. The lowest quality ones are all green, but the blue quality ones still account for more than 1/3 of the number, with a total of 17 pieces. If all these weapons were taken to the mist shop for recycling, they could only be sold for 39,600 killing coins. Not particularly valuable. What is really valuable is in these people's space backpacks. And the rest of the equipment they have on them. 45 people, 45 weapons, but the rest of the equipment added up to a total of 192 pieces. The average number of items per person is about 4.26. Luo Chen picked and chose among the pile of equipment. Finally I chose a belt and 2 rings. These 3 pieces of equipment are all blue quality. As for the belt, Luo Chen himself does not have any equipment. And the rings, the 2 rings on his hands are both green quality. Just replaced it. Chapter 81. Exquisite Ring of Power. Quality, blue. Strength plus 15. Physical damage plus 5%. Exquisite Magic Ring. Quality, blue. Spirit plus 15. Mana plus 10%. Tough Metal Belt. Quality, blue. Constitution plus 15. Health plus 10%. How to evaluate the quality of a piece of equipment? Just read the entry. Because the attributes of equipment are fixed. Green equipment has a fixed value of 5 points, and blue equipment has a fixed value of 15 points. These will not change, the only difference is where these points are added. But different entries. Each piece of equipment has its own unique entries. Equipment of the same quality may have very different entries. Good attributes can even allow the effect of a piece of equipment to directly jump to a higher grade. How do you evaluate the quality of an entry? It's hard to say about the others, but if it's an entry that directly increases a certain attribute, then the best one is a percentage type entry. This is what is called the noble percentage attribute. Certainly, the nobility of percentage terms lies in being in the right hands. If your constitution attribute is 10 points, then a piece of equipment that increases the constitution attribute by 10% is far less good than a piece of equipment that directly increases the constitution attribute by 5 points. Because the former is not suitable for you. But what if your constitution attribute is 100 points? What if it is 1000 points? The increase in the former is much greater than that in the latter. So, percentage attributes are good? Of course. But the prerequisite is to meet the right person. And Luo Chen is the right person. He is very suitable for the percentage attribute entry. Previously, the only piece of equipment he had that increased percentage attributes was his shoes. Increased movement speed by 20%. Quite a good entry. Others are mostly entries that directly increase a certain value. Certainly. There are exceptions. For example, the knife in his hand. 7 attacks, the 7th one directly causes the sum of the damage of the previous 6. This is equivalent to increasing Luo Chen's attack damage by 70%, although it has a prerequisite, which is to make 7 consecutive attacks, and the 7th attack will produce this effect. What is continuity? Luo Chen's understanding is that an attack launched in a short period of time is a continuous attack. And how short will this time be? In about 2 seconds. This is not a problem at all for Luo Chen. Therefore, the attribute of this knife is equivalent to an attribute that increases attack damage by 70% for him. An entry that can increase attack damage by 70% cannot appear on blue equipment at all. At least it has to be purple equipment, or even orange equipment. Only then will that high percentage of entry attributes appear. At this stage, Luo Chen didn't even have a single piece of purple clothing on him. Not to mention orange equipment. That thing is actually sold in the Misty shop. Luo Chen had asked this out of curiosity before. The price turned out to be ridiculously high. An ordinary purple outfit costs 100,000 killing coins. And you can only choose the type of equipment. Like weapons and armor. But you cannot choose the attributes and entries of the equipment. Want to select attributes? You have to pay more. Want to select an entry? Keep adding money. Anyway, it seems that the Misty shop can solve everything by paying more money. He is simply obsessed with money. Luo Chen couldn't possibly spend so much money to buy a piece of purple equipment. With the same amount of money, he could get more improvement if he spent it on skills. Certainly. If it is a purple item with a percentage increase attribute, the effect may be better. But that thing is expensive. If you want to choose your own entries, the price is 10 times that of ordinary purple equipment. That's the price of an ordinary orange outfit. A full 1 million killing coins. Where did Luo Chen get the 1 million? The total amount of money he has earned from the first day till now is less than 1 million. I can't afford it, I can't afford it at all. After putting on the 3 pieces of equipment that Luo Chen had carefully selected, he began to count the things in the space backpacks that he had taken from these people one by one. There are a total of 47 space backpacks. The reason there are 2 more is because 2 guys brought 2 space backpacks. Luo Chen could understand this. After all, a green quality space backpack really couldn't hold much. And the blue quality space backpack is hard to come by. It just depends on your luck. Among these 47 space backpacks, there are only 6 of blue quality. Not even a fraction of the amount. This shows how rare the blue space backpack is. By the way, is there anyone among this group who ranks first in the killing tower in their own killing town? Luo Chen was about to open the first space backpack when he suddenly thought of something. If so, then if Luo Chen kills the opponent now, wouldn't that be an advantage for the second place? Good job! Picking up a first place reward for free? Shouldn't there be any? After all, they are all so weak. Luo Chen shook his head, thinking that there shouldn't be that kind of person in this group. If the number 1 combat power in a killing town is only at this level, then how low would the overall strength of this town be? Without thinking any more, Luo Chen began to count the second batch of spoils. The first batch of spoils had already brought him a lot of profits. As for weapons, the price is 39,600 killing coins. The rest of the equipment combined is worth a full 168,000 killing coins. The total of the two is 207,600 kill coins. This is already a considerable number. But this is far from the bulk of Luo Chen's profits from this battle. The real big head is still in this pile of space backpacks. Let me see what goodies are in the first backpack. Luo Chen opened the first blue quality space backpack with great anticipation. Good things should be enjoyed first, because when you enjoy them later, you may not be in the same mood as now. It's just like being a human being. Enjoy life while you can. Don't think about doing this after you retire. The things you liked when you were young, you may not like them again when you are older. Some things, once missed, will never come back. So, don't leave yourself with regrets. A blue quality space backpack with 6 grids of space, each grid is 3 cubic meters in size. After Luo Chen opened it, he looked through the contents before pouring everything out. First of all, there are a lot of attribute crystals. There are both white and green ones. It's piled up like a small mountain. Luo Chen was stunned. No bro, are you a rat? Luo Chen didn't know who this backpack belonged to, but the original owner must have some explanation. With so many attribute crystals in the space backpack, why didn't you go to the Misty shop to cash them in? Didn't you come across the Misty shop? Or, are you planning to maximize your profits later? No. Will you live until then? Luo Chen was speechless. He didn't expect that there really were people who saved money but didn't spend it. Chapter 82. Luo Chen counted quickly. This pile of attribute crystals looks like a small mountain, with a total of 2,000 pieces. Among them, 1,600 are of green quality. 400 white quality ones. Luo Chen now seriously suspected that this guy not only had the attributes of a Tuntun rat, but also had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Otherwise, how come there are exactly 2,000? And one is 1,600 and the other is 400, how could it be such a coincidence? I'm convinced. The world is so big that there really are all kinds of strange things. Luo Chen smiled. I have to say, this wave is really a bargain for him. The value of these 2,000 attribute crystals alone is as high as 328,000 killing coins. The gains in this guy's backpack alone exceeded the total value of the previous batch of equipment. And that's not all. And more. In addition to this large number of attribute crystals, this guy also has a collection of skill upgrade stones in his backpack. Of course, there aren't that many of them. In fact, the reason why there are so many attribute crystals is because of the killing tower, otherwise there would definitely not be as many as 2,000. As for skill upgrade stones, the quantity is relatively normal. There are 17 in total. 4 of them are green. The remaining 13 are white. Luo Chen threw the 4 green quality skill upgrade stones into the skill multiple instant slashes. Just upgraded it by 1 level. As for the 13 white skill upgrade stones, Luo Chen threw them into the sprint skill. Raised the skill level from 20 to 21. There are still 5 extra ones left. There is really no place to use these 5 stones. After all, Luo Chen's lowest level white skill is level 20, and it takes 8 white skill upgrade stones to upgrade 1 level. It's not enough at all. So I can only put it aside for now and wait to see if other people have extra skill upgrade stones in their backpacks. I'll deal with it then. In addition to these skill upgrade stones, this guy also has some equipment and other miscellaneous supplies in his backpack, but the total value of these things is not high. Those pieces of equipment combined can only be sold for 1,000 killing coins. Not worth much. This blue space backpack is quite valuable. One can be sold for 2,000 killing coins. Altogether, there are 3,000 kill coins. Not bad, a good start. Luo Chen put these things aside and cleaned them up together at the end. I don't know if it's because the first buddy made too much money, but the things in the next few space backpacks opened by Luo Chen were really not that good. Each one is worth more than 50,000 kill coins in total. The most expensive one is just over 40,000. There's absolutely no comparison with the first guy. Really? There are still only a few people who belong to the Tuntun rat sign. Luo Chen felt a little disappointed, but fortunately things soon took a turn for the better. Holy crap! Did this guy rob a bank? Luo Chen opened the last blue space backpack, and found that in addition to some necessary survival supplies, the other compartments were filled with stacks of killing coins. Take these kill coins out of the space backpack and count them. Each stack contains exactly 10,000 killing coins. And in this space backpack, there are 27 stacks of such killing coins. That's a full 270,000. Although still not as much as the first buddy. But compared to the previous ones, this one is already a rich guy. Moreover, Luo Chen had originally not held any expectations, but when he was suddenly given this, he was really surprised. What does this guy think? Why do you want to exchange so many killing coins and hide them on your body? What kind of fetish is this? Luo Chen couldn't understand why these people hid their money and never spent it. What was wrong with their brains? Isn't this just helping others? Although Luo Chen is the vested interest. But he still said he couldn't understand what these people were doing. All I can say is, he still hasn't seen enough of the world, knows too few people, and has come into contact with too few strange people for him to understand the way these people think. After counting the 6 blue space backpacks, Luo Chen calculated the value of the spoils he had obtained so far. The total is 966,600 kill coins. It's close to 1 million already. Wow, this only counts 6 blue space backpacks. There are still 41 green space backpacks that have not been counted yet. And next to where Luo Chen was sitting was the blue airdrop treasure chest. The contents of this treasure chest have not been opened yet. This wave of gains will definitely exceed 1 million, but I wonder if it can exceed 2 million. Even Luo Chen himself didn't expect to make so much money this time. But in fact, more than half of these 960,000 killing coins were provided by the 2 rich guys. One gave more than 300,000 yuan, and the other gave more than 270,000 yuan. The total for the 2 of them is almost 600,000. And the rest? That is what everyone else provides combined. If there were more rich guys like this who like to save money and not spend it, wouldn't Luo Chen make a lot of money? 10 minutes later, Luo Chen also counted the remaining 41 green space backpacks. The total value of the items in the 41 backpacks is not as much as that of the 2 rich guys combined. The total value is 543,200 kill coins. Adding the 960,000 yuan above, that is 1,509,800 killing coins. It really is a sudden wave of wealth. Luo Chen smiled happily, then sorted out these things, such as the killing coins and attribute crystals, and put them directly into his space backpack. And other things. Things like equipment and some supplies he could use were all packed into other space backpacks, and then the 47 space backpacks were put in a pile. Just take them all with you when you leave. Now you're the only one left. Luo Chen turned and looked at the airdrop treasure chest that had been neglected for a while. Speaking of which, everything today is still caused by it. As a result, Luo Chen was busy counting other gains and neglected today's protagonist. But this can't be blamed on Luo Chen. Who made these people so rich? Especially those 2 rich guys. Luo Chen felt that he would always remember the contributions of these 2 wealthy men. In contrast, the value of this blue airdrop treasure chest, it's not that high. Snap! Luo Chen directly opened the airdrop treasure chest. As the box was opened, a large pile of supplies appeared in front of Luo Chen. It would be better to have a few more blue skill crystals. Luo Chen muttered to himself as he sorted out the items in the airdrop treasure chest one by one. A pile of various supplies necessary for survival. Among them, beef and mutton are the most common. We can have another hot pot meal in the evening. There are also some drinks and alcohol. The drinks are mainly beer, but Luo Chen is actually not very fond of beer. In comparison, he prefers Coke and Sprite. Fortunately, we have both of these. Chapter 83. Put the supplies aside. Luo Chen then took out several pieces of equipment from the airdrop treasure chest. There are 4 pieces of equipment in total. I don't know if Luo Chen is lucky or if the quality of this airdrop treasure chest is high. These 4 pieces of equipment are all of blue quality. However, Luo Chen scanned their properties and found that he could only really use one of them. The other 3 were the same as the ones he was wearing, and were not as good as the ones he was wearing. Tiger's Roar. Quality, blue. Strength plus 15. Physical damage plus 5%. This is a necklace with a tiger head pendant. Luo Chen took off his crocodile tears and put on this one. So, his physical damage bonus has reached 10%. The other 3 pieces of equipment, as well as the necklace that Luo Chen had changed himself, could also be sold to the Misty Shop. If they could fetch 8,000 killing coins, that would be pretty good. At last, there are only a few boxes left in this airdrop chest. Open the first box. As expected, there was a beautiful blue skill crystal in the box. Luo Chen picked it up. It crushed into pieces with a crack. The shattered skill crystal instantly turned into a blue light spot and sank into his body. Ding! Gain new skills, blood tentacles. Luo Chen didn't rush to check the new skills, but opened the other 3 boxes. The second box contains 3 blue skill upgrade stones. Worth 30,000 kill coins. Of course, if you recycle it to the Mist Shop, you can only sell it for 6,000 killing coins. But unless Luo Chen is stupid, he would not recycle something that is useful to him. The third box contains a bunch of green skill upgrade stones. There are quite a lot of them. No wonder the box looks so big. Luo Chen counted them and there were 20 in total. The last box is also the most exquisite looking one. Luo Chen looked at what was inside it. That's a gem. An emerald. Luo Chen picked it up and checked its information. Emerald. Level 2. Constitution plus 50. As expected, this is indeed an attribute gem embedded in the equipment. And it's a level 2 emerald. 1 pill can increase your physical fitness by 50 points. Pity. Luo Chen currently does not have any equipment with holes. I'm also not sure what kind of equipment will have slots that can be inlaid with gems. Purple? Or orange? Not blue anyway. He had seen so many blue equipment, but he had never seen any blue equipment with inlay slots. Could it be that he was just unlucky and never met her? That's obviously impossible. So, equipment with inlay slots should be at least purple, or even higher. Put this emerald away and place it together with the previous level 1 ruby. Luo Chen glanced at the empty airdrop treasure chest, then opened the character panel and looked at the new blue skill he had just obtained. Blood Tentacles LV.1. Grade, Blue. Consume 100 mana points to release a blood tentacle to attack an enemy within a range of 1 plus, Spirit * 50%, causing 100 plus, Spirit * 110%, blood elemental damage, and drain 10% of the damage dealt to the target to restore the player's health. Cooldown time is 30 seconds. A good single target long-range attack skill, the key is that it also has a certain recovery effect. Although the recovery is not much, 10% of the damage caused is not a small amount. If Luo Chen can deal 10,000 damage, then 10% is also 1,000. Coincidentally, Luo Chen had 3 blue skill upgrade stones that he had just obtained. I just used this skill without hesitation. Ding! Skill level +1. Ding. Skill level +1. Ding. Skill level +1. After 3 consecutive levels, see how this skill changes. Blood Tentacles LV.4. Grade, Blue. Consume 220 mana points to release a blood tentacle to attack an enemy within a range of 1+, spirit *80%, causing 130+, spirit *155%, blood elemental damage, and drain 13% of the damage dealt to the target to restore the player's health. Cooldown time is 27 seconds. As expected of a blue level 4, its attributes are already quite impressive. With Luo Chen's current spiritual attribute of 942, the blood tentacles he released could attack enemies at a maximum range of 754 meters, causing 1,590 points of blood elemental damage, while draining 206 points of the target's health to restore himself. This effect is really good. And the level is still low now. Only level 4. Once its level is raised, it will definitely be a super powerful single target killing skill. Complete the level of new skills. Luo Chen picked up the 20 green skill upgrade stones again. After glancing at the skills on the skill bar, Luo Chen finally chose to upgrade the 3 lower level green skills to level 15 first. He calculated that he needed exactly 20 green skill upgrade stones. Then, Luo Chen invested 4 green skill upgrade stones in the multiple instant slash skill, raising it by 1 level to level 15. Then he threw the remaining 16 green skill upgrade stones into the 2 skills elemental armor and physical armor, upgrading both skills by 2 levels. Also reached level 15. So, all the green skills on Luo Chen's skill bar were upgraded to level 15. The levels were unified at once. It really looks much better. Put all the supplies into the space backpack. Luo Chen then stuffed the remaining 47 space backpacks into the airdrop treasure chest. Fortunately, this airdrop treasure chest is big enough. A backpack that can fit so much space. After closing the lid, Luo Chen lifted it up with one hand. After taking a final look at this blessed land, he slowly left the area with the airdrop treasure chest in one hand. More than an hour passed after Luo Chen left before someone discovered the situation here. Oh Richette! Why are there so many corpses here? Was there a war? Look! There are some here too, but these people have been stripped of their equipment, and their space backpacks are gone. Wait! Isn't that Osiris? The one who ranked 3rd in our town on the Slaughter Tower leaderboard. He's actually dead. Not only Osiris, but also Phoenix. His body is here too. Phoenix? The Phoenix who's ranked 6th. FK. Who did this? Could it be that damned Yamano Koichi? No, I remember Yamano Koichi and his group weren't exploring in this direction. Who did that? Could it be someone else from the killing town who did this? Yes. It must be them. Guys. We think the most important thing we should do right now is to leave here. I really don't feel safe staying here. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. With that, the group of foreigners fled from the area. By the way, spread the news so that more people can know. Chapter 84. In the evening, Luo Chen came from a distance carrying a large box. Step by step, he walked into the foggy area. Ding-ling. When I pushed open the door of the misty shop, the bell on the door made a crisp sound. In the small shop, the smiling clerk was serving another customer. Luo Chen looked at the other party. Familiar dress, and it was that mysterious woman wearing a mask again. The latter also looked back. After seeing Luo Chen, his pupils shrank slightly, and then he obviously sped up the transaction in his hands. Soon, the woman bought the things and used up everything she could on the spot, then turned and walked towards the door. Luo Chen looked the other person up and down, then made way for her to leave. Thanks. The mysterious woman nodded at him. Then he seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, "Be careful. Wang Er has found a group of people who plan to attack you tonight." After saying that, she opened the door and quickly left the misty shop. Wang Er? Luo Chen remembered the name. He was ranked behind him on the Killing Town list in the Killing Tower. But the score is a bit lower than Luo Chen's. Is this guy going to attack him? Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Is there any prey that comes to you on its own initiative? I wish he could get more people over here. Luo Chen didn't take this matter to heart at all. He was just an ant, why should he care? Just waiting for the other party to come to you at night. Luo Chen can make another fortune then. Bang! Luo Chen put down the airdrop treasure chest he was carrying, opened it, took out the space backpacks inside and placed them on the counter. These, and these, all recycled. Luo Chen took out all the attribute crystals from his space backpack and piled them on the counter, almost filling up the entire counter and almost blocking the clerk's face. Yes, guest. The clerk smiled and began to count the items. The final calculated recovery amount is 1,329,100 killing coins. Among them, 1,247,800 killing coins were harvested in the morning, accounting for the vast majority. The remaining more than 80,000. This is what Luo Chen earned in the afternoon. Just by hunting monsters and looting abandoned buildings, it is already amazing to earn more than 80,000 killing coins in an afternoon. But in comparison, it's still faster to compete for airdrop treasure chests to make money. As for plundering other players, that thing depends on luck. Most people are like Luo Chen, who like to immediately convert the money they earn into improvements in their strength. Those two guys with rat-like personalities this morning are rare and precious. The clerk put away the pile of things that Luo Chen was selling. Luo Chen was very curious about what was under the counter of this misty shop. How can anything be put in it? But after taking a look at the smiling clerk in front of him, Luo Chen gave up his curiosity. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Guest, here are your killing coins, you can count them. The clerk took out a small box and opened it, revealing stacks of killing coins inside. Luo Chen didn't count. He even took out another 270,500 from his space backpack, counted out 100,000 and put the rest in the box. So, the number of kill coins in the box has reached 1,499,600. The 100,000 yuan that Luo Chen put away was used to upgrade the safe house after he returned. Can't spend it. And the rest of these? Luo Chen plans to spend it all. He is not a rat, so why would he not spend his money? What are you thinking about? There's something wrong with your brain. More than 1 in 40, almost 1.5 million killing coins. Luo Chen had also thought about how to spend the money on the way here. First up are the white grade skills. The level needs to be upgraded. Luo Chen has a total of 8 white passive skills, 2 of which are level 20, and the remaining 6 are level 30. Luo Chen plans to upgrade them all to level 50. This requires a full 4,000 white skill upgrade stones. That is 400,000 killing coins. Is it expensive? Not expensive at all. Luo Chen, who had more than 1 million killing coins in his hand, looked at the amount of 400,000 and suddenly felt that it was just so-so. Really? Once people become rich, this situation suddenly opens up. Otherwise, even in the morning, Luo Chen would still think that the amount of 400,000 was too expensive. Not like now. I actually think it's quite cheap. With a wave of his hand, Luo Chen directly spent 400,000 killing coins to buy 4,000 white skill upgrade stones. Then upgrade all 8 skills to level 50. Element resistance LV.50. Grade, white. Passively increases elemental resistance by 300 points. Physical resistance LV.50. Grade, white. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 300 points. Strengthening level 50. Grade, White. Passively increases physical attributes by 150 points. Natural strength LV.50. Grade, White. Passively increases strength attribute by 150 points. Energetic LV.50. Grade, White. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 150 points. Full level 50. Grade, White. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 100 points per minute. Energy recovery level 50. Grade, White. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Likely Agile LV.50. Grade, White. Passively increases agility by 150 points. After upgrading, the effects of the 8 skills are doubled. However, after reaching this level, Luo Chen probably won't continue to upgrade the levels of these skills. Nothing else, it's simply not worth it. Like the level 50 filling skill. At level 50, it only recovers 100 health points per minute. For Luo Chen, whose health points now exceed 10,000, this amount of recovery is actually very average. So he will choose to upgrade higher level skills next. Even later on, I'll see if I can buy some higher grade skills. Similar to purple grade, or orange grade. The effect of upgrading these levels of skills by just one level may be greater than upgrading these white skills by dozens of levels. 400,000 yuan was spent. The next thing Luo Chen needs to upgrade are the green skills. Luo Chen also has 8 passive skills of this level. However, upgrading green skills is expensive. A green skill upgrade stone costs 1000 kill coins, which is 10 times that of a white one. But Luo Chen didn't plan to raise their levels too high. Like the white skill, it goes straight to level 50. Where can I get so much money? Chapter 85. Misty Shop. Luo Chen had just spent 400,000 killing coins, and there were about 1.1 million killing coins left to spend. Next, he plans to upgrade several green passive skills. The current level of these skills is 15. It takes 160 green skill upgrade stones to upgrade all 8 passive skills to level 20. To upgrade from level 20 to level 30, you need 640 green skill upgrade stones. There are 800 in total, which will cost Luo Chen a full 800,000 killing coins. This is twice the number of kill coins previously spent on upgrading the 8 white passive skills to level 50. After spending this money, Luo Chen didn't have many killing coins left. So be careful. First, give me that blue quality skill crystal. I want the specially made one, the one for the passive skill. Luo Chen first spoke to the clerk in front of him. The clerk smiled and bent down to take out something that met Luo Chen's requirements from under the counter. A small box was opened, and inside lay a skill crystal with a blue luster. This skill crystal is worth 50,000 killing coins. Luo Chen picked it up, took a look at it, and then crushed it. Ding! Gain new skills, Iron Skin and Iron Bones. Bronze Skin and Iron Bones LV.1. Grade, Blue. Passively increases physical attributes by 12 points. Level 1 Iron Skin and Bones has 7 more physical attributes than the physical fitness skill of the same type but 1 level lower. Each level adds 7 points, so at level 10 it's 70 points. To upgrade Iron Bones to level 10 requires 14 blue skill upgrade stones, worth 140,000 killing coins. At the same time, level 10 Iron Skin can bring a 120-point bonus to physical attributes. Under the same effect, the physical fitness skill needs to be upgraded to level 24 to achieve a 120-point physical attribute bonus. From level 15 to level 24, 52 green skill upgrade stones are required. Worth 52,000 killing coins. From this perspective, it would be more cost-effective to upgrade the green grade physical fitness skills first? Not at all. Because the skill of strengthening the body is now at level 15, it can bring a bonus of 75 points to the physical attribute. It cost 52,000 killing coins to upgrade to level 24. In fact, the new physical attribute Luo Chen obtained was not 120 points, but 45 points. If you want to actually add 120 points, you need to upgrade its level to 39. The number of green skill upgrade stones required to upgrade from level 15 to level 39 is 244, worth 244,000 killing coins. It costs 104,000 more killing coins than the copper skin and iron bones skill, which also brings 120 new attributes. Obviously not cost effective. However, Luo Chen didn't make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at the clerk in front of him and asked, I want to know, for the purple grade passive skill, does it increase the attribute by a specific value or a percentage? If it is a value, what is it? It's the value, guessed. The clerk replied with a smile. Good thing the clerk didn't refuse to answer this question. The bad news though is, even if it is a purple grade passive skill, it still adds a specific value, rather than a percentage increase. Then what level of skills will have a percentage increase? Luo Chen asked. Percentage attribute amplification requires at least a legendary skill, guessed. Legendary level? This was another level Luo Chen had never heard of. He knew that skills and equipment were divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange and gold. But the legendary? Is it a level above gold? Maybe, but this is obviously far beyond Luo Chen's current purchasing power. But he still asked whether the mist shop sold legendary skills? This shop doesn't have any legendary skills for sale. If you want to buy legendary skill crystals, you can go to the Mist Chamber of Commerce to buy them. The clerk replied with a smile. Mist Chamber of Commerce? So, these Misty shops are all affiliated with the Misty Chamber of Commerce? Luo Chen nodded. Then he asked where the Mist Chamber of Commerce was. Guessed, you do not have sufficient authority to enter the area where the Misty Chamber of Commerce is located. The clerk said. Insufficient permissions again? Luo Chen frowned, remembering that when he checked the Killing Tower leaderboard before, the overall leaderboard also prompted that he had insufficient permissions and could not view it. How do I upgrade this authority? Luo Chen asked. This time the clerk didn't answer him, but just looked at him with a smile. Smile without saying anything. All right. Luo Chen gave up asking further questions and said, give me 160 green skill upgrade stones and 14 blue skill upgrade stones. Yes, guessed. The clerk said with a smile. Then he bent down and took out what Luo Chen needed from under the counter. 2 boxes, one large and one small. The big one contains 160 green skill upgrade stones. It is just enough to upgrade all 8 green passive skills to level 20. Luo Chen doesn't plan to upgrade them directly to level 30 or higher because that would not be cost effective. First upgrade them to level 20. When you have enough money and don't care about the few $100,000 anymore, it won't be too late to upgrade them later. The 14 blue skill upgrade stones were used by Luo Chen to upgrade his newly acquired bronze skin and iron bones skill to level 10. The two together cost Luo Chen 300,000 killing coins. Bronze skin and iron bones LV.10. Grade, blue. Passively increases physical attributes by 120 points. Elemental armor LV.20. Grade, green. Passively increases elemental resistance by 200 points. Physical armor LV.20. Grade, green. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 200 points. Physical fitness level 20. Grade, green. Passively increases physical attributes by 100 points. Rhythm of life LV.20. Grade, green. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 200 points per minute. Energetic. Strong LV.20. Grade, green. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 100 points. Speed LV.20. Grade, green. Passively increases agility by 100 points. Strong energy recovery LV.20. Grade, green. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 300 points per minute. Natural divine power LV.20. Grade, green. Passively increases strength attribute by 100 points. After using up all the skill upgrade stones, the levels of this batch of green passive skills were all raised, but the biggest increase was in the physical attribute. After all, there is an additional blue grade passive skill, which adds a full 120 points of physical attributes. There is a reason why it is expensive. Level 10 adds 120 attributes, if it is upgraded to level 50. Forget it, I don't have that much money. Luo Chen shook his head. This was really not possible. Chapter 86. There was less than 750,000 yuan left to spend, and Luo Chen had no intention of taking them away. He directly asked the clerk in front of him for 7 special blue skill crystals. Spend another 350,000 killing coins. Now, there are only less than 400,000 killing coins left to spend. Element Guardian LV.1. Grade, blue. Passively increases elemental resistance by 24 points. Physical Guard LV.1. Grade, blue. Passively increases physical defense attribute by 24 points. Nature's Gift LV.1. Grade, blue. Passively increases spiritual attributes by 12 points. Gift of Wind LV.1. Grade, blue. Passively increases agility by 12 points. Infinite Strength LV.1. Grade, blue. Passively increases strength attribute by 12 points. Hymn of Life LV.1. Grade, blue. Passively improves health recovery ability, recovering 100 points per minute. Meditation Level 1. Grade, blue. Passively increases mana recovery efficiency by 150 points per minute. Looking at the 8 extra blue passive skills on the skill bar, Luo Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. But currently, only one of the 8 passive skills has been upgraded to level 10, and the other 7 are still in their initial level 1 state. It doesn't look very nice. So Luo Chen spent another 280,000 killing coins to buy 28 blue skill upgrade stones. Upgrade the remaining 7 blue passive skills to level 5. At this look, it immediately looks much better to the eye. At the same time, the various attributes on Luo Chen's character panel also underwent tremendous changes. Not to mention the improvement of the 4 attributes, the health recovery speed alone has reached 13.3 points per second. The mana recovery rate has reached 20 points per second. This recovery speed is enough for Luo Chen to not have to worry about the consumption of mana in the short term. He can finally use his skills to his heart's content and squander it at will. A wave of consumption is finished. There were only a few killing coins left in Luo Chen's pocket. Certainly. It is said that there are very few left, but in fact there are more than 110,000. At this stage, the vast majority of humans on Blue Star cannot even earn more than 110,000 killing coins a day. There are even many people who can only earn this much in 10 days. Even in 10 days or so, you can't earn that much. But compared to the more than 1.5 million killing coins Luo Chen had previously received, these more than 110,000 were indeed just a small amount of money. If these killing coins are used to upgrade the 8 blue passive skills, they can only upgrade 1 or 2 skills by 1 or 2 levels, and there is no way to evenly distribute them among the 8 skills. So, Luo Chen simply stopped promoting them. It just so happened that he still had a few skills that needed to be upgraded, and he hadn't done anything before simply because he needed to upgrade these passive skills first. Passive skills have now been upgraded. It's time to upgrade these skills. First is the white skill speed. This skill is currently at level 21. The level is not high, and one level up only requires 8 white skill upgrade stones, which is only 800 killing coins. It can be said to be quite cheap. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of this skill is also extremely high, and its special ascending growth curve makes its training value extremely high. Therefore, Luo Chen doesn't mind spending a little more money on this skill. After all, the effect of this skill is really good. In the past, I didn't have enough mana, so I never dared to raise it too high. But it's okay now. Luo Chen now has 12,067 mana, and can recover 20 points per second. It is completely enough to support him to upgrade his sprint skill to a high enough level. First, 67 white skill upgrade stones. Luo Chen counted out 6,700 killing coins and pushed them in front of the clerk. The latter smiled and handed him a box. The box contained the 67 white skill upgrade stones that Luo Chen needed. Then Luo Chen took out the remaining 5 from his backpack. That adds up to exactly 72, enough to upgrade the speed skill to level 30. Luo Chen grabbed 8 skill upgrade stones and threw them directly onto the speed skill. Ding! Skill level +1. Ding! Skill level +1. Ding! After 9 consecutive prompts, the sprint skill was also upgraded to level 30. Luo Chen took a look at the skill consumption and found that there was no problem. He then asked the store clerk to buy 160 white skill upgrade stones to continue to improve the level of this skill. Directly upgraded to level 40. Luo Chen glanced at his balance, did some mental calculations, and simply bought another 160 white skill upgrade stones. In this way, he only has 80,900 killing coins left to spend. Enough for subsequent consumption. He also upgraded his sprint skill to level 45. Speed level 45. Grade, White. Consume 350 mana points to enter the sprint state for 350 seconds, increasing movement speed by 4,970%, no cooldown. A 4,970% improvement. This effect is simply perverted. To be honest, if I tell others that a white grade skill can have such a powerful effect, no one would believe it. The growth curve is awesome. Others have parallel growth lines, but this one is rising all the way. Luo Chen had never seen a skill with a growth curve like this. Certainly. It may also be related to his lack of experience. After all, how many skills has he seen? This is just the beginning. After improving his sprint skill, Luo Chen now only has 2 skills left to improve. A multiple instant body slash skill. A new blood tentacle skill. Both are attack type skills, the former is a group attack, and the latter is a single attack. The former is physical damage, and the latter is elemental damage. They just complement each other perfectly. But the blue skill upgrade is too expensive, and Luo Chen can't upgrade it too high. So, just upgrade to level 3 first. From level 4 to level 7, 5 blue skill upgrade stones are consumed, and the total cost is 50,000 killing coins. As for multiple instant slash, Luo Chen spent 28,000 killing coins to buy 28 green skill upgrade stones and upgraded it to level 21. In this way, Luo Chen still has 2,900 killing coins left. But I have no place to spend it, so I might as well save it for next time. Multiple instant slash LV.21. Grade, Green. Consume 230 mana points to perform a swift slash at 1+, agility 45%, targets within a range of 1+, agility 130%, meters in front of you. The slash can cause 50+, strength *250%, physical damage. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. The cooldown time of the level 21 multiple instant slash has finally been reduced. The cooldown of 10 seconds is relatively short. But we can keep trying.